Chapter 1: The Chosen Male Host? No, a high-quality succubus. The opening ceremony of Zhengqing's #1 university for supernatural abilities. The magnificent auditorium was packed with thousands of new students, the air thick with tension and anticipation. In the center of the platform, a multifaceted testing crystal, over 3 meters tall, stands silently, destined to determine the future of everyone present. Next up, Lunong. As the dean of students' loud voice rang out, a tall, arrogant-looking boy stepped onto the platform. He placed his hand on the crystal, closed his eyes, and activated the supernatural power that had just awakened within him. Buzz! The testing crystal suddenly shuddered, and blinding purple lightning shot into the sky, frantically traversing the crystal's surface and crackling loudly. A dazzling B-grade halo instantly lit up. Rank B. It's a rank B lightning-based ability. Lightning type, that's the top-tier offensive type ability. The audience erupted in cheers, with countless envious and jealous glances fixed on Lunong. The school leaders on the podium were all smiles, and several admissions officers dressed in special uniforms, representing the military and the Superpower Association, were particularly excited and began to whisper among themselves. In a corner of the crowd, Lin Fan watched all of this with utter boredom. His eyes were calm and expressionless. Just a few days ago, he was struggling with his graduation thesis, only to wake up one day to find himself in the body of a college student with the same name in this world, a time traveler living a century after the spiritual revival. After the initial shock, he has accepted reality. It's just a high martial arts world, right? No problem. In his past life, he read at least 800 to 1,000 online novels. He started with a trash-to-hero script, then his cheat system kicked in, and he went on a rampage, slapping faces and marrying a rich and beautiful woman, reaching the pinnacle of life. He is familiar with all the procedures. So, while the guy on stage named Lunong was enjoying the cheers of the whole school, Lin Fan felt nothing at all, and even felt a little like yawning. Next up, Lin Fan. Finally, it was his turn. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Lin Fan slowly walked onto the platform. He was 1.85 meters tall, with a straight and well-proportioned figure, and his face was almost too handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge, which attracted whispers from many girls in the audience. Wow, that's so cool. He's even more handsome than Lunong from before. I wonder what level he can awaken. Looking like that, you should at least be a C level, right? Lin Fan stood in front of the crystal, took a deep breath, and followed the example of the person in front of him, placing his palm on it. He began to fantasize. Is it an S-class spacetime manipulation or an A-class causal weapon? If all else fails, fire or ice would be fine too. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal showed no reaction during testing. The murmurs from the audience gradually subsided, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The teacher on the stage frowned and urged, "Lin Fan, please concentrate." Lin Fan was also puzzled. He was very focused. Just as he was about to exert more effort, the testing crystal finally showed a slight movement. A faint, almost imperceptible white light, like a candle flickering in the wind, trembled as it rose from the bottom of the crystal. The light was dim, only the lowest level E grade with a faint brightness. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. That face, so handsome it's outrageous, actually possesses an E-level superpower. From the loudspeaker on the platform, the teacher's emotionless voice rang out. Lin Fan, E-level superpower. The teacher paused, seemingly confirming the strange name on the crystal screen, before finally reading it aloud. Super energy. Super energy? The auditorium was silent for a full 3 seconds. Puff. I don't know who was the first to burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, as if a powder keg had been lit, a deafening roar of laughter swept through the entire auditorium. Ha 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 ha. Super energy? What kind of superpower is that? E rank is one thing, but this guy has such a bizarre ability? Is he trying to be funny? Isn't that just because it has long battery life and good stamina? It would be a perfect fit for carrying bricks on a construction site. A sharp voice suddenly rang out, full of mockery. Working as a bricklayer? You're too narrow-minded. With that face and his super energy, he'd be a top male escort. Holy crap! That makes sense. Ah, the chosen male escort. A perfect match. What a waste of such a handsome face, paired with such a useless superpower. It can't be considered useless, can it? Think about it another way, this ability might be more useful than an S-rank ability for some rich women. Wow, come to think of it, he's actually quite handsome, isn't he? And he's got a good physique too. If he really becomes a gigolo, I'll definitely have to order a few of his services. Sis, something's not right. But take me with you too. I'm just curious about just how super energy really is. Holy crap, is this something we can talk about in public? Mockery, gossip, and some inexplicable noises surged toward Lin Fan on the stage like a tide. If it were anyone else, they would probably be so ashamed they would want to disappear right now. However, Lin Fan showed no shame whatsoever. Instead, he stroked his chin and looked thoughtful. Cowherd? It seems to be a good way out. In this world, superpowers reign supreme, and the strong rule. As a useless E-level character with some kind of super energy, I'd probably never amount to anything if I tried to level up step by step. But what if we switch to a different track? With his good looks and the super energy buff, it seems like it wouldn't be difficult for him to make a name for himself in the male escort industry and become the top star. With spirit crystals in my left hand and pills in my right, I'll let those who look down on me know that there are top performers in every profession. I need to plan my career path properly. Initial goal, to win over the wealthy women's circle in Jiangcheng. Mid-term goal, to break out of Wuhan and expand nationwide. Ultimate goal, to become the dream lover of the world's richest women in the superpower world, and use their resources to build myself into an S-class big shot. Perfect. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more reliable it seemed, and a smile even appeared on his lips. The only risk is that hopefully there won't be too many tiger tanks among his customers when the time comes. I don't know if my super energy can withstand that kind of impact. Just as Lin Fan was giving up on himself and seriously planning his future career as a male escort, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. The host has been detected to possess a top-tier unyielding and survival in adversity mentality, meeting the binding requirements. A high-quality succubus system is being activated. Activation successful. System binding successful. Lin Fan's smile froze instantly. What is that? System? Or a succubus system? He was completely stunned, standing frozen on the stage, as if he had just been struck by that Class B lightning bolt. The golden finger that's standard for time travelers. It's late, but it's finally here. But this name, isn't it a little off? System function introduction. This system is dedicated to transforming the host into the most charismatic being in all the realms of existence. Core function 1, forced attraction. The system will automatically lock onto and forcibly attract high-quality opposite-sex targets, granting a base bonus to the target's affinity towards the host. Core function 2, ability copying. By engaging in intimate interaction with a locked, high-quality target, you can copy and fuse their abilities. Intimacy levels are divided into attention, appreciation, flirting, infatuation, and deep love. The higher the interaction level, the higher the success rate and completion rate of replication and fusion. Lin Fan's breathing became rapid instantly. His eyes widened, and his heart pounded so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Forced attraction to high-quality members of the opposite sex? Can their supernatural abilities be replicated and merged through close interaction? Isn't this just maximizing the utilization of his lewd attributes? No, I mean his personal strengths? This isn't a succubus system, it's clearly a godhood system tailor-made for him. What kind of gigolo am I? I will become stronger through my own efforts. Lin Fan trembled with excitement, and the laughter of the crowd below the stage sounded like a pleasant symphony to him. Laugh. Laugh as much as you want. You have no idea that something far surpassing any gigolo is about to be born today, right before your very eyes. Speaking of which, isn't the difference between what a succubus does and what a male escort does? Just then, the system's voice sounded again. The newbie gift pack has been distributed, and the host's basic superpower super energy has been comprehensively enhanced. New player quest released, First Cry in Adversity. Task requirements: before the end of this opening ceremony, establish a follow or higher relationship with at least one target of the opposite sex who is rated A or above. Completion will unlock subsequent missions, up to and including copying the opponent's ability. Chapter 2, S-Rank School Beauty Spying, a rank hot girl picking a fight. The opening ceremony is drawing to a close. On the podium, the Dean of Students was holding a microphone, delivering a long and tedious concluding speech. Lin Fan stood on the high platform, but he couldn't hear a single word. His entire focus was on the newly issued mission in his mind. New player quest released, first cry in adversity. Task requirements: before the end of this opening ceremony, establish a follow or higher relationship with at least one target of the opposite sex who is rated A or above. Completion will unlock subsequent missions, up to and including copying the opponent's ability. Before the ceremony ended, establish a follow relationship with members of the opposite sex who are rated A or above. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the spirited school leaders in the front row of the podium, and the brilliant students who were surrounded by stars around them. A level genius, a dragon among men. They were all arrogant and surrounded by people. How could someone like me, who had just been identified as a level 8 super energy loser, possibly get the attention of those kinds of people in such a short time? The difficulty of this task is no less than asking a beggar to borrow money from a king and then expecting the king to develop a strong interest in him. Time was ticking away, second by second. The Dean of Students' speech had reached the final stage. I hope all students. Lin Fan felt that his cheat system was about to stall because he couldn't complete the task, even before he had a chance to fully enjoy it. Just when his heart sank and he was about to give up, that cold, mechanical voice, like heavenly music, rang out once more. Bite. Target S rank locked, Su Qing Xue. Special ability, Frost uncopyable. Current distance, 100 meters. The aura of uncontrollable attraction has been unleashed. S rank? Lin Fan was startled, his heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, his gaze followed the unseen guidance of the system and fell upon the far side of the podium. There, beside the principal and several important figures, stood a slender figure. She wore a simple white dress, and her long, smooth, black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisite. She simply stood there quietly, naturally radiating a cool and aloof aura that kept strangers at bay, shutting out all the noise and heat around her. Su Qing Xue. The name of Jiangcheng's #1 superpower university is known to everyone in Jiangcheng. A once-in-a-century S-class genius. She is also recognized by the entire school as an ice queen who can only be admired from afar and not touched. Countless self-proclaimed geniuses have tried to get close to her, only to be met with a cold look from her, and they retreat in shame. At this moment, those eyes, as clear and cold as a deep pool, should have been fixed straight ahead, but they seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and without leaving a trace, they glanced at Lin Fan on the high platform. Just one glance. Immediately, she looked away as if she had been electrocuted, like a startled fawn. However, for some reason, a suspicious blush had quietly appeared at the base of her snow-white, crystal-clear ears. This subtle change went unnoticed by anyone. But Lin Fan saw it all clearly. His overwhelming joy erupted like a volcanic eruption. This system is way too domineering. An S-class Ice Queen school beauty. The person who was rumored to be indifferent to any member of the opposite sex would actually take the initiative to spy on me? You're blushing? Is this the irresistible attraction halo? It's forced. It ignores the other person's will. This is even more outrageous than a weapon based on causality. Lin Fan was so excited that his fingertips started to go numb. However, after the initial euphoria, new problems arose. Although Su Qing Xue glanced at him, the distance was too great, and she immediately looked away. Can this be considered attention? The definition of attention required by system tasks is very vague. What if the system determines that this is just a glance and not attention? Wouldn't I have been happy for nothing? Time waits for no one. The head of academic affairs has put down the microphone, and the opening ceremony may be declared over at any time. Lin Fan's heart sank again. We must find a way to get a target of a level or higher to pay more clear and stronger attention to us before the ceremony ends. Just as he was scratching his head in frustration, the system notification sounded again. Bite. Target locked on as Grade A, Qin Yalan. Special ability, Fire uncopyable. Current distance, 20 meters. The aura of uncontrollable attraction has been unleashed. Another one? It's still Grade A. Lin Fan's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned his head, his gaze precisely locking onto a certain direction in the crowd. There, a tall girl with striking long red hair stood out from the crowd. She wore a well-tailored red outfit that accentuated her stunning figure, making her look like a blazing flame, full of aggression and explosive power. Qin Yalan. She is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. A level fire ability user, known throughout the school for her fiery temper and queen-like aura. At this moment, the Flame Queen was frowning, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and her bright eyes were fixed on Lin Fan on the high platform. Her eyes were filled with visible confusion and frustration. Why? Why was my gaze involuntarily drawn to that E-grade trash from before? From the moment he stepped onto the stage, my gaze seemed glued to him, and I couldn't look away. Especially his face, he was quite handsome, but the thought of his awakened super energy made Qin Yalan feel inexplicably angry. It's such a waste that such a handsome man has awakened such a low-class superpower. Waste. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. An unnamed fire burned fiercely in her chest, making her feel uneasy all over. She had never felt this way before. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly teasing her nerves, making it impossible for her not to focus her attention on that man. Damn it! Qin Yalan gritted her teeth, her frustration reaching its peak. Just then, Lin Fan seemed to notice her gaze and even glanced in her direction. Even though they were more than 20 meters apart, Qin Yalan could sense that there seemed to be a hint of amusement in his calm eyes. Boom! This completely ignited the powder keg in Qin Yalan's heart. An E-level good-for-nothing, a school-wide recognized chosen gigolo, was being stared at by an A-level genius like himself, yet instead of feeling apprehensive, he dared to look at him with those eyes. What gives him the right? Hey! That E-rank trash! A clear yet angry shout suddenly rang out in the noisy auditorium. The sound wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating, instantly drowning out the headmaster's voice and all other noises. The entire auditorium fell silent. Thousands of eyes turned in unison to look in the direction of the sound. The dazzling flame Qin Yalan directly pushed aside the classmates blocking her way, and amidst gasps of astonishment, strode aggressively toward the platform. Her target was Lin Fan, who was still in power. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Fan and Qin Yalan. Holy crap! It's Qin Yalan. What is she up to? Judging from her posture, is she going to cause trouble for that E-level trash? Definitely. Qin Yalan has a notoriously fiery temper and looks down on good-for-nothings. This kid probably gave her the wrong look and offended her. This is going to be interesting. An A-level genius versus an E-level gigolo? No, this is a one-sided crushing defeat. This kid is doomed. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Amidst thousands of gloating and expectant gazes, Qin Yalan walked down to the foot of the platform in a few steps. She stopped, tilted her snow-white chin up, and crossed her arms over her chest, making her already stunning curves even more exaggerated. What are you looking at? Her voice was cold, filled with impatience and disgust. What kind of look is that? It's disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Fan on the stage with pity. It's over. This is a common thought in everyone's mind. On the first day of school, he awakened the most useless E-level superpower, becoming the laughingstock of the whole school. Now, he has offended the A-level Qin family's eldest daughter in public. This person's college career can be said to have ended prematurely. The teachers on the stage frowned, and the dean of students' faces darkened. He was about to speak up and reprimand the teachers to maintain order at the ceremony. However, Lin Fan, who was at the center of the storm, reacted completely differently from what everyone expected. There was no panic. There was no fear. There was no shame whatsoever. When Qin Yalan's delicate shout rang out and she walked aggressively toward him, Lin Fan felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable joy. It's here. The opportunity has arrived. This is like a pillow delivered to you when you're sleepy, and it even has a built-in heating function. A level genius. Actively looking for trouble. In front of thousands of students across the school, all the attention was focused on him. Isn't this exactly the attention required by the system task? Moreover, it is the highest level of attention and the most undisputed concern. Lin Fan could even feel that the cold system in his mind seemed to have a subtle ripple caused by this sudden and intense emotional fluctuation. The mission is almost complete. He looked at the red-haired girl in the audience, whose face was full of anger, yet also carried a hint of confusion that she herself did not realize, and the corners of his mouth could not help but turn up slightly. This girl has a bit of a temper, but she's actually a pretty good person. She's practically a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. As for the insults and disgust in her words, Lin Fan didn't take it to heart at all. He knew very well that Qin Yalan's unusual behavior was most likely due to the influence of his irresistible attraction halo. The frustration of being unable to control her attention led her to vent her anger on herself, the culprit. To put it bluntly, she was also a victim. Of course, one should be more forgiving towards the victims. Chapter 3. Do you have a crush on me? Facing the eyes burning with fury below the stage, Lin Fan felt a sense of peace. He even wanted to give this Miss Chin a thumbs up. What a wonderful person. Just when he was worrying about how to complete the system task, she offered herself up. She made such a big fuss, as if she was afraid others wouldn't know she was paying attention to her. This is no longer just attention. This is practically an open declaration of love. Of course, the method was a bit distorted. Lin Fan knew very well that the Flame Queen's current agitation and anger were not intentional. She was mentally distorted by her own irresistible attraction halo. Like an innocent girl who was forced to look at a handsome guy, she verbally curses disgusting while her heart is pounding, and finally gets angry and vents all her anger on the handsome guy. Pitiful, yet adorable. Lin Fan decided to repay this kind-hearted and compassionate person in his own way. Looking at the face below the stage, which appeared even more beautiful due to anger, Lin Fan did not back down. Instead, he took a step forward and stood on the edge of the platform. He looked down at Qin Yalan, a faint smile playing on his lips. The eyes of thousands of people in the audience were now focused on these two. Everyone thought that what followed would be a crushing defeat with no suspense whatsoever. The rage of an A-level genius is enough to burn an E-level piece of trash to ashes. They were waiting to see Lin Fan kneel down and beg for mercy, or be so terrified that he wet himself in a pathetic state. However, Lin Fan spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the auditorium, carrying a lazy, playful tone. Classmate. Lin Fan spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over Qin Yalan's fiery curves outlined by her red outfit. I know I'm handsome, but you rushed over here so quickly and spoke to me so loudly. He paused, then his smile widened. Isn't it just a way to get my attention? Boom. These words were like a depth charge, exploding loudly in the deathly silent auditorium. The whole world fell silent. The students below the stage were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the floor. The school leaders and teachers on the podium also looked incredulous. This is insane. This kid is absolutely insane. An E-level good-for-nothing was being insulted to his face by an A-level genius, and instead of being afraid, he actually turned around and teased the other party? Where did he get the guts? Everyone felt like their brains weren't working properly. Qin Yalan, the person involved, was completely stunned. Her cheeks suddenly felt like they were ignited by an invisible flame, burning hot instantly. She was harassed by an E-level loser in front of thousands of people in the entire school? How dare this piece of trash? How dare he speak to me like that? An unprecedented surge of shame and anger, like a volcanic eruption, instantly rushed to the top of her head, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. But ironically, amidst her embarrassment and anger, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. An unprecedented, tingling, and strange sensation spread uncontrollably from the deepest part of my heart. Just as Qin Yalan's mind went blank and she was so ashamed and angry that she felt like she was about to explode, Lin Fan moved again. He actually leaped down from the high platform and landed lightly in front of Qin Yalan. The distance between the two instantly shrank to less than half a meter. A fresh, masculine scent wafts over you. Qin Yalan subconsciously took a half step back, only to find that her legs were a little weak. Lin Fan took a step closer, leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and whispered in her ear in a volume only the two of them could hear. Out of so many people in the whole school, you had to come and cause me trouble. And you even said my eyes were disgusting. They say they hate me, but they can't bear to take their eyes off me for even a second. His voice was magnetic, and his warm breath brushed against Qin Yalan's sensitive earlobe, making her fair earlobes instantly turn bright red. I said, classmate. Lin Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he uttered the ultimate flirtatious line that could instantly break down the defenses of any proud and arrogant girl. Do you have a crush on me? You're talking nonsense. Qin Yalan was completely caught off guard by this sudden, direct question. She suddenly raised her head, her bright phoenix eyes staring intently at Lin Fan, but deep in her eyes was a look of panic. She wanted to argue, to rebuke, to slap this arrogant bastard across the face. But when the words came out, he stammered and lacked any momentum. Shame, panic, grievance, and a touch of inexplicable guilt, all these emotions intertwined, turning her mind into a complete mess. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. That bastard. How could he say such shameless things? Looking at her pretty face, filled with shame and indignation, and her eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, Lin Fan's smile deepened. He shrugged with a wicked grin and said lazily, "If it's not, it's not. Why such a big reaction? Look, her face is all red. Bite. New player quest, first cry in adversity, completed. Task evaluation, perfect." Hearing the notification that the mission was completed, Lin Fan finally felt completely relieved. "I got it." Looking at the red-haired girl in front of him, her face flushed, trembling with anger, yet utterly helpless against him, Lin Fan's gaze softened. "What a kind person. You just wait." Finally, under the watchful eyes of thousands of strange gazes, Qin Yalan, after holding back for a long time, managed to squeeze out this utterly ineffective harsh remark through gritted teeth. After saying that, she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan again. She stomped her foot and turned to run away. To everyone else, that figure from behind seemed to be fleeing in a disheveled state. The entire auditorium fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was stunned. What did they see? That hot-tempered eldest daughter of the Qin family, who could burn someone to a crisp at the slightest provocation, that aloof A-level genius. He was driven away by a mere E-level trash with just a few words? And her face was flushed, looking like a bullied little wife? Has the world gone mad? Countless boys feel that their worldview has been completely overturned today. They never even had the courage to look Qin Yalan in the eye. And this E-level trash actually dared to flirt with her in public, and even managed to make her break down and run away? What the hell is this? Does being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want? In the corner, Lu Nong, the B-level lightning genius who had just shone brightly, had a face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. On what grounds? Why is it that an E-level trash can get the attention of S-level school beauty Su Qingxue, and even make a level Qin Yalan lose her composure for him? But he, a B-level genius, was completely ignored from beginning to end? Just when the atmosphere in the room became extremely strange. Two figures pushed through the crowd and walked straight up to Lin Fan. Both of them were dressed in smart student council uniforms with badges pinned to their chests, and their faces carried an undisguised arrogance. The boy in the lead was tall and had a cold face. He looked Lin Fan up and down with the same look he gave him as if he were looking at an ant on the side of the road. "Kid." He spoke coldly, his voice filled with a warning. "Stay away from Qin Yalan. The person that Chairman Wang Teng has taken a liking to is not someone a piece of trash like you can even dream of." Another person stepped forward, a sinister smile on their face, and added, "Don't think that just because you've used some clever tricks to pique Senior Yalan's interest, you can get away with this. Here's a piece of advice, from now on, stay 100 meters away from her, or else." He paused, leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, lowered his voice, and said, word by word, "At the end of month assessment, we'll show you what despair truly means." Threaten. A blatant threat. After saying that, the two of them didn't look at Lin Fan again, as if looking at him would taint their eyes, and turned around to merge into the crowd. Chairman Wang Teng? End of month assessment? Lin Fan touched his chin, his smile still relaxed. It seems my university life is destined to be anything but boring. Chapter 4: A Vicious Trap, C-Rank Beast. The controversy surrounding the opening ceremony not only failed to subside in the following days, but intensified. The feat of Lin Fan, the chosen one, who made Qin Yalan, an A-level genius, flee shyly with just a few words, has become gossip known to everyone at Jiangqing Academy. Some say he's incredibly audacious, while others say he's reckless and doesn't know what's good for him. Many others, however, were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After all, he had offended not only the eldest daughter of the Qin family, but also the student council president, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Teng. An E-level loser who has offended two powerful figures at the same time, everyone thought his college career was over prematurely. Lin Fan himself didn't seem to care at all. These past few days, aside from attending regular classes, he's been holed up in his dorm room researching his succubus system. The +10 charm value effect is immediate. Now, when he walks on the street, his rate of turning heads is at least 30% higher than before, and many bold people will directly ask for his contact information. That fire elemental fragment has a passive ability called Fire Affinity. Although it is not a direct combat ability, the system explains that after possessing this fragment, his resistance to fire-type abilities will be slightly increased, and the success rate and completion rate will be higher when copying and fusing fire-type abilities. This is practically tailor-made for Qin Yalan. Lin Fan even suspected that the system was frantically telling him to hurry up and get rid of that flame queen. The days passed uneventfully. Before they knew it, the day arrived, the supernatural ability practice class that all the freshmen were eagerly anticipating. On the training field, hundreds of new students, dressed in uniform combat gear, stood in neat rows. The instructor was a middle-aged man named Zhao Guoqiang, with a receding hairline, a beer belly, and a look of utter despair. It is said that he was a C-level ability user when he was young, but unfortunately his potential was exhausted, so he had to retire early and come to the school to work as a practical course teacher to get by. Cough cough. Zhao Guoqiang cleared his throat and said weakly, "Today's training will be group simulation matches. The school has divided the abandoned industrial area behind the mountain into several zones and released some D-level mutated creatures into them. Your task is to work in pairs to clear out the targets in the designated areas. This is an assessment of your initial mastery of superpowers, and it will be included in your overall performance score at the end of the month." Hearing that they were going to get serious, the students in the audience immediately became excited, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Zhao Guoqiang waved his hand impatiently. "All right, stop arguing." For the sake of efficiency, the group list was prepared in advance by the student council. "I'll start reading it now." He picked up the list in his hand, didn't even glance at it, and began reading it aloud. Lunong, Li Sisi, Area A. Zhang Wei, Wang Feng, Area B. The list was read out one by one, and most of them were male-female pairs with relatively balanced abilities. Until Qin Yalan, Lin Fan, Team 1, responsible for the abandoned factory in Zone D. Zhao Guoqiang read out the combination without any emotion. However, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Immediately afterwards, everything exploded. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Qin Yalan and Lin Fan are in the same group? Who put these people together? Did they lose their mind? Putting in A-level genius with an E-level gigolo? You guys don't know anything. This grouping was obviously done on purpose. A well-informed student lowered his voice, a gloating expression on his face. I heard that student council president Wang Tang is pursuing Su Qingxue relentlessly, but at the same time he treats Qin Yalan as his own possession and won't allow anyone to get close to her. At the opening ceremony, that brat Lin Fan flirted with Qin Yalan in public. President Wang Tang has been annoyed with him for a long time. This group list was provided by the student council. It's obvious that Wang Tang wanted to use Qin Yalan to thoroughly humiliate Lin Fan during the practical class. That makes sense. Think about it, if an A-level genius teams up with an E-level good-for-nothing, what can Lin Fan do when facing a monster, besides hiding in the back and cheering? Wouldn't he lose all face in front of Qin Yalan? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Chairman Wang's move is deadly without drawing blood. Amid the murmurs, everyone's attention turned to the two people in the group. Qin Yalan's pretty face was now as cold as ice. Of course she knew it was Wang Tang's doing. That arrogant guy always treated her as his possession, and the feeling of being manipulated made her extremely disgusted. When her gaze inadvertently swept over Lin Fan, who was standing lazily not far away, a strange sense of anticipation rose in her heart. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. On the one hand, she was extremely unhappy with Wang Tang's arrangements. On the other hand, she was also very curious about how this jerk who dared to flirt with her in public at the opening ceremony would be a coward in a real battle. The thought of him possibly being so scared that he wet himself and hiding behind her, trembling with fear, filled Qin Yalan with mixed feelings. There was a sense of vengeful pleasure, mixed with a hint of indescribable irritation. Why would I care about the performance of a useless person? Damn it! It's all that bastard's fault. On the other side of the crowd, Wang Tang's two henchmen, the two student council members who had threatened Lin Fan after the ceremony, were exchanging sinister smiles. Humiliation? No, their plan goes far beyond simply humiliating someone. Is everything arranged? Don't worry, the animal attractant has been sprayed in the center of the factory. That dose is enough to lure a big one. Hee, a sea-level alien beast suddenly appeared in D sector, a paradise for newbies. I wonder if that good-for-nothing surnamed Lin will be able to leave with a whole corpse. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be bedridden for a year or two. This is what happens when you mess with Chairman Wang. The two spoke in hushed tones, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with cruelty and glee. Lin Fan seemed completely oblivious to everything around him. When he heard that he was paired with Qin Yalan, he even gave a bright smile to the red-haired girl not far away. This smile, when it fell on Qin Yalan's face, instantly enraged her. That bastard. He can still laugh. Didn't he know that Wang Tang had already set his sights on him? Or does he feel that being in a group with him is something to be happy about? Qin Yalan's cheeks inexplicably began to burn again. All right. Enough talk. Get the map and let's go. Zhao Guoqiang impatiently urged him on, threw a stack of maps on the table, and then moved a chair to the sidelines to rest with his eyes closed. In his view, this was just a children's game of pretend training, and there was no way anything could go wrong. The students stepped forward one after another to receive the maps, and then headed towards the back of the mountain in twos and threes. Qin Yalan picked up the map without saying a word, her face cold, and turned to leave, showing no intention of waiting for Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't mind and followed her at a leisurely pace, always keeping a distance of about 3 meters between them. He could clearly sense that the fiery figure in front of him was radiating a strong keep-away signal. However, he could also sense that Qin Yalan's pace seemed a little slower than usual. The abandoned factory is located at the deepest part of Zone D, surrounded by weeds and desolate. The huge factory building was rusty, with moss and cracks covering the walls. The broken glass windows looked like dark, gaping eyes, exuding a sinister atmosphere. The two walked into the factory one after the other. Qin Yalan stopped and glared at Lin Fan, her voice icy. Stay behind me, don't wander off, and don't cause me any trouble. If you're scared, you can get out now. Although the tone was harsh, the underlying meaning was a reminder to be careful. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Don't worry, I'm physically strong and won't hold you back. If necessary, I can even share some of my energy with you. You. Qin Yalan was taken aback by his ambiguous words, her cheeks flushed again, she glared at him fiercely, and turned to walk into the factory. What a bastard who's always making dirty jokes. The moment the two stepped into the factory gate, an intense, overwhelming stench and a violent aura, like a tangible wave, rushed towards us. This aura is far beyond what ordinary D-level mutated creatures can possess. Qin Yalan's expression changed instantly. Lin Fan stopped walking, his relaxed and carefree expression vanishing, replaced by a solemn look. They've arrived. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the factory. With a loud crash, a heavy load-bearing wall collapsed, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. Amidst the smoke and dust, a massive figure crashed through the wall and burst forth. It was a behemoth the size of a small truck, its body covered in rock-hard, gray-black scales. Its thick limbs gripped the ground firmly, and a long tail covered in bone spurs lashed wildly behind it, smashing cracks into the concrete. A pair of scarlet, beastly eyes were fixed on the two uninvited guests at the door, filled with bloodthirsty madness. The terrifying pressure of a sea-level force, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, instantly enveloped the entire space. Qin Yalan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. It's a berserker earth dragon lizard. A C-rank beast. How did it get here? She gasped in shock, her body trembling slightly from the immense pressure. As an A-level genius, she has a thorough understanding of information about various exotic beasts. The Berserk Earth Dragon Lizard, a mid-level C-rank alien beast, is known for its terrifying defense and ferocious power, making it one of the opponents that low-level, low-skilled ability users least want to encounter. Beasts of this caliber should not appear in a D-level area where new students are being trained. Without a second thought, her survival instinct kicked in and she reacted immediately. A cluster of orange-red flames instantly condensed and rose in her fair palm, the scorching heat dispelling the surrounding chill. But she knew very well what was going on in her heart. Although he was rated A, he had only just awakened his powers, and his output and control over them were still in the early stages. Facing this C-rank behemoth known for its defensive capabilities, his flames would likely have little chance of breaking through its thick scales. Chapter 5. The movement keys won't let me get away with this. This is not a fair fight at all. So what if he's an A-level genius? A newly awakened A-level is no different from a slightly stronger ordinary person in front of a true mid-level C-level alien beast. Qin Yalan's pride appeared extremely fragile under the suppression of absolute power. But she did not back down. Wang Teng's scheming and Lin Fan's flirting fueled a burning anger within her, and now, that anger had found an outlet. Brute! With a sharp shout, a resolute glint flashed in Qin Yalan's eyes. She thrust her hands forward with a sudden burst of energy, and 3 orange-red fireballs, each the size of a human head, shot out in a triangular formation, carrying scorching winds, heading straight for the face of the raging earth dragon lizard. Bang! 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 Fireballs bombarded the Earth Dragon Lizard's rock-like mask repeatedly. However, the expected scene of carnage did not occur. The fireball exploded, only scattering clusters of brilliant sparks, like 3 powerless fireworks. Not to mention causing any damage, it didn't even manage to burn an inch of the Earth Dragon Lizard's gray-black scales. Qin Yalan froze. This damage is more like a provocation. Roar! The raging Earth Dragon Lizard was completely enraged. Its scarlet beastly eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yalan, and its massive body twisted violently. Its thick, long tail, covered with ferocious bone spikes, swept across like a battering ram, bringing with it a vicious wind that tore through the air. That's too fast. As Qin Yalan approached, her pupils suddenly contracted, her mind went blank, and her body had no time to react. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her. At this critical moment, a figure, like an arrow released from a bow, rushed past her side like lightning. Qin Yalan felt a tightness around her waist, a powerful force pulling her into a hug and throwing her violently to the side and backward. Boom! A deafening bang nearly shattered eardrums. The thick, massive tail slammed down on the spot where the two had just stood, instantly causing the hard concrete ground to crack like a spiderweb, with gravel flying everywhere. Qin Yalan was pressed heavily to the ground, her back pressed against a firm and warm chest. A refreshing masculine scent, mixed with a faint smell of sweat, forcefully entered her nostrils. Her heart, once again, inexplicably went out of control, pounding wildly as if it were about to leap out of her throat. It's him! Lin Fan! Before she could even react to this sudden turn of events, the man had already flipped over and pulled her up from the ground. You can't beat it head on, so listen to my commands. Lin Fan's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. What? Why should we listen to the orders of an E-level trash like him? Qin Yalan instinctively wanted to retort, but the Earth Dragon Lizard's ferocious roar interrupted all her words. The beast, having missed its first attack, became even more frenzied. It strutted forward with its powerful limbs, charging at the enemy like an out-of-control heavy truck. Qin Yalan's pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously tried to condense flames. However, Lin Fan didn't give her a chance at all. He grabbed her soft wrist and, instead of retreating, pulled her towards the factory interior. Are you crazy? Qin Yalan exclaimed. However, the next second, her exclamation caught in her throat. Lin Fan pulled her along, and amidst the abandoned machine tools and load-bearing pillars in the factory, they began to stage a thrilling Qin King circling the pillar scene. His speed was astonishing, and his reactions were incredibly agile. Each time, just as the Earth Dragon's claws and fangs were about to strike, he dodged at the absolute limit, at an incredibly dangerous angle. Unfortunately, perfect dodge cannot trigger time slow. Bang! The Earth Dragon slammed headfirst into a huge reinforced concrete pillar, causing the entire factory to tremble and sending rubble and debris raining down. It shook its slightly dizzy head, turned around again, and charged towards the two of them. Lin Fan, however, had already pulled Qin Yalan behind another abandoned stamping machine. Boom! The massive stamping press was deformed by the Earth Dragon Lizard's impact, with parts scattered all over the ground. Once. Twice. 3 times. The entire massive factory was completely transformed into Lin Fan's playground and the torture ground for the raging Earth Dragon Lizard. That sea-level alien beast, despite its terrifying strength and defense, couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Fan's clothes. It repeatedly charged in a rage, only to crash into pillars or machine tools, leaving itself dizzy and roaring incessantly. Qin Yalan was completely dumbfounded. She was like a soulless doll, held tightly by Lin Fan's hand, teetering on the edge of death. This is really something an E-level ability user could do? That incredible reaction speed. That almost inexhaustible stamina. He ran for so long, carrying a person, and yet he wasn't even red in the face or out of breath. Is this what super energy is? Is there something wrong with how this superpower is being used? After dodging several impacts, a relatively open area appeared ahead, with several load-bearing pillars spaced 7 or 8 meters apart. The Earth Dragon Lizard seized its opportunity, let out a roar, and its huge body suddenly accelerated, blocking their path. Watch out! Qin Yalan exclaimed. Lin Fan didn't even glance at her. The moment he reached the supporting pillar, he suddenly released Qin Yalan's hand, wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, and pushed off with his right leg. Ah! Qin Yalan felt her body lighten as Lin Fan lifted her up in a princess carry, his arms around her waist. The wind whistled in my ears. She instinctively reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, pressing herself tightly against his chest. That's too fast. Lin Fan carried her, and instead of slowing down, he increased his speed again, like a gust of wind, passing through the gap between the two pillars. The Earth Dragon's enormous head slammed into the pillar, almost grazing their backs. Boom! This impact was exceptionally powerful. The two had barely landed when the roof beams overhead creaked under the weight of the load. Several massive precast concrete slabs broke off, splintering steel bars and rubble, and crashed down on them. Qin Yalan's pupils dilated again. This time, she couldn't even utter a gasp. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Lin Fan reacted faster than her brain. Almost the instant the rubble fell, he pressed Qin Yalan down in his arms, using his body to shield her tightly beneath him. Bang! Thud! Clang! Large and small stones hit his back, making a series of dull thuds. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Qin Yalan buried her entire face in Lin Fan's chest, her nose filled with his unique aura that made her feel flustered. She could clearly hear the steady, powerful heartbeat above her head. Thump! 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 One beat after another, creating a strange resonance with my heart that was about to explode. She herself was still tightly wrapped around his neck with both hands, in an extremely ambiguous posture. Shame, panic, and a tiny, fleeting sense of security intertwined, turning her mind into a complete mess. From initial resistance, to numbness when he held her hand, to panic when he carried her in a princess carry, until now, being completely protected by him. Qin Yalan felt like something was wrong with her. Why, when this bastard is holding me like this, instead of feeling disgusted and angry as I expected, I actually feel a strange kind of pleasure? This is insane. I must be crazy. Qin Yalan, you are an A-level genius, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. How could you have such shameless feelings for an E-level good-for-nothing, a chosen gigolo? Could it be that you haven't vented for too long and have been suppressing your emotions? Chapter 6: A Forced Kiss of the Shy Flame Young Lady. The dust slowly slid off Lin Fan's back. Qin Yalan's mind was still blank. She was pressed tightly against a firm, warm chest, and apart from the strong, powerful heartbeat, she couldn't think of anything. A sense of shame belatedly welled up inside me. She struggled violently, trying to escape from the embrace that was making her feel flustered. Let me go. Lin Fan released her hand, letting her climb up from beneath him. He dusted himself off, his movements relaxed and casual, as if he hadn't just carried out the work of a landslide. Qin Yalan steadied herself, her chest heaving violently, her pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, anger, and lack of oxygen. She's an A-level genius, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. From childhood to adulthood, she was a favored daughter of heaven, the focus of attention, and someone who needed to be looked up to. Today, she was first harassed in public by an E-level trash, and now she's been repeatedly rescued by him in battle, being carried around like a useless vase. What's this? She wouldn't allow it. She absolutely wouldn't allow herself to be so useless. A stubborn and angry feeling of not giving up surged from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. I told you, it's none of your business. Qin Yalan let out a defiant shout, ignoring Lin Fan and staring intently at the berserk earth dragon lizard that was somewhat dizzy from the impact. She doesn't want to be a protected waste. Call. She took a deep breath and frantically squeezed out the few remaining superpowers within her body. Orange flames rose from her palms once more, but this time, the color of the flames deepened at a visible speed, from orange red to deep red, and finally even took on a hint of eerie dark purple. The shape of the flames also changed drastically, no longer a loose fireball, but condensed into a 3-foot-long arrow that looked like it was made of lava. The arrowhead's tip, scorching with energy, distorted the air, emanating a terrifying, chilling aura. This is the strongest single-target attack she can currently deliver. Die! With a sharp shout, Qin Yalan used her last bit of strength to throw the lava arrow in her hand with all her might. Call out! The dark purple arrow pierced the sky, leaving a scorched trail in the air. With unparalleled force, it accurately struck the relatively thin-scaled abdomen of the berserk earth dragon lizard, which had been temporarily exposed due to the impact. Put! This time, it was no longer a powerless spark. The tough scales were pierced instantly, and the lava arrow pierced deep into the flesh of the earth dragon lizard. Roar! The unprecedented pain caused the raging earth dragon lizard to let out a deafening, piercing scream. It writhed wildly, its massive body writhing, dark purple flames burning fiercely at the wound on its abdomen, the stench of burnt meat filling the air. It was a success. It really got hurt. Xin Yalan swayed, a wave of exhaustion washing over her, making her almost unable to stand. But a pale yet radiant smile bloomed on her face. She did it. She proved that she wasn't just a pretty face hiding behind a man. The next second, she subconsciously, almost instinctively, turned to look at Lin Fan. His expression had a hint of seeking credit. Lin Fan was leaning against a pillar, watching her with a leisurely air. Their eyes met in mid-air. Lin Fan was taken aback at first, then smiled knowingly. He slowly walked forward and stopped in front of Xin Yalan. Not bad, an A-level genius. He first offered a compliment, then changed the subject, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. What? You came to me right away after winning? Do you want me to praise you? Xin Yalan was about to retort, but Lin Fan didn't give her a chance at all. So, you still have a crush on me, don't you? Boom. Xin Yalan felt her cheeks burning again. That bastard. That shameless bastard. Why is it that he can always dismantle all my pride and defenses with just one sentence? You're dreaming. Who would have a crush on a scoundrel like you? She retorted angrily, but her flushed cheeks and flustered reaction made her rebuttal seem weak and powerless. Roar. Just then, the wounded, berserk earth dragon lizard went completely mad. In its scarlet, beastly eyes, reason was completely devoured, leaving only a pure desire for destruction. Ignoring the excruciating pain in its abdomen, it clenched its limbs and pawed at the ground. Its massive body transformed into a gray-black afterimage, charging forward again at several times the speed of before. At this moment, Xin Yalan was already at her last gasp. The excessive consumption of her superpowers made it difficult for her to even stand still. She couldn't even move a single step, let alone dodge. The crisis of death has struck again. But this time, she wasn't flustered like before. Because she knew that bastard would make a move. Sure enough, a strong arm once again embraced her soft waist, easily pulling her away from where she was. Boom! The Earth Dragon Lizard crashed into empty space, and also into the rusty, cracked load-bearing column that Lin Fan had already set his sights on. Creak! Crack! The overburdened metal and concrete groaned in despair. Immediately afterwards. Boom! Half of the factory roof collapsed at that moment. Huge blocks of cement, twisted steel bars, and broken bricks poured down like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing the raging Earth Dragon Lizard. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring everything. At the last moment before the collapse, Lin Fan, holding the red-haired girl who was already limp in his arms, rolled swiftly and precisely hid in the triangular space formed by the angle between a heavy machine tool and the wall. The world was instantly swallowed up by darkness and roar. After an unknown amount of time, the violent tremors finally stopped. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings, broken only by the faint sound of dust falling. This was an incredibly cramped space, so small that Lin Fan and Xin Yalan could only embrace each other tightly in an extremely ambiguous posture. Xin Yalan huddled in Lin Fan's arms, her body icy cold and trembling uncontrollably from the exhaustion of her powers and the lingering fear of surviving the ordeal. Lin Fan could clearly feel the trembling of the delicate body in his arms. A brilliant excuse suddenly came to mind. Don't be afraid. He spoke softly in her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. My awakened superpower is super energy. Although I don't have much combat ability, I have abundant energy and my metabolism is much faster than that of ordinary people, so my body temperature is also high. Holding you in my arms will keep you warm. These words, half-truths and half-lies, instantly created an extremely ambiguous atmosphere in the dark, cramped space. Xin Yalan tried to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength. She could only let Lin Fan hold her tighter, letting his burning, masculine body heat seep through her thin combat suit. In the darkness, she could clearly hear the other person's steady and powerful heartbeat. Thump. 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 She could also feel her own uncooperative heart resonating with it at the same intense frequency. It's so warm. Okay. I'm relieved. The moment the thought popped into her head, Xin Yalan nipped it in the bud. I'm going crazy. I must be going crazy. Just as she was lost in thought and her brain was about to shut down, a familiar voice rang out cheerfully in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Special scenario mission triggered, rescue. Mission objective, target Xin Yalan has exhausted her energy and her vital signs are weakening. Through intimate interaction, the host can convert their own super energy into pure life energy and transfer it to the target, replicating their special abilities in the process. Note, the higher the intimacy level, the higher the energy conversion rate and the higher the success rate of superpower replication, dear. It's here. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He felt the increasingly cold body in his arms, and an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity appeared on his face. No, you're too cold. Just hugging you won't help. Qin Yalan let out a weak nasal sound. I learned some wilderness first aid knowledge online before, Lin Fan said in a serious but nonsensical way. For someone like you with hypothermia caused by depleted energy, you must replenish your energy as soon as possible, otherwise your life will be in danger. Replenish energy? Yes. Lin Fan's tone was resolute. Just like artificial respiration, it requires the most efficient way to transfer energy. I will use my mouth to transfer my energy to you. What? With your mouth? Transfer breath? Qin Yalan's brain completely turned into mush. She couldn't even fully comprehend the shameless meaning behind those words. She only felt that the bastard who was holding her slightly adjusted his position. Immediately afterwards, a warm pair of lips, carrying a hint of domineering, pressed precisely onto mine. Chapter 7, Grade A Flame Acquired. And while I'm at it, let's assess Miss Qin's figure. Soft and warm. This was Lin Fan's only feeling at that moment. Warm and pure energy flowed from his body into Qin Yalan's body through the point where their lips met. It felt strange, as if his awakened super energy had found a valve to release, nourishing another body on the verge of exhaustion in an unprecedented way. Qin Yalan's depleted supernatural core quickly became full again under the influence of this energy. The body, which had been cold due to overexertion, gradually warmed up. Even her long-standing A-level bottleneck developed a crack under the impact of this external energy. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully conducted an intimate interaction and are now copying the target's ability. Copy progress 10%, 30%, 70%. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-level ability, Blazing Crimson Flame Beginner. A cheerful voice from the system echoed in my mind. The next second, a scorching power appeared out of thin air in Lin Fan's body, flowing wildly through his limbs and bones, and finally settling in his dantian. This power is domineering and intense, yet it is perfectly integrated with his own super energy, as if it were innate, without any rejection. Lin Fan was overjoyed. This succubus system is just too overpowered. Just a kiss, and I got an A-level superpower for free. If we had a more in-depth discussion, wouldn't we be ready to take off right away? He subconsciously felt the delicate body in his arms. Why is there no movement? Lin Fan loosened his grip slightly and, using the faint light filtering through the crack, discovered that Qin Yalan's eyes were closed and her breathing was steady. It seemed that she had fainted? That makes sense. He's exhausted his superpowers and under immense mental stress. It would be strange if he didn't faint now that he's relaxed. Looking at her sleeping face, which was serene yet tinged with a hint of stubbornness, Lin Fan's mind began to stir. What should we do now? Rush out and take care of that damned earth dragon lizard outside. Are you kidding me? He's not the kind of hot-headed fool who acts impulsively. Although I obtained an A-level fire ability, the system clearly stated that it was only beginner. The effect is definitely not as good as Qin Yalan herself. Even his own all-out attack only severely injured that beast. If he were to throw out his half-baked flames, he would probably only be unable to defeat it even if he fought with all his might. Even if that guy is half dead under the rubble, it would be a bit too ridiculous if he fought back and kicked himself to death. So, just wait. With Qin Yalan, an A-level genius, around, the school will definitely send someone to rescue her immediately. All I have to do now is kill time. Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily fell on the girl in his arms. Dark, cramped space, a lone man and woman, the other person still unconscious. It's like God has fed us right to our mouths. It would be a shame not to do something about this amazing opportunity. He. A gentlemanly smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He carefully adjusted his position to make Qin Yalan more comfortable, and then his hands began to wander. They ostensibly checked the body's condition to prevent internal injuries. Very slim waist, must be quite flexible, about 1.7 feet. TSK, the material of this combat suit is really bad, it doesn't show off my figure at all, but it feels pretty good to the touch, at least a C-cup. Her legs are also very long, with perfect proportions. No wonder she has such a fiery temper. As Lin Fan inspected the goods, he made comments with great seriousness, just like a seasoned lecher inspecting goods. This review experience is much more exciting than those so-called 4K high-definition videos online. I don't know how much time passed. Qin Yalan slowly woke up. The first moment she regained consciousness, she felt not pain, but an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. With his body brimming with supernatural power and his spirits high, the fatigue from the previous battle was completely swept away. She could even clearly feel that her strength had improved by more than one level compared to before. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, memories from before she fell into a coma flooded back like a tidal wave. The collapsed factory, the dark space, the burning body temperature, and that domineering and suffocating kiss. Boom! Qin Yalan's cheeks instantly turned as red as if they were about to bleed. That was her first kiss. She suddenly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Lin Fan's face with a wicked smile, right in front of her. And she, like a kitten, was curled up in his arms. His hand was still placed where it shouldn't have been. Ah! A short, sharp scream. Qin Yalan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly strained, trying to break free from the embrace that filled her with shame and indignation. Awake? Lin Fan casually withdrew his hand. Don't move around. It's a small place. I won't be responsible if you bump your head. His words reminded Qin Yalan. She then realized that the space they were in was extremely cramped. Even though she tried her best to shrink back, her back quickly hit the cold wall, and she couldn't create any distance between herself and Lin Fan. The two remained pressed tightly together. She could even feel the temperature emanating from the other person, a temperature that made her heart race. You can't escape it, and you can't avoid it. This feeling drove her crazy. In the end, Qin Yalan had no choice but to give up struggling, turn around in shame and indignation, and face Lin Fan with her back to him without saying a word. She dared not look at him anymore, nor did she want to speak to him again. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back and would slap this bastard who had taken advantage of her to death. Just as the awkward atmosphere was about to freeze. Hey! Is anyone inside? Qin Yalan. Lin Fan. Are you there? Outside, the faint sounds of teachers and students shouting could be heard. Rescue has arrived. Qin Yalan was overjoyed, but then a sudden, inexplicable panic washed over her. To be seen with this bastard in this position. She couldn't bear to think about it anymore. I'm here. Dig carefully. Soon, a rumbling sound came from overhead, as if large machinery was clearing the rubble. The stones were moved aside one by one, and a ray of light shone in, dispelling the darkness. When the ruins were completely cleared, the rescue team and the teachers and students who rushed to the scene witnessed this unforgettable moment. In the cramped triangular space, Lin Fan sat lazily, while Qin Yalan, the most arrogant A-level genius of Jiangcheng Academy and the eldest daughter of the Qin family, was slightly disheveled, her face flushed, curled up beside him with her back to him, like a wrong little wife. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Especially Wang Tang's two henchmen, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He's not dead? Not only did he not die, but judging from the situation, something else actually happened? How is that possible? A C-rank berserk earth dragon lizard. Enough to destroy half a factory. How did these two people survive? On the other side of the crowd, a tall, handsome young man with an arrogant demeanor was walking briskly towards them. It was Wang Tang, the student council president. As soon as he arrived, he witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen in horror. He was already furious about the foolish plan his two subordinates had devised on their own. He had no problem with messing with Lin Fan, but what if Qin Yalan got hurt? She was the woman Wang Tang had his eye on. Although Qin Yalan doesn't appear to be injured, her shy yet angry expression, along with Lin Fan's smug demeanor, is constantly stimulating his nerves. A lone man and woman, alone in the ruins, their clothes disheveled. In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through his mind, each one making him feel as if he had been bullied. Wang Teng's handsome face instantly contorted, his fists clenched so tightly at his sides that they cracked. A chilling killing intent locked onto Lin Fan without any attempt at concealment. Chapter 8, The Correct Use of Level E? Beyond the ruins, a deathly silence spreads. All eyes were fixed on that small triangular space. Lin Fan sat lazily back. And Qin Yalan, curled up beside him, her face flushed and her clothes slightly disheveled. This image is incredibly evocative and impactful. Especially Wang Tang. He felt like his lungs were about to be burned through by rage. His handsome face was twisted with jealousy, and the chilling killing intent emanating from him almost froze the air. The woman he set his sights on, Qin Yalan, whom he considered his own possession. I've actually been alone with an E-level piece of trash in a closed space for so long. And she's even putting on this girlish act. Lin Fan. The two words were squeezed out from between Wang Tang's teeth, carrying a chilling intent. He lifted his foot to step forward. Wang Tang, please calm down. A loud, clear shout rang out, and Zhao Guoqiang, the teacher of the supernatural ability practice class, stepped forward and blocked Wang Tang's path. His face was serious, and his eyes were sharp as he stared at Wang Tang. This is a rescue scene. All students, step back and do not obstruct the teacher's work. Behind Zhao Guoqiang, several school leaders and teachers also cast warning glances at him. In front of so many teachers and elders, no matter how arrogant Wang Tang was, he dared not openly make a move. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and his chest heaved violently. He gave Lin Fan a deep look, his eyes filled with resentment and a determination to kill. Then, without saying a word, he suddenly turned around, pushed through the crowd, and strode away. Seeing this, the two lackeys were terrified. They glared at Lin Fan with resentment and hurriedly scrambled after him. An impending conflict was forcibly suppressed. Lin Fan, however, didn't care at all. He even had the composure to flash a bright, sunny smile at Wang Tang's departing figure. Hey, how long are you planning to keep lying on top of me? Lin Fan lowered his head and spoke to the red-haired girl who had her back to him. The rescue team is here. If you don't get up soon, people will think I've done something to you. Qin Yalan's body stiffened abruptly. She then seemed to wake from a dream, and almost crawled out of the corner that made her both ashamed and angry, using both her hands and feet. Upon seeing the light of day again, she found the gazes around her more unbearable than the darkness. She dared not look anyone in the eye, especially at the fascinating expressions on her classmates' faces. Qin, Lin, are you all right? Go to the infirmary for a full checkup. Zhao Guoqiang walked over, his tone filled with concern and surprise. I'm fine. Qin Yalan lowered her head, her voice barely audible, and then quickly left without looking back. That figure, no matter how you look at it, exudes an air of fleeing in panic. Lin Fan patted his butt, stood up, stretched, and moved his back, which was numb from being hit by the rock. Teacher, I'm fine, I'm just a little hungry, he said with a grin. Zhao Guoqiang's lips twitched as he looked at his carefree attitude, but in the end he just waved his hand. Get him checked right away. This heinous incident, which occurred during a practical class at the start of the semester, swept through the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 superpower university like a storm. The eye of the storm was neither the seriously injured students nor the destroyed factory buildings. It was a corpse. The corpse of a mid-level C-rank alien beast, a berserk earth dragon lizard. When the rescue team used heavy machinery to dig the enormous creature out from under the rubble, all the teachers present fell silent. The body was intact. Apart from the penetrating wound on his abdomen caused by high-temperature burns, there were almost no fatal external injuries. However, its limbs, skull, and even spine all have varying degrees of fractures and damage, as if they have been repeatedly struck by an invisible giant hammer. After a preliminary examination by a forensic expert, a conclusion was reached that shocked everyone. The fatal wound to this mid-level C-rank berserk earth dragon lizard was indeed the fire attack on its abdomen. But what truly caused its death was exhaustion. Before it died, it engaged in prolonged, high-intensity strenuous exercise, which completely exhausted its physical strength. The final impact occurred when it was on the verge of physical and mental collapse, which is why it was crushed to death by the collapsing factory. In other words, it was plagued to death. Upon hearing this conclusion, the atmosphere in the school's leadership meeting room became extremely tense. You have all read Qin Yalan's statement. The principal, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, tapped his fingers on the table. According to her, before she exhausted her superpowers, it was Lin Fan who used his speed and judgment of the terrain to hold back the Earth Dragon Lizard for more than 10 minutes. An E-level super energy to restrain a mid-level C-level alien beast? Principal, that sounds like a fantasy. A head of the teaching department frowned, his face full of disbelief. But the facts are right in front of us. Zhao Guoqiang placed a report on the table. The autopsy report of the Earth Dragon also corroborates this. The multiple bone fractures on its body are consistent with the characteristics of high-speed impact with a hard object. Xin Yalan also admitted that it was Lin Fan who lured the Earth Dragon Lizard to repeatedly crash into the load-bearing column on the machine tool, which eventually exhausted its strength and caused the decisive collapse. The meeting room was silent. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes reflecting the same shock and bewilderment. E-level super energy. This superpower, widely considered the most useless, only shines in certain special service industries. Its correct usage is actually this? In human physical endurance, unbelievable reaction speed, plus a brain that's smart enough, calm enough, and daring enough to take action. When you put these together, it seems to make some sense. Cough. The principal cleared his throat, breaking the silence. In any case, Xin Yalan and Lin Fan both demonstrated a level of calmness and wisdom far beyond their peers in this incident. After deliberation by the school committee, it has been decided to award the two individuals with Grade A contribution credits. As for the investigation report, he paused for a moment, then made his final decision. It can be characterized as a perfect collaboration between an A-level genius and an E-level support, creating a miracle of defeating a player of a higher level. We must vigorously promote this team spirit of unity and cooperation, which does not judge heroes by their level. This conclusion was quickly disseminated throughout the entire campus in the form of an official announcement. The incident caused an uproar. Lin Fan's name once again became the talk of the school. But this time, instead of the jeers of the chosen one, there were complex discussions mixed with surprise, doubt, and awe. Meanwhile, Xin Yalan, the other protagonist in the incident, also underwent a dramatic change in her attitude towards Lin Fan. She no longer deliberately avoided Lin Fan. The next day, when Lin Fan was getting food in the cafeteria, a plate was slammed onto the table opposite him. Lin Fan looked up and saw Xin Yalan's face, which still carried a hint of arrogance but had lost much of its hostility. "What are you looking at? Do you own the school cafeteria? Can't I sit here?" The young lady's tone was still as sharp as ever. Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything, continuing to eat his rice. Xin Yalan sat down but didn't touch her chopsticks. Instead, she secretly glanced at Lin Fan out of the corner of her eye. This guy is only an E rank, so why does he have such courage and skill? That kiss. Why did the energy he transferred loosen his own ability bottleneck? Countless questions swirled in her mind, making her restless. Finally, she couldn't resist anymore. She poked at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks and asked casually, "Hey, your super energy, is it really just good energy? Otherwise what?" Lin Fan raised his head and looked at her with a half smile. "What other features would you like? How about I come to your dorm tonight and show you some other uses?" Rogue. Xin Yalan's face flushed red again. She stood up abruptly, picked up her almost untouched plate, and fled once more. Watching her hurried departure, Lin Fan's smile deepened. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner not far from the cafeteria, a cold gaze had taken in everything. Su Qingxue ate the vegetables on her plate in small bites, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. She saw Xin Yalan take the initiative to find Lin Fan, saw them talk, and saw Xin Yalan run away with a blush on her face. Lin Fan, on the other hand, wore a smile that inexplicably made her heart race. A strange, bittersweet feeling quietly crept into my heart. My heart was gently wrapped, feeling a bit stuffy and suffocating. Why? Why do I feel so uncomfortable when I see him talking to other girls? She doesn't understand. But for the first time, her family's teachings to purify her mind and reduce her desires began to waver. She wanted to know the answer. The answer lies with that boy named Lin Fan. Chapter 9: The Iceberg School Beauty's Invitation, the breathing sounds in the library. That feeling of unease lingered in Su Qingxue's heart for several days. She found herself uncontrollably searching for a figure with her eyes. In the corridor. On the playground. The tree-lined path leading to the teaching building. Every time her gaze fell upon Lin Fan, that indescribable pull became exceptionally clear. My heart skipped a beat. And whenever she saw Xin Yalan appearing beside Lin Fan again and again, using all sorts of lame excuses to strike up a conversation with him, a sour, suffocating feeling would appear on cue. She didn't like this feeling. From childhood, she was taught to control her emotions and to remain calm and composed. Her S-rank frost ability is directly linked to her emotional fluctuations. Any intense emotion could lead to loss of control over superpowers. But now, her heart is in turmoil like never before because of a boy in the E-class. Dodging is useless. The irresistible allure of the opening ceremony has already proven this. Then, all we can do is face it. Su Qingxue put down the book in her hand. A resolute glint flashed in those clear, deep eyes. My inner voice told me to approach him and find out what was going on. Then let's go. In the afternoon, at the library, Lin Fan was idly flipping through a book called Illustrated Compendium of Mythical Beasts, Beginner's Guide. There was also a book called Precautions for Beginners with Superpowers next to it. Ever since that day when he teamed up with Qin Yalan to play to death a sea-great earth dragon lizard, he realized that the physical strength brought by super energy and the system's replication ability alone were not enough. Knowledge is also power. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Moreover, he is now a near-level fire ability user. Even if it's only at the beginner level, he still needs to learn how to use it, right? The library was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of turning pages and the occasional soft footsteps. Lin Fan was engrossed in watching when he suddenly felt the light around him dim. A figure sat down next to him. A refreshing and pleasant fragrance, like that of a pine forest after a snowfall, quietly entered my nostrils. Lin Fan subconsciously turned his head. What catches the eye is a profile that is so perfect it's beyond reproach. Her skin was as white as snow, her nose was high and straight, and her long eyelashes hung quietly. Her long, smooth, jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. It's her. Su Qingxue, an S-class ice-cold school beauty. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew, of course, that this was the succubus system's irresistible attraction halo working continuously. But he still didn't expect that this icy beauty would actually take the initiative to sit down next to him. This is Su Qingxue. She is universally recognized as the most beautiful flower on the mountain. It is said that in the first week after enrollment, not a single boy took the initiative to talk to her, because her aura of keeping strangers at bay was just too strong. At this moment, many students who were reading in the library had already noticed the commotion. A variety of gazes, some surprised, some envious, and some incredulous, focused on them. Lin Fan could even hear gasps of shock coming from not far away. Su Qingxue seemed oblivious to the stares around her. She took a thick, dark blue hardcover book out of her bag and quietly placed it on the table. Then, she turned her head and looked at Lin Fan. Those clear, cold eyes were like two of the purest obsidian, without a trace of impurity, staring straight at him. Hello. His voice, like his personality, was clear and cool, like a mountain stream. Hello. Lin Fan suppressed his surprise and put on what he considered to be his most amiable smile. Su, is there something you need? Su Qingxue nodded, her expression very serious. I have a question for you. Speaking. On the day of the opening ceremony. She spoke slowly, but each word was clear. Why did my heart beat so fast and my face feel so hot when you were standing on the stage? Puff. Lin Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Big sister. That's way too direct. Is it appropriate to ask such a private question in a public setting, using such a serious academic tone? He could feel that the jaws of the classmates around him who were eavesdropping had dropped to the ground. Looking into Su Qingxue's pure and innocent eyes, full of curiosity, Lin Fan knew that he absolutely couldn't use the same tactics he used to flirt with Qin Yalan to deal with her. That arrogant young lady is all talk and no action. The more you tease her, the bigger her reaction becomes. The person in front of me probably wouldn't even know what teasing means for a long time. She's like a blank sheet of paper. Whatever you draw on her, she'll believe. Lin Fan's mind raced, and a perfect excuse came to mind. He cleared his throat, leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and spoke in a mysterious tone. Because there is a special bond between us. Bonds? Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled slightly. This word was clearly beyond her everyday understanding. Right. Lin Fan was talking nonsense with a straight face. You can think of it as the guidance of fate. Among thousands of people, the fact that we can attract each other is a miracle in itself. Don't you think? Any normal girl would probably think he's a charlatan if she heard him spouting these mystical words. But Su Qingxing listened with unusual seriousness. Guidance from fate. Miracle. These words held a novel and incomprehensible magic for her. She was instilled with data, logic, and control from a young age, and no one had ever talked to her about such emotional topics. She looked into Lin Fan's eyes, and those eyes seemed to hold a deep starry sky, making her believe him without even realizing it. Is that so? She murmured softly, as if trying to convince herself. Certainly. Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot. So it's normal that you have special feelings for me. I feel the same way about you. His last words were spoken with exceptional sincerity. Su Qingshue's heart began to beat faster once again, much to her dismay. So, he felt the same way about me? This discovery instantly dissipated most of the vexation and bitterness that had been lingering in her heart. Instead, there was an unprecedented, light and blissful feeling. She looked at Lin Fan, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up into a tiny arc. Although it was fleeting, the moment when the iceberg melted and the snow lotus bloomed still stirred Lin Fan's heart, who had been watching this scene. Holy crap! This S-class iceberg smile is incredibly destructive. That. Su Qingxue seemed to want to ask something more. Shoo! Lin Fan suddenly raised a finger to his lips and winked at her. The secrets of fate cannot be revealed too much. We only need to follow our inner feelings, and that will suffice. He started spouting nonsense again. But Su Qingxue seemed to fall for this trick. She nodded as if she understood, and didn't ask any more questions. She just sat there quietly and opened her book. Neither of them spoke again. But a wonderful atmosphere was quietly flowing between them. Lin Fan continued reading his illustrated compendium of strange beasts. Su Qingxue was looking at her book with a dark blue cover. The book is titled The Dialectical Relationship Between Emotional Control and Supernatural Stability. Lin Fan glanced at the book title out of the corner of his eye and almost burst out laughing. Goodness, this is a clash between theoretical and practical studies. He was reading his book. She reads her book. Sunlight streamed in through the window, elongating their shadows and making them intertwine. The only sounds in the air were the turning of pages and the clearly audible, gradually synchronized breathing of the two people. For Lin Fan, this was a novel experience. There was no teasing, no bickering, just sitting quietly like this, yet I felt exceptionally comfortable and relaxed. This icy beauty seems to have a unique charm. Time slipped away little by little in this tranquil yet ambiguous atmosphere. Until a familiar voice, suppressing anger, rang out not far away. Lin Fan. When Lin Fan looked up, he saw Qin Yalan standing gracefully outside the rows of bookshelves. She stood with her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes practically spitting fire. Today I changed into a red sports skirt, showing off my long, straight legs, radiating energy. But at this moment, her pretty face was filled with the expression "I'm very unhappy." She spent most of the afternoon looking for this guy. So, he actually had a date with Su Qingxue here? A man and a woman sitting so close together, yet they acted as if everything was peaceful and idyllic. An unnamed anger, mixed with a sense of grievance that she herself couldn't understand, surged into her heart in an instant. Chapter 10, The First Signs of a Battlefield? Qin Yalan felt like smoke was coming out of the top of her head. A fire was burning in her chest, causing pain to her internal organs. It's anger. It's jealousy. There was also a sense of grievance that made her nose sting. That bastard. That shameless scoundrel. A few days ago, in the ruins, he stole her first kiss and groped her. These past 2 days, he's been haunting me again in the cafeteria. It made her very upset. I can't even eat well. I can't sleep well. And what was the result? In the blink of an eye, he had gotten involved with Su Qingxue. That aloof goddess of the whole school. Qin Yalan's eyes stung as she watched the scene not far away. The two sat side by side, the afternoon sun shining gently on them through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Fan tilted his head, seemingly saying something. Su Qingxue, the perpetually aloof and indifferent iceberg who showed no interest in anything, was now sitting quietly beside him. She even put down the book in her hand, and the lines of her profile seemed to soften a lot. On what grounds? The thought popped up out of nowhere, startling Qin Yalan herself. But she didn't have time to think about it further. A bellyful of anger needs an outlet. Lin Fan. She walked over with heavy steps. The heels of the high-heeled ankle boots tapped against the polished floor, making a tap, tap, tap sound, each tap like an angry war drum. Her voice was full of gunpowder, instantly shattering the tranquility of the library. Swish. All the students around turned their gazes toward him. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. This is going to be interesting. A rank flame princess goes up against S-rank ice queen. The trigger that ignited all of this was none other than the unremarkable E-rank Lin Fan. What an incredible plot! Has the legendary chosen male escort begun to exert his power? Faced with this sudden storm, Lin Fan simply raised his head slowly. Looking at Qin Yalan, who was menacing and seemed about to breathe fire, he not only showed no fear, but the corners of his mouth even curled up in a smile. Here it comes. A classic chaotic scene. Before he could speak, Su Qingxue beside him put down her book first. Her cool, clear eyes looked at Qin Yalan, her gaze filled with a pure confusion. Qin, do you need to see Lin Fan for something? This is a library, so please keep quiet. She was simply stating a fact. But to Qin Yalan, this calm tone was full of a declaration of sovereignty. What does "do you need Lin Fan's help" mean? You talk as if you know him very well. Whether I need his help or not is none of your business. Qin Yalan's temper flared even more. She stepped forward and stood directly in front of the two of them at the table. He slammed his hands on the table with a loud thud. She stared down at Lin Fan with a look that seemed to want to devour him whole. I'm asking you a question. What are you and her doing here so suspiciously? This posture makes her look just like a wife who has come to catch her husband cheating. Lin Fan leaned back lazily in his chair, leisurely enjoying the scene before him. One is as passionate as fire. A cold and aloof person. One of them was baring its teeth and claws, just like a cat that had been provoked. One remained calm and unperturbed, as if detached from the situation. Wow, that's a real treat for the eyes. He loves watching women argue. Qin, we didn't do anything. Lin Fan spread his hands innocently. It's just about sitting together, reading books, and exchanging learning experiences. Why are you reacting so strongly? Anyone who didn't know better would think you're my girlfriend. Who is your girlfriend? Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yalan's cheeks flushed bright red instantly. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. She felt both ashamed and angry. She pointed at Lin Fan's nose, her finger trembling slightly. You scoundrel! You stay away from Su. Don't corrupt her. She tried to position herself as protecting Su Qingxue in order to seize the moral high ground. However, Su Qingxue completely deviated from the expected pattern. She glanced at the furious Qin Yalan, then at Lin Fan with a wicked grin. Then, in her cool yet earnest tone, she slowly began to speak. He didn't lead me astray. We are just discussing the bonds of fate. Puff. Lin Fan could no longer hold back, his shoulders heaving violently as he forced back his laughter. Qin Yalan, on the other hand, was completely petrified. What is that? A tether of fate. What kind of nonsense is this? Has Su Qingxue been bewitched by this guy? How could she say such shameless things? Qin Yalan felt like she had punched cotton. All the anger and questions were silenced by the casual phrase, the shackles of fate. She was holding it in so hard that her pretty face turned almost purple. Seeing Qin Yalan's adorable, defeated expression, Lin Fan felt the time was about right. He stood up. He naturally reached out and put his hand on Qin Yalan's shoulder. He gently pushed her aside, his tone carrying a hint of indulgent reproach. All right, Yalan, stop fooling around. A single word, Yalan. Qin Yalan's body stiffened instantly. My mind went completely blank. What did he call me? Yalan? The way she was addressed was so intimate that it made her feel flustered. Even her parents rarely called her that. Lin Fan didn't give her time to react, turning to Su Qingxue with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Su, that's just her temper. She's not a bad person, she just gets jealous easily. Please don't mind her. After saying that, he grabbed Qin Yalan's wrist, who was still in a malfunctioning state. Ignoring her struggles, they forcibly dragged her out of the library. Let's talk outside, so as not to disturb everyone's reading. As his warm hand grasped her wrist, Qin Yalan felt as if the heat was carrying an electric current, instantly coursing through her entire body. She felt weak all over and couldn't even muster the strength to resist. She drifted out of the library in a daze, like a puppet on a string, as Lin Fan pulled her along. Throughout the entire process, only two words were echoing wildly in her mind. Yalan. Jealous. Am I jealous? Because he saw him with Su Qingxue, he got jealous? This realization made her feel even more ashamed and terrified than being forcibly kissed by Lin Fan. The library was finally quiet again. Everyone watched Lin Fan and Qin Yalan leave with the eyes of someone looking at a deity. A Class E. He held the A-rank flame lady's hand with his left hand. He was flirting with the S-Class Ice Queen of the school with his right hand. They even successfully created a chaotic scene, but ultimately escaped unscathed. Is this guy even human? Su Qingxue sat quietly in place, watching the two figures disappear through the doorway. A subtle ripple flickered in her cool eyes. Jealousy. So, the intense emotions that Qin Yalan just displayed were called jealousy? Is it because you like Lin Fan that you get that feeling when you see him with other girls? That dull, uncomfortable feeling in my heart. Is it also because of jealousy? A new door was opened to the world of the Ice Queen School Beauty. She lowered her head and looked at the book on the table, the dialectical relationship between emotional control and supernatural stability. For the first time, she began to doubt the theories in the book. Perhaps some emotions don't necessarily need to be controlled. In the grove of trees outside the library, Lin Fan finally let go. Qin Yalan recoiled as if struck by lightning, quickly taking 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance from him. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye, her pretty face flushed red. What did you just call me? She stammered, her voice barely audible. Yalan. Lin Fan looked completely at ease. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Don't call me that. Qin Yalan suddenly looked up and roared, her voice sharp but her voice weak. Why? Lin Fan took a step forward, closing in on her, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You were just jealous because of me, so it's not too much for me to call you Yalan, is it? I don't. Qin Yalan retorted sharply, as if her sore spot had been hit. Who's jealous of you? I just can't stand seeing an E-level trash like you harassing Sue. Yeah? Lin Fan's smile became increasingly amused. Then why are you blushing? His heart was beating so fast, I could hear it even from 3 meters away. I was angry. Oh, you're so angry your face is red and your heart is pounding. You were so angry that you wouldn't let go of my hand when I was holding it? I don't. Seeing her adorable, stubborn yet guilty, and helpless appearance, Lin Fan was in a great mood. Just then, the system's cheerful voice rang in his mind. Ding! High-quality target Qin Yalan detected experiencing intense emotional fluctuations due to the host, jealousy. Ding! High-quality target Su Qingxue detected due to a change in the host's thinking, she has begun to confront her own emotions. Congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered a special scenario, the embryonic form of a chaotic battlefield. Reward, charm points plus 10. Special title obtained beginner, Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker Beginner. Wearing this title increases your success rate in flirting with the opposite sex by 10%, and there is a small chance that you will make the other person fall into a state of infatuation. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, there's an unexpected bonus. It seems we'll have to come to this hellish scene a few more times in the future. Chapter 11. Are you angry or not? Lin Fan was enjoying Qin Yalan's appearance, which was on the verge of fainting from shame and indignation, while the pleasant aftertaste of the system notification sound was still lingering in his mind. This feeling is wonderful. However, the next second, a chilling aura, carrying a palpable killing intent, descended from behind without warning. That wasn't the oppressive force of supernatural powers. That was pure malice, a desire to devour people alive. Lin Fan's smile faded slightly as he slowly turned around. At the entrance to the grove, 3 people were standing there. The leader was a tall boy in a crisp student council uniform. He was handsome and had a composed demeanor, but at that moment, his face was shrouded in an unyielding gloom. It was Wang Tang, the student council president. Behind him followed 2 students with imposing presence, clearly possessing extraordinary strength. They were likely his trusted underlings. Wang Tang's gaze was like 2 poisoned daggers, fixed firmly on Lin Fan. When his gaze swept over Qin Yalan, who was standing next to Lin Fan with a flushed face and her head down, not daring to look at anyone, his killing intent instantly intensified several times over. The air seemed to freeze under this murderous intent. The students who were watching the commotion from afar also sensed the terrifying atmosphere and fell silent, instinctively taking a few steps back. They knew that the real show was about to begin. Qin Yalan also felt the pressure. She suddenly raised her head and saw Wang Tang. The blush on her face instantly faded, replaced by disgust and wariness. Wang Tang? What are you doing here? Wang Tang didn't even look at her. His entire attention was focused on Lin Fan. At this moment, both old and new grudges completely ignited the volcano in his heart. In the ruins, he watched helplessly as Lin Fan and Qin Yalan, whose clothes were disheveled, were carried out. In the library, his informants reported in real time that Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were behaving intimately and chatting happily. And now, right here in this grove, he has witnessed Lin Fan and Qin Yalan being pulled and tugged together. Qin Yalan's appearance is clearly that of a shy young girl in love. On what grounds? Why should a genius at the peak of a level, the student council president, the heir of the Wang family, and a goddess who was cherished and pampered, be repeatedly defiled by an E-level good for nothing? You're Lin Fan? Wang Tang spoke, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a metallic, abrasive quality. He ignored Qin Yalan and walked straight toward Lin Fan, step by step. Boom! A terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a C-rank beast, erupted from him. The pressure of a peak A-rank beast, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down on Lin Fan alone. The surrounding air became viscous, and even the light seemed to dim. Some lower-level students who were nearby even felt short of breath and their legs went weak. This is the strength of a peak A-level expert. In the academy, apart from a handful of teachers, he was practically invincible. Qin Yalan staggered from the force of the attack, but her internal firepower activated automatically, allowing her to barely regain her balance. She was both shocked and furious. Wang Tang. Are you crazy? Do you want to start a fight at school? Wang Tang still ignored her. He just stared intently at Lin Fan, looking at the E-rank who was like an ant in his eyes, wanting to see him kneel down and beg for mercy, making a complete fool of himself. However, he was disappointed. Lin Fan stood still, without moving. The overwhelming aura pressed down on him, yet it felt like a gentle breeze. His clothes didn't even flutter. Wang Tang stopped in his tracks. How is that possible? How could an E-level be able to stand so straight under his imposing aura? Lin Fan was certainly not happy. The powerful physique brought by his super energy allowed him to withstand the pressure, but his internal organs also felt like they were being gripped by an invisible hand, which was very uncomfortable. However, appearances must be carefully observed. He even had the leisure to give Wang Tang a slightly provocative smile. That smile completely ignited Wang Tang's rationality. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Wang Tang let out a chilling laugh, every word filled with deep-seated contempt. A mere rank trash dares to lay a finger on Yalan? Who gave you the guts? Upon hearing this, Qin Yalan's face instantly turned bright red. I'm angry. What she hated most was Wang Tang's entitled attitude, treating her as his possession. Wang Tang. Who I'm with is none of your business. Don't flatter yourself. Without even thinking, she retorted. Even subconsciously, she wanted to protect the figure standing in front of her. Although this bastard is despicable, she just can't stand seeing Wang Tang humiliate her in public like this. However, she only got halfway through her sentence. Wang Tang suddenly turned his head, and a chilling gaze shot towards her. It was filled with undisguised possessiveness, warning, and a hint of ruthlessness at being disobeyed. Yalan, this is none of your business. Stand aside. Qin Yalan's words choked in her throat. She was stunned by Wang Tang's reaction. She loathed the feeling of being ordered around, but his ruthlessness left her speechless for a moment. Just when the atmosphere had reached its peak, a cool and aloof figure, yet capable of invigorating everyone present, appeared. Su Qingxue walked over from the direction of the library at a leisurely pace. She seemed to have just come out for some fresh air, but when she saw the tense scene in the grove, she paused. Her gaze swept over the furious Wang Tang, the troubled Qin Yalan, and the Lin Fan who was enveloped in oppressive aura. Then, without any hesitation, she took a step and walked straight towards Lin Fan. Everyone held their breath. Su Qingxue. The S-class ice queen of the school has actually come. And judging from the direction she's going, what is she planning to do? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qingxue walked to Lin Fan's side and stopped. She didn't say anything, she just stood there quietly. But this action itself is the most powerful statement. Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted. If Qin Yalan's defense of him just now angered him. Therefore, Su Qingxue's action was like a resounding slap across his face. Why? Even Su Qingxue? Lin Fan smiled. I actually laughed. He ignored Wang Tang's almost murderous gaze, turned around gracefully, and stood between Su Qingxue, who had just walked over, and Qin Yalan, who was still in a daze, amidst everyone's incredulous stares. On the left is the A-rank flame lady. On the right is the S-class ice queen. This scene is truly a masterpiece. Lin Fan had one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand he casually gestured, drawing the two stunningly beautiful girls beside him into his circle. He looked at Wang Tong, whose face was starting to turn pale, and slowly began to speak. "President Wang, take a look. They all seem to prefer to be closer to me." His tone was relaxed and carefree, yet carried a perfectly measured hint of boasting. "Are you angry?" These three words, seemingly light and airy, were like three of the sharpest knives, each one piercing Wang Tang's heart with unparalleled precision. "Are you angry or not?" He was furious. A rank-flame school beauty, for this good-for-nothing, publicly defied her. An S-class ice queen, for the sake of this good-for-nothing, took the initiative to stand up and confront him. And he himself was like a clown. All pride, all self-esteem, were trampled underfoot and crushed to dust at this moment by Lin Fan's casual remark. The students watching the spectacle were completely in an uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! That's a scene from the ages. An E-level student, with two campus beauties on either side, going head-to-head with the student council president? I've read this script. The protagonist is overpowered. Lin Fan. Give me back the life of the protagonist in my novel. Uncontrollable gasps and whispers blended into a cacophony of voices that clearly reached everyone's ears. These discussions became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Tang's face went from ashen to flushed, and finally turned into a hideous, liver-colored hue. He pointed intently at Lin Fan, his chest heaving violently, his reason completely destroyed by the raging fire in his eyes. "You! Try to find. Die!" A roar shook the leaves in the forest. Chapter 12. Chairman Wang, you are truly the catalyst for our relationship. Boom! The violent force, like a tangible wave, swept through the entire grove. Wang Tang's three words were almost roared out of his chest, each syllable carrying a ruthless ferocity that seemed to want to tear a person apart. However, faced with this almost boiling killing intent, Lin Fan simply lazily raised his hand and picked at his ear. He blew non-existent dust off his fingers, looking disgusted. Loudness doesn't mean you're right, Chairman Wang. That's called impotent rage, you understand? A seemingly innocuous remark can strike a chord more deeply than the most vicious curse. You. Wang Tang's anger was choked by these words, and he was so angry that he was about to explode on the spot. Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to continue his outburst. Instead, he flashed a bright smile and glanced at the two stunningly beautiful girls beside him. "But then again, I'm actually quite grateful to you. If you hadn't come to cause trouble time and time again, my relationship with Yalan and Xing Shui wouldn't have developed so quickly." Yalan? Clearing snow? These two overly affectionate nicknames exploded like two bombshells in the minds of everyone around them. Xin Yalan's body stiffened abruptly. Su Qingshue's long eyelashes, which had been hanging down, trembled almost imperceptibly. Wang Tang was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Before he could even process the humiliation of that title, Lin Fan's next words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Lin Fan deliberately turned to the side, raised his chin in Xin Yalan's direction, and looked at Wang Tang. "Look, Yalan is worried about me." Her face has turned pale. After saying that, he turned to Su Qingxue on the other side. "Qingxue also came out of the library specifically for me." He shrugged and gave Wang Tang, whose face had turned purplish red, a sincere smile. "President Wang, you are truly the catalyst for our relationship. A great contributor." This series of actions was executed flawlessly, accompanied by a string of witty remarks. Some of the students watching the commotion couldn't hold back their laughter. Although they quickly covered their mouths, their shrugging shoulders were undoubtedly the biggest mockery of Wang Tang. Xin Yalan was both ashamed and angry by Lin Fan's words. That bastard. Who's worried about him? She wanted to retort, but the words wouldn't come out. Because what Lin Fan said seemed to be true. When she saw Wang Tang using that terrifying aura to intimidate Lin Fan, her heart clenched. She instinctively wanted to stand up and protect him. Why is this happening? Could it be because he saved me in the ruins? Yes. That must be it. This is just repaying a debt of gratitude. I'm simply returning a favor. There's absolutely no other intention behind it. Xin Yalan frantically tried to find reasons for herself in her mind, but the burning heat in her ears couldn't lie. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was lost in another strange thought. Clear snow. He called me Qingxue. It's a strange feeling. From childhood to adulthood, apart from her closest family members, no one had ever called her by such an affectionate name. According to social etiquette, this is impolite when you have just met someone. But why is it that when he says it, instead of feeling disgusted, I feel a warm and comfortable feeling in my heart? Is this a bond? It turns out that the bonds of fate can create a special resonance even in small things like how people address each other. That's amazing. I want to experience more. The inner world of the icy school beauty is being gradually pried open by Lin Fan in a way that she cannot understand at all. Watching the two girls' completely different yet equally brilliant reactions, and seeing Wang Tang's face contorted with extreme anger and humiliation, Lin Fan felt extremely happy. Wang Tang has finally reached the breaking point. Catalyst? A great contributor? This is no longer a provocation, it's like pressing his face to the ground and grinding it back and forth with the sole of a shoe. Lin Fan. Wang Tang's eyes turned bloodshot, and his Pika-level superpower began to uncontrollably condense on his body surface, with crackling electric arcs even appearing in the air. He's really going to make a move. At this critical moment, a majestic and powerful aura emanated from the direction of the teaching building, instantly enveloping the area. Who dares to use supernatural powers to suppress others in the academy? Do they all want to end up in solitary confinement? It's the Dean of Students. That aura was at least that of a high-level, highly skilled B-rank cultivator. The tense atmosphere was instantly extinguished by this loud shout. The energy that was about to erupt from Wang Tang was forcefully suppressed by him. He may not care about the students, but he cannot disregard the school's teachers, especially the head of teaching, who is known for his impartiality. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his chest heaving violently, like a wild beast imprisoned in a cage. He knew that he couldn't make a move today. But the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish but increased, turning into a colder and more vicious resentment. Wang Tang slowly withdrew his aura. He straightened his crisp student council uniform, as if he weren't the one who had just lost his temper and acted out of control. He sized Lin Fan up and down with a venomous gaze. Lin Fan, you've got guts. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. After saying that, he ignored Lin Fan and turned to all the students watching. In an unquestionable tone befitting a student council president, he announced with a cold smile. As the student council president, I will personally oversee the upcoming end-of-month assessment. I will pay special attention to the performance of certain E-level students, to ensure that our college's assessments are absolutely fair and impartial. He emphasized the words fairness and justice very heavily. Everyone present understood the subtext of those words. This is a blatant threat. He wanted to use his position as student council president to make things difficult for Lin Fan during the end-of-month evaluation. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Having offended the student council president, Lin Fan is probably doomed. Xin Yalan's expression changed as well. She wanted to say something, but Lin Fan stopped her with a look. Just as Wang Tang finished announcing all this, basking in the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, the system's cheerful, somewhat inappropriate voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully escalated the conflict with the major villain Wang Tang, attracting public attention. Main quest begins, the assessment showdown. Task objective, achieve an overwhelmingly superior result in the end-of-month assessment 1 month from now, a result that will silence everyone. Bonus task, before the end-of-month assessment, achieve at least the hug level of intimacy with the high-quality target Su Qingxue. Task rewards, depends on completion rate, but the rewards are generous. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Goodness. When you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. I was just looking for a chance to show off my newly acquired near-level fire ability, and here it is. There are also additional tasks. Embrace Su Qingxue? He liked this task. Seeing Wang Tang's confident and self-assured expression, as if he had Wang Tang's Achilles heel, Lin Fan smiled. He took a step forward, meeting everyone's gaze, and responded loudly. Okay, I'll take the challenge. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. I hope Chairman Wang won't be crying then. After saying that, he stopped looking at Wang Tang's astonished face and turned his head to cast a meaningful gaze at Su Qingxue, who had been standing quietly beside him. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She clearly felt that she had also been caught in the eye of the storm that was about to begin, a storm called the assessment. Moreover, she did not resist. Chapter 13 Iceberg and Blazing Fire, a late-night visit brings warmth. Only after Wang Tang's figure disappeared at the end of the grove did the heavy sense of oppression slowly dissipate. His words, however, hung over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. The students watching exchanged complex messages, and whispers arose again, but soon, everyone wisely dispersed like birds and beasts. The excitement was over, but no one wanted to share the consequences of offending the student council president. Soon, the once noisy grove was left with only Lin Fan, Qin Yalan, and Su Qingxue. The atmosphere became subtly awkward for a moment. Lin Fan prepared to return to his dormitory to thoroughly study the newly acquired task. Etc. Qin Yalan called out to him. She walked a few steps to Lin Fan, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed tightly, and her cheeks, which had been flushed with shame and anger, were now somewhat pale. Don't take this lightly, Wang Tang is ruthless. She spoke quickly, with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. His family has a deep connection in the military. He definitely has the ability to interfere with the regional allocation for the end-of-month assessment. It would be a piece of cake for him to assign you to the deepest, most dangerous sea-level rifts, where you would encounter beasts far beyond what an E-level beast could handle. These words also explain why she, an A-level heiress, was entangled with by Wang Tang for so long. Her family's concerns prevented her from completely breaking off relations. Looking at her worried expression, Lin Fan felt not nervous at all, but rather found it somewhat amusing. He suddenly took a step forward. The distance between the two instantly shrank to less than a fist's width. Qin Yalan was startled and instinctively tried to back away, but Lin Fan beat her to it and whispered in her ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing a slight tickle. What? You're already starting to worry about your future husband? Boom! Qin Yalan's mind went blank for a moment, and then all the blood rushed to her head. Who was worried about you? You bastard! Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, she shoved Lin Fan away abruptly, her fur standing on end. You deserve to die. She left behind this fierce but cowardly remark, not daring to look at Lin Fan again, turned around, stopped her feet, and ran away without looking back. Watching her flee in panic, Lin Fan's mood soared even higher. Teasing a haughty young lady is indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue, who had been standing quietly to the side the whole time. Thank you for today, Su. Su Qingxue shook her head, her clear eyes fixed on Lin Fan, and said earnestly. There is a bond of fate between us. It's the right thing to do to help you. She seemed to be a firm believer in this theory. Lin Fan. This girl actually believed it? Do you know that you're very easy to fool? Fortunately, it's him. We can just discipline him a little later. That night, in the boys' dormitory. Lin Fan had just finished showering and was shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts, pondering the additional task issued by the system. Within a month, his intimacy level with Su Qingxue reached the hug level. This task is challenging, but he likes it. How can I naturally and effortlessly hug the aloof school beauty? This is a technical job. Is the idea to design a scene where a hero saves a damsel in distress and then naturally hugs her? Or should we find an opportunity to play a game, and the punishment for losing is a hug? Thump, thump, thump. Just as Lin Fan's thoughts were wandering, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. Who could it be so late? Lin Fan walked over with some doubt and opened the door. The person standing outside the door startled him for a moment. It's Qin Yalan. She changed out of her athletic outfit and into a cute pink tracksuit. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, making her look less flamboyant during the day and more innocent and domestic. She was carrying an exquisitely packaged gift bag with the logo of Jiangcheng's most famous dessert shop printed on it. She turned her head to one side, seemingly studying the patterns on the corridor wall, but refused to look at Lin Fan. This is for you. She handed him the bag, still not looking at him, and said in a stiff tone. You being targeted by that guy Wang Tang today is? I also bear some responsibility for that. Plus, you saved me from the ruins, even if your actions were a bit excessive. Ahem, so consider this compensation. Don't overthink it. She finished speaking in one breath, as if she were completing some arduous task. This tsundere attitude is just so adorable. Lin Fan was just about to tease her a bit and enjoy watching her blush and get flustered. However, he didn't have a chance to speak. At the other end of the corridor, a solitary figure approached from afar. It is Su Qingxue. She had also changed out of her school uniform and was wearing an elegant white dress. Her long, black hair was draped over her shoulders, and under the dim light of the corridor, she exuded an ethereal aura. She was also holding a light blue thermos in her hand. She walked slowly to the door of Lin Fan's dormitory and stopped. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze instantly. Xin Yalan finally turned her head around, and when she saw Su Qingxue suddenly appear, she froze. Su Qingxue didn't look at her, her cold eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. She handed over the thermos in her hand and spoke in her usual calm voice. I stumbled upon a recipe while scrolling through my phone. This is called calming and mind concentrating soup. Long-term use helps the body maintain its optimal condition and is also beneficial for the stability of supernatural abilities. I made an extra one. A rank flame lady sends expensive desserts late at night as compensation. An S-class ice queen personally cooked and served a mind-calming and spirit-concentrating soup to aid in cultivation. The two met unexpectedly at the entrance of Lin Fan's dormitory. On one side were scorching flames. On one side was frozen frost. This narrow corridor instantly transformed into a top-tier battleground. Xin Yalan looked at Su Qingxue, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed in a frown, filled with vigilance and hostility. What's wrong with this guy? It's one thing to flirt with Lin Fan in the library during the day, but now, in the middle of the night, she's bringing soup over again? Isn't she the school's famous, aloof beauty who keeps strangers at bay? How did she suddenly become so close to Lin Fan, this E-level trash? Su Qingxue, on the other hand, calmly looked at Xin Yalan. Although she had no expression, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees. Her brain was working at lightning speed. Online relationship analysis articles say that boys are happy when girls are jealous of them. Is Xin Yalan's current behavior simply jealousy? Should I deliberately imitate her and show that I'm unhappy? In this way, will my bond with Lin Fan become even deeper? Just as the two girls were lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere became extremely tense, Lin Fan smiled. He took the bag of desserts from Xin Yalan's hand with a completely natural movement. With his other hand, he took the thermos cup that Su Qingxue handed him. Oh dear, everyone is so concerned about me, I'm so embarrassed. He spoke with a grin, breaking the awkwardness and confrontation with a single sentence. Why don't you all come in and have a seat? Snort! Snort! Two completely different voices, yet they both uttered the same syllable. Xin Yalan glared fiercely at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue returned her a cool and indifferent gaze. Then, the two once again demonstrated amazing tacit understanding, turning around at the same time and leaving in two different directions down the corridor without looking back. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, watching their disappearing figures. He opened the thermos and took a sip of the warm soup. It tastes sweet and refreshing, with a hint of herbal fragrance, which is indeed calming. He then took out a delicate mousse cake from the bag and took a big bite. The sweetness of the cream melted instantly in my mouth. The atmosphere before the big battle was really interesting. Chapter 14: The Deception of Fate. The next day. The morning sunlight filters through the gaps in the tree-lined path, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lin Fan was walking leisurely towards the basic training ground. The calming soup he had drunk yesterday had an unusually good effect. He felt refreshed and even less concerned about the trouble that was about to come. Then, he saw that figure. Su Qingxue. She was wearing a well-fitting pure white training uniform, her long black hair tied into a neat high ponytail, and she was walking from another intersection, her destination also seemingly the training ground. She walked with great focus, seemingly lost in thought, and didn't notice him. Is this considered a chance encounter? Lin Fan didn't believe it. After what happened last night, the probability of such a coincidence was infinitesimally close to zero. He stopped and, instead of avoiding the conversation, took the initiative to speak. Good morning, Su. Su Qingxue paused for a moment, then looked up. Her pure eyes seemed to flash with a glimmer of light when she saw that it was Lin Fan. Good morning, she replied softly, walking up to him and stopping. The two were 3 steps apart, which is a standard social safety distance. But Lin Fan did not intend to maintain this distance. To complete his mission, he must take the initiative and bring the relationship between the two people from the vague theory of fateful entanglement into real-world contact. Thank you for the soup last night. Lin Fan thanked him first, then changed the subject, his face becoming serious, as if discussing a major academic topic. Regarding the bond of fate between us, I made some new discoveries after I went back. A new discovery? Su Qingxue's curiosity was piqued. She tilted her head slightly, and her ponytail swayed gently. Lin Fan took a step forward, reducing the distance between them to 2 steps. Before I tell you about my discovery, I need to show you something first. As he spoke, he extended his right hand. Su Qingxue's gaze fell on his slender fingers, somewhat puzzled. The next second, a cluster of orange-red flames suddenly sprang from Lin Fan's fingertips, burning quietly in the morning air and radiating scorching heat. Su Qingshue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. For the first time, a clear look of surprise appeared in her usually calm and collected eyes. Fire powers? Isn't he an E-level super energy? It's not uncommon for a person to possess two completely different superpowers, but these are extremely rare cases, 1 in a million. Each one is recorded by the Superpower Association and studied in detail. Moreover, Lin Fan's second superpower was not detected during the testing at the opening ceremony. This indicates that he acquired his fire-based abilities after that. This completely overturns existing theories of superpower awakening. Su Qingshue's heart was in turmoil, but she did not inquire about the origin of this supernatural ability. She simply watched the cluster of flames quietly, and then looked at Lin Fan. In her opinion, he had become stronger, which was a good thing. As for the reason, perhaps this is one of the miracles brought about by the bond of fate? She's already started making excuses for herself. But isn't the bond with her, Su Qingxue? Why did she awaken fire instead of ice? Moreover, Xin Yalan seems to have fire-based abilities. Could it be that Lin Fan's bond with her is even deeper than his bond with himself? Or perhaps she was already overthinking things. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by her reaction. He had prepared a set of explanations to cover the origin of his superpower, but she didn't ask at all. This saved him a lot of trouble. He withdrew the flame from his fingertips, his expression growing increasingly serious, and began his rambling nonsense. Our superpowers are ice and fire. From the perspective of energy properties, they are inherently opposed, or even mutually antagonistic. But according to an ancient book I came across by chance, this extreme opposition, under certain specific conditions, can produce a peculiar phenomenon called energy resonance. Energy resonance? Su Qingxue came back to her senses, repeating the word softly, her clear eyes filled with confusion. She came from a distinguished family, whose library contained countless ancient books, including many rare and precious editions, but she had never seen such a record in any of them. This sounds absurd. Lin Fan took in her suspicions, but he didn't care and continued to lie with a straight face. This kind of resonance requires close physical contact so that the energy fields of both parties overlap, allowing them to perceive the most fundamental energy flow within each other. He paused for a moment, then unleashed the trump card he had prepared long ago. In this way, they can stimulate each other's supernatural cores, causing the originally stable energy to produce a positive oscillation, thereby breaking through the cultivation bottleneck. You may not have heard of this because this kind of perception and guidance must be achieved through a very special medium. He pointed to himself. That's the E-level ability, super energy, a special application at the sensory level. Records of this ability are already scarce, and its application in this area is even more of a secret. Gab. That's pure nonsense. But Lin Fan's expression was too serious and earnest, and coupled with the illogical fire ability he had just displayed, the deception of this nonsense was instantly amplified. Su Qingxue fell silent. Reason told her that this theory was baseless and even a complete fantasy. But deep down, a voice inside her was saying, trust him. She recalled the irresistible attraction at the opening ceremony, the feeling that made her heart almost leap out of her chest. She recalled sitting quietly beside him in the library, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility within her. And then there's that so-called fateful bond. All of this cannot be explained by the knowledge she has built up over the past 20 years. Perhaps, what he said is true. Seeing that she was beginning to waver, Lin Fan immediately pressed his advantage and increased his stakes. You've seen the threat from Wang Tang. He'll definitely try to target me during the end-of-month assessment. I need to become stronger as soon as possible, at least to master my fire ability. His words went straight to the heart of the matter. And he took another step forward, bringing them within an arm's length of each other, where he could clearly see her long eyelashes. Your S-rank frost ability seems powerful, but the intense fluctuations in your emotions are your biggest bottleneck, aren't they? Any uncontrolled emotion could cause your superpowers to go out of control, or even backfire on you. These words precisely and ruthlessly struck at Su Qingshue's deepest vulnerability. This is her biggest secret, and also her biggest worry. In order to keep her calm and composed, her family subjected her to almost harsh emotional isolation education from a young age. But now, a boy, an E-level boy she had only known for a few days, had revealed the truth about her predicament in a single sentence. Our resonance training can not only help me improve my strength quickly, but also help you learn to adapt to the energy flow under emotional fluctuations, so that you can truly control your abilities instead of simply suppressing them. This is good for both of us. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible magic. Helping him is helping yourself. This logic forms a perfect closed loop. In Su Qingqing's clear eyes, struggle and wavering were rapidly battling. On one hand, there is the deep-rooted rationality and vigilance developed over the past 20 years. On the other hand, there is a strange trust in the bond of fate and a strong desire to break through one's own limitations. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. She raised her head and looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes, which seemed to hold a deep starry sky, captivating her without her even realizing it. Good. A single word escaped her lips. She actually agreed. They agreed to this academic discussion that sounded utterly absurd. Lin Fan was overjoyed, but he maintained his unfathomable composure on his face. Plans are in place. The first and most crucial step in embracing the mission has been achieved. He finalized the details immediately, giving the other party no chance to back out. Very good. To ensure the effectiveness of the resonance training, we need an absolutely quiet and energy-rich environment. At the same time, to maintain secrecy, we must not be disturbed by anyone. He offered his suggestions. I suggest going to the school's top-of-the-line private training room. Those training rooms require student privileges of level A or above to book. Su Qingxue did not hesitate at all. She took out her student card, swiped it lightly on her personal terminal on her wrist, and brought up the college's reservation interface. She extended her slender fingers and tapped the screen a few times. It's already booked. This afternoon at 3 p.m., private training room A01. Chapter 15 Uncontrolled Flames, Strange Resonance. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, down to the second. The metal door to private training room A01 slid open silently in front of Lin Fan's student ID card. A surge of energy, so dense it was almost tangible, rushed towards us. As expected of the school's top training room, just standing here, you can feel the superpower cores jubilantly leaping with every breath. The entire training room is the size of a basketball court, and the walls and floor are made of a special dark gray alloy. The surface is engraved with densely packed energy circuits, which can perfectly isolate all energy fluctuations inside, while also drawing pure energy from the main energy vein underground in the academy to maintain the energy concentration inside. Private, safe, and full of energy. It's practically the perfect place for murder and robbery. No, it's the ideal place for secret training. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Su Qingxue had changed into a close-fitting pure white training uniform and followed him in. With the alloy door closed, all the noise from the outside world was completely shut out. In the vast space, only the two of them remained. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Su Qingxue seemed to have noticed this as well, and a slight, unnatural blush rose on her fair neck. She took the initiative to speak and break the silence. How should we begin? Lin Fan turned around, his face bearing the expression of a profound and unfathomable scholar. It's very simple, let's start with the most basic energy perception. He walked to the center of the training room and pointed to a spot about 5 meters away. You stand there. Su Qingxue didn't ask any more questions and followed his instructions to the designated location, where she stood facing him from a distance. Now, close your eyes. Lin Fan's voice carried a calm and guiding quality. Empty your mind, don't think about your frost powers, and don't think about anything. Focus all your awareness on your senses. Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled slightly before she slowly closed her eyes. Her stunningly beautiful face appeared pure and serene under the soft lights of the training room. Try to sense the energy within me. Yes, not with your eyes, but with your heart to see. That warm, vibrant energy is my fiery affinity. Lin Fan's voice seemed to possess a magical power, guiding Su Qingxue's mind into a wondrous dimension. Time passed by second. Su Qingxue's breathing was steady and long. Suddenly, her body moved almost imperceptibly. In her spiritual world, a glimmer of light appeared in pure darkness. It was a ball of orange-red light, warm, bright, and full of vitality, like a small sun, quietly floating in front of me. Is that Lin Fan's energy core? Although faint, it was incredibly pure and warm. It was a completely different feeling from the extremely cold energy within my body. Can you feel it? Lin Fan's voice rang out at just the right moment. Su Qingxue responded softly. Very good. The fish has taken the bait. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Next, it's performance time. He took a deep breath, and then began to act. Lin Fan let out a suppressed groan, and his body swayed violently. The originally gentle fiery aura emanating from him suddenly surged like a volcanic eruption without warning. The Nira-level fire ability was unleashed without reservation. Boom! A scorching wave of air swept wildly outwards from him. The air was distorted by the heat, sizzling and crackling, and the temperature inside the training room suddenly soared. This sudden surge of violent energy instantly jolted Su Qingxue awake from her mental state. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lin Fan kneeling on the ground, his whole body enveloped in orange-red flames, his face filled with a look of pain. Lin Fan! She instinctively gasped in surprise. The scorching heat wave from the peak of a level was already hitting us, carrying a terrifying temperature that could almost melt a person. Danger! Su Qingxue's body moved faster than her mind. Driven by pure instinct, her S-class frost ability was instantly activated. Buzz! A chilling blue aura emanated from her slender body, meeting the raging wave of flames. On one side were raging flames powerful enough to melt gold and iron. On one side is extreme cold capable of freezing everything. Two completely opposite extreme energies collided in the very center of the training room. Su Qingxue's heart was in her throat. She was prepared for a violent energy explosion. However, the expected deafening explosion did not occur. When two extremely pure energies, one cold and one hot, collide, there is no explosion or annihilation. Instead, an incredibly peculiar phenomenon occurs. Ice and fire seem to have found their home. Instead of repelling each other, they quickly intertwined, swirled, and merged together, like water and milk blending together. Visible ripples of energy, interwoven with ice blue and orange red, slowly spread out from the center of the collision. The ripples were breathtakingly beautiful. It is also full of unknown mystery. The ripples spread slowly, yet carried an irresistible force, gently sweeping over Lin Fan and Su Qingxue's bodies. Buzz! Both of them experienced a violent tremor at the same time. A wonderful feeling I had never experienced before welled up inside me. Su Qingxue was shocked to discover that the S-level frost power within her body, which had been unstable due to emotional fluctuations, became smoother and more peaceful than ever before after being swept by that ripple. The feeling was like a wild and unruly frost dragon suddenly becoming incredibly docile, willingly flowing slowly through her meridians. She could even feel that her control over her superpowers had increased by more than one level in that instant. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was performing in pain, was also completely stunned. He sensed it too. After the ripple swept over his body, the fusion between his newly acquired great fire ability and this body was increased by a significant amount. The slight stiffness that was initially felt has completely disappeared, and it now moves with ease and fluidity, like an extension of one's own arm. Holy crap! Did they turn a fake relationship into a real one? My made-up theory actually works? Wrong. This is certainly not due to the theory. It's the power of the system. It was the succubus system that secretly altered the underlying logic of energy interaction, causing the two originally antagonistic superpowers to resonate in a positive way. This system is awesome. Su Qingxue slowly opened her clear, beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes now devoid of any doubt. Instead, there was complete conviction and a hint of worship. What he said was actually true. Energy resonance. It really exists. Although this man's superpower level is not high, his understanding of superpower theory and energy perception is simply genius level. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, but outwardly he stood up, dusted off non-existent dust, forcibly suppressed his inner joy, and put on an I knew it look. He looked at Su Qingxue, who was in shock, and spoke slowly in a calm but slightly weak tone. It seems my theory is correct. But... He changed the subject, his brows furrowing slightly. The distance is too far, and the resonance effect is greatly diminished. Chapter 16 A mere hug, easily controlled. The distance is too great, and the resonance effect is greatly diminished. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Su Qingxue's ears, like a pebble thrown into her calm lake of heart, stirring up ripples once again. She believed it. She believed it completely. The fusion of ice and fire she had just experienced left her with an unprecedented smoothness and peace of energy, a wonderful feeling she had never experienced in the past 20 years. She was captivated by that sense of control over power. It turns out that the bottleneck that has plagued me for years really has a chance to be broken. And what brought all of this to be is this man in front of us, and his theory of energy resonance. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Fan, her clear eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance, a light that mixed trust, longing, and a hint of admiration. Then, what should we do to reduce losses? She took the initiative to ask, her voice carrying an urgency she herself was unaware of. It's here. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. The fish had taken the bait completely, and now all he had to do was slowly reel in the line. On the surface, he pretended to ponder, even frowning as if he were looking out of concern for her. According to ancient records, the efficiency of energy transfer is inversely proportional to distance. The most efficient method is naturally physical contact. He paused deliberately when he said the words physical contact, observing Su Qingxue's reaction. However, we are men and women after all, and such direct contact might not be good for your reputation. He adopted the posture of a virtuous gentleman, as if he were the one who cared more about rules and regulations. These words, on the contrary, put Su Qingxue at ease with her last bit of concern. Reputation? Compared to breaking through one's own limitations and truly mastering S-class superpowers, what do those ethereal and illusory things amount to? Moreover, she could sense that Lin Fan was sincere in saying this and that he was thinking of her. This feeling of being understood is both unfamiliar and warm. Su Qingxue shook her head, a serious and determined look appearing on her cool and beautiful face. Form doesn't matter if you want to become stronger. Tell me, what should we do? Her answer was decisive and direct, completely unexpected by Lin Fan. He had prepared several sets of arguments, intending to persuade the other party patiently, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more anxious than he was. Great. Excellent. Lin Fan suppressed his inner elation and continued to maintain that reluctant academic discussion posture. Since you put it that way, then we can start by building the most basic energy circuit. We sat side by side, and then placed our palms together. This will allow us to establish a basic and stable energy circulation channel between us, minimizing energy loss during resonance. He explained it in a very serious manner, as if he were a senior scholar who studied energy resonance. Good. Su Qingxue agreed without hesitation. The two walked to the soft composite material mat in the center of the training room and sat down side by side as instructed. The distance was instantly shortened. Lin Fan was so close that he could even smell the cool, ethereal fragrance emanating from her, like that of a pine forest after a snowfall. He could see the fine downy hairs on her fair neck and the beautiful jawline that was slightly taut with tension. The atmosphere became ambiguous again. Su Qingxue clearly sensed it too. She unconsciously sat up straight, placing her hands awkwardly on her knees, not daring to look at Lin Fan. Extend your right hand, Lin Fan whispered, breaking the enchanting silence. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly, as if she had made a great decision, and slowly extended her right hand. It was a hand that was unbelievably perfect. Her fingers were long and slender, her skin was so white it was almost transparent, and her nails were neatly trimmed with a faint pink hue, making her look like a finely crafted work of art. However, this artwork carries a slight chill. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan reached out and gently grasped it. It feels cool to the touch, yet delicate and smooth, like holding a piece of fine jade. Buzz. Su Qingxue's body stiffened abruptly. An unprecedented electric shock spread throughout my body from where our palms touched. This was the first time in 20 years that she had such intimate physical contact with a man. His hands were large and warm, carrying a reassuring sense of strength that completely enveloped her slightly cool hands. Two delicate red clouds uncontrollably flew up to her fair cheeks and spread all the way to her small and lovely ears. She tried to pull her hand away, but her body wouldn't obey her. Reason screamed in protest, but deep down, there was a lingering longing for that warm feeling. Calm your mind. Lin Fan's steady voice rang in her ear. Do not resist, empty your mind, and carefully feel the flow of energy between us. His words seemed to possess a magical power, calming Su Qingxue's flustered emotions. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling gently, trying her best to follow Lin Fan's guidance and sink her consciousness into her body. A moment later, a strange feeling returned. This time, it was several times stronger than before. A warm, life-giving energy flowed continuously from Lin Fan's palm, gently flowing into her body along the meridians of her arm. The cold energy within her body seemed to be drawn in, spontaneously flowing along the same path towards Lin Fan's body. One cold, one hot, two completely opposite energies formed a perfect closed loop between their tightly clasped hands. There is no conflict, no exclusion. Only a harmonious and resonant union, like water and milk blending together. Su Qingxue felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, her whole body relaxed and comfortable, and she couldn't help but let out a barely audible moan. She could clearly feel that her control over her frost powers was steadily improving at an incredible speed. This feeling is amazing. She even developed an urgent desire. I want more. I want a deeper level of resonance. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan released his grip, interrupting the resonance training. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with tears, carrying a hint of lingering, dreamy longing. How are you feeling? Lin Fan asked. Very good, much better than before. Su Qingxue answered honestly, the blush on her face not yet completely gone. I feel I can control it better now. Yes, pressing palms together is just the most basic method. The energy circuits that can be established are still too limited. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Fan revealed his true intentions. According to ancient records, to achieve the most efficient energy resonance, it is necessary to cover the entire body's energy field. Simply put, it's a hug. Hug, embrace? Su Qingxue's head buzzed, and her cheeks, which had just cooled down, instantly became burning hot again. Is that so? Her voice was barely audible, and she kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was overjoyed to see her shy and charming appearance, but on the surface he still maintained a serious expression of dedication to academics. That's right. Only in this way can our superpower core resonate at the closest distance, achieving the theoretically perfect effect. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, we can. Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head, interrupting him. Her eyes flickered with struggle, but in the end, her desire for power and her inexplicable trust in Lin Fan overwhelmed the girl's shyness. She nodded slightly, which was taken as agreement. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Bonus task, reached the hug level of intimacy with Su Qingxue nearing completion. It's done. At the same time, outside the private training room A01 at Jiangqing College, Qin Yalan stood there prettily, her face full of displeasure and suspicion. She wanted to find Lin Fan, but didn't want to show that she wanted to find Lin Fan, so she used her family connections to find out Lin Fan's current location with almost no effort. Top of the line private training room. This kind of place is only open to students with an A grade or above, or to faculty and staff who have made contributions to the college. Lin Fan is only an E level, so he definitely can't reserve one himself. Although the school does not prohibit high-level students from bringing low-level students into the training room, it's obvious who the high-level student who allowed Lin Fan to enter is. Su Qingxue. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room, especially in such a private and completely soundproof place. What are they trying to do? Qin Yalan grew angrier the more she thought about it, feeling like 100 cats were scratching at her heart. She was worried. I'm very worried. She habitually raised her hand, intending to knock on the door. But she stopped halfway through raising her hand. Wrong. To ensure uninterrupted training, the top-of-the-line training room has the highest level of soundproofing, making it impossible to open from the outside, and knocking is completely useless. Are we just going to wait here? What if they do something bad inside? Qin Yalan dared not think any further. The image made her feel disturbed. She bit her lower lip and immediately took her phone out of her pocket. The next second, she tapped the screen a few times with her slender fingers, found the contact at the top whose nickname was Bastard, and pressed the dial button without hesitation. Chapter 17. We are having in-depth exchanges. Lin Fan gave her no further chance to hesitate or back out. The moment Su Qingxue nodded, he opened his arms and gently embraced the soft, aloof, and slightly trembling body in front of him. Upon touching it, it is surprisingly soft and warm. Through the thin training uniform, he could clearly feel the beautiful contours of the girl's body, and the cool, icy body temperature that belonged only to Su Qingxue, unlike Qin Yalan's fiery heat. A faint, cool fragrance instantly enveloped him completely. Su Qingxue's body froze completely the moment she was embraced. Her mind went blank. This was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a man. His chest was broad and warm, as if it could keep out all the wind and snow in the world. An unprecedented sense of security, and a strange, unsettling thrill, exploded within her at the same time. Just then, the familiar mechanical notification sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Bite. Bonus task, reached the hug level of intimacy with Su Qingxue. Completed. Mission reward, intimacy plus 100, slight increase in the host's control over the succubus's constitution. The intimacy system has been updated. Next stage of intimacy quest unlocked, inseparable as lips and teeth. Mission objective: to kiss Su Qingxi for at least 3 seconds. Mission reward: extremely high probability of triggering ability replication and establishing a deeper level of energy resonance with the target. It's here! Lin Fan was overjoyed. Sure enough, the hug was followed by a kiss. This is the correct way to use the succubus system. However, before he could rejoice for long, he sensed a strange change in the person in his arms. The body, which was originally stiff, gradually became soft. Those arms, which had previously seemed to have nowhere to go, hesitated before slowly wrapping around his back. Then, it tightened more and more. A suppressed moan, tinged with a hint of dazed comfort, escaped from Su Qingshue's lips. Her breathing became rapid, and her warm breath sprayed onto Lin Fan's neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Even worse, her hands, which were wrapped around his back, began to unconsciously, gently caress and wander. It was as if she was searching for the most comfortable position, or as if she was feeling the temperature and contours of his body. Holy crap! Lin Fan was completely numb. No way, sis. It was just a hug. Isn't your reaction a bit too exaggerated? He finally realized the true value of the words succubus system. This isn't some kind of auxiliary system, it's practically a walking hormone amplifier. To be able to transform a cold, aloof school beauty who has been celibate for 20 years into this state with just one hug is simply incredible. Lin Fan admitted that he thoroughly enjoyed the fragrant and soft texture. However, Su Qingxue hugged him tighter and tighter, with such force that he could hardly breathe. Moreover, her hands behind her back were moving around erratically. If this continues, he fears he might not be able to resist completing that new interdependent task on the spot. No, it's not that simple. Cough cough. Lin Fan forcibly suppressed the romantic thoughts in his heart and gently reminded Su Qingxue in a calm, scholarly voice. Qingxue, concentrate and don't be misled by physical comfort. Carefully feel the changes in the superpower core within your body that is the purpose of our training. His voice was like a clear spring, instantly jolting Su Qingxue, who was immersed in a wonderful feeling, back to her senses. Yes, yes. Serious business. Her cheeks were burning hot, and she quickly composed herself, focusing all her consciousness into the core of her superpower. The next second, she stared in shock, her eyes widening. She saw it. The S-Class Frost power core within her body was now radiating an unprecedentedly brilliant light. It is no longer the dormant and unruly creature it once was, but has become incredibly active, yet as docile as a kitten. Under her control, streams of pure frost energy flowed merrily through her meridians without any sign of stagnation or loss of control. She even felt that the strength of her superpower had increased slightly in that short period of time. How is that possible? The bottleneck that had plagued her for so long actually showed signs of loosening in this resonance. Everything he said is true. There truly is some kind of fateful bond between them that transcends worldly understanding. This bond not only calms her restless superpowers, but also helps her become stronger. At this moment, the last shred of reason in Su Qingshue's heart was completely overwhelmed by a flood of trust and desire. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Fan was no longer one of simple trust. Rather, it's almost a faith. This man was the light in her destiny. Lin Fan. She unconsciously murmured his name, her arms tightening once more as she buried herself deeper into his embrace, as if trying to become one with him completely. Here we go again. Lin Fan felt like he was about to be strangled. Sister, are you trying to meld me into your body? It's exhilarating, but it can also be deadly. He was about to speak, reminding her to loosen her grip a little. Buzzing. A sudden, urgent cell phone vibration broke the silence of the training room. The sudden sound was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Su Qingxue from her reverie. She shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, abruptly releasing Lin Fan and shifting back 2 feet. The two separated. The air still held their scents and warmth. Su Qingxue lowered her head, her fair cheeks flushed red as if they were about to bleed, and she didn't dare to look Lin Fan in the eye. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took out his buzzing phone from his pocket. Caller ID, Miss Qin. It's Qin Yalan. Lin Fan swiped to answer the call. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yalan's extremely impatient voice, tinged with a hint of accusation, immediately came through. Lin Fan. Open the door. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Open the door? I'm not in the dorm. Of course I know you're not in the dorm. Qin Yalan's voice was even angrier. I know where you are. I'm right outside the door. Open the door right now. What? Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Su Qingxue, who was standing next to him with her head down, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing unsteady. For some reason, he suddenly had a strange feeling, like he was being caught doing something wrong by his wife. Su Qingxue seemed to have heard the voice on the phone as well. When she saw Lin Fan's surprised and somewhat guilty look, she actually misunderstood. She thought Lin Fan was asking her for help with his eyes, unsure how to face Qin Yalan outside the door. A strange, unprecedented possessiveness and competitive spirit quietly welled up in her heart. It is said online that girls should take the initiative to defend their bonds. A resolute glint flashed in her cool eyes. I'll do it. She said something softly, and before Lin Fan could react, she walked straight to the metal door of the training room. Then, to Lin Fan's astonishment, she raised her hand and placed her student card on the sensor. Drop. The heavy alloy door of training room A01 slid silently open to one side. Outside the door, Qin Yalan's pretty face, filled with displeasure and suspicion, instantly came into view. Qin Yalan also saw the person who opened the door. It's not Lin Fan. It is Su Qingxue. And she was. Su Qingxue, her face flushed, her breathing rapid, her eyes glazed over, and even her pure white training uniform was wrinkled. Boom! Qin Yalan's mind went completely blank for a moment. Looking at Su Qingxue's appearance, and then thinking of the keywords alone man and woman, absolute privacy, and complete soundproofing, she realized that Su Qingxue was acting like this. An uncontrollable rage, mixed with a sense of grievance that she herself couldn't understand, suddenly surged to the top of her head. Su Qing Shui. What were you doing in there just now? Her voice trembled slightly with anger. Su Qingxue looked at her, who was practically spitting fire, and her cool eyes flickered slightly. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to explain. But as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered something. She paused. Then, she deliberately turned to the side so that Qin Yalan could see Lin Fan not far behind her. Finally, she spoke in a flat, subtly languid voice, her tone ambiguous. Nothing. We were just having some very deep conversations about resonance and connection. Chapter 18. Let's just do it together. We were just having some very deep conversations about resonance and connection. These words, like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, instantly exploded in Qin Yalan's mind. In-depth communication? Resonance? Blend? These words, when taken individually, sound very academic. But paired with Su Qingxue's still flushed cheeks, her hazy and languid eyes, and the messy wrinkles on her body. Boom! Qin Yalan felt as if steam was rising from the top of her head. She was trembling slightly, pointing her finger at Su Qingxue, then at Lin Fan behind her. Her lips trembled for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single complete word. You all. You are inside. You. Her brain completely shut down anger, resentment, disbelief, and a host of other emotions intertwined, making it impossible for her to form any coherent sentences. Lin Fan was taken aback when he saw her looking like a kettle about to boil over, and then looked at Su Qingxue next to her with an innocent expression. He realized what was happening. Good heavens! This seemingly aloof school beauty actually has a cunning side? These ambiguous words were like throwing a lit lighter directly into Qin Yalan's powder keg. You really can't judge a book by its cover. It seems that Qin Yalan is about to evolve from the Steam Princess mode to a berserk mode where she either runs away crying or gets smothered in a level flames. Lin Fan knew he had to make a move. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly twice, breaking the extremely tense atmosphere, and calmly stood up. He walked to Su Qingxue's side and naturally stood between the two women, his face once again displaying that serious scholar expression. Yalan, you've misunderstood. What we were just doing was trying out a dual cultivation training method for supernatural abilities, which is recorded in an ancient book. The purpose is to help Qingxue stabilize her easily out of control S-class superpower, and it will also benefit me. As for physical contact. He paused, then said frankly, it's just hugs, nothing else. Embrace? Upon hearing those two words, Qin Yalan's chaotic mind seemed to be forcibly rebooted. She first subconsciously and inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. But then, even greater doubts arose. Just a hug? Just a hug was enough to turn Su Qingxue's perpetually icy face into this look that's like she's just been moisturized? How could that be? Do you think she's a 3-year-old? I don't believe it. Xin Yalan retorted immediately, her sharp gaze shooting towards Su Qingxue. Tell me. Isn't that right? Lin Fan thought to himself, this is bad. Really? When faced with Qin Yalan's questioning, Su Qingxue not only did not explain, but instead deliberately made an extremely subtle gesture. She raised her hand and gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek behind her ear. A faint, ambiguous smile curved at the corners of his lips. Then, she looked away, as if acknowledging something, or as if she hadn't said anything at all. The entire set of movements was fluid and graceful. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. Holy crap! Sis, where did you learn those moves? You're way too skilled at them. As expected. Xin Yalan was furious when she saw Su Qingxue's attitude. In her view, this was blatant provocation and tacit agreement. Look! Look at her! Xin Yalan's finger was almost poking Lin Fan's face. That's her attitude. Something's definitely going on between you two. Absolutely. She bit her lower lip, her pretty face flushed red, and began to criticize incoherently. How could you do that kind of thing here? You're all still students. Although they are both adults, and a man and a woman alone in a room, the atmosphere was indeed very appropriate. No. That's not right. Even that won't work. This is the school's top-of-the-line training room. It's for cultivation. Not for you to do that kind of thing. Although, I've heard that this kind of thing isn't particularly rare in private training rooms. No. Absolutely not. It's indecent. One moment she felt it wouldn't work, the next she was finding excuses for herself. Her left and right hemispheres were fighting each other like crazy, and she was almost having a mental breakdown. Lin Fan looked at her chaotic yet adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He finally understood. It's pointless to reason with Qin Yalan now. Then, let the facts speak for themselves. He suddenly reached out and, amidst Qin Yalan's exclamation of awe, directly grasped her hand, which was slightly burning from excitement. If you don't believe me, Lin Fan's lips curled into a playful smile, why don't you try hugging him yourself, and then you'll know. Who wants to hug you? Let go. Qin Yalan's face flushed redder than before, turning as red as a ripe apple. She protested vehemently, but the hand that Lin Fan was holding showed no intention of pulling away. Instead, she subconsciously curled her fingers. Su Qingxue, standing to the side, took in all of this. A knowing glint flashed in her cool eyes. A hypocrite. But that way, it's not a threat at all. In Su Qingxue's mind, words from some relationship strategies she had seen online the night before quietly surfaced. According to the above statement, Qin Yalan is at most a somewhat threatening concubine. She herself was the wife with whom Lin Fan had a fateful bond. Their status is completely different. She can be jealous and make a scene, but ultimately she can't cause any real trouble. In the end, she can only eat what's left over. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's state of mind instantly became extremely calm and peaceful. Since that's the case, let's go with Lin Fan. Be more generous. This is the demeanor a legal wife should have. On the other side, after stubbornly arguing for more than 10 seconds, Qin Yalan finally couldn't hold back her pride anymore. Her heart was pounding, and her mind was a complete mess. Want to give it a try? Just give it a try? What if it really is as he said? Forget it. What the hell? Let it be. She finally couldn't resist her curiosity, turned her head to the side, and said in a low, muffled voice. Then you can carry me. It's a promise. Just once. And, be gentle, if you hug me too tightly, I'll burn you. This threat was weak and lacked any deterrent effect. Lin Fan was overjoyed. It's done. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, opened his arms, and embraced the proud young lady who exuded a burning aura. Unlike Su Qingxue's icy body, Qin Yalan's body was like a small furnace. It's warm, soft, and has a faint, pleasant fragrance. The moment she was embraced, Qin Yalan, like Su Qingxue before her, stiffened abruptly. The next second, an indescribable sense of comfort, even stronger than what Su Qingxue had just experienced, surged forth like a flood, instantly overwhelming all her defenses. That warm yet domineering power, through the close embrace, continuously flowed into her body, soothing the great flame core within her that was somewhat agitated due to emotional excitement. The flames seemed to have found a warmer, more comfortable haven. That feeling. Xin Yalin's mind went blank with a buzz, and all her strength seemed to have been drained away. In her dazed state, she had only one thought. This guy, did he put some kind of medicine on his body? How could just a hug make someone so confused? Just then, a cool, clear voice rang in their ears. In that case, Su Qingxue walked gracefully towards them, a gentle smile on her face. Then let's just cultivate together. The more people there are, the better the resonance effect might be. As she spoke, she walked straight to the door, much to the astonishment of Lin Fan and Xin Yalin. Drop. She raised her hand and used her student ID to close the heavy alloy door of training room A01. Chapter 19 Death Swamp 2-Person Escort Package. Time flies. Before we knew it, the end-of-month assessment day had arrived. The massive assessment plaza at Jiangqing College was packed with people, with teachers and students from the entire school gathered there. In the very center of the plaza, a huge holographic electronic screen was displaying information about the various areas of the assessment and related regulations. The atmosphere was both lively and tense. The students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the assessment areas they might be assigned to and the results they hoped to achieve in this assessment. I hope I'm not assigned to the mining area in the north. I've heard that the caveworms there are numerous and tough, they're so annoying. I'd like to go to the abandoned city in the west. There are plenty of supplies there, and it's easy to earn points. Come on, with your sea-level beginner-level earthen wall, do you think it can withstand a single claw from a berserk machine dog? Amidst the clamor of discussion, a figure on the platform caught everyone's attention. Student Council President, Wang Tang. He was dressed in a smart student council uniform, with a tall and handsome figure, but there was an inescapable sinister air about him. Wang Tang, as the student council president, stepped onto the stage to deliver a speech. He cleared his throat, and his righteous words were amplified and carried throughout the entire square. Good morning, students and teachers. The end-of-month assessment is the best opportunity for Jiangqing No. 1 High School to test our learning outcomes and hone our abilities. I hope that every student will give their all in the assessment and abide by the rules. The student union will, as always, uphold the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency to ensure that every student is treated fairly during the evaluation process. He spoke with great passion and righteous indignation. However, his seemingly tangible gaze pierced through the throng and landed precisely on Lin Fan in the corner. That gaze was filled with undisguised malice and resentment. Lin Fan sensed the gaze and lazily raised his head, meeting Wang Tang's gaze on the podium. He even waved to him in a friendly manner. This further fueled Wang Tang's anger, but he managed to suppress it and maintain his composure as the student council president. Soon, the speeches ended, and the most exciting group activity began. On the huge electronic screen, lines of names and region codes scrolled rapidly before finally stopping. S-rank beginner high level, Su Qingxue, assessment area, A1 extreme cold ice field. A level beginner with high skill level, Xin Yalin, assessment area, Lava Valley A2. Because S level is so rare, there were never any in previous years, and this year there is only Su Qingxue, so a level is the highest in the assessment area. Incidentally, regarding the superpower system, the level itself is determined from the beginning, but below the level, there are 3 stages, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and each of the 3 stages is further divided into 3 levels of training, low, intermediate, and advanced. As the list was continuously released, the atmosphere in the square became increasingly tense. Finally, a jarring name, accompanied by a chilling place name, came over the radio. Level E, Lin Fan, assessment area, Swamp D3. The words fell. The entire square fell into an eerie silence for a second. Immediately afterwards, an uproar erupted. What? D3 swamp area? Did I hear that right? That death swamp? Sending an E-rank character there? What a joke! The D3 swamp is the most terrifying place of all the D-level areas. It's full of gregarious, highly venomous crocodiles and hallucinogenic miasma. In previous years, even highly trained C-level teams would have several members carried out severely injured after entering. This is basically sending him to his death. The discussion surged like a tide, and countless gazes of sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude were cast upon Lin Fan. Wang Tang. Xin Yalin immediately exploded, her a-level fiery aura rising uncontrollably. She was about to rush onto the stage to argue when a middle-aged man in a black suit grabbed her shoulder tightly. Those were guards sent by her family to protect her. Young miss, calm down. This is the Academy's arrangement. Rushing up now won't change anything, it will only give others something to criticize. Xin Yalan trembled with anger, and in the end, she could only stomp her foot hard and let out a resentful snort. On the other side, Su Qingxue remained silent. But the air temperature within a radius of several meters centered on her suddenly dropped. A terrifying S-level chill emanated uncontrollably, causing the surrounding students to feel a chill run from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, making them retreat in fear and tremble. Her usually aloof face was now covered in frost. Lin Fan felt the two completely different warmths around him and smiled helplessly to himself. However, this is not the end. On the platform, Wang Tang looked at the commotion below and a smug smirk appeared on his face. He picked up the microphone and, as if on a whim, added something. Please be quiet, everyone. After all, Lin Fan has received an A-level contribution credit award, and his strength cannot be easily judged by an E-level. This arrangement is the result of careful consideration. Furthermore, considering the special dangers of the D3 swamp area, in order to ensure Lin Fan's safety, I, as the Student Council President, am making special arrangements. I will specially assign 2 C-level mid-level members of the Student Council, Li Hu and Zhang Bao, as inspectors to accompany Lin Fan into the area. They will be responsible for supervising the assessment process and providing assistance to Lin Fan when necessary. The room fell silent as soon as he said that. Nobody is a fool. Who are Li Hu and Zhang Bao? Those were Wang Tang's 2 most loyal dogs. They were notoriously ruthless in the Student Council. 2 burly young men stepped out from the crowd. They were wearing Student Council uniforms, and their faces were contorted with sneers. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with mockery and undisguised murderous intent. This is hardly protection. This is clearly a death sentence. Under the guise of the assessment rules, they sent 2 executioners to openly and fairly eliminate Lin Fan. That's so vicious. Everyone understood Wang Tang's plan, and their gazes toward Lin Fan had shifted from sympathy to utter pity. In their eyes, Lin Fan was finished. Faced with this certain death, and facing Wang Tang's condescending gaze from the podium, as if looking down at a dead man, Lin Fan, however, showed no signs of panic. He calmly stepped forward and received his basic assessment equipment from the staff, a standard short knife, a first aid kit, and a locator. Then he turned around. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the audience, he raised his head and gave Wang Tang on the podium an incredibly bright smile. It's as if it's saying, "Thank you for your arrangement, I really like it." Wang Tang's smug smile froze instantly. The assessment has officially begun. All examinees, please enter the designated portal immediately. Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. Amidst countless complex gazes, he was the first to turn around, take a step, and walk towards the spatial portal marked D3, which emitted an ominous dark green light. His back view was lonely, yet his upright posture was unlike that of an E-class. Li Hu and Zhang Bao exchanged a glance, their sneers widening as they followed, one on each side, like 2 hyenas about to pounce on their prey. Lin Fan walked to the teleportation portal. The dark green energy vortex exuded a damp, putrid odor that made one want to vomit. He didn't turn around. Just a second before stepping inside, he left behind a light, airy sentence that only he could hear. Hopefully, the crocodiles in the swamp will have a better appetite. The next second, his figure was swallowed by the dark green light and disappeared. Chapter 20. Watching a cricket fighting performance. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the portal, a thick, almost tangible, fishy, and humid heat rushed towards him. It was a complex odor, a mixture of rotting plants, foul water vapor, and the smell of some unknown creature, enough to make any ordinary person vomit on the spot. The dark green light dissipated, and the view before us suddenly opened up. This is a real, pristine swamp. The towering trees, their roots intertwined, hung down, their dark green vines submerged in bottomless mud. A pale green mist filled the air, blocking out sunlight and making the entire space feel dark and oppressive. Glug! Glug! Bubbles rose from the mud not far away, as if something was breathing down there. Lin Fan's super energy was instantly pushed to its limit in this high-risk environment. His in-depth exchanges with Su Qingxue and Xin Yalan these past few days have not been in vain. His E-level ability has already, without him even realizing it, soared from the initial low level to the intermediate level. Buzz! The entire world, in his perception, instantly changed its appearance. No longer are blurred vision and smell. Instead, it is a vast, vivid, and information-rich 3-dimensional map. The pale green mist drifting in the air was broken down into specific components in his perception non-toxic, but with a slight hallucinogenic effect. Prolonged inhalation could cause disorientation. 30 centimeters of mud beneath my feet lurked a 3-meter-long crocodile lizard, its heartbeat steady, indicating it was in a dormant state. To the left front, at the 7 o'clock position, on the canopy of a giant tree, a brightly colored venomous snake is disguised as a vine, waiting for its prey to pass by. Further away, a group of about 30 skin crocodiles were gathering in the pool, emitting a violent bioelectric field. Everything was crystal clear. To him, this death swamp, which everyone feared like a tiger, was now safer than his own backyard. Speaking of which, now that this assessment is over, it's time to find an opportunity to complete Su Qingshue's interdependent task. Actually, there were plenty of opportunities during these few days of cultivation. Amidst the hugs and embraces, everyone's hands tacitly became restless. With such warm and soft bodies in their arms, and the atmosphere already at that point, let alone kissing, if they wanted to do something even more outrageous, those two girls would probably have half-heartedly given in. However, since these are my first two children, I still need to have a sense of ceremony. We need to find the perfect moment to seal the deal with a kiss, which will also boost our intimacy level significantly. Lin Fan was leisurely planning his future cultivation grand plan. The portal behind him flashed with light once more. Two burly young men with menacing faces walked out one after the other. It was Li Hu and Zhang Bao. Pa! What a filthy place! It stinks like hell! As soon as Li Hu came out, he spat in disgust. His mid-level C-rank earth and rock type ability was activated slightly, and a layer of dry rock film covered the soles of his shoes, isolating them from the dirty mud. Alright, enough nonsense. Zhang Bao seemed even more impatient. His wind-based ability made him exceptionally sensitive to air movement, and the polluted air here was making him extremely irritable. Find that kid quickly, take him out, then crush the signal device and get out of here. I don't want to stay here for another second. What's the rush? Li Hu grinned maliciously, pointing to a series of shallow footprints left in the mud ahead. He can't escape. That kid's footprints are right ahead. A Miri rank trash like him, can't he fly? The two exchanged a glance, both revealing cruel smiles, and followed the footprints. Lin Fan naturally sensed their arrival as well. He didn't even bother to turn his head. He walked slowly and deliberately into the depths of the swamp, his steps seemingly casual, yet always precisely landing on every solid piece of ground, avoiding all the hidden mud and quicksand. Li Hu and Zhang Bao were in hot pursuit. At first, they were quite relaxed. But as they continued their pursuit, they realized something was amiss. The footprints were crooked and meandering, heading specifically towards the most difficult places. Damn it, is this kid a rat? Why does he always choose to crawl under these tree roots? Li Hu had no choice but to bend down and crawl awkwardly through a bunch of tangled tree roots, getting covered in mud. He seems to be going in circles. Zhang Bao stopped and looked around, finding the scene somewhat familiar. They chased for more than 10 minutes and found that they were not far from the portal. Even stranger things were yet to come. They followed the footprints and came to a wide, dark pool. The footprints stretched all the way to the edge of the pool. And then, that was it. Across from the pool was a dense jungle, with no trace of footprints visible. Where is he? Li Hu was dumbfounded. Could he have swum across? Zhang Bao frowned, looking at the lifeless black pool, a strange chill creeping over him. Impossible. There's definitely something in the water. Would an E-rank dare to go down there? Li Hu immediately dismissed the idea. He must have gone around it. Let's split up and search. The two searched back and forth by the pool, but couldn't find even a single footprint. It was as if Lin Fan had truly grown wings and flown away from here. Unbeknownst to them, above them, on a thick, horizontal tree trunk, Lin Fan stood quietly, watching them circling below with great interest. Idiot! That pool is home to the most ferocious crocodiles in the swamp. He simply used a few simple leaps on the tree trunk to easily swing to the other side. Watching the two sea-level experts being completely bewildered by his trickery, Lin Fan felt it was even more interesting than directly slapping them in the face. He didn't linger any longer and continued drifting deeper into the swamp. After searching for a long time without success, Li Hu and Zhang Bao could only grumble and choose a direction to continue their search. In their anxiety and anger, they unknowingly inhaled large amounts of ghost-faced miasma. Gradually, their senses began to become distorted. Brother Tiger, did you hear anything? Zhang Bao suddenly stopped in his tracks, alert. What's that sound? It's just the wind, Li Hu replied impatiently. No, I think I heard someone laughing. Zhang Bao looked around nervously. In his eyes, the drooping vines around him seemed to have turned into eerie smiling faces. Li Hu also sensed that something was wrong. The scene before him began to distort slightly, and the shadows of the trees swayed abnormally. Damn it, it's poisonous miasma. We've been infected. Li Hu finally realized what was happening and quickly held his breath. But it was too late. In that moment of distraction, they stumbled into what appeared to be an ordinary meadow. The next second, dozens of plants disguised as flowers on the ground suddenly opened their blood-red mouths full of sharp teeth and frantically bit at them. It's a man-eating plant. Retreat! Li Hu roared and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth rock wall. A thick rock wall rose from the ground, barely blocking the first wave of attacks. Zhang Bao also reacted, and with a rub of his hands, several cyan wind blades whistled out, cutting the carnivorous flowers into pieces. A foul-smelling green liquid splattered everywhere. However, there were far too many of these carnivorous plants. The two were locked in a fierce battle, having to expend a great deal of their supernatural powers to carve a bloody path through this terrifying sea of flowers. After they finally managed to get rid of the man-eating flower, both of them were panting heavily and covered in wounds. Damn it! It's all that little bastard's fault. Li Hu slammed his fist into a nearby tree and roared. He must be nearby. Once I catch him, I'll definitely cut off all 4 of his limbs with my wind blades. Zhang Bao's expression turned incredibly ferocious. They hadn't finished speaking. Croak! Quack quack! A dense chorus of frogs rose from all directions. The two were startled to find that they had been surrounded by a group of rotten-skinned frogs whose bodies were covered in pustules and whose appearance was extremely disgusting. The next second. Puff! 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 A deluge of foul-smelling venom, like rain, sprayed towards them. The two were immediately thrown into a panic, leaping and bounding about, desperately trying to dodge the paralyzing venom. And 100 meters away, at the top of a towering tree, Lin Fan sat leisurely on a thick tree branch, with his legs crossed. He held a red wild fruit he had just picked from a tree, took a bite, and the juice burst out, sweet and delicious. His gaze pierced through the layers of branches and leaves, and he clearly saw 2 figures in the distance being attacked by a swarm of frogs, jumping up and down like clowns. He ate the fruit while watching with great interest. This free cricket fighting performance is much more interesting than school assessments. Chapter 21: The Husband Protecting Maniac is here. A1. The Extreme Cold Ice Field. Su Qingxue had already completed her task targets less than half an hour after the assessment began. For the ice-type monsters in this area, S-class superpowers are absolute rulers. They didn't even dare to resist, they just lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, letting her take the mission items. But she couldn't feel happy at all. A nameless panic gripped her heart like vines, tightening with each passing moment. She knew where this unease came from. Lin Fan. This feeling became especially clear after the resonance. She could almost feel a string within her body vibrating uneasily. She could no longer stay where she was. She found the teacher in charge of monitoring the area, a middle-aged man with glasses who looked somewhat rigid. I want to check the real-time status of student Lin Fan in Area D3. Her opening statement was completely unannounced. The teacher looked up from behind the data panel and adjusted her glasses. I'm sorry, Su, I don't have permission to query across districts. That's the rule. Su Qingxue did not say another word. She turned and left, leaving the teacher standing there bewildered. The next second, she activated the highest priority communication access on her student card, which was only available to S-level geniuses. A virtual light screen unfolded in front of her, revealing the face of a dignified middle-aged man. Li Xinghua, the principal of Jiangcheng College. Qingxue? How did the assessment go? The principal's attitude was very gentle. I want to see all the surveillance footage of the D3 swamp area, Su Qingxue interrupted him. The principal's smile froze for a moment. Qingxue, there are rules for assessments, even for you. If Lin Fan dies inside, Su Qingxue stated calmly, I will turn the entire D3 swamp into a second Arctic ice field. Then, I will go find Wang Teng. This is not a threat. This is the calmest declaration made by an S-class superhuman on the verge of losing control of their emotions. Li Xinghua on the other end of the communication line fell silent. He could feel the terrifying chill emanating from the screen, a chill that seemed to freeze the signal. A few seconds later, he made his decision. Permissions have been granted for you. The light screen in front of Su Qingxue instantly switched to a dark green swamp map. On the map, a tiny green dot was slowly moving. Next to the spot of light, 2 words were written, Lin Fan. Su Qingxue's heart calmed down a little. However, at that moment, the green light flickered without warning and its color dimmed. This is signal interference. The energy field deep in the swamp is very chaotic, which is normal. The principal's explanation came at the right time. The words had barely left his mouth. The light flashed violently again, changing from green to yellow, and then to a blinding red. At last. Puff. It went out completely. It's as if it never existed. On the map, the point representing Lin Fan's life signal disappeared. At that moment, the world seemed to be muted. Su Qingxue stared silently at the blank area, her mind completely blank. An extreme panic she had never experienced before, like the gaping maw of an abyss, instantly swallowed her up. What followed was a chilling rage capable of freezing the soul. Centered on her, the temperature in the entire safe zone began to plummet at an alarming rate. A thick layer of frost quickly formed on the ground, walls, tables, chairs, and everything else. He won't die, she murmured to herself. She then cut off the communication, turned around, and took a step. Su! Where are you going? The assessment isn't over yet, the monitoring teacher shouted in alarm, feeling as if his blood was about to freeze. Su Qing ignored Shue's pleas. She walked straight to the teleportation area leading to the outside world. Stop! You can't leave! The 2 instructors guarding the portal immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Qingxue did not stop. They didn't even glance at them. Click! A visible cold current spread from her feet, instantly freezing the feet of the 2 instructors and the ground into 2 huge blocks of ice. Under their horrified gazes, Su Qingxue walked expressionlessly to the portal marked D3 and stepped inside. The dark green light engulfed her. Deep in the swamp. After watching the cricket fighting to his heart's content, Lin Fan casually tossed down a few fireballs to add to the excitement before starting his mission. At that moment, he was squatting in front of a peculiar plant, marveling at it. It was a small grass that was crystal clear and exuded a faint chill. Its shape was like an ice sculpture, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Grade B rare and precious material, ice marrow grass. This was one of his main objectives for this assessment, and he didn't expect to find it so quickly. Of course, rare and precious materials are always guarded by exotic beasts. Hiss! Hiss! Amidst a chilling hiss, a colossal creature slowly rose from the nearby mud pit. It was a giant python as thick as a bucket, covered in dark green scales. Most terrifyingly, it had 3 heads. The left side of the head, with purple venom dripping from its mouth. The right side of the head has a gaping maw filled with fangs. The head in the middle had a pair of vertical pupils that gleamed with a cunning and cruel light. A Class BB monster, a 3-headed venomous python. Lin Fan's super energy clearly indicated to him that this beast's strength was probably at the mid-level of B rank, making it quite troublesome. However, for him, they were merely troublesome. He hadn't properly used the A-level fire ability he copied from Qin Yalan yet. This worm would be a perfect opportunity to give him a taste of its newfound power. With 3 heads, I wonder which one will taste better when roasted. Lin Fan moved his wrist, and a cluster of orange-red flames quietly ignited at his fingertips. Just as he was about to start a barbecue. Boom! An indescribable, domineering, and extremely cold aura swept in from the direction of the swamp's entrance. Wherever it passed, the filthy mud and water froze instantly, the gnarled and intertwined giant trees were covered with frost, and even the poisonous miasma in the air was frozen into ice crystals that fell down in a flurry. Lin Fan turned around in astonishment. A wide, icy road stretched out from afar at a speed that defied the laws of physics, heading straight towards his location. At the end of the ice track, a white figure was rushing towards them at lightning speed. That figure was filled with a furious and anxious intent capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Holy crap! Su Qingxue? Why is she here? And why is she making such a big fuss? Is she trying to demolish the entire swamp? Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. However, the changes were not over yet. From the dense forest on his other side came a series of disheveled sounds. Damn it! Finally found you. You little bastard! With a furious roar, 2 figures tumbled and crawled out of the bushes. It was Li Huang Zhang Bao. The two looked utterly wretched. Covered in mud, their clothes were tattered and corroded, and their bodies were clung to the leaves of the man-eating flower and the slime of the rotting frog, emitting an indescribable stench. They first saw Lin Fan, and their faces instantly filled with ferocious killing intent. Immediately afterward, they saw the ice marrow grass next to Lin Fan, and their killing intent was instantly replaced by greed. Then, they saw the three-headed venomous python coiled next to the ice marrow grass, and their greed turned into fear. Finally, they felt the terrifying S-class pressure rapidly approaching from behind, making their souls tremble. The expressions on their faces froze completely. It was an incredibly complex expression, a mixture of hatred, greed, fear, and utter astonishment. In a short time, Lin Fan preparing for a barbecue. A three-headed venomous python, its eyes fixed menacingly on the scene. Su Qingxue, filled with boundless rage, arrived on the ice. And then there were Li Hu and Zhang Bao, who had just arrived and were completely dumbfounded. The four forces were locked in a strange standoff before this grade B ice marrow grass. Chapter 22 Playing with Fire While Skating. The atmosphere froze at that moment. Li Hu and Zhang Bao's breathing instantly became heavy. They stared intently at the ice marrow grass, which emitted a chilling, eerie light, their eyes filled with greed. A grade B rare treasure. If they were to sell this thing, it would be enough to buy them a whole year's worth of top-tier cultivation resources. Immediately afterwards, their gaze fell upon the stunningly beautiful figure who was walking on the ice. S rank, Su Qingxue. How did she end up here? However, judging from her posture, she was clearly exhausted. After forcibly rushing all the way from the extreme cold ice field to here, how much of her superpower could she still have left? One is an S-rank character at the end of their rope, and the other is an E-rank useless character. A perfect dead end. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and their murderous intent and greed instantly swelled to their peak. As long as they can stall or knock out this S-level freshman, and then kill that bastard Lin Fan, this ice marrow grass will be theirs. Mission accomplished, plus a nice bonus, a perfect plan. However, in Lin Fan's perception, the malice emanating from these two fools was far less threatening than the three-headed worm flicking its tongue in front of him. What concerned him even more was Su Qingxue's condition. Is this girl crazy? How much supernatural power must she have used to force her way from Area A1 to Area D3, across the ice crystal avenue that spans half of the assessment map? Judging from her current murderous aura, her emotions are clearly on the verge of spiraling out of control. An S-class superhuman going out of control is no joke. We must act swiftly and decisively. Lin Fan ignored the two self-righteous executioners and focused all his attention on the three-headed venomous python, while shouting in Su Qingxue's direction. Qingxue, do you still remember our resonance training? Use your ice to contain it. Leave the rest to me. This shout, like a morning bell and evening drum, instantly pierced through the raging anger and panic in Su Qingxue's mind. Lin Fan's voice. He's still alive. The overwhelming panic vanished instantly, replaced by an absolute and unwavering trust. Resonance. Of course she remembers. Su Qingxue did not hesitate for a moment. She didn't even ask why, she simply channeled all the remaining frost power within her body along the icy crystal path, releasing it without reservation. Boom! A cold wave more terrifying than any before erupted with a roar centered on the three-headed venomous python. The black mud of the swamp was instantly frozen into black ice crystals harder than steel, and the venomous python's huge lower body, along with the surrounding area of dozens of meters, was completely sealed off in place. Hiss! Hiss! The three-headed venomous python roared in pain, its three heads struggling frantically, but it could only make the ice groan under its strain, unable to break free. What's even more incredible is that after freezing the venomous python, the cold wave continued its momentum, transforming into a massive ice wall several meters thick, rising from the ground and completely isolating Li Hu and Zhang Bao on the other side from the battlefield. Damn! This woman! Li Hu was so angry when he saw the ice wall that suddenly appeared in front of him that he cursed loudly. They were perfectly blocked. However, the next second, what made their eyes almost pop out of their sockets happened. The center of the battlefield. Facing the enraged three-headed venomous python, Lin Fan did not retreat. Instead, he raised his right hand. A cluster of orange-red flames rose from his palm. Flame? Li Hu and Zhang Bao, behind the ice wall, were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't Lin Fan an E-level super energy user? When did he learn to use fire? Moreover, the aura of this flame is definitely not low-level. Then, Lin Fan made an action that was even more surprising to them. flames erupted beneath his feet. The orange-red flames clung to the soles of his shoes, but instead of melting the S-grade ice beneath his feet, they caused the ice to hiss softly, and a thin film of air, almost invisible to the naked eye, formed between him and the ice. Whoosh! Lin Fan's movement created a shallow crater, which was unable to penetrate the ice layer created by his S-level superpower. Lin Fan's movements were incredibly ghostly. He seemed weightless, gliding at an incredible speed across the massive ice surface created by Su Qingxue. That wasn't running, nor was it jumping. It's gliding. Like a dancer in top-of-the-line roller skates, he drew elegant yet deadly orange arcs on the frozen stage of this death swamp. These past few days of dual cultivation haven't been for nothing. The succubus system had already given him the Frost Affinity ability fragment. Especially his affinity with Su Qingxue's ice was the highest, which allowed him to perform this operation. Hiss! The three-headed venomous python went completely berserk. Its middle head suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and a jet of dark green venom as thick as a bucket shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even turn around. He simply touched the ice with his toes and his entire body made a graceful turn, easily avoiding the swarm of venom. The venom landed on the ice, making a piercing corrosive sound, but it only melted it. The flame in his hand changed shape constantly as he glided. Sometimes it transforms into a fiery whip several meters long, using the reflection from the ice surface to nimbly lash the python's scales from its blind spot, leaving a charred mark. At times, it would condense into a burning blade, which, as he sped past the venomous python's side, would slash fiercely across the vulnerable spot on its neck. The ice surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Lin Fan's figure in hundreds and thousands of images, and also clearly showing the three clumsy heads of the three-headed venomous python. Just as the head on the left was about to spew out poisonous mist, a flash of fire appeared in the reflection of the ice on the right. The right side of the head tried to bite, but the ice crystal tree above it caught up with it. Lin Fan's figure flashed by, leaving a scorching wound. The three heads of the three-headed serpent were completely engulfed in chaotic fighting. They were exhausted and roared in pain, but they couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Fan's clothes. Behind the ice wall, Li Hu and Zhang Bao were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Zhang Bao's voice trembled. Playing with fire on an S-grade ice surface. How did he do that? And his fire? That's at least B-grade level. The information Wang Tang gave me is all bullshit. Greed had vanished from Li Hu's face, replaced by a deep-seated fear. An A-rank fire master who can coordinate so well with an S-rank ability user. Are they the kind of people who can kill these people? They're delivering groceries. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Qingxue watched with wide, captivated eyes. She stared blankly at the figure dancing on the ice. Turn out to be. Is this the true form of the resonance he speaks of? His own ice became his most magnificent stage. His own power, through him, manifested a magnificent yet deadly art that even he himself had never imagined. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride welled up in her heart. It was as if she herself was the one who shone brightly on the battlefield. No, it brings her more pleasure than herself. This is probably what Bond is. Lin Fan's attacks became increasingly fierce. His gliding trajectory became faster and faster, so fast that he left after images in the air. Each attack precisely struck the three-headed venomous python's neck, precisely at the gaps between the scales. That's its weakest point. Orange-red flames poured into the wound, scorching its flesh and blood. The intense pain drove this B-level beast completely insane. Roar! With a deafening roar, the vertical pupils of the middle head of the three-headed venomous python suddenly turned an eerie blood red. Upon seeing this, Li Hu and Zhang Bao immediately became serious. It's gone berserk. This beast is going all out. We can't wait any longer. Zhang Bao shouted urgently. A resolute look flashed across Li Hu's face, and he gritted his teeth. Attack! This kid is too unpredictable. We have to take advantage of his fight with that beast and launch a sneak attack from behind. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their supernatural abilities to the fullest extent. Zhang Bao rubbed his hands together, and several solid cyan wind blades instantly took shape. Li Hu slammed his hands down on the ice wall, unleashing the full power of his mid-level C-rank earth and rock ability. The thick ice wall was actually shaken by him and began to tremble violently. Chapter 23 Hunter? Prey. The ice wall trembled violently. Each tremor made one's heart tighten. Li Hu's arm muscles bulged, completely enveloped in an earthy yellow energy glow. He was using primal brute force to ram the ice wall again and again. That was the defensive line that Su Qingxue built with her last bit of strength. The C-rank mid-level earth and rock ability, heavy and full of power, does indeed counter the control-type ability, frost. Cracks spread densely across the surface of the ice wall. The crisp cracking sound continued incessantly. Quick! She can't hold on any longer. Zhang Bao urged him on from the side, a blue light flashing between his hands. Several crescent-shaped wind blades hovered in front of him, waiting for the ice wall to shatter before shooting out and cutting Lin Fan's body into pieces. Su Qingxue's face was as pale as paper, and there was not a trace of blood on her lips. From laying the ice crystal road to freezing that B-level ferocious beast, her supernatural power had long been exhausted. Right now, it's just a sheer willpower holding up this crumbling ice wall. She gazed at the figure not far away, the figure wrestling with the venomous python on the ice, and for the first time, a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed her. She could only watch. There was nothing she could do. In the heart of the battlefield, Lin Fan's situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The three-headed serpent went completely berserk, its blood-red vertical pupils filled only with a desire for destruction. Ignoring the disruptive flames, it suddenly twisted its massive body. With a dull thud as muscles and bones snapped, it broke free of the half of its frozen tail. The mangled, bloody cut was exposed to the air, but not much blood flowed out. The wound was instantly burned and sealed by its own toxins and violent energy. Roar! The venomous python, freed from its restraints, roared to the sky with all three heads raised. A more pungent and violent odor than before suddenly exploded out. The scales on the top of its head split open, revealing a fleshy, tumor-like bulge. A dark red energy core is faintly visible within it. This is a Class B ferocious beast burning its own life core. It is willing to sacrifice its life for an attack that surpasses its own level. Oh no! Behind the ice wall, Li Hu's expression changed as he was about to break through it. The raging beasts don't distinguish between friend and foe. Their indiscriminate attacks will drag them in as well. We have to hurry. Li Hu roared and poured all his strength into his arms. Boom! With a loud bang, he finally blasted a huge gap in the thick ice wall. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Bao unleashed the wind blade he had been preparing for. Several streaks of azure light ripped through the air, blocking all of Lin Fan's possible escape routes. A pincer attack from both sides. On one side is a B-class ferocious beast about to self-destruct its core. On one side are two mid-level C-rank assassins who have been plotting for a long time. This is a dead end. Su Qingxue witnessed all of this, and a sharp pain shot through her chest, causing her to stop breathing. Her vision blurred, her body swayed, and she almost fell. Lin Fan! She let out a hoarse gasp. Despite being in dire straits, Lin Fan remained frighteningly calm. Under the influence of super energy, his perception was amplified to its limit. The trajectory of the wind blades, the pulsation of the venomous python's core energy, even the greedy expressions on Li Hu and Zhang Bao's faces, everything slowed down and was clearly imprinted in his mind. He instantly found the only way to break the deadlock. There's no escaping it. Then, I won't hide anymore. In a flash, Lin Fan made a decision that surprised everyone. He ignored the wind blades behind him. Instead, he instantly unleashed his full firepower and charged towards the berserk venomous python in front of him. Flames erupted beneath his feet, and using the recoil, he crashed straight into the ferocious beast. Court death. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bao revealed a cruel smile. In his view, Lin Fan was so frightened that he gave up resisting. Put! Put! Several wind blades pierced Lin Fan's back, spraying blood everywhere. The excruciating pain of his muscles being torn made Lin Fan groan, but his forward speed did not slow down in the slightest. Let's take a gamble. He growled inwardly. He squeezed out Qin Yalan's A-level fire ability without reservation. The flame in his hand no longer changed shape, but was compressed to the extreme, condensing into an orange-red fireball the size of a fist. The fireball was churning with energy, its color approaching crimson, causing visible distortion in the surrounding air. Just as he was about to collide with the venomous python, the berserk three-headed venomous python's exposed dark red core finally erupted. There was no loud noise. Only a dark red shockwave spread silently in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was ice crystals or black mud, everything was reduced to dust. This is a complex energy attack released at the cost of its life, containing deadly poison, curses, and mental shock. Lin Fan happened to run right into the source of this shockwave. The smiles on Li Hu and Zhang Bao's faces froze. To their horror, they discovered that the shockwave was far more powerful than they had anticipated. The two immediately activated their supernatural abilities to the limit, setting up a defense in front of them. Boom! The dark red energy collided violently with the crimson fireball in Lin Fan's hand in mid-air. In that instant, the entire swamp lost all sound and color. Only one red and one dark, two extreme energies frantically eroding and annihilating each other. Li Hu and Zhang Bao were only grazed by the edge of the shockwave when they let out a scream and were blasted away, crashing heavily into a tree trunk in the distance. Both men coughed up blood and were instantly critically injured. The three-headed venomous python, located at the center of the explosion, let out an extremely shrill scream. Lin Fan's highly compressed fireball tore through the venomous python's energy surge and precisely penetrated its exposed core. The flame energy exploded violently inside the core. The three heads of the three-headed venomous python froze instantly. The next second, crimson flames erupted simultaneously from its eyes, nose, and mouth. Its massive body convulsed violently, then burst into flames from the inside out. In just a few breaths, it turned into a charred skeleton and collapsed with a crash. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, Lin Fan reappeared. He knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, his face pale. On his back were 3 deep wounds that exposed bone, and blood had stained half of his clothes. Even with his current physical condition, he was still quite uncomfortable after withstanding the full force of a mid-level C-rank ability user. What's more troublesome is that a cold and violent energy is invading his body through his arm, violently clashing with his own fire ability and running rampant everywhere. Ha, ha, cough, cough. Not far away, Li Hu struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Lin Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, and then at Su Qingxue, who was swaying from exhaustion beside him, and a twisted, ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Damn, he's a monster, he can even replace a B-rank berserk beast. He coughed up blood as he grinned maliciously as he walked toward Lin Fan. However, this is the end of it. An S-rank genius, and a rank monster, and this B-rank rare treasure, today, they're all ours. Even though Zhang Bao was seriously injured, he helped each other to his feet. Greed and murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they approached step by step. In their eyes, Lin Fan and Su Qingxue were powerless to resist. Su Qingxue leaned against a tree trunk that had been frozen into an ice sculpture, barely managing to stand. Looking at the wound on Lin Fan's back, and at the two thugs closing in on her, she was overwhelmed by intense hatred and a sense of powerlessness. It's all my fault. If I could be a little stronger. If my powers haven't run out. She wanted to rush over and stand in front of Lin Fan, but her body felt so heavy that she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Li Hu walked up to Lin Fan, looked down at him, and his face was full of smugness. Kid, remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. Some people are not someone a peasant like you can afford to mess with. As he spoke, he raised his fist, which was enveloped in earthy yellow energy, preparing to smash it down on Lin Fan's head. He didn't notice. Lin Fan, who was kneeling on the ground and seemed unable to stand up, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24, A Kiss Before Death? Etc. Just as Li Hu's fist was about to land, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a peculiar calmness. Li Hu paused, looking at him with great interest. What? Trying to beg for mercy? Too late. Beg for mercy? Lin Fan lowered his head and let out a few suppressed coughs, his shoulders trembling slightly as if he were laughing. I just want to figure one thing out before I die. Oh? Li Hu and Zhang Bao exchanged a glance, both seeing a playful, cat-and-mouse-like expression in each other's eyes. Since these two people are already in our grasp, there's no harm in listening to his last words. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, his face was frighteningly pale, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. He didn't look at Li Hu, but instead gazed at Su Qingxue, whose face was filled with despair and self-blame, not far away. Qingxue. His voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. When that snake exploded just now, did you also feel a chilling force enter your body? Su Qingxue was taken aback and subconsciously sensed it. Indeed, from the moment she started, she felt her limbs were ice cold. A chilling aura, not her own, filled with death and resentment, was eroding her nearly depleted power core, making it incredibly difficult for her to even stand. She nodded subconsciously. Li Hu and Zhang Bao frowned, wondering what Lin Fan was up to. Lin Fan ignored them and continued speaking to Su Qingxue. That's called Inhan Snake Demon, a product of the life essence and potent poison of a B-grade venomous python, specifically designed to pollute and erode the core of supernatural abilities. He pointed to the wound on his back that was constantly emitting black smoke, and then to his arm that had collided with the venomous python. What I was afflicted with was its raging fire poison after it went berserk, which was extremely domineering and was burning my energy channels. His words were well reasoned and, combined with his current miserable appearance, seemed entirely authentic. A flicker of understanding crossed Su Qingshue's eyes, followed by a deeper despair. So that's how it is. No wonder she felt so uncomfortable. Kid, what exactly are you trying to say? Hurry up and give your last words. Zhang Bao urged impatiently. Lin Fan finally turned his gaze to them, and the faint smile on his lips widened slightly. I'm thinking, two completely opposite negative energies are eroding two people like us with completely opposite attributes. Could this be a kind of unusual fate? Su Qingshue's breathing became rapid. She stared blankly at Lin Fan, her mind a complete mess. What are you trying to say? She asked in a barely audible voice. Lin Fan's gaze hardened as he stared at her, saying each word slowly and deliberately, I'm wondering, since there's a way for us to benefit each other, could there also be a way to save each other? Palms touching and hugging are just basic energy exchanges. But now, what we need is the deepest level of energy fusion, a direct dialogue between cores, in order to guide, neutralize, and purify the foreign energy in the other's body. The most efficient way, do you remember? Su Qingshue's mind went completely blank with a boom. Of course she remembers. When Lin Fan was explaining things to her before, he mentioned that there was a way that was both the most efficient and the most dangerous, in addition to hugging. That method is. Seeing Su Qingshue's face turn red instantly, Li Hu and Zhang Bao finally realized that something was wrong. Damn it, this kid's stalling for time. Kill him. Li Hu roared and, without hesitation, slammed his fist, as big as a clay pot and imbued with heavy, earthy yellow energy, down towards Lin Fan's head once more. This time, there is absolutely no room for maneuver. Qingshuo. Lin Fan roared, a resolute madness flashing in his eyes. He took a sudden step forward, meeting Li Hu's fist head-on, and unleashed the last of his A-level fire abilities without reservation. Get out of my way. Boom. The orange-red flames formed a shockwave that slammed into Li Hu's fist. Li Hu felt a violent heat wave rush towards him, and he was forced back half a step. The earth elemental energy on his fist dimmed a bit. Both he and Zhang Bao were stunned. This kid actually dared to fight back? However, this attack also completely drained Lin Fan's energy. The raging fire poison within his body lost its suppression and instantly backfired. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body swayed, and he knelt on one knee, his vision beginning to blur. No. I'm going to die. He mustered his last bit of strength and roared at Su Qingshuo with a hoarse, almost broken voice. Trust me. Kiss me. Trust him. These two words, like a brand, are deeply engraved in Su Qingshue's soul. Kiss him. The thought made her heart pound wildly. Looking at the man who had risked his life for a second and was now kneeling on the ground, all her hesitation, shyness, and fear were crushed in that instant. Let's take a gamble. She was willing to gamble everything on this man who could pull her out of the endless cold. Just as Li Hu and Zhang Bao recovered from their shock and were about to attack again, Su Qingshuo used her last bit of strength and, like a moth drawn to a flame, staggered forward and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Then, to the astonishment of Li Hu and Zhang Bao, she tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and pressed her cold, trembling lips against Lin Fan's. Li Hu and Zhang Bao stood frozen in place, like two stone sculptures. What's going on? He risked his life to deliver a final blow, just so he could give me a kiss before he died? However, what they couldn't understand was that at the moment their lips met, a heavenly sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! The bonus quest Interdependent as Lips and Teeth has been completed. Mission reward, copying the target's S-rank Eternal Frost ability. Copying. Host detected to possess succubus physique, with an extremely high affinity for the target. The replication process generates beneficial effects. Copy complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-rank ability Eternal Frost Tier 1. Special ability description: the initial strength and completeness of the copied ability are related to the target's own strength and the host's affinity with the target. The current target's strength is S-rank, and the affinity is life and death together. Therefore, the initial strength of the Eternal Frost ability acquired by the host is equivalent to a high-level B rank. Host behavior perfectly matches the succubus persona reward with energy feedback effect. Energy feedback initiated. The purified succubus energy within the host's body is being fed back to the target, Su Qingshuo. A chilling power originating from the depths of his soul was suddenly born within Lin Fan's body. This power did not conflict with the A-level flame within his body. Instead, within the perfect container of super energy, they were clearly distinct yet subtly resonated with each other, forming a wondrous balance. The raging fire poison that invaded his body was instantly frozen, purified, and crushed by this purer and more domineering S-class frost power, as if it had met its nemesis. A thin layer of ice crystals even formed on the wound on his back, stopping the bleeding. At the same time, Su Qingxue felt a warm, pure, and unimaginably refined energy flow from Lin Fan's lips. This energy was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly nourishing her nearly parched superpower core. The chilling serpent evil that had been lurking within her body vanished without a trace under the wash of this warm energy, unable to offer the slightest resistance. Her depleted superpowers are not only recovering rapidly, but even, her S-rank frost core is becoming more solid and stable in this feedback, showing signs of breaking through its bottleneck. It's true. Everything he said was true. He didn't lie to me. Overwhelmed with surprise and ecstasy, Su Qingxue's mind went blank. She even forgot to let go, and instead hugged the man in front of her even tighter, drawing strength from the man who gave her an unparalleled sense of security and warmth. Hey, you two, are you ever going to stop? Li Hu and Zhang Bao finally snapped out of their shock. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they could clearly feel that the weakened aura on Su Qingxue's body was recovering at an alarming speed. We can't wait any longer. A fierce glint appeared in Li Hu's eyes, and the earthy yellow energy once again condensed at the tip of his fist. However, this time, he didn't even have time to throw a punch. A hand gently rested on his wrist. A hand simultaneously bound by two completely different energies, ice and fire. Li Hu stiffly turned his head and met Lin Fan's eyes, which had been open at some point. What kind of eyes were those? In his left eye, an orange-red flame flickered, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Inside his right eye, icy blue cold air was gathering, radiating a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. Ice and fire, life and death, formed a contradictory yet harmonious unity in him. Thank you. Lin Fan released Su Qingxue from his arms, slowly straightened up, and twisted his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. The wound on his back had completely healed. Gave us valuable time for treatment. The treatment is now over. The moment the words fell. Boom! One aura was as hot as magma, and the other was as cold as the depths of hell, both erupting simultaneously from Lin Fan's body. The color drained from Li Hu and Zhang Bao's faces in an instant. Chapter 25, Exciting Battlefield Rewards. Fear. An indescribable chill instantly gripped the hearts of Li Hu and Zhang Bao. What did they see? Ice and fire. Two completely opposite energies coexist in the same person. This completely overturned their understanding. Dual ability users do exist, but they are all legendary figures, and the two abilities are usually complementary, such as wind and thunder, or earth and wood. How can ice and fire, such absolutely opposing attributes, coexist in one? This is like having a nuclear bomb and antimatter inside a person's body at the same time. Theoretically, the person should self-destruct the moment they awaken. A monster. Zhang Bao's voice trembled violently, and he could not even maintain the wind blade in his hand, which dissipated into countless blue light spots. Run! Li Hu reacted half a second faster. His mind was consumed by the single thought of escaping, for his life greed and scheming had long been forgotten. He roared, channeling his earth and rock powers into his legs, and turned to run wildly into the depths of the swamp. Trying to run now? Lin Fan's voice sounded behind him, light and airy, yet carrying a chilling aura of hell. Isn't it a bit too late? Li Hu suddenly felt a tightness under his feet. He looked down and saw that a layer of hard ice had spread from the ground, freezing his feet firmly in place. Is it Su Qingxue's special ability? Wrong. He turned around in shock and saw Su Qingxue still standing there, looking at Lin Fan with an almost worshipful gaze. The chill that froze his feet was clearly emanating from Lin Fan. Open it for me. Li Hu roared, unleashing his full power of his mid-level C-rank earth and rock abilities, attempting to break free from the restraints beneath his feet. However, Lin Fan simply raised his right hand slightly. Since you like playing in the dirt so much, he said softly. Then let dust return to dust, and ashes to ashes. A cluster of orange-red flames rose in his palm. This time, the flames did not transform into a whip or a blade, but instead coalesced into a short flaming spear less than half a meter long. Whoosh! The short spear flew out of his hand, leaving a straight, crimson line in the air, and struck Li Hu precisely in the heart. Li Hu's body jolted violently. He looked down at the ever-growing hole in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. His prized earthen armor crumbled instantly like a brittle biscuit before this attack. Crimson flames surged wildly into his body through the wound. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the swamp, but it lasted for less than 2 seconds before abruptly stopping. Li Hu was burned to ashes, inside and out. The ashes scattered on the frozen ground were particularly glaring. On the other side, Zhang Bao was terrified when he saw this scene. He was more decisive than Li Hu, and directly gave up all resistance. With a thud, his knees buckled and he knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It was all Wang Teng's doing. It was all Wang Teng's orders that we did it. He said that as long as we eliminate you during the assessment, he'll guarantee our admission to the inner court. This has nothing to do with us. Spare us." He blamed everything on Wang Tang, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Su Qingxue frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Lin Fan slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. "Wang Tang?" Lin Fan smiled, a smile that Zhang Bao found more terrifying than the devil's. "Of course I know it was him. But why should I spare you?" I. Zhang Bao was incoherent, his back soaked with cold sweat. "I'll give you a chance." Lin Fan stretched out his left hand, a wisp of icy cold air swirling around his fingertips. "Use your wind to attack me." Zhang Bao was stunned. "What? You're too scared?" Lin Fan's tone instantly turned icy. The will to survive overcame the fear, and a hint of madness flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, gathering all the remaining supernatural power within him into his strongest attack. A rapidly spinning cyan tornado took shape in his hand. "Go to hell!" He roared and shoved the tornado toward Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan simply stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding. Just as the tornado was about to touch his body, Lin Fan gently waved his left hand. A crescent-shaped ice wall appeared out of nowhere, blocking his way and radiating a chilling aura. The tornado slammed violently against the ice wall, producing a screeching sound, but it couldn't advance an inch. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan raised his right hand. An even hotter flame merged into the raging tornado. The blue tornado was instantly dyed crimson. The temperature suddenly increased several times, and the rotation speed became even more violent. "Wind control, that's quite an interesting ability too," Lin Fan commented softly. Then, he controlled the fiery tornado, whose power had increased several times over, and slowly pressed it down toward its master. "No! No!" In Zhang Bao's eyes, the fiery storm that was getting closer and closer to him was reflected, and he let out a final, desperate scream. A fiery tornado swept past, leaving only a charred humanoid mark in its wake. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring up a cloud of dust. The swamp has returned to tranquility. Lin Fan withdrew his supernatural abilities, and the aura of ice and fire was drawn into his body. Using 2 high-level abilities in succession also took a toll on his mid-level E-rank super energy, and his breathing became slightly rapid. He walked to the ice marrow grass, carefully uprooted it, and placed it in a specially made jade box. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at Su Qingxue, who had been standing there quietly watching him. Their eyes met. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed red instantly, all the way down to her ears. She subconsciously avoided Lin Fan's gaze, her mind replaying the embarrassing scene from just moments ago. That soft touch, that warm breath, that mingling of energy that made her soul tremble. "Thank you, Qingxue." Lin Fan walked up to her and said sincerely. "If you hadn't been there, I might have really confessed just now. No, I also want to thank you." Su Qingxue's voice was barely audible. "There's no need for thanks between us." Lin Fan interrupted her, his gaze falling on her lips, which still retained a hint of red, and smiled knowingly. "After all, we are bound by fate, aren't we?" Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, and she felt her cheeks burning even hotter. That. She was rambling and trying to change the subject. "Let's get out of here quickly, the assessment is almost over, and they'll be worried." "Good." Lin Fan nodded. He glanced at Su Qingxue's slightly disheveled clothes and loose hair, walked over, and naturally helped her straighten her collar, then tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips inadvertently touched her slightly cool earlobe, causing Su Qingxue's body to tremble slightly. A tingling sensation spread from the point of contact, and her breath caught in her throat for a moment. She did not dodge. Outside the portal in Area D3, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Principal Li Jinghua's face was ashen as he kept glancing at the time. The assessment is now in its final countdown, but none of the 3 people who went into Area D3 have come out. Xin Yalan was so anxious that she paced around in circles. She tried several times to rush into the portal, but the staff held her back. Her heart was filled with regret and self-blame. She should have realized it long ago. A despicable person like Wang Tang would definitely stop at nothing. She should have gone in with Lin Fan no matter what. If something really happened to Lin Fan, she dared not think any further. Just when everyone thought the outcome was already decided. Buzz. The dark green portal finally stirred up ripples once again. 2 figures emerged from within, one after the other. It was Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. They're out. It's Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. A gasp went up from the crowd. Li Jinghua breathed a heavy sigh of relief. When Xin Yalan saw that Lin Fan was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved, her eyes welled up, and she almost cried. Without thinking, she rushed straight towards Lin Fan. But she had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped. Because she saw what Su Qingxue looked like. That icy guy was blushing even more than he had in the training room. Her eyes were also somewhat unfocused, watery, as if they held a pool of spring water. What infuriated Xin Yalan the most was the way she looked at Lin Fan. It was clearly filled with an undisguised sexual connotation. Xin Yalan was all too familiar with this look. What did they do inside? Xin Yalan's joy was instantly replaced by overwhelming anger and bitterness. She rushed to the 2 of them, staring intently at Su Qingxue's flushed face, and asked through gritted teeth. Su Qingxue, what have you been doing inside for so long? Faced with Xin Yalan's hostile questioning, Su Qingxue not only did not explain, but seemed to have just come to her senses. She glanced at Lin Fan beside her, then at the furious Xin Yalan, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She deliberately spoke slowly, in a tone that was both wistful and languid. Us? It's nothing. But Lin Fan, they had to do something very bold and outrageous to me in a battlefield full of monsters and enemies. She paused, looked into Xin Yalan's eyes which were about to spit fire, and added the last sentence in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. However, that kind of reward on the verge of life and death, it's really exciting. Chapter 26, Chairman Wang's top-notch escort service deserves high praise. However, that kind of reward on the verge of life and death, it's really exciting. Su Qingxue's voice was very soft. Stimulate? Reward? These 2 words, coupled with Su Qingxue's languid yet contented expression, instantly exploded in Xin Yalan's mind. Boom! A wave of heat emanated from Xin Yalan, causing the air around her to distort slightly. At the ends of her hair, clusters of dark purple sparks ignited. This is a sign that the A-level fire ability has gone out of control due to the owner's drastic emotional fluctuations. Su Qing Shui. Xin Yalan's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between her teeth. Her almond-shaped eyes, burning with anger, were fixed on Su Qingxue's smiling face. You all. She was trembling with anger, pointing at Su Qingxue and then at Lin Fan beside her. You 2 shameless bastards. How could you do such a thing in a place like that? All the joy and relief I felt before were burned to ashes by jealousy at this moment. Her heart tightened, feeling both sore and swollen, and her eyes welled up with tears of grievance. Lin Fan looked at the fiery young lady who was about to go berserk, and then at Su Qingxue who looked completely innocent, and felt speechless. This isn't an iceberg, it's clearly a volcano, an alive volcano specifically designed to restrain Xin Yalan. Cough. Lin Fan cleared his throat and stepped forward again to clean up the mess. He stepped forward and stood between the 2 women. Yalan, calm down, you've misunderstood again. I misunderstood? Xin Yalan's tone suddenly rose. She admitted it herself. And she even offered a reward. And a thrill. How can you expect me to stay calm? This reward is not that reward. Lin Fan looked completely calm. In the swamp, Qingxue and I were both poisoned by a strange beast and were on the verge of death. In order to save ourselves, we could only use a more direct energy exchange method than hugging to clear the toxins from our bodies. More direct? Xin Yalan was stunned for a moment, her anger subsided slightly, but her suspicious gaze remained sharp. Lin Fan's gaze swept over her slightly pouting red lips, which were trembling with excitement, and he spoke in a calm tone. It is through the contact of lips and teeth that energy is transferred with the highest efficiency. He paused, then added. Come to think of it, didn't we already try this method? The air at the scene seemed to freeze. Xin Yalin's impending outburst of anger was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. We have already tried it? Lips and teeth touching? An image she had deliberately suppressed suddenly rushed into her mind. In the dimly lit, cramped ruins, his warm breath, that undeniable domineering presence, and the blank, tingling sensation in my body when my first kiss was stolen. Boom! An even more intense blush spread from her neck all the way to her ears. He looked like he had been boiled alive. You, shameless, big scumbag. Xin Yalin's mind completely went blank. Shame, anger, and a hint of inexplicable panic rendered her unable to form words. She pointed at Lin Fan, hesitated for a long time, and finally could only stomp her foot. You kissed her. You also kissed me. How could you just kiss other people like that? This expression makes it seem less like anger and more like a coquettish act. Behind her, Su Qingshua's cool eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. I see. Lin Fan and Xin Yalin had already kissed before she did. No wonder he can use fire powers. Just now, after he kissed her, he was able to immediately use the same frost power as her. Therefore, his fire-based abilities were undoubtedly obtained from Xin Yalin in the same way. In other words, his first kiss wasn't with himself. A slight sense of disappointment crossed my mind, but it was quickly dispelled. Su Qingshua's gaze fell on Xin Yalin's exasperated expression. This kind of impatient personality is destined to put you at a disadvantage in emotional power struggles. But I am different. A first kiss is precious. But for the person who will accompany him through life, it is merely the first footprint on a long journey. So what if I didn't get his first footprint? As long as most of his footprints on his future path remain in his own world, that will be enough. Su Qingxue suddenly felt that after meeting Lin Fan, she had intuitively grasped many principles that she had never encountered before. It's not a bad feeling to accept your emotions and take control of them. Thinking about this, she felt a sense of relief and clarity. Watching Lin Fan being scolded by Xin Yalin, she found the scene rather amusing. The students around were already dumbfounded. Oh my god! Those are Xin Yalin and Su Qingshuo. The two goddesses of the academy are now flirting in public over a man? Moreover, that man was none other than Lin Fan, the E-level good-for-nothing who was recently recognized as the chosen male escort. Brother Fan is awesome. He's a role model for us all. Double flight, cough, double the happiness. That's a real man. So what if he's an E rank? He can still handle two of the most beautiful girls in school. Hearing the jeers around her, Xin Yalin's face turned even redder, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Just then, a cold voice, suppressing its anger, forced its way in. Lin Fan. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wang Tong, the student council president, walking towards them through the crowd. His pale face, clenched fists, and slightly trembling eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Wang Tang's voice, Xin Yalin immediately stopped criticizing Lin Fan and instead glared at Wang Tong with a look that was a mixture of disgust and rejection. Su Qingshua's actions were more direct. She stepped forward, naturally took Lin Fan's arm, pressed her body against it, turned her head, and fixed her gaze completely on Lin Fan's profile. It was as if he was the only person left in the whole world. Wang Tang's eyelids began to twitch wildly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the glaring scene, and stared intently at Lin Fan. Where are Li Hu and Zhang Bao, the two classmates I sent to protect you? They've arrived. Lin Fan sneered inwardly, but a smile of immense gratitude suddenly appeared on his face. President Wang, why don't you ask them? Sigh, it's really heartbreaking to think about. Lin Fan's expression instantly turned somber. That Class B three-headed venomous python in the swamp was too ferocious. In order to cover our retreat, the two senior students resolutely chose to stay behind. In their desperate struggle against the beasts, they displayed unparalleled courage and ultimately died heroically. As Lin Fan finished speaking, he even wiped away imaginary tears with great seriousness. No trace of their bodies. It was too horrific. I fought with all my might, but I only managed to salvage a few things left behind after they were shattered by the energy. As he spoke, he pulled two dark, charcoal-like objects from his pocket and handed them over. This may be the last trace of their existence. Chairman, please accept my condolences. Wang Tang stared intently at the two pieces of charcoal in Lin Fan's hand, feeling as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. Of course he knows what that is. That was a specially made black box that he provided to Li Hu and Zhang Bao for recording and locating information. Now they've turned into two pieces of scrap metal. No trace of his remains? Heroic sacrifice? This is clearly telling him, I killed him, and I killed him completely, so you can't even find any evidence. Puff. Wang Tang felt a sweet taste in his throat and a rush of blood to his head. Lin Fan's grief face, Su Qingshua's affectionate gestures, Xin Yalan's disgusted look, and the students' amused gazes. Everything turned into sharp knives, stabbing viciously into his heart. The last thing he heard was Lin Fan's sincere voice. However, I still want to thank President Wang again for his thoughtful arrangements. The two senior students you sent are really reliable. This escort service is truly top-notch. Top level. Wang Tang's vision went black, his legs went weak, and he fell straight backward. President! Quick! Chairman Wang has fainted. Call Zhou for an ambulance. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Chapter 27: A Song of Ice and Fire. The controversy surrounding the end-of-month assessment ultimately ended in a farcical scene where Chairman Wang Tang fainted in public. The impact of this incident continued to spread throughout Tianjiao Academy. Lin Fan's name resounded throughout the campus overnight. He is no longer the chosen gigolo who makes a living based on his looks, nor is he a lucky E-class good-for-nothing. A monster with dual superpowers. A ruthless individual who, despite being only an E rank, managed to kill two C rank experts. A mysterious and powerful man who was being fought over by two of the most beautiful girls in the school. Countless labels were attached to him, eventually converging into one title, Son of Miracles. As for Wang Tang, it is said that after waking up, he smashed everything he could in the student council office, and was then picked up by people sent by his family, disappearing from public view. Everyone understood that his attempt to steal a chicken had backfired. Not only did he lose two trusted C-level confidants, but his own and the student council's prestige also plummeted, and the pressure of accountability from within his family is likely now on his shoulders. For a time, Lin Fan was the talk of the town. However, despite being at the center of the storm, Lin Fan's life seemed largely unaffected. Or rather, he enjoys this change. 1 week later, in the afternoon. The college library, a quiet corner on the 3rd floor. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled patterns of light into the air. The smell of ink from books mingled with the scent of old paper, filling the quiet atmosphere. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, holding a thick book titled The Origin of Superpowers and the Theory of Attribute Counteraction. He watched with great interest. Of course, most of my attention was drawn to the clouds drifting by outside the window, and the occasional female students in colorful short skirts walking between the bookshelves. This is what a pleasant campus life should be like. A familiar fragrance accompanied by light footsteps interrupted his reverie. Xin Yalan, dressed in a neat red tracksuit, stood in front of the table with her arms crossed. She seemed to have just finished training. A thin layer of sweat clung to her fair forehead, her cheeks flushed with a healthy rosy glow, and her fiery eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan. Hello. She spoke, her voice as arrogant as ever. What advice does Miss Qin have for me? Lin Fan put down his book, lazily raised his head, and smiled at her. Stop grinning like that. Xin Yalan felt a little uncomfortable under his amused gaze and subconsciously looked away. You still haven't given me a reasonable explanation for what happened last time. Which incident from last time? Lin Fan feigned confusion. You mean our deep energy exchange? You. A surge of heat rushed to Xin Yalan's cheeks, quickly turning her ears red. Can't this guy just talk properly? Why do you have to bring up those embarrassing things? She bit her lower lip and lowered her voice, afraid that others would hear her. I'm asking about you and Su Qingshu. You too, how far have things progressed in the swamp? She felt awkward even after asking the question. What's this? Are you checking up on me? What gives me the right to check up on his work? Oh, you mean this? Lin Fan suddenly realized, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. It hasn't reached that stage yet, it's just repeating what we did in the ruins before. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Xin Yalan's body to tremble slightly. Her mind was replaying the kiss that had made her both ashamed and angry. You. She was about to explode when she realized she didn't know what to say. Should we insult him? He accused him of doing the same thing to Su Qingxue as he had done to himself. Doesn't that mean admitting that you care a lot? What? Are you jealous? Seeing her angry but unable to speak out, Lin Fan's smile deepened. Who's jealous? I just think you're too promiscuous. You fall in love with every girl you see. No, you kiss every girl you see. That's obviously even worse. Xin Yalan stubbornly retorted, but her darting eyes and increasingly flushed face had already betrayed her true feelings. I'm not a casual person. Lin Fan shook his head, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Every synchronization is based on scientific evidence. I can sense that last time outside the portal, your firepower caused signs of disorder due to jealousy and anger. This is dangerous, Yalan. I didn't. You have. Lin Fan's tone left no room for argument. The energy field within you is currently like a tangled mess. Qingxue and I, on the other hand, have a stable and harmonious energy field because we just achieved a perfect resonance. This imbalance will make you feel increasingly uncomfortable and may even affect your control over the flames. Xin Yalan was stunned. What Lin Fan said was exactly the same as what she had been feeling these past few days. Since that day, she has always been troubled and unable to concentrate when cultivating. Her fire-based superpowers have always felt sluggish. She thought it was because she was in a bad mood. Could it be, really, as he said, that it's because of an imbalance in the supernatural energy field? Seeing her skeptical expression, Lin Fan knew that the fish had taken the bait. As for whether that's really true, it's like saying, if you're reading this, you might feel a little itchy somewhere on your body. He stood up, and before Xin Yalan could react, he took her hand and led her into a narrow aisle formed by a row of tall bookshelves. This is a dead corner of the library, almost no one comes here. What are you doing? Xin Yalan's heart raced instantly, and her palms began to sweat. I'll help you recalibrate your psychic field. Lin Fan pinned her against the bookshelf, placing his hands on either side of her body, creating a classic bookshelf slam. He gazed into her eyes, which trembled slightly with nervousness, his voice deep and magnetic. Look at me, Yalan. Relax and feel the vibrations within me. Remember that feeling? Let your flames find their frequency. Xin Yalan's breathing became completely disordered. Looking at the handsome face so close to hers, feeling the familiar yet captivating aura emanating from him, her mind gradually gave up resisting. Yes, that's exactly how it feels. Warm, domineering, and able to tolerate all her irritability and anxiety. Her body unconsciously went limp, and her tense shoulders relaxed. Seeing this, Lin Fan no longer hesitated, slowly lowered his head, and kissed the softness he had already tasted. Xin Yalan's eyes widened suddenly, but quickly, amidst that familiar, soul-stirring wave, they slowly closed. This time, there was no panic or surprise like during the first kiss. Instead, there was a hint of probing and curiosity. And a trace of an emotion called indulgence. After a long while, their lips parted. Xin Yalan leaned against the bookshelf, her legs weak, panting heavily, her face flushed red. She could clearly sense that the restless flame energy within her body was now flowing gently, and a long-lost sense of control had returned to her. That feeling of stagnation was completely swept away. Are you feeling better now? Lin Fan's voice rang in her ears. Xin Yalan did not answer, but simply kept her head down. Just then, a cold voice came from the other end of the corridor. It seems your calibration is complete. Both of them were startled and turned to look. Su Qingxue was already standing there, dressed in a pure white dress, holding a book titled Analysis of Ancient Supernatural Runes in her arms, her expression calm. It was as if I hadn't seen anything at all. But Lin Fan sensed a hint of its my turn deep within her calm, unwavering eyes. Xin Yalan instantly snapped out of her daze, filled with shame and indignation. She shoved Lin Fan away and turned to run away. Etc. Su Qingxue called out to her. Then, to the astonishment of Xin Yalan and Lin Fan, Su Qingxue slowly walked up to Lin Fan. She took the initiative to stand on tiptoe, tilting her delicate chin up, using actions instead of words. Her kiss was completely different from Xin Yalan's. It is completely untouched by the world, cool and soft to the touch, with a hint of the dampness of melting snow, instantly soothing the restlessness in one's heart. She didn't close her eyes. Her icy blue eyes stared quietly at Lin Fan, clearly reflecting his surprised expression. The kiss was brief, lasting only a moment. Su Qingxue took a half step back, her face still expressionless, except that her earlobes had suddenly turned a lovely pink. She looked at Qin Yalan, who was completely petrified, and stated it in a calm tone. Now, the energy field is balanced. After saying that, she stuffed the ancient supernatural rune analysis book she was holding into Lin Fan's hand, took his other hand, and turned to leave. Let's go eat. Lin Fan was pulled along by her. He turned around and glanced at Qin Yalan, who was still frozen in place. He shrugged helplessly. Qin Yalan stood there blankly, her mind a complete mess. These two people. She touched her still burning lips, then looked at Su Qingshue's retreating figure as she pulled Lin Fan away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. For some reason, that overwhelming anger did not reignite. Instead, there was an absurd, laughable, and even a secret, unacknowledged sense of excitement. In the end, the three of them appeared together in the cafeteria. Lin Fan sat in the middle. On the left is Su Qingxue, who silently serves him food, her posture like that of an empress. On the right is Qin Yalan, who has a stern face but occasionally steals glances at him out of the corner of her eye, and sometimes imitates Su Qingxue by serving him food. This bizarre yet inexplicably harmonious scene became the most talked about spectacle at Tenjiao Academy this year. Chapter 28 National College Rising Star League. The days passed quietly in a wonderful balance. 2 weeks later, in the top-tier private training room A01. This place has practically become the exclusive hideout for Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and Qin Yalan. The training had just ended, and the air still held the moisture from the melting frost and the faint smell of burnt flames. Lin Fan stood in the center of the arena, slowly withdrawing the chill from his left hand and the raging flames from his right. In the past 2 weeks, he has become proficient in simultaneously controlling these two completely opposite forces, providing customized extreme pressure training for the two of them. Call. Exhausted, Qin Yalan plopped down on the ground, her beautiful face covered in sweat, her chest heaving violently. But a certain excitement shone in her bright eyes. Lin Fan, you pervert! How could they even come up with this kind of training method? Under Lin Fan's hellish sparring, she felt that the bottleneck in her A-level fire ability had begun to loosen. She glanced at the flames in Lin Fan's hand that hadn't completely dissipated and snorted. Hey, you're getting better and better at using my fire, aren't you? She had already learned from him that after he took her first kiss, he had also gained the same fire-based superpowers as her. Although I was so angry at the time that I almost got into a fight with him on the spot, afterwards I felt a strange, inexplicable sense of smug satisfaction. This guy ultimately bears her mark. Moreover, it's the first one. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Qingxue beside her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Su Qingxue seemed not to hear her provocation and walked straight to Lin Fan's side. She naturally handed Lin Fan a bottle of water, then took out a towel and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your superpower seems to have gotten stronger again. Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes held a hint of curiosity. Controlling two advanced superpowers at the same time must consume a lot of energy. There's no other way. I have to try my best to serve the two young ladies well. Besides, my own special ability is super energy. Lin Fan took the water, unscrewed the cap, took a big gulp, and joked with a smile. Qin Yalan rolled her eyes at him defiantly, but still stood up from the ground. She walked to Lin Fan's other side and, imitating Su Qingxue, casually reached out to straighten his slightly disheveled collar. My fingertips touched the skin of his neck, bringing a warm sensation. Su Qingxue noticed her subtle movements but merely glanced at her indifferently. She didn't say anything, but she let go of Lin Fan's arm. Then, to the surprise of both Qin Yalan and Lin Fan, she gently placed her fair and soft hand on Lin Fan's chest. The icy touch from his palm made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. Speaking of which, Lin Fan, your super energy. Su Qingxue raised her head, her icy blue eyes looking at him intently, and calmly dropped a bombshell. Wouldn't it be a perfect match if combined with our dual cultivation? Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The sip of water Lin Fan had just taken was instantly aspirated into his trachea, triggering a violent cough. His face was flushed, whether from choking or something else, it was hard to tell. Su Qingxue looked at his reaction, a hint of confusion appearing on her usually cold face, as if she didn't understand why he reacted so strongly. She continued in her distinctive, earnest tone. Isn't our current relationship enough to take dual cultivation to the next stage? A step further than touching or kissing. Lin Fan was completely dazed. How could this woman say such explosive things in such a calm tone? Although Lin Fan admitted that he had thought about that kind of thing more than once. After all, he wasn't some saint who was free from worldly desires. Spending all his time with these two stunning beauties had already put a strain on his super right hand. But even if you think about it, having it put so directly on the table is still too impactful. Xin Yalan was stunned for a moment, and then her computer completely crashed. She pointed at Su Qingxue, her pretty face turning from pink to deep red at a visible speed, until it was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. You. Her lips trembled, and she struggled for a long time, but couldn't utter a single complete word. What's wrong with that icy expression? How dare she? How could she say such embarrassing things without batting an eye? Lin Fan finally stopped coughing and was about to organize his thoughts on how to respond to this advanced question. Just then, Su Qingxue's phone vibrated slightly in her pocket. She took it out and glanced at it, a slight change appearing on her usually cold expression. It's the principal. He wants us to go to his office now. The principal's office was filled with a faint aroma of tea and the smell of old books. Li Jinghua sat behind his large desk, looking at the close-knit trio in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. It's gratifying that the three strongest geniuses in the academy have such a harmonious relationship, which is a great thing for the future of the academy. The problem is this relationship a little too harmonious? Principal, you wanted to see us? Lin Fan spoke first, breaking the silence. Yes, sit down. Li Jinghua pointed to the sofa opposite him, and after the three of them sat down, he spoke with a serious expression. I have some important news to share with you. He paused, then said in a deep voice. The National College Rising Stars League will begin in Beijing next month. Rising Star League? Xin Yalan's eyes lit up instantly. This is the highest level event for the younger generation in the entire Dragon Kingdom's supernatural ability community. Achieving a good ranking in the league not only means unparalleled glory, but also the acquisition of massive amounts of cultivation resources, and even being directly recruited by the military or top families, rising to the top in one step. That's right. Li Jinghua nodded. According to the regulations, the number of students each college can send to participate in the competition will be determined based on their ability level. After our college has registered 2 students, Su Qingxue and Xin Yalan, we can only register 1 more. As for the last one, after a brief discussion, the school unanimously agreed to choose Lin Fan. This result was within Su Qingxue and Xin Yalan's expectations, and both of them subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. But Li Jinghua changed the subject, his face showing difficulty. There's a problem. Lin Fan, your official registration information still shows you as an E-level super energy. Although I know your true strength, the league organizing committee's review process is very strict. Entering the main team as an E-level student will likely attract criticism and ridicule from other academies, especially the top academies in Beijing. The pressure from public opinion will be immense. This is indeed a problem. Lin Fan can rely on his strength in the academy, but on the national stage, his status as an E-level ability user is a sin in itself. Before Lin Fan could even speak, Xin Yalan spoke first. She snorted, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly, "What do they know? Lin Fan can't go, and I'm not going either. Let them have their own fun." Yalan is right. Su Qingxue calmly echoed her sentiment. We are a team. If Lin Fan cannot play, we will forfeit this league. Her tone was calm, but the determination in it was undeniable. Li Jinghua looked at the 2 women with resolute attitudes and gave a wry smile. He knew it would turn out this way. Don't rush. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 to calm down. Since I've come to you, I must have thought of a solution. I've already used my connections to get Lin Fan nominated as a special tactical advisor. The application should be approved, but I'll inevitably have to face all sorts of gossip and rumors. That's no big deal. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. People can say whatever they want. We'll just beat them until they shut up. Good. I'm relieved to hear that. Li Jinghua nodded approvingly, his tense expression finally relaxing. He looked at the 3 energetic and incredibly powerful young people in front of him, his heart filled with anticipation. Go and get ready, children. See you in the capital in a month. Chapter 29. The Iceberg School Beauty is serious. The 3 walked out of the principal's office side by side, and none of them spoke first. The corridor was so quiet that only the sound of their 3 footsteps could be heard. Lin Fan walked in the middle, feeling the different fragrances coming from the left and right sides, but his mind was already making plans. National College Rising Stars League. The capital city. That's the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the heart of the entire nation. Those who gather there must be the pride of heaven, the cream of the crop. In other words, there is absolutely no shortage of high-quality women there. Just thinking about those stunningly beautiful geniuses from top universities and prestigious families, possessing S-level and A-level superpowers, made Lin Fan feel his succubus system getting hot. This is practically a buffet feast tailor-made for him. At that time, wouldn't his own talent pool be undergoing an epic expansion? Ice and fire are already in our grasp. What's next? Space? Time? Or even the legendary laws of nature? A hint of anticipation unconsciously curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. Hello! A somewhat arrogant voice interrupted his reverie. Qin Yalan stopped, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a serious expression. There's still more than a month until the league starts, so time is tight. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be doubled, and the training time will also be doubled. She held her chin up, looking like she was saying, I'm doing this for your own good, so don't be ungrateful. But she was already making her own plans. Extending training time means I can spend more time with this guy. Ever since he calibrated her supernatural energy field at the library, she has found herself feeling empty if she doesn't see him for a day, and she can't even muster the energy to cultivate. This feeling is terrible. But she damn well liked this feeling. Therefore, we must find a plausible reason to keep him firmly by our side. Yes, that's right. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. He certainly wouldn't refuse to spend more time with two beautiful women. However, Su Qingxue, who was standing to the side, gently shook her head. Time is tight, and simply extending the training time is too inefficient. Her cool gaze turned to Lin Fan, her icy blue eyes filled with pure, unadulterated seriousness. I think we should adopt more effective training methods. That is, the thing I brought up in the training room just now, but was interrupted about. She paused, then continued in a calm tone, as if discussing an academic issue. Lin Fan, I hope you will seriously consider my proposal. The air froze instantly. Lin Fan's smile froze. He stared at Su Qingshue's aloof, beautiful, and serious face, and his brain went blank for a full 3 seconds. Holy crap? This child, is she serious? You. Qin Yalan, who was standing next to her, finally snapped out of her shock. A surge of hot blood rushed to her head, and her cheeks turned from fair to pink at a visible speed, then flushed crimson. She pointed at Su Qingxue, her fingers trembling slightly. Su Qing Shui. You have no shame. Faced with Qin Yalan's angry rebuke, Su Qingxue simply turned her head and gave her a calm look. Then, in her still cool and aloof voice, she casually posed a question. How? Aren't you going to participate? Qin Yalan was instantly speechless. All her anger and shame were trapped in her throat by that casual rhetorical question, unable to escape. Join? What are you going to participate in? Are you going to participate in this shameless dual cultivation plan proposed by this ice-cold-faced guy? This is no different from directly admitting that you want to do that with Lin Fan. But not participating? The thought that if he refused, Lin Fan would have a deeper conversation with Su Qingxue alone. The thought that the two of them would become even closer than they are now. Qin Yalan felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and an indescribable bitterness and panic instantly overwhelmed her. No. Absolutely not. Seeing Qin Yalan's face flushed red with suppressed anger, Lin Fan coughed lightly and stepped in to smooth things over. He looked at Su Qingxue with a playful smile on his face. Ahem, Qingxue, I'm fine. As long as you don't mind, I'm willing to make any sacrifice to improve the team's strength at any time. He deliberately emphasized the word sacrifice. Su Qingxue nodded immediately, as if she had received an affirmative answer. Of course I don't mind. After saying that, she turned her gaze back to Qin Yalan, who was still struggling with her inner conflict. Then, Qin Yalan. So, do you want to join or not? This question was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Qin Yalan's last line of defense. She felt her cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg on them. To Su Qingxue, Su's words sounded like, "Hey, we're having a sex party tonight, are you coming?" How was she supposed to answer that? Shameful. So shameful. But Su Qingxue's calm gaze carried an undeniable sense of pressure. It's as if they're saying, if you don't come, we'll start on our own. In Qin Yalan's mind, the image of Lin Fan and Su Qingxue cultivating together instantly flashed into her mind. No! She gritted her teeth, her pride and that damned possessiveness overwhelming everything. Who said I'm not joining? She practically spat out those words through clenched teeth, her voice high-pitched and thin, with a hint of a sob that she herself didn't even realize. Of course I want to join. Very good. Su Qingxue received a satisfactory answer, but her face remained expressionless. This requires some preparation, I'll make the arrangements. She stepped forward and took Lin Fan's hand. At the same time, I also need to make some separate preparations. Let's separate for now, and I'll let you know tonight. After saying that, she seemed to feel it wasn't enough. Under Qin Yalan's fiery gaze, Su Qingxue tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Fan's lips. See you tonight. Then, she turned and left gracefully, as if she were just going to arrange an ordinary training session. Lin Fan touched his lips, feeling the cool, soft touch, and turned to look at Qin Yalan, who was so angry she was about to spontaneously combust. Qin Yalan glared at him intently. The next second, she suddenly charged forward like an angry little lioness. She grabbed Lin Fan's collar and pressed her lips hard against his. This kiss carried a burning heat and a hint of domineering defiance. After a long while, she finally let go, panting, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. She glared at Lin Fan, then glanced in the direction Su Qingxue had left, and gritted her teeth as she declared. You just wait. By then, I'll definitely be more charming than her. After saying that, she seemed to use all her strength to push Lin Fan away and ran away without looking back. Her back view looked like she was fleeing in a disheveled state. Lin Fan stood alone, savoring the two completely different kinds of tenderness, and smiled helplessly. That's really something to look forward to. He licked his lips, and his mind began to stir. That being said, shouldn't I also prepare something? For example, go to the supermarket to buy some goji berries and make a cup of tea? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he shook his head in self-deprecation. Are you kidding me? He was a man with a succubus system and super energy. The mere practice of dual cultivation is nothing to boast about. I'd better go back to the dorm and play some games first, then wait patiently for the extra practice notice tonight. Chapter 30 is arranged very clearly. In the dormitory, Lin Fan was playing games, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. The sky outside the window gradually changed from bright azure to a warm orange hue. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Buzzing. The phone on the table vibrated. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was Su Qingxue. He answered the call casually. Hello? Lin Fan, get ready, let's go to the school gate. The voice on the other end of the phone was as cold and concise as ever. Beep, beep. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Lin Fan looked at the blacked out screen and shrugged helplessly. That's really concise and to the point. However, what's meant to happen will happen. He turned off the game, stood up from his chair, and walked towards the wardrobe. The so-called getting ready doesn't mean you can go in this sweaty training uniform, right? He opened the wardrobe door and started rummaging through it. Finally, he picked out the cleanest and most formal-looking shirt and a pair of casual pants to change into. I looked in the mirror and thought, I'm handsome, so I look good in anything. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the dormitory. The entrance to Tianjiao Academy. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed everything in a golden glow. As soon as Lin Fan approached, he saw that familiar and eye-catching sight. A high-end sedan, all black with sleek lines, was parked quietly by the roadside. Beside the car stood two stunningly beautiful women. The person on the left is Qin Yalan. Today, she changed her usual fiery and flamboyant style, wearing a well-tailored burgundy long dress. The long dress accentuated her curvaceous and incredibly alluring figure, while her usually tied-up fiery red hair was now loose, swaying gently in the evening breeze. She has lost some of the queen's domineering aura and gained more of the elegance and charm of a socialite. It was obvious that she had dressed up carefully. Su Qingxue on the right caught Lin Fan's eye even more. This was the first time he had seen this icy beauty in anything other than her regular clothes. She chose a sky-blue strapless dress, the hem of which was adorned with tiny, crystalline sequins. Her fair neck and delicate collarbones were on full display, and her skin shone with an ivory-like luster in the sunset. The combination of her cool and aloof temperament and the gorgeous gown was not at all incongruous. On the contrary, it made her look like a princess who had stepped out of an ice and snow fairy tale, noble and holy. One is like a burning, fiery rose, the other like a blooming, icy lotus in the dead of winter. Lin Fan felt that his eyes were receiving the ultimate enjoyment. Is it pretty? Su Qingxue spoke first as he approached. Her gaze was direct. She simply stared at Lin Fan quietly, as if waiting for the most honest answer. Her icy blue eyes held an obvious hint of anticipation. I don't know much about this. I don't know what type you like. Lin Fan smiled. He walked up to Su Qingxue and looked her up and down. It looks great, he exclaimed in genuine admiration. Very pleasing to the eye. Upon hearing this answer, Su Qingxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and a slight smile appeared on her cool face. Snort. Seeing this, Jin Yalan, who was standing nearby, let out a soft snort tinged with jealousy. Not to be outdone, she puffed out her chest, blushed, and looked at Lin Fan as well. Then, what about me? Her voice was much softer than usual, and it sounded a little hesitant. Lin Fan turned his head and his gaze fell on her. Of course it looks good too. He chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It's even better with your shy expression right now. You. Jin Yalan's face flushed even redder. She punched Lin Fan in the chest in embarrassment and annoyance. But that force was clearly a way of being coquettish. Lin Fan grabbed her small fist and held it in his palm. Alright, both of you are stunning beauties, is that enough? We should get going. Su Qingxue spoke up at the opportune moment. She went around to the back of the car and opened the back door. Then, without even looking, she was the first to sit down and take the window seat. Jin Yalan's eyes darted around, and she immediately started making plans. She quickened her pace, wanting to squeeze into the back row as well, intending to take the middle position and separate Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. However, as soon as she bent down, she met Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes inside the car. His gaze was calm, but it carried an undeniable warning. Jin Yalan froze instantly. She understood the meaning behind that look. What do you want to do? Snort. Jin Yalan straightened up unwillingly and gave a soft snort to Su Qingxue in the car. In the end, she took a step back and gestured towards Lin Fan with her lips. You go first. Lin Fan smiled and, without any hesitation, bent down and sat down, right next to Su Qingxue. Jin Yalan gritted her teeth and got into the car, sitting on the other side of Lin Fan. The car door closed. Lin Fan sat in the middle, with the cool and elegant fragrance of ice lotus on his left and the rich and fragrant aroma of roses on his right. This feeling is really nice. The car drove smoothly into the city. Finally, we stopped in front of a private restaurant that looked extremely high-end. Let's eat first. Su Qingxue unbuckled her seatbelt as she spoke in her cool, clear voice. Only when you're full can you have the energy to cultivate. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched involuntarily when he heard the word cultivation. The three got out of the car and, led by a waiter, entered an elegantly decorated private room. As the dishes were served in a continuous stream, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched even more violently. Steamed deep-sea oysters, stewed turtle with goji berries, stir-fried pork kidneys, chive pancakes. The table was laden with dishes, almost every single one of which exuded a strong masculine energy. The health benefits of these dishes are practically written all over their faces. I booked it in advance. Su Qingxue looked at the table full of dishes, her face still bearing that serious expression. She picked up her chopsticks, placed a piece of turtle meat in Lin Fan's bowl, and put it there. The ingredients here are all top quality and contain a lot of energy. She looked up at Lin Fan earnestly and offered her thoughtful advice. If you eat a little of everything, the effect should be better. Don't worry about wasting it. She added another sentence. The leftovers will be reheated by the restaurant and then anonymously given to families in the city who are struggling financially and need extra nutrition. Puff. Lin Fan almost lost his composure. Looking at Su Qingxue's pure and flawless face, he thought to himself, wow. This ice-cold school beauty really arranged everything perfectly. They've even thought about what to do with the leftovers. That's so thoughtful. Jin Yalan, standing to the side, remained silent. As she ate the vegetables in front of her in small bites, she silently memorized each dish on the table out of the corner of her eye. Snort. It's just ordering food in advance, what's the big deal? Next time it's her turn to make the arrangements, she'll definitely do a better job than that ice-cold face. More thoughtful. A dinner with ulterior motives ended in this strange yet harmonious atmosphere. Night had completely enveloped the entire city. As dusk settles, neon lights begin to twinkle. The black sedan finally stopped in front of one of the most luxurious hotels in the city center. The magnificent Golden Gate exudes an air of luxury. However, at the moment of walking towards the hotel entrance, Lin Fan keenly sensed that the footsteps on both sides slowed down slightly. He turned his head and looked at Qin Yalan on his right. As expected, a charming blush had crept onto the face of this proud young lady, and her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze. This is normal. But to Lin Fan's surprise, when he looked at Su Qingxue on his left, he noticed that even the usually aloof and calm Ice Queen had a suspicious blush on the tips of her ears. Although she kept her eyes fixed ahead, her slightly pursed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Oh? So she can be shy too. Lin Fan suddenly felt a mix of amusement and strangeness. Seemingly noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Su Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. She immediately coughed twice to cover it up. Nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and naturally took Lin Fan's arm with her fair, soft, and slightly cool hand. It was as if he was using his actions to prove his composure. Qin Yalan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. That ice-cold face. He beat us to it again. Not to be outdone, she gritted her teeth and quickly followed, taking Lin Fan's arm from the other side. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone at the hotel entrance, a handsome young man, with a stunningly beautiful woman on each arm, each with a completely different temperament, walked intimately into the magnificent hotel lobby. The receptionist's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this, her mouth agape, and she nearly dropped her pen. What's going on? One king and two queens? Although she had seen similar scenes before, this combination was just too high quality. Su Qingxue walked to the front desk, looked at the other person's blank expression, and spoke in a cold tone to remind them. Hello, this is the room I booked. The name is Su Qingxue. Ah. Oh. Okay. The receptionist suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly started working on the computer, her cheeks flushed red with excitement and gossip. Soon, she handed over a black room key with both hands. Miss Su, your presidential suite is ready. Chapter 31 is entirely composed of ellipses. Click. The room key was gently inserted into the slot, and the lights in the presidential suite turned on immediately. But what lit up was not the glaring main light. Instead, they are warm-tone ambient light strips carefully arranged on the ceiling, corners, and floor. The soft lighting enveloped the entire enormous suite in a hazy, ambiguous glow. A faint, indescribable fragrance filled the air. The fragrance was unique. It was neither too sweet nor too strong, yet it could subtly penetrate the nasal cavity, making one unconsciously relax and even causing a strange heat to rise deep within the body. An oversized round bed, large enough to comfortably seat 7 or 8 people, is placed in the very center of the room. It was covered with silky dark purple sheets and sprinkled with bright red rose petals. On the bedside table sat a Bluetooth speaker, playing a soothing yet slightly dreamy piece of instrumental music. Next to it, there was even a bottle of decanted red wine and 3 crystal clear stemmed glasses. Lin Fan was completely stunned by what he saw. This is clearly taking the top of the line package from Qingxiu Hotel and putting it directly into the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. The arrangements are so thoughtful. Lin Fan subconsciously looked at Su Qingxue. This icy beauty from the school is standing in the entrance hall, taking off her high heels and putting on the soft slippers provided by the hotel. Her movements remained elegant, and her face remained expressionless. But her ears, which were already bright red, betrayed that she was not as calm as she appeared. You arranged all of this? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Su Qingxue nodded gently, her voice carrying a subtle, elusive quality. I found all of this online. It is said that creating a suitable training environment can help improve efficiency and can also alleviate the nervousness of trying it for the first time. She raised her head, her icy blue eyes looking intently at Lin Fan. If you are satisfied, that would be best. Puff. Lin Fan almost lost his composure again. Goodness, is this ice-cold campus beauty treating dual cultivation like a scientific research project? They've even started controlling environmental variables? Cough cough. Qin Yalan, who was standing next to her, coughed violently. Her pretty face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She stared intently at the rose petals on the bed, her eyes darting around, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, as if she were about to evaporate on the spot. That icy face. Wow, they've prepared everything so thoroughly. Even something like this is done so well. That's outrageous. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incredibly eerie. Soft lighting, soothing music, and the enticing aroma of wine. Everything had been laid out to the extreme. But the three of them stood there like wooden statues, none of them making any further moves. Two stunningly beautiful girls, one so embarrassed she was about to spontaneously combust, the other trying to remain calm but her body was already stiff. Lin Fan looked at them and felt both amused and troubled. The atmosphere has gotten this far, we can't just stand there and do nothing, can we? He took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative to break the damn silence. That. Lin Fan cleared his throat, trying to find a topic of conversation. However, in this situation, his brain seemed to short-circuit. An extremely abstract and extremely unromantic question slipped out. Are you, in your safe period? The air froze instantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Su Qingxue slightly opened her mouth, a hint of confusion flashing in her icy blue eyes. Clearly, she didn't quite grasp the deeper meaning of the word. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, Jin Yalan finally came to her senses. Boom! An invisible steam seemed to burst forth from the top of her head. Lin Fan! A scream of utter shame and indignation echoed throughout the suite. Jin Yalan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Her eyes were red as she pointed at Lin Fan, trembling with anger. You bastard! Shameless bastard! Pervert! What are you thinking? At this point, you don't even want to take any protective measures? You really want me to, sob? As she cursed, her voice trembled with sobs, and her eyes reddened. Lin Fan was at his wits' end looking at her like this. I swear to God. He swears he just asked casually, purely to make conversation. Who knew this young lady would react so strongly? Cough. Just then, a soft cough interrupted Jin Yalan's accusation. It is Su Qingxue. She stepped forward and gently tugged at Jin Yalan's sleeve. Then, she looked at Lin Fan, her face still serious, but her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. I'm ready. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. Protective measures. Su Qingxue's gaze shifted to an exquisite gift bag next to the bedside table, and she explained calmly. I bought a box of all the different models. So, there's no need to worry. Lin Fan. Jin Yalan. They both followed her gaze and then fell silent. Goodness. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Fan's admiration for Su Qingxue is now like a surging river, flowing endlessly. So thoughtful. This woman has everything arranged perfectly. Jin Yalan was completely speechless. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing the two people in silence, Su Qingxue took the initiative to speak again. The more you hesitate, the harder it is to accomplish something. Her voice regained some of its coolness, as if she were encouraging herself and the other two. Bring it on. She took a deep breath, strode forward, and walked towards the huge round bed. Silently recite in your heart. All of this is for more efficient cultivation. Be gentle. So this is what it feels like. Lin Fan, your condition seems a little different. Wow, that's so exaggerated, aren't you tired at all? I can't. I really can't. Let me catch my breath. Wait. I also, for a long time. The room finally became completely quiet. Only 3 intertwined, slightly rapid breaths remained. The huge round bed was in complete disarray. Jin Yalan and Su Qingxue were like 2 dehydrated fish, their hair soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to their cheeks and necks, not wanting to move a single finger. Their eyes were unfocused, and their chests were heaving violently. They were clearly exhausted. Lin Fan lay on his side between them, with one hand behind his head. He looked at the dim light on the ceiling and felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body, as if it were about to overflow. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Is this the effect of the succubus system combined with super energy? All I can say is that it's too authoritative. He turned his head and looked at the 2 stunning beauties on either side of him, who were so tired they were almost asleep. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He reached out and gently pulled the blanket up, covering the 3 of them. Chapter 32 Extra Bonus. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the carpet of the presidential suite. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. There was no hangover headache, and no feeling of fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and better than ever before. It felt like I had inexhaustible energy inside my body. Their mental energy was incredibly concentrated, and their perception was extremely sharp. He could clearly see that the eternal frost, belonging to Su Qingshui, and the blazing crimson flame, belonging to Qin Yalan within his body, were surging joyfully with unprecedented activity. They are no longer two distinct streams. After a night of interaction, the two completely opposite energies are now showing a subtle tendency to blend together. There is fire in the ice, and ice in the fire. Pure, refined, and powerful. Lin Fan even had a feeling that the total amount of supernatural power in his body had at least doubled. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The breath condensed in the air, half turning into scorching waves of air and half solidifying into icy white frost, before slowly dissipating. A soft moan, thick with a nasal tone, came from beside me. Lin Fan looked down. On the left is Su Qingshui. She curled up like a lazy cat, facing him from her side. A faint blush graced her cool and beautiful face, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her sleeping expression was peaceful and content. On the right is Qin Yalan. This fiery and arrogant young lady was now sleeping in a much more unrestrained posture. She was practically lying face down on the bed, with one of her long, slender, fair legs draped over Lin Fan, and her fiery red hair spread out like seaweed, obscuring half of her pretty face. The huge round bed was in complete disarray. The deep purple, silky sheets were already wrinkled and crumpled. The bright red rose petals were crushed and scattered everywhere, intertwining with the few crimson stains on the bedsheet. The ambiguous fragrance mingled with the scents emanating from the three of them lingered in the air. Lin Fan recalled the insane cultivation he had experienced the previous night. That's strange. He remained perfectly conscious throughout, clearly remembering every detail, every collision, and every tone of voice. But his body seemed to be dominated by another, more powerful instinct. It was a primal impulse originating from the deepest part of the high-quality succubus system. Combined with his E-level superpower, super energy, he seemed to transform into a tireless and fearless war god. Every minute, every second, I was in a state of peak excitement. It can be described as invincible. Just then, a blue light screen, visible only to him, slowly popped up in front of him. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Three Hearts United deep cultivation. The bond between the host and the bound targets Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan has deepened significantly. Reward, increased ability fusion level. Significantly enhanced control over S rank, Eternal Frost, and A rank, Blazing Crimson Flame. Special rewards. The S rank ability core of the target Su Qingshui has been refined, the defect in the connection between her ability and emotions has been repaired to a certain extent, the bottleneck has loosened, and she is only one step away from the mid-stage of S rank. The bottleneck of the initial stage of a level for the target Qin Yalan has been completely broken. With just a little guidance and training, she can officially advance to the intermediate stage of a level. Lin Fan looked at the prompt on the screen and couldn't help but smile slightly. Goodness! The effect was even more exaggerated than he had expected. This is no longer a win-win situation. This is a win-win-win situation. Moreover, our side won the most. Qin Yalan on the right shifted slightly, seemingly because the sunlight had stung her eyes. She opened her eyes groggily, her gaze still somewhat blank. It took her more than 10 seconds to realize where she was and what had happened last night. Boom! A surge of heat rushed to the top of my head. Qin Yalan's cheeks turned from pink to a burning deep red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She sat up abruptly, trying to pull the blanket over herself. Hiss! The extreme soreness and weakness in her body made her gasp and freeze instantly. She could clearly feel that the power of the blazing crimson flame within her body had become incredibly solid and powerful. The bottleneck of the initial stage of a level that had troubled her for so long was now like a thin sheet of paper, which could be easily broken with a gentle poke. Wow, this effect is amazing. But the thought of how she obtained this power made Qin Yalan so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. She was filled with shame, shock, anger, and annoyance. A complex mix of emotions churned within her. In the end, all the emotions turned into a feeling of shame and indignation. She turned her head and glared fiercely at the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, with her watery eyes. However, because she was completely exhausted, the glare she delivered was weak and harmless. With her flushed cheeks and messy hair, it looked more like she was being coquettish. Su Qingxue on the left also slowly woke up. She opened her icy blue eyes and the first thing she saw was Lin Fan. Unlike Qin Yalan, she didn't get angry. Instead, she closed her eyes and carefully sensed the changes within her body. An unprecedented sense of stability and power emanated from the core of the superpower. The flaw that had plagued her for years, the instability of her superpowers due to emotional fluctuations, seemed to have been largely smoothed out. A reassuring, genuine smile appeared on her cool face. Then, she looked at Lin Fan, sizing him up and down. Your condition. Su Qingxue spoke, her voice as calm as ever, yet seemingly carrying a subtle undertone and curiosity. That's an exaggeration. Completely unlike a normal human being. She paused, then added in a serious tone, as if discussing an academic issue. I think it's necessary to record last night's events in detail, as this may be of great help in the study of superpowers and the limits of the human body. Puff. Qin Yalan almost choked on her breath when she heard this. Record? Still researching? What on earth is going on in that ice-cold face's head? Su Qingxue. You shameless ice-cold face. How can you talk about something like this so casually? Qin Yalan was filled with shame and indignation. She screamed, pulled the blanket up, and covered her head tightly, making muffled protesting noises inside. How embarrassing. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Lin Fan looked at Su Qingxue's serious and pretty face, and then listened to Qin Yalan's protests from under the covers, and was immediately amused. This ice-cold campus beauty is truly a scientific research prodigy. He jokingly said with a smile, then next time you practice, should Su, the top student, bring a stopwatch and a notebook with you? I can consider it. Su Qingxue actually nodded seriously. Why, you two bastards? The protests from under the covers grew even louder. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang crisply. Breakfast should have arrived. Su Qingxue glanced at the time. I'll go open the door. Lin Fan threw off the covers and easily stood up from the bed. For him, the night of frantic training was like a thoroughly enjoyable warm-up exercise. He stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. It feels so good to be filled with power. On the bed, two stunningly beautiful women, unable to move, simultaneously raised their heads to look at his tireless and energetic appearance. One gaze was filled with shame and indignation, the other with curiosity. Lin Fan enjoyed their gazes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and leisurely walked towards the door. He opened the door. A young deliveryman in a hotel uniform stood at the entrance, pushing a lavish food cart. Hello, sir, breakfast has been reserved for your room. The deliveryman greeted them politely, glancing casually into the room. His gaze froze at first glance. He saw a corner of the huge, messy round bed, and scattered rose petals. The deliveryman's eyes widened instantly. Then look at the young man standing at the door, looking refreshed and with a lazy smile on his face. The deliveryman's gaze towards Lin Fan instantly shifted from politeness to a complex mix of shock, envy, and admiration, and emotion only men could understand. Lin Fan sensed the change in the other person's gaze, and his smile deepened. Finally, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on that messy, huge round bed. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue each took one side of the blanket, wrapped themselves up, and ate small bites to replenish the energy they had used up the night before. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. The ambiguous, hot feeling gradually dissipated, replaced by a strange, somewhat languid warmth. Ah! Lin Fan used a fork to pick up a small piece of fried egg and held it to Qin Yalan's mouth. Qin Yalan blushed and subconsciously wanted to turn her head away to refuse. But seeing Lin Fan's smiling eyes, she finally blushed and obediently opened her mouth. Chapter 33: The Invitation to Meet the Parents. Everything changed after that exhilarating deep training at the hotel. Especially in training room A01. Efficiency. Unprecedented high efficiency. Boom! A blazing fireball, accompanied by a deafening roar as it scorched the air, hurtled towards Lin Fan. It was Qin Yalan's attack. However, Lin Fan simply raised his left hand casually. Click! A soft sound. A crystal-clear ice shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. The fireball struck the ice shield, but instead of exploding violently, it seemed to sink into a quagmire. The intense fire energy was quickly absorbed and dissipated by the ice shield. A bizarre scene unfolded. The ice shield did not melt. Instead, it transformed the power of the flames, and a layer of pale blue ice flames ignited on its surface. This. Xin Yalan, who was not far away, was stunned. What kind of operation is this? He blocked her fire with ice and even turned her fire into his own? This is not scientific. Well, it seems that superpowers don't need to follow scientific laws. But this is also abnormal when applied to the realm of superpowers. It's not over yet. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. He waved his right hand lightly. Call. Another burst of even darker and hotter, blazing crimson flame erupted from his palm. But this time, the flames weren't aimed at Xin Yalan, but at the ice shield in front of him. Ice and fire. Under Lin Fan's control, the two completely opposite energies did not annihilate each other, but instead began to resonate and merge in a wonderful way. The blue ice flames on the ice shield and the crimson flames in his palm complemented each other. Two extreme auras, one cold and one hot, spread outwards from Lin Fan as the center. The temperature inside the training room began to become extremely unstable. Sometimes it felt like falling into an ice cave, and sometimes like being in a furnace. The air itself seemed to be torn into two completely different realms. A world of extremes. Lin Fan easily unleashed an extremely crude, but already rudimentary, domain. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the training field, her icy blue eyes flashing with shock and fascination. She could feel it clearly. The eternal frost and blazing crimson flame within Lin Fan's body are no longer two separate streams. They are converging into a great river. This ability to combine and control two S-class and A-class superpowers? This is absolutely unbelievable. Is this the true power of dual cultivation? Damn it! Again! Xin Yalan was provoked by Lin Fan's effortless demeanor. She let out a delicate shout, and the supernatural power within her surged wildly. After that night of nourishment, she felt as if her body had been reborn. The bottleneck of the initial stage of a level that had troubled her for so long had become precarious. At this moment, driven by an intense competitive spirit, the blazing crimson flame within her body surged at an unprecedented speed. Boom! A fiery aura, far more powerful and refined than before, erupted from her body. Crimson flames enveloped her entire body, forming a fiery tornado that shot into the sky. The temperature inside the training room skyrocketed instantly. Rank A, Intermediate. We've made a breakthrough. There were no surprises. In fact, it was a natural progression. The fiery tornado slowly dissipated. Xin Yalan hovered in mid-air, feeling the surging and powerful force within her body, her pretty face filled with shock. Just like that, she broke through? The bottleneck that had plagued her for more than half a year was so easily broken through in just a few days after she experienced a ridiculous cultivation. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the instigator. Lin Fan. He remained standing there, a faint smile on his face, as if he had expected all of this. Xin Yalan's heart skipped a beat. An extremely complex emotion welled up inside me. There is a sense of joy in breaking through bottlenecks. She felt grateful for his help. There's another kind, a resigned dependence that even she herself is unwilling to admit. This man. It seems he really has become her nemesis. Whether it's the body, the superpowers, or even the mind, everything is being gradually invaded and conquered by him. Great, congratulations. Lin Fan smiled and clapped his hands. Snort. Xin Yalan landed from the air, her pretty face flushed, and she turned her head away haughtily. But the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her inner joy. All right, that's enough for today's training. A cool yet gentle voice rang out. Su Qingxue came over with 3 bottles of water and a clean towel. She walked naturally to Lin Fan's side, first handing him a bottle of water, then picking up a towel, tiptoeing, and gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. The movements were practiced and intimate. It felt as if I had done it 1,000 times. It was as if she was meant to be his wife. I can do it myself. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. Don't move. Su Qingxue spoke calmly, but her hands did not stop moving. You're sweating a lot. Xin Yalan, who was standing to the side, watched this scene, biting her lower lip lightly, feeling a pang of jealousy in her heart. That icy face. You're getting better and better. She wanted to go and hand Lin Fan some water, but as soon as she took a step, Su Qingxue's gaze drifted over, her voice still cold. Yalan, you've just broken through, your supernatural aura is still unstable. Sit down and adjust your breathing. It sounded like they were concerned about her. But Qin Yalan keenly sensed an undeniable air of authority in those words. It's as if he's saying, he's mine now, don't come any closer. Qin Yalan's steps froze on the spot. She was somewhat annoyed, but unable to refute it. Because what Su Qingshuo said was true. Moreover, looking at Su Qingshuo's self-righteous official wife attitude, she actually felt a strange sense of retreat. Hateful. I was the one who started it. Frustrated, Qin Yalan could only angrily accept the other bottle of water from Su Qingshuo, turn her head away, and gulp it down. Su Qingshuo looked at her and a smile curved her lips. She enjoyed the feeling. To declare to everyone, especially to Qin Yalan, that he owns Lin Fan. But she also understood that she couldn't push too hard. Occasionally showing some tolerance is a better way to demonstrate one's magnanimity as the official wife. So, after wiping away her sweat, she didn't keep occupying Lin Fan. Instead, she put the towel away and stood quietly to the side, giving Qin Yalan a chance to get closer. After training, the three packed their things and prepared to leave. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave the training room, Su Qingshuo suddenly called out to him. Lin Fan turned around. He noticed that Su Qingshuo's expression had become more serious than ever before. Those icy blue eyes no longer held their usual gentleness and intimacy, instead, they held a solemnity. Qin Yalan, who had already reached the door, also sensed that something was wrong and subconsciously stopped and pricked up her ears. Su Qingshuo took a deep breath, her cool eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was clearly heard by Lin Fan and Qin Yalan. Lin Fan, come home with me this weekend. My family wants to see you. Alarm bells rang instantly in Lin Fan's mind. Holy crap! It's here! You're here so soon? A classic scene from novels Meeting the Parents. Countless classic images flashed through his mind in an instant. What an arrogant mother-in-law who throws out a $5 million check and tells him to leave her daughter. The old-fashioned father-in-law thought he was of low status and not good enough for the rich young lady. A rival cousin suddenly appeared and started to scorn and provoke him. For a moment, Lin Fan's expression became somewhat strange. He looked at Su Qingshuo and tentatively asked, what's the situation at your home? What do I need to prepare? For example, do you need me to dress more presentably? Wear a suit and tie or something? Put. Su Qingshuo was amused by his nervous yet comical appearance. The tense atmosphere from just now was instantly dispelled. She shook her head, her smile gentle. Don't be so nervous. My family keeps a low profile and doesn't get involved in the business circles of ordinary people. She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. Our family is a very old family of people with superpowers. To put it simply, there were people with superpowers before the so-called spiritual energy revival officially arrived, that's all. You don't need to prepare anything, and you don't need to pretend. She looked at Lin Fan intently and spoke each word carefully. Just be yourself. Although her words were very gentle. But the words ancient family of superhumans exploded in Lin Fan's mind like a bombshell. Holy crap! An ancient family of superhumans? This is 100 times more terrifying than any business tycoon. Business tycoons at most just throw money at people. This family of superhumans is the kind of family that will actually kill people. Lin Fan's mind was already racing with complaints. What if I don't perform well? Will I be slapped to ashes by one of their ancestors who has been in seclusion for hundreds of years? What if they find out that they've already done with their family's most outstanding genius girl? Could it be that it will be physically castrated? Thinking about this, Lin Fan felt a chill in a certain part of his body. Not far away, Qin Yalan, who had overheard every word of the conversation between the two, was filled with even more shock and disbelief. What? Meeting the parents? Su Qingshuo's icy expression is so cold, and she moves way too fast. It's only been a few days. And it's already progressed to meeting the parents. This is outrageous. An unprecedented sense of crisis and jealousy instantly gripped her heart. No. We absolutely cannot let her get there first. But, given my own family's situation. Well. But the thought of Su Qingshuo taking Lin Fan home soon and gaining the family's approval made her anxious, as if ants were crawling all over her. Or maybe, we could try revealing just a tiny bit? Qin Yalan bit her lip, and a bold idea slowly took shape in her mind. Chapter 30 for the strongest son-in-law's beginner test. Weekend. A black sedan pulled up right on time in front of the dormitory building. From the outside, this car looks ordinary. It's just one of the most common business models on the market, as unassuming as a drop of water blending into the ocean. But when the car door opened and Lin Fan's gaze swept over the interior, he knew he had oversimplified things. The hand-stitched genuine leather seats exude a subtle, pleasant fragrance. In an inconspicuous corner, an exquisitely crafted mechanical watch is inlaid. The interior is partitioned off with a special material, so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat. Luxurious, yet understated to the extreme. Lin Fan, get in the car. Today, Su Qingxue wore an elegant white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked less cold and more like a gentle girl next door. She naturally took Lin Fan's hand and got into the car. Lin Fan remained calm and even smiled at Su Qingxue. But in reality, he was in a complete panic. Mental energy, like the most sophisticated radar, silently covered an area of tens of meters around it. He can react immediately to any slightest disturbance. Joke. This is a trip to meet the head of an ancient family of superhumans. It's even more thrilling than going into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. The car started smoothly, without heading towards any of the luxury residential areas in the city center. It drove towards the suburbs. Modern buildings are becoming increasingly rare along the roadsides, replaced by vast stretches of forest. The air became fresh, carrying the fragrance of earth and grass. Finally, the car stopped in front of a rustic wrought iron gate. The gate slowly opened, revealing a long driveway paved with gravel. On both sides of the driveway are huge trees that are neatly trimmed, and sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A simple yet elegant manor stands quietly in the embrace of the forest. There were no glittering decorations, no extravagant fountains or sculptures. The gray brick walls are covered with the vines of time. Every brick and every tile seems to tell an ancient story, revealing a profound cultural heritage and the weight of history. The car came to a stop in front of the main house. An elderly man dressed in a well-fitting butler's uniform was already waiting there. His hair was gray, and he had a gentle smile on his face, making him look like a kind old neighbor. "Miss, you're back." The old man bowed slightly, then turned his gaze to Lin Fan. "This must be Mr. Lin Fan. Welcome." However, the moment the old man looked at him, Lin Fan's heart sank. His mental perception clearly relayed a message that sent chills down his spine. The seemingly ordinary butler in front of me possessed a profound yet restrained energy fluctuation. Its strength is absolutely no less than grade A. A butler is an A-level superhuman? Just what kind of monsters are the Su family? Lin Fan felt like he wasn't here to meet his parents, but to conquer an S-level dungeon. "Uncle Fu, this is Lin Fan," Su Qingxue introduced. "Where are his parents?" "The gentleman and lady are waiting for you in the living room." The old butler, known as Uncle Fu, led the way with a smile. Passing through the heavy oak doors, you enter a spacious and bright living room. The interior design is also classic and elegant, with no superfluous decorations, but every piece of furniture exudes a strong artistic atmosphere. Two people were sitting on the sofa in the living room. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a refined and scholarly demeanor, like an old university professor. When he saw Su Qingxue and Lin Fan enter, a gentle smile appeared on his face. This must be Su Qingxue's father, Su Wenyuan. Another one. Lin Fan paused slightly when his gaze fell on the woman. She was wearing a light blue loungewear outfit, her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was stunning. Her eyebrows and eyes bore a 7/10 resemblance to Su Qingxue. However, she possessed a more mature and graceful charm than Su Qingxue. If Su Qingxue hadn't mentioned it beforehand, Lin Fan would have even thought this was Su Qingxue's older sister. Is this Su Qingxue's mother? As expected, the passage of time leaves remarkably few marks on those with strong ice-type abilities. "Dad, Mom." Su Qingxue walked over, her voice carrying a rare hint of intimacy. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Aunt." Lin Fan took a deep breath and greeted them politely. He was prepared for the interrogation that might follow, which was comparable to a political vetting process. For example, what did your ancestors do for 3 generations? Where do your parents work? How many digits do you have in your personal savings? What are your future life plans? Do you own a car? Do you own a house? Which company do you work for? How much dowry are you planning to give? However, the expected storm did not materialize. "Hee hee, sit down, sit down." Su Wenyuan smiled and waved, gesturing for Lin Fan to sit down. His voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Are you settling in well at the academy? I heard you've been training very hard lately. You must be quite confident about your preparations for the Beijing League, right? He talked about interesting things at the academy and about the National League. The conversation was light and casual, just like an ordinary elder showing concern for his daughter's classmate. The atmosphere seemed incredibly harmonious for a moment. But Lin Fan dared not relax in the slightest. He could clearly feel that Su Wenyuan's seemingly casual gaze, every time it swept over him, was like a sophisticated scanner. From his clothes to his posture, and even his every micro-expression when answering questions. It was as if everything was being observed and silently analyzed by the other party. Lin Fan understood. The real test is never a grand spectacle. He maintained a humble yet assertive attitude and handled the situation calmly. Su Qingshue's mother didn't ask any questions from beginning to end. She just smiled and poured tea for them, her gaze shifting between her daughter and Lin Fan with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Soon, it was lunchtime. The long dining table was laden with exquisite dishes. The dishes were plentiful but not extravagant. They were all carefully prepared home-style dishes, showing the host's dedication. Lin Fan, please don't be shy, make yourself at home, Su's mother said gently. Thank you, Auntie. The atmosphere at the table remained relaxed. Until halfway through the meal. Su Wenyuan wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke casually. Lin Fan. It's here. Lin Fan's heart jumped instantly. He knew that the appetizers were over and the main course was about to begin. Su Wenyuan asked gently, I heard that your official registration information shows that you have the E-level abilities Super Energy. However, you were able to cooperate seamlessly with Qingxue, and even killed a B-level 3-headed venomous python. To be honest, we are very curious about this. He still had a smile on his face. But this question is like an invisible knife, pointing directly at Lin Fan's most core secret. The air in the living room seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Qingshuai also stopped eating and looked at Lin Fan with some worry. Lin Fan understood. This is the real test. Explain? How do you explain this? Say I have a system that can copy other people's superpowers, and I also manage to, well, with your daughter? He would probably be turned to dust on the spot by this A-level butler and the two unfathomable parents. Therefore, it cannot be explained. It can only be displayed. Lin Fan remained silent. He silently put down his bowl and picked up a pair of ebony chopsticks in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of Su Wenyuan and his mother. He slowly extended his chopsticks and reached into the mountain of rice piled up in his bowl. The next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. Without warning, the tips of the ebony chopsticks were each wrapped with a different aura, one on the left and one on the right. A wisp, a crimson flame as thin as a strand of hair. The other wisp was a pure white chill, as thin as spider silk. One fire, one ice. Two completely opposite energies were thus condensed simultaneously at the two ends of a pair of chopsticks in an unbelievable way. They did not annihilate each other, nor did they generate any energy fluctuations. So quiet, as if they were one. Then, Lin Fan slightly moved his wrist. Those chopsticks, intertwined with ice and fire, precisely picked up a single grain of rice from the pile. Just one grain of rice. The grain of rice was held firmly by the tip of the chopsticks, perfectly intact. It was neither burned to charcoal by the flames nor frozen into ice crystals by the cold air. It remained as white and full as ever, even emitting a faint trace of heat. After doing all this, Lin Fan raised his head and looked at Su Wenyuan with a perfectly appropriate shy smile that belonged to young people. It's as if it's saying, I don't know why, but I just can do it. The living room was deathly silent. Su Qingshue's mother, that stunningly beautiful lady, had a look of disbelief and shock flash across her beautiful eyes. Su Wenyuan's gentle smile froze completely. His pupils contracted slightly, even though he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. As the head of the Su family, having witnessed countless geniuses and powerful individuals, he could naturally tell that Lin Fan was using both ice and fire powers simultaneously. But that's not the point. Dual elemental ability users are rare, but they do exist. What truly shocked him was the kind of control Lin Fan displayed. To compress two diametrically opposed S-class and A-class energies to such a fine degree, and to make them act simultaneously on a single point, yet coexist perfectly without interfering with each other. This level of control over power. It's absolutely terrifying. This is definitely not a level of achievement that a young person under 20 years old could possess. This requires rigorous training and unparalleled talent. A long time. Su Wenyuan slowly put down his chopsticks. The expression on his face underwent a subtle change. The gentle yet distant smile from before had disappeared, replaced by a much more genuine and heartfelt appreciation. Heroes emerge from among the young. He looked at Lin Fan and slowly uttered 5 words. Xingshua's judgment is indeed excellent. He picked up the celadone teapot on the table and personally poured clear, emerald green tea into the empty teacup in front of Lin Fan, filling it exactly 7/10 full. Chapter 35, Fastest Completion in History? Lin Fan drank this cup of tea very slowly. The tea is warm and refreshing, with a pleasant aroma and a sweet aftertaste. But more important is the attitude of the person serving the tea. Su Wenyuan personally poured the tea, and the significance of this action was far greater than the terrifying act of picking up rice grains with chopsticks. This represents approval. It is the most direct form of recognition from elders to younger generations. The tension in Lin Fan's heart, which had been stretched to its limit, finally eased slightly. It seems I've made the first foray into this dangerous place. Lunch ended in a near perfectly harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Su's mother smiled as she cleared away the dishes, while the A-level butler, Uncle Fu, quietly withdrew. Lin Fan, Cheng Shui, come with me to the study. Su Wenyuan stood up, his smile still gentle, but his eyes held a complex emotion that Lin Fan couldn't decipher. Here we go again. Lin Fan's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again in an instant. He knew that the real core conversation was about to begin. Su Qingshui seemed to sense her father's seriousness. She reached out and tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand. A cool and soft touch came from her palm, as if she was silently encouraging him. Lin Fan took her hand in return and gave her a reassuring look. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. He accepted whatever challenge it was. The Su family's study was even more rustic than their living room. The enormous mahogany bookshelves reached all the way to the ceiling, densely packed with all kinds of books, from ancient thread-bound books to the latest periodicals, covering everything. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink and the fresh aroma of wood. Su Wenyuan sat down behind his desk. He didn't look at Lin Fan, but instead turned his gaze to the tranquil forest outside the window, as if he was organizing his thoughts. He dismissed everyone, leaving only Lin Fan and Su Qingshui. The atmosphere in the study instantly changed from the previous warm and casual atmosphere to a solemn one. Lin Fan's heart leaped into his throat again. He was ready for the next round of questioning. However, Su Wenyuan's first words left him completely stunned. Lin Fan. Su Wenyuan turned back and looked at him calmly. The gentle smile on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by an indescribable solemnity. Our Su family would like to express our sincerest gratitude to you. Grateful? Lin Fan's brain went blank for a full 3 seconds. Did he mishear something? Thank me? What are you thanking me for? Thank me for kidnapping your family's most talented daughter? Or should I thank her for doing that thing with her? This script is wrong. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared on Lin Fan's face. Su Qingshui was also somewhat surprised, and she looked at her father with puzzlement. Su Wenyuan ignored their surprise and gave Lin Fan a deep look, as if trying to see through his soul. Then, he slowly revealed a secret hidden deep within the Su family, and also unveiled a bloody wound. You are probably already well aware of the power of Qingshui's S-rank ability, Eternal Frost. But what you don't know is that this power comes with a fatal flaw. Su Wenyuan's voice became somewhat low. Her special abilities are completely connected to her emotions. The greater the emotional fluctuations, the stronger the superpowers, but at the same time, the easier it is to lose control. When she was a child, she had a fight with her friends and got a little emotional. The uncontrolled cold air instantly froze half of the courtyard, almost caused an irreparable tragedy. A hint of pain and lingering fear flashed in Su Wenyuan's eyes. From then on, in order to protect her and the people around her, we and the entire family had no choice but to make the cruelest decision. That is, to ask her to suppress all her emotions. One should not be overjoyed, nor overwhelmed by sorrow, nor have intense love, nor harbor deep-seated hatred. We hired the best psychological counselor to teach her how to control her emotions, how to isolate herself from feelings, and how to live like an iceberg without warmth. At this point, Su Wenyuan's eyes reddened slightly. At this moment, the patriarch of this powerful family with supernatural abilities was like an ordinary father, his voice filled with self-blame and guilt. We gave her the most powerful abilities in the world, but we also took away from her the most basic joys and sorrows that an ordinary girl can experience. Over the years, we've watched her go about her own business, watched her never smile from the heart again, watched her grow more and more lonely and cold. Our hearts feel like they're being cut by a knife. The study was deathly silent. Lin Fan's heart was deeply touched. He finally understood what kind of past was hidden beneath Su Qingshue's icy exterior. That's not arrogance, but a forced form of self-protection. He instinctively tightened his grip on Su Qingshue's hand. Su Qingshue's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes obscuring the emotions in her eyes, but Lin Fan could feel that her fingertips were terrifyingly cold. But just then, Su Wenyuan changed the subject. He raised his head and stared intently at Lin Fan. That look was no longer one of scrutiny, but of gratitude. But everything changed after I met you. Qingxue has changed. She can laugh, she can joke, she can be shy like other girls, and she can blush over the smallest things. The light returned to her eyes. More importantly, Su Wenyuan's voice even carried a hint of excitement. We can monitor the core state of her superpower at all times through our family's secret methods. Since meeting you, her superpower has been more stable than ever before. In fact, it is most stable when her emotions are at their peak. The door to the study was gently pushed open at some point. Su Qingshue's mother came in carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Her eyes were already red. She placed the fruit plate on the table, walked up to Lin Fan, looked at him with her beautiful eyes that were remarkably similar to Su Qingshue's, and her voice was choked with emotion. We don't know how you did it, and we don't want to know. But you gave us a complete daughter who can cry and laugh. Lin Fan, thank you. After she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Boom! Lin Fan's mind completely exploded. He froze on the spot. He had imagined many scenarios in which he would be harassed. But what he didn't expect was that what awaits him is a heartwarming, even tearful, thank you reception. He believed that his strategy was based on the system's uncontrollable forces and combined with his own ingenuity. In the eyes of Su's parents, it was actually a redemption for their daughter? Lin Fan looked at Su's mother, whose eyes were red-rimmed, then at Su Wenyuan, who looked solemn, and then at Su Qingshuo, who was sitting next to him with her head down and her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly trying her best to suppress her emotions. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Auntie, please get up, this won't do. Lin Fan frantically tried to help her. Su Wenyuan stood up and gently helped his wife up. He looked at Lin Fan with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Lin Fan, we won't ask about your secrets. Everyone has their own opportunities and adventures. We only believe what we see. Qingshuai has made up her mind about you, so we have made up our minds about you too. He paused, then spoke each word with conviction. From now on, I'm entrusting Qingshuai to you. These words struck Lin Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. This is no longer an admission. This is a trust. It was as if the most dazzling pearl of the Su family had been handed over to him completely. This is tantamount to announcing directly that you, Lin Fan, are the undisputed son-in-law of the Su family. On the way back, Lin Fan still felt somewhat dazed, as if he had just had an unreal dream. Is that the end? Is this how you clear the Meet the Parents challenge, which is at an S-level difficulty? Not only did I not lose any health, but the boss also gave me a big dose of healing and stuffed the final reward into my pocket. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingshuo beside him. The girl leaned on his shoulder, and the frost on her face that had never melted for millennia had long since vanished. Instead, there is an unprecedented, heartfelt sense of peace and happiness. Her cheeks still had a faint blush, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, like a cat that had finally found its home. Sensing Lin Fan's gaze, she opened her icy blue eyes and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering if everything went a little too smoothly today," Lin Fan said with a wry smile. Su Qingshuo smiled gently and snuggled her head into his arms. "Because you are Lin Fan." Her voice was soft, yet filled with unwavering certainty. As Lin Fan smelled the fragrance of her hair and felt the warmth in his arms, the daze in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of peace and contentment. Who cares? Perhaps it really was just a lucky accident. Perhaps it was his domineering aura that won them over. Perhaps the system is secretly exerting its power. In short, just endure it. Chapter 36. After the Su family comes the Qin family. The eldest sister-in-law arrives. The Su family's approval put Qin Yalan under unprecedented pressure. It was a complex emotion mixed with jealousy, envy, and a hint of panic. It's like, your most precious treasure is about to be rightfully taken away by someone else. No. Absolutely not. What Su Qingxue can do, Qin Yalan can definitely do too. No, she will do it even better. So, on her second day back at school, Qin Yalan demonstrated remarkable initiative. For the first time ever, she started actively clinging to Lin Fan. During training, she was no longer the arrogant young lady who needed Lin Fan to urge her 3 or 4 times, but transformed into the most enthusiastic sparring partner, wishing she could hang on to Lin Fan 24 hours a day. After class, she would follow Lin Fan to the cafeteria like a little shadow, proactively getting his food and saving him a seat. Even on Lin Fan's way back to the dormitory, she would see him off downstairs, reluctant to part. This sudden change caught Lin Fan off guard. And this is just the beginning. 2 days later, Qin Yalan simply tossed out a bunch of keys. Lin Fan, I rented a place outside the school, one with a private training room. Her cheeks flushed, but her eyes held an undeniable stubbornness. Let's move in there. It'll be more convenient for training that way. Lin Fan looked at the bunch of keys, then at Qin Yalan, who looked both expectant and nervous, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl was really provoked by Su Qingxue. However, before he could speak, a cold voice rang out from the side. Okay. Su Qingxue walked over at some point, naturally took a key from Qin Yalan's hand, and put it in her pocket. I also think living in the dormitory is not very convenient, so let us live together. It's good that we can look after each other. Her tone was flat, as if she were talking about something trivial. Qin Yalan opened her mouth, but seeing Su Qingxue's calm demeanor as if she were the rightful wife, all the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. What could she do? She was desperate too. They couldn't win a fight, and they couldn't win an argument. Ultimately, the battle for a 2-person world initiated by Qin Yalan, before it even began, turned into a bizarre cohabitation of 3 people. The house is a top-floor duplex, luxuriously decorated, with a huge space, and its own basement training room is comparable to the school's A-level training room. Lin Fan was naturally pleased with this outcome. Having 2 women on either side is the greatest blessing. Who could refuse such a sweet burden? Life continued in this subtle and warm atmosphere. Lin Fan did not relax either. In preparation for the upcoming National League and to cope with the potential for further changes, training must keep up. I practice at the academy during the day, and continue practicing at my rented room at night. On weekends, I practice day and night in my rented room. As for the training methods, after moving in together, many things naturally become much more convenient. The fusion of ice and fire has become increasingly profound and harmonious. However, this peaceful and comfortable period lasted only 2 days before it was shattered by a sudden phone call. That afternoon, just as the 3 of them finished their cultivation, Qin Yalan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression instantly became somewhat subtle. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end of the phone, a clear, capable, yet authoritative female voice immediately came through. Qin Yalan. Just those 3 words made Qin Yalan's body tense up instinctively. I heard that you've been getting very close to a man lately, and even, you've gone so far as to move in together? The woman's voice carried a hint of cold laughter. You've really gotten to know things. Qin Yalan's face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly explained, Sister. It's not what you think. Lin Fan, he. Shut up. The voice on the other end of the phone coldly interrupted her. I'm not interested in your explanation. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. I'm right here at your school gate. Bring that kid named Lin Fan out here. The voice on the other end of the phone paused, and the contempt and scrutiny in its tone almost overflowed from the receiver. I want to see what kind of man could bewitch my eldest daughter of the Qin family. I have to personally help my foolish sister check out the goods. Beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Qin Yalan stood there, holding her phone, feeling a little dizzy. It's over. It finally came. What's wrong? Lin Fan noticed her expression was off and walked over. Su Qingxue also cast an inquiring glance at her. Qin Yalan took a deep breath, as if she had made a difficult decision, and explained with a pale face, My sister is here. She's our family's discipline monitor, with a level lightning abilities. She's usually fine, but for some reason, she's particularly domineering when it comes to my love life. As she spoke, Xin Yalin's voice grew softer and softer, and she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Actually, a few days ago, I deliberately asked the maid at home to reveal a little bit about our affair, thinking of testing the family's attitude. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshue's lips curled into a knowing smile, and she said calmly, "Are you envious of me?" In one sentence, he accurately saw through Qin Yalin's little scheme. Qin Yalin's cheeks flushed red instantly. She wanted to retort, but she couldn't utter a single word. Really? Seeing Su Qingxue bring Lin Fan home and gain her family's approval, she felt incredibly jealous. She wanted to too. She also wanted her family to see how outstanding Lin Fan was. Unexpectedly, this test brought out the most difficult big devil in the family. Seeing that she was about to cry, Lin Fan smiled and rubbed her head. "It's okay, don't be afraid." He offered words of comfort in a light-hearted tone. "You'll have to meet the parents eventually, it's just a matter of time." Upon hearing this and seeing Lin Fan's composed and confident expression, Xin Yalin felt much more relaxed. Lin Fan appeared calm and collected on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Goodness! A level lightning ability? Or is she Qin Yalin's older sister? If the younger sister is this amazing, how bad can the older sister be? Isn't this a high-quality woman delivered right to your door? In an instant, Lin Fan's mind conjured up suggestive phrases like sister's rice bowl and double the happiness. He could even feel the systems within his body beginning to stir with excitement. System, get ready to work. The three of them quickly packed up and hurried to the school gate. From a great distance, Lin Fan spotted an incredibly conspicuous presence. Beside the school gate, a jet-black, futuristic-looking armored vehicle was parked. A distinctive badge, composed of lightning bolts and a shield, was printed on its body, silently proclaiming its owner's special status. Beside the chariot, a woman leaned against the railing. She is very tall. She is at least 1.75 meters tall, with a slender figure, yet she does not appear thin at all. Her neat black hair was tied into a high ponytail, interspersed with a few striking blue highlights, swaying gently in the breeze. She wore a well-tailored dark blue uniform, simple in style and without any superfluous decorations, yet her exaggerated curves outlined a breathtaking arc. It was a powerful and explosive kind of sexiness, like a lurking female leopard, elegant yet deadly. She stood there casually, her arms crossed over her chest, yet her aura was as sharp as a drawn blade. None of the students around dared to come within 10 meters of her. When she saw Qin Yalin and Su Qingshuei appear, she only glanced at them briefly. The moment Lin Fan's figure came into her view, those sharp, hawk-like eyes suddenly narrowed. A chilling gaze, like a tangible lightning bolt, locked onto Lin Fan. Chapter 37: A Rank Lightning vs. Succubus System, falling in love in just one glance. That gaze didn't seem to be directed at a single person. It's more like examining an object. An item that she is about to personally disassemble, analyze, and evaluate. The aura of an A-level superhuman was released without reservation. Centered on Xin Yachin, the air seemed to thicken, and wisps of blue electric arcs appeared and disappeared around her, emitting a faint crackling sound. That wasn't a manifestation of superpowers, it was merely a natural dissipation of energy that was too condensed. Even this slight appearance was enough to make the students passing by feel a pang of fear, their skin breaking out in goosebumps as if they were being pricked by countless fine needles. They all avoided it like the plague, keeping a safe distance and casting fearful glances at it. Sister. Xin Yalin's voice was trembling. Instinctively, she wanted to hide behind Lin Fan. It wasn't because she was afraid her older sister would hurt her, but rather a kind of bloodline suppression. From childhood to adulthood, this older sister has been her only natural enemy in life. However, Xin Yachin's gaze never lingered on her for more than half a second. She ignored her trembling younger sister and her sharp gaze swept over Lin Fan inch by inch from top to bottom. It was as if they wanted to analyze his bones, muscles, and even every single cell in detail. However, the moment her gaze met Lin Fan's calm and unwavering eyes, thump! Xin Yachin's heart skipped a beat without warning. It's like a precision-operated instrument that suddenly gets its gears stuck due to an incorrect instruction. A strange, unfamiliar, and inexplicable feeling surged up from the deepest part of my heart. In an instant, she felt her body getting slightly warm, and her breathing became a little erratic. What does this feel like? Qin Yachin frowned slightly. Although she was young and had only recently joined the superpowered police force, she was already a seasoned veteran. What kind of situation hadn't she seen? What kind of crisis hadn't she dealt with? Her will had long been forged as hard as steel. But today, right here, at the entrance of a small academy of superpowers, faced with a waste item listed as grade E in the data, her heart was in turmoil? Absurd! A powerful willpower was activated in an instant. Shin Yachin forcefully suppressed this sudden, strange feeling and, within a fraction of a second, found a reasonable explanation for it. It's excitement. It is the instinctive fighting desire that arises when encountering an interesting prey. Yes, that must be it. A mocking sneer appeared on her cold face, her voice filled with undisguised contempt. I heard you have E-level superpowers? Shin Yalan, is there something wrong with your taste? She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan's undeniably handsome face, her tone becoming even more cutting. Could it be that you really approached him because of his chosen male escort title? The air seemed to freeze as soon as he said that. Shin Yalan's face flushed red instantly, from her neck to her ears. She thought about the training she had with Lin Fan in the rented apartment these past few days, about Lin Fan's overwhelming dominance that she couldn't resist and his physique that she found irresistible. My sister's words, though harsh, were, in a sense. It seems, that's not wrong either? Her embarrassed and angry expression, coupled with her inability to refute him convincingly, caught Shin Yachin's eye, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch violently. No way? Could it really be true? Is my arrogant younger sister really that shallow? Just as Shin Yachin felt her blood pressure starting to spike, a calm voice rang out. Greetings, senior. I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a half step forward, perfectly shielding Shin Yalan behind him. He wore a polite smile, and despite the aura that would make even a C-level ability user's legs go weak, he seemed unaffected, as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face. He looked directly at Shin Yachin, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Whether Yalan has good taste or not cannot be judged by words alone. This step. This one action. This calm sentence. This caused Shin Yachin's heart, which had just been forcibly suppressed, to race again, much to her dismay. Damn it! This guy. He's just an E-rank, where does he get the nerve to talk to me like that? And you still dare to protect Shin Yalan right in front of me? Shin Yachin found that she did not feel angry at being offended at first. Instead, she felt that the man in front of her seemed a little more pleasing to the eye. His calm demeanor and the way he shielded his sister behind him were, damn it, kind of handsome. No. Shin Yachin immediately dismissed this absurd idea in her mind. He must have been so angry at his sister's stupidity that he lost his mind. She forcibly transformed this appreciation distorted by the power of the system into a colder scrutiny. He certainly has some guts. She said coldly, I admire it a little, but that's far from enough. What good is courage to a man? In this world, strength is the foundation of everything. Just then, another aloof figure walked over from the side. Su Qingxue observed quietly from the side. The moment she saw Shin Yachin appear, and the instant she saw her lock onto Lin Fan, a knowing glint flashed in her icy blue eyes. She was all too familiar with this feeling. That contradictory feeling of wanting to get closer, yet forcibly suppressing it, that feeling of being attracted, yet adopting an aggressive stance. In essence, she is no different from Shin Yalan. Another one. Su Qingxue sighed softly in her heart, but her face remained expressionless. She walked to Lin Fan's side and very naturally stretched out her slender arm to gently take his arm. The gestures were intimate, yet perfectly natural. Then, she raised her head, looked at Shin Yachin, and nodded slightly to this powerful A-level ability user as a greeting. No words were spoken. But this action itself is the strongest declaration. This man is mine. Shin Yachin's pupils suddenly contracted. Her attention instantly shifted from Lin Fan to the stunningly beautiful girl who had suddenly appeared. With just one glance, the horror in her heart was like a raging storm. S rank. This girl is an S-class superhuman. Moreover, her aura was harmonious, stable, and powerful. There was absolutely no sign of the unstable energy often seen in early S-rank individuals. In fact, there was a faint sense of perfection, as if she was about to break through to the mid-rank. Jiangcheng Academy produced an S-level student named Su Qingxue, so of course she knew about it. But what she didn't know was that Su Qingxue would have such a close relationship with Lin Fan, and this E-level. The way she casually linked arms with Lin Fan was something no ordinary friend would do. In an instant, Countless questions and speculations exploded in Qin Yachen's mind. Things are definitely not as simple as they seem. An E rank that can bring an S rank genius girl so close. Who exactly is he? Qin Yachen's gaze towards Lin Fan completely changed. If before it was a condescending scrutiny and a trace of interest distorted by the system, now it's real, equal, and driven by a strong desire to explore, curiosity. She felt as if she had discovered a huge treasure hidden under a rock. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yachen took a deep breath and suppressed her overbearing aura. She knew that there was no point in continuing to stand there and argue. Some things you have to try to know for yourself. Take me to the academy's training grounds. She spoke in an unquestionable, commanding tone. Since you say it's not just talk, then prove with your abilities that you are worthy of my Qin family's daughter. I need to personally inspect the goods. Chapter 38. My heart is in turmoil. The aloof sister-in-law fights while trying to win her over. Training room A01. This place has practically become Lin Fan and his two companions' private territory. As soon as you push open the door, you can smell a scent that's a mixture of frost, fire, and sweat. It's the unique aroma that comes from the hard work of the three of them during their training. Yeah, he's probably just training hard. Qin Yachen looked around, her gaze sweeping over the battle marks left on the energy shields. Finally, she took off her crisp uniform jacket and tossed it aside. Beneath the jacket was a black combat vest that clung tightly to the body's curves. Her stunning figure, even larger than Qin Yalen's, was instantly outlined perfectly. Every line exuded an astonishing power, like a cheetah poised to pounce, radiating a deadly, wild beauty. Lin Fan, you be careful, my sister is very ruthless. Qin Yalen nervously tugged at Lin Fan's clothes, her palms sweating. She knows her sister too well. During missions, Qin Yachen is known for her ruthless methods and never shows mercy. On the other hand, Su Qingxue remained unusually calm. She walked to the control panel and skillfully operated it a few times. A dark blue energy shield, thicker than usual, slowly rose up, enveloping the entire training ground. Highest level of defense mode activated. She announced it calmly, as if to set the stage for Lin Fan's performance. Qin Yachen moved her wrists and neck, and her joints made a series of crisp clicking sounds. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Lin Fan. The rules are simple. He lasted 10 minutes under my thumb. I acknowledge that you are qualified to continue your relationship with Yalan. She paused, a cold smile curving her lips. Of course, if you admit defeat now and kneel down to beg me, it's not too late. The words were harsh. But deep in Qin Yachen's heart, a thought inexplicably welled up that she herself could not understand. I don't want to really hurt him. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she felt it was utterly absurd. Who am I? An elite member of the superpowered police force. A level lightning superpower user. Would such ridiculous sentimentality arise because of a mere E-rank kid? No. It must be because they didn't want Yalan's stupid younger sister to look too bad. Yes, that's it. Qin Yachen found a perfect excuse for her momentary soft-heartedness. However, Lin Fan was completely unaware of her self-strategy. He simply looked at the powerful, alluring woman in front of him and smiled slightly. Senior, please. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and exuded confidence. The moment the words fell. Sizzle. Qin Yachen's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Only a blinding blue-white afterimage of lightning and a faint popping sound remained in the air. Wow, so fast. Qin Yalen's heart leaped into her throat. Too slow. A cold voice, like a ghost, rang in Lin Fan's right ear. A hand blade crackling with violent lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, was already aimed fiercely at his neck. This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. It's enough to instantly shatter the defense of a C-level ability user, rendering him unable to fight on the spot. However, Lin Fan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even turn around. A chilling, white aura suddenly erupted from beneath their feet. His body glided as if on ice, instantly shifting several meters to the left. At the same time, he raised his right hand behind him. Buzz! A half-meter thick ice wall, shimmering with a crystal-clear luster, rose from the ground, precisely blocking the path of the lightning handblade. Boom! A loud bang. The lightning fast chop collided violently with the ice wall. The violent arcs of electricity danced wildly like silver snakes, blasting the hard ice wall surface into shards of ice. But the ice wall withstood the thunderous blow, though it was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and did not shatter on the spot. Xinyachen's figure flipped in mid-air and landed steadily, a hint of undisguised surprise flashing in her eyes. This frost power. Is it Su Qingshue's eternal frost? Is Su Qingxue intervening? Wrong. If it were Su Qingxue who made the move, it would be impossible for him not to notice the flow of energy. This chilling, bone-piercing power truly emanated from Lin Fan's body. Moreover, this condensation speed and defensive strength. Class E? Oh. Xinyachen's contempt finally vanished completely. Indeed, he's not simple. She whispered something, and her aura surged once more. The battle has officially begun. Sizzle. Sizzle. Xinyachen no longer held back, transforming into a blurry bolt of lightning as she moved at high speed across the vast training ground. Her figure flickered erratically, leaving only streaks of blue and white afterimages. Call out. A long whip formed from lightning appeared out of thin air, whistling sharply as it lashed out at Lin Fan's back from an extremely tricky angle. Instead of retreating, Lin Fan advanced, and the frost field beneath his feet instantly spread out, condensing countless sharp ice spikes on the ground, slowing down Xinyachen's movement. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and an even thicker, circular ice shield condensed, narrowly blocking the lightning whip. Smack! The thunderbolt exploded, sending electric arcs flying in all directions. Immediately afterwards, several lightning spears flashed from all directions, blocking all of Lin Fan's escape routes and shooting towards him. This is an A-level ability user with absolute control over the rhythm of battle. However, Lin Fan remained calm. He remained still while controlling the movement, standing in the center of the frost field, waving his hands alternately. Sometimes it would condense an ice shield to block the incoming attacks. Occasionally, he would conjure a blazing fireball and blast it towards Xinyachen's next possible location. At other times, it is a flaming spear burning with intense flames that bursts through the air and launches a precise counterattack. Ice and fire. Two completely opposite superpowers, yet in his hands, they displayed an incredible coordination and control. The transition between offense and defense was seamless. In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with blue lightning, blazing red flames, and snow-white ice crystals. The three colors of energy intertwined and collided, emitting a deafening roar. Xinyalin, who was watching from the sidelines, was completely dumbfounded. She knew Lin Fan was very strong. But she never imagined that Lin Fan would be strong enough to fight her a-level mid-stage high-level sister to a standstill. As for Xinyachen, who was Lin Fan's opponent, the shock in her heart was like a raging sea. Not only ice, but also fire. Moreover, these two superpowers happened to match Su Qingxue and her younger sister Xinyalin. To seize? Or copy? One absurd and terrifying thought after another began to frantically grow in her mind. What bothered her even more was, as the battle continued, she watched the composed and skillful figure in the arena, his face appearing exceptionally calm and handsome in the firelight and flashes of electricity. Thump! 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 Her heart was beating faster and faster, uncontrollably. My breathing became somewhat rapid. A strange heat surged up from deep within my body without warning. Damn it! What's going on? Why do I get this strange feeling when I look at him? Xinyachen cursed inwardly and forcibly suppressed the strange feeling. She felt she had to end this fight immediately. She wasn't sure if she would run into any problems if she continued fighting. The farce is over. She suddenly took a step back, creating a distance of dozens of meters between herself and Lin Fan, and clasped her hands together fiercely in front of her chest. Sizzle, sizzle. The blindingly bright blue-white lightning began to gather and compress wildly in her palm. A terrifying aura, capable of destroying everything, instantly filled the entire training ground. The energy shield emitted a groan of strain. Thunder Dragon Spear. Xinyachen's voice was cold and resolute. Lin Fan's expression finally turned serious. He could sense that his opponent was serious about this attack. The condensation of that energy was enough to severely injure or even kill a high-level B-rank ability user. But, looking at Xinyachen across from him, whose cheeks were flushed red from fully activating her superpower, making her even more beautiful, Lin Fan's lips suddenly curled into a smile that no one could decipher. Faced with a woman whose personality and style are so direct. Indeed, we have to use the most direct method. Chapter 39, A Direct Kiss. Lightning ability acquired. Buzz buzz. The eerie blue energy shield covering the entire training ground emitted a piercing alarm. The red warning light on the control panel was flashing wildly, indicating that the internal energy level was soaring at an alarming rate, rapidly approaching the theoretical limit that the shield could withstand. Sister! No! Xin Yalan was so frightened that her face turned pale and she let out a scream. She knew this move. It was a killing move her sister had used during a raid, piercing through the armor of a high-level B-rank mutated behemoth in one strike. Using it on a human would have unimaginable consequences. Su Qingxue, standing to the side, also frowned slightly, her hands hanging at her sides unconsciously tightening, and the frost power within her body had begun to surge quietly. If Lin Fan shows even the slightest sign of weakness, she will act within 0.01 seconds. However, at this critical moment, Lin Fan, who was facing the terrifying lightning, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a burning glint flashed in his eyes. Chance! He must seize this opportunity. When everyone, including Qin Yaqin herself, thought he would defend or dodge with all his might, Lin Fan did something that made everyone's brains freeze. He did not back down. Instead, they charged head-on into the terrifying lightning that was powerful enough to distort the air. He's gone mad? This thought exploded in the minds of both Qin Yalan and Qin Yaqin at the same time. Sizzle! Countless thick, blue-white arcs of electricity, like frenzied venomous snakes, erupted from Qin Yaqin's palm, instantly transforming the 10-meter area in front of her into a destructive field of lightning. Any creature that steps into it will be instantly electrocuted into charcoal. But Lin Fan's figure was like that of a top dancer, taking incredible steps in that deadly minefield. His body was covered with a thin, yet incredibly pure, pale white ice crystal. The abnormal physical abilities brought about by his super energy were brought to their extreme at this moment. His nerve reaction speed and muscle explosiveness were all elevated to a level beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The ice produced by supernatural abilities contains almost no impurities and is one of the highest quality insulators. Although the violent arcs of electricity still stung his skin, the deadly current was perfectly blocked by the thin layer of ice. His figure sped through the leaping lightning, leaving behind blurry afterimages. Each step lands precisely on the fleeting gap between the electric arcs. Quick! It's almost at its limit. What? Qin Yaqin's sharp pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Instead of running away, he was charging towards her? She had never seen it before. I have never seen anyone break into her Thunder Prison in such a suicidal way. The strength of this move, Thunder Prison Dragon Spear, lies in the Thunder Prison blocking effect in the first half and the penetrating burst of the Dragon Spear in the second half. However, once the enemy uses this unbelievable method to rush in front of you, the most powerful Dragon Spear form won't have time to condense and fire. Change tactics. We must change our strategy immediately. Qin Yaqin's powerful fighting instincts allowed her to make an instant judgment, preparing to forcibly disperse the gathered energy and switch to close combat. But too close. And too fast. It's too late. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's figure, like a ghost, broke through the last arc of electricity and appeared in front of her. It's over. We're about to be attacked. Qin Yaqin subconsciously tensed all her muscles, preparing to withstand the blow and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. However, the expected heavy blow did not come. A warm, powerful hand precisely grasped her right wrist, which was gathering violent lightning. With his other hand, he went even further, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, which was slightly bent back in shock, and pulling her into his embrace. Qin Yaqin let out a muffled groan. Two bodies, pressed tightly together without any gap. Through the thin combat vest, she could clearly feel the burning heat emanating from Lin Fan's chest, as well as that intense masculine aura mixed with sweat and the scent of ice and fire, so strong it made her dizzy. It was as if a bucket of gasoline had been poured directly onto the fire in her heart that had been ignited by the power of the system. Boom! Her mind went completely blank for a moment. All thoughts about battle, calculations of offense and defense, manipulation of energy, were washed away completely at this moment. The thrill and attraction that she had forcibly suppressed, distorted, and self-interpreted from the first moment she saw Lin Fan erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years. It's over. My heart is about to stop beating. No. It's about to explode. An eerie silence fell over the training room. Qin Yalan's mouth dropped open, her eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Su Qingxue was also stunned. She had anticipated that Lin Fan would win, and she had also considered that Lin Fan would retaliate in some amazing way, but she never expected. It will be like this. Under the shocked gazes of Qin Yaqin, Qin Yalan, and Su Qingxue, Lin Fan lowered his head. He looked at the stunningly beautiful face in his arms, which was alluring because of the shock, panic, and slight bewilderment. Then, precisely, he kissed those lips that were slightly parted in surprise, and had a cool touch. Boom! At that moment, Qin Yaqin felt a terrifying electric current, hundreds of millions of times stronger than the thunder prison dragon spear she had unleashed at full power, explode from her lips, instantly piercing through her limbs and bones, and rushing straight to the top of her head. She shuddered violently, and then it was as if all her bones had been removed, and she instantly lost all her strength. The blue-white lightning in his palm, powerful enough to destroy everything, vanished completely into the air with a whoosh sound, like a light bulb that had lost its power. Her body went limp and collapsed. In my mind, only one thought remained, swirling and expanding until it finally took over all my thoughts. I was kissed. He was kissed by the man my sister had her eye on? Meanwhile, Lin Fan's mind was immediately filled with the long-awaited, heavenly system notification. Bite. High-quality female targets detected. A level lightning ability, pale lightning, detected. Current interaction meets the copying requirements. Copying. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the A-level lightning ability, pale lightning. A brand new, violent, and destructive power surged into Lin Fan's body through their intertwined lips, and then quickly merged with his own energy. The kiss ended. Lin Fan parted his lips with satisfaction. Qin Yaqin could no longer support her body and collapsed into Lin Fan's arms like a lump of mud. Her pretty face, which always carried an icy and sharp expression, was now flushed crimson, as if it could drip blood. Those sharp, hawk-like eyes completely lost their focus, becoming watery and hazy. She was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving violently, and the well-tailored uniform seemed to have become a constraint. The powerful aura that was once enough to suffocate low-level ability users had long since vanished without a trace. Instead, there is an unbelievable air of naivety and bewilderment. The aloof and supreme A-rank Thunder Queen. An elite member of the superpowered police force. The Qin family's discipline committee member. At this moment, Lin Fan's actions, combined with the power of the high-quality succubus system, completely shattered all defenses. Her plane crashed. It only took one kiss. Chapter 40: The Invitation from the Sister-in-Law, the Aftermath of the Inspection. The training room fell into an eerily silent atmosphere. It was as if even the air had frozen. Qin Yalan stared blankly at the scene before her mouth agape and her eyes wide like saucers. What did she see? That older sister who was known in the superpowered police force for her iron fist and ruthless methods, capable of killing B-level mutant beasts with her bare hands, and feared by countless criminals. That older sister who, from childhood to adulthood, was like a war goddess in her heart, all-powerful. At this moment, she was like a kitten whose bones had been removed, limp and powerless, collapsing into a man's arms. And that man, not long ago, was what she called an E-level waste. Is something wrong with this world? Her worldview shattered once again at this moment. It has been broken and reassembled countless times. On the other hand, Su Qingxue's reaction was completely different. She crossed her arms and watched with a leisurely air. On that aloof and stunningly beautiful face, there was not the slightest surprise. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up in an extremely amused, almost smug, smile. It was as if we were watching a play with a pre-written script. This eerie silence lasted for a good 10 seconds. Ah! A scream that seemed to pierce eardrums suddenly burst from Qin Yaqin's mouth. As if she had been electrocuted, she suddenly came to her senses and shoved Lin Fan away violently. Because of the excessive force in her weak legs, she staggered back several steps before she could barely stand. She raised the back of her hand in vigorously and repeatedly wiped her lips, as if trying to completely erase the lingering sensation that made her soul tremble. That pretty face, which always carried an icy and sharp look, was now so red it looked like it was about to bleed. You're shameless. She pointed at Lin Fan and roared, her voice fierce but her heart weak. His voice, however, carried an obvious tremor and panic. She wanted to unleash lightning to teach this audacious bastard a lesson. But to her horror, she discovered that the once unrestrained and violent lightning power within her body was now like a blocked river, stagnant and completely uncontrollable due to the chaos in her mind. This feeling of being out of control made her even more panicked. Seeing her seemingly strong but actually weak appearance, Lin Fan simply shrugged and put on an innocent expression. Senior, how can this be called shameless? You said you wanted me to prove myself with my abilities. He took a step forward, a playful smile on his face. Isn't this proof enough? To prove that I can easily subdue you. You. Shin Yachin was speechless for a long time after hearing his words. Yes. She set the rules. He survived 10 minutes under her thumb. But now, let alone 10 minutes, the other party only took a moment to completely deprive her of all fighting power in a way that she could not understand or resist. Judging from the results, he did indeed prove it. In the most humiliating way, and in the way that left her with no room to refute. Looking at Lin Fan's smiling face, she felt both angry and ashamed, but more than anything, she felt an unprecedented sense of panic. And a trace of lingering aftertaste that she dared not admit, yet which truly existed. The feel of that kiss, the warmth of that embrace, that intense masculine scent. You. Shin Yachin's brain completely shut down, rendering her unable to engage in any complex thinking. She glared fiercely at Lin Fan, then glanced at her sister beside her, who was completely petrified and seemed to have left her body. Finally, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. Fine, you passed. But this isn't over yet. After saying that, she felt she couldn't stay any longer. Staying here for even a second longer is an extreme torment. She turned around abruptly, grabbed the uniform jacket she had thrown aside, and rushed out of the training room without even putting it on. That figure looked incredibly disheveled. In the midst of extreme panic, even his walking posture became extremely stiff and strange, resulting in him walking with his hands and feet moving in unison. Bang! The training room door was slammed shut. The world is finally at peace. Only then did Qin Yalan seem to be activated, letting out a series of screams, and suddenly pounced on Lin Fan's side, her pink fists raining down like raindrops, punching and hitting him. Are you crazy? You pervert! That's my sister. How could you kiss her? Her strength wasn't great, it was more like she was being coquettish and venting. Lin Fan smiled, grabbed her two mischievous little hands, and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Stop fooling around. In that situation, your sister's ultimate move had already locked me down, so I had to find a way to interrupt her, right? This is actually the optimal solution I could find in such a short time, do you believe me? Shin Yalan buried her face in his chest and muttered, I don't believe you for a second. You're clearly lustful. A big pervert who kisses every girl he sees. That's what they say. But her little fists had already stopped. Her body calmed down and she nestled obediently in Lin Fan's arms. Actually, she knew in her heart that she had no idea how to get past her sister. Anyone else would probably have been defeated long ago by a mid-level, highly skilled or rank female character. Lin Fan. He actually used this method to make his sister flee in panic? And judging from her sister's reaction, that mixture of shame, anger, and panic she had never seen before. Perhaps, this really is the optimal solution? It's over. My brain must have gone haywire because I've been spending too much time with this jerk. How could such an absurd idea come to mind? Ugh. That evening, the three of them lived together in a rented room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's dazzling night view unfolds. In the living room, a boring, formulaic art film was playing on a huge projection screen. Lin Fan and Qin Yalan sank side by side into the soft sofa, while Su Qingxue sat elegantly on a single sofa, holding a book in her hands. Give. Su Qingxue suddenly stood up and handed a glass of chill juice to Lin Fan. Lin Fan reached out to take it. Su Qingxue didn't let go. Her clear, glass-like eyes quietly looked at Lin Fan, and she asked softly in a tone so calm it was as if she were discussing the weather. Would you like to accept it too? Qin Yalan, who was leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder and dozing off, was jolted awake by these words. She sat up abruptly, turned her head, and stared intently at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. The air suddenly became somewhat subtle. The Empress's interrogation has begun. Lin Fan took the drink in one hand and scratched his head awkwardly with the other. Well. He was trying to figure out how to phrase his words. Should he confess and get leniency, or should he try to get away with a joke? Buzz. The phone next to me vibrated at just the right moment. Lin Fan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately picked up his phone. On the screen was a text message from an unknown number. The content is very brief. At 11 p.m., I came alone to the top floor of Building A, Watcher Apartment, number 108 Binjiang Road. At the end of the text message was a signature. Qin Yachin. As Lin Fan looked at the text message, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. There really was more to come. He chuckled inwardly, then looked up to meet the curious yet scrutinizing gazes of Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan. He waved his phone, showing them the screen. Then, he asked with a smile. What do you think? Or rather, do you mind? Chapter 41 Uniform Play? In the living room, two completely different gazes simultaneously fell on Lin Fan. Qin Yalan's eyes were filled with worry, tension, and a hint of expectation. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was simply enjoying the spectacle. Her cool eyes gleamed with wisdom and amusement, as if she had seen through everything. Go. Finally, Su Qingxue spoke first, her tone calm but carrying an unquestionable air. Some things just have to be resolved. Qin Yalan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Su Qingxue's confident expression and then at Lin Fan's confident smile, she swallowed her words and just huffed angrily, turning her head to the side. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing more. He knew that these two women understood him better than he had imagined. Half an hour later. Number 108 Binjiang Road, Watcher Apartment. This is one of the most luxurious apartments in Jiangcheng, with a security system comparable to the A-level branch of the Superpower Association. It is said that the residents are all wealthy and powerful, and there are even retired A-level experts who have retired here. Lin Fan stood in front of the all-metal, futuristic-looking gate and called out a name to the video access control system. I'm looking for Qin Yachin. Your identity has been confirmed and reported. Welcome, Mr. Lin. A cold, electronic synthesized voice rang out, and the heavy doors slid silently open to both sides. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Take the private elevator directly to the top floor. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing a corridor covered with a high-end gray carpet leading to a single door at the end. The top floor of Building A is occupied by a single unit. Lin Fan walked to the door, and the door opened automatically. The scene inside the apartment instantly came into view. The space is vast, with a minimalist black, white, and gray color scheme, devoid of any superfluous decorations, featuring straight lines and sharp angles. Cold, somber, and full of a sense of order. Just like its owner. In the very center of the living room, on that expensive-looking black leather sofa, Qin Yachin sat upright, waiting for his arrival. She didn't change out of her dark blue police uniform. She was still wearing that tight-fitting combat vest that outlined her breathtaking curves, with a crisp uniform jacket over it. However, the top button was unbuttoned. A small patch of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone were revealed, giving the impression that they were about to burst forth. Her once stylish high ponytail had come loose, her smooth black hair studded with a few strands of blue highlights, casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of domestic laziness to her sharp aura. But her expression remained serious. His gaze remained sharp. She looked at Lin Fan as he walked in, raised her chin, and pointed to the single sofa opposite her. Sit. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. It's like interrogating a criminal. Lin Fan glanced at it. Two sofas were placed facing each other, separated by a black glass coffee table, with a spotlight shining down from above, illuminating the area. Goodness. Are they really treating me like a criminal and interrogating me? Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, but kept a straight face and readily sat down on the single sofa. He leaned back, casually resting his arms on the armrests, and crossed his legs, his posture relaxed and carefree. His gaze, without any attempt to conceal it, was taken in with great interest as he examined the woman opposite him. Uniform. Black stockings. Long legs. And that stunningly beautiful face, feigning composure and forcibly maintaining a cold expression. TSK. This scene, this outfit. It was absolutely precise, it punctured some unspeakable XP. Qin Yachin felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, and that familiar, unsettling attraction surged into her heart once again. She forcefully suppressed the pounding in her heart, interlaced her fingers on her knees, and leaned forward slightly, trying to take the initiative with an interrogation-like posture. Speak. She got straight to the point, her voice cold and hard. Who exactly are you? Aranki super energy can use both ice and fire abilities, and can even break through my lightning blockade head-on. What exactly is your special ability? She tried to gain the upper hand with a barrage of questions, trying to mask her racing heartbeat. However, Lin Fan didn't take her bait at all. He didn't answer any of the questions directly. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, a playful smile on his face across the coffee table. Senior. He spoke slowly. You called me here just to ask this? I thought. He paused deliberately, looking at Qin Yaqin's face, which had tensed up instantly, before finishing his sentence with a smile. You want to check out the goods again, don't you? You. Shut up. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Qin Yaqin instantly bristled. One sentence perfectly exposed all her pretense. A surge of heat rushed straight to her head, and her cheeks rose visibly, quickly turning a beautiful blush. She tried to remain calm, but her voice involuntarily rose 8 octaves, carrying a hint of embarrassment and annoyance that she herself was unaware of. I'm doing this for my sister's sake. I must find out your background. You're a dangerous individual with mysterious origins and bizarre abilities. It's my duty. She tried to build up her psychological defenses by using the words sister and duty. Yalan already knows my background well enough. Lin Fan's smile deepened. He slowly stood up. Step. Step. He walked around the coffee table and headed towards Qin Yaqin. What do you want to do? As he approached, Qin Yaqin's pupils constricted sharply. She instinctively tried to back away, moving her body backward, only to find her back pressed against the back of the sofa. There's no way out. She wanted to activate her superpowers and use lightning to force this audacious man away. But that irresistible attraction, emanating from her very bones and making her weak all over, left her utterly unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. The lightning power within his body seemed to be locked in an insulated cage, completely silent. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already stood in front of her. He didn't sit down, he just stood there, looking down at her, trapped on the sofa. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. His intense masculine hormones, a mixture of sweat and the scent of ice and fire, once again forcefully and irrationally invaded her breath. Qin Yaqin felt her brain starting to lack oxygen. All she could hear was Lin Fan's magnetic, devilish voice slowly rising above her head. Sister Yaqin. The address made her body tremble slightly involuntarily. Are you doing this for Yalan, or you want to do it for yourself? Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Look at yourself now. My heart is racing, my breathing is rapid, my pupils are dilated, and my body temperature is rising steadily. With each word he spoke, Qin Yaqin's face grew paler. At this moment, her last line of psychological defense was completely shattered. Looking at her distraught appearance, Lin Fan slowly leaned down. He stretched out his hands and placed them on the back of the sofa on either side of her body, completely enveloping her petite figure in his shadow. Their noses almost touched. He could clearly see her long eyelashes trembling incessantly, and he could feel how hot and flustered her breath was. Admit it. His voice was lowered, carrying a deadly allure. You called me here not for Yalan at all. You are just. I want to see you again. Chapter 42 Inspection turns into stealing food. It wasn't for Yalan at all. You are just. I want to see you again. These last 5 words, like an invisible hammer, struck Qin Yaqin's heart with each and every one of them. Her last and strongest facade was shattered by those words. Yes. Why did she lie? Why did she send that text message without telling her beloved younger sister, as if by some strange twist of fate? Why did she change into this uniform at home, which best reflects her status and charm, but then unbutton the most crucial button and let down her long hair, which she never let down in front of outsiders? The answer, under the gaze of Lin Fan's all-seeing eyes, was already laid bare. That yearning, surging from the depths of his bones and amplified infinitely by the high-quality succubus system, could no longer be suppressed by duty and family ties. It was like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelming all her reason. I didn't. Her rebuttal was as pale as a thin sheet of paper, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, carrying a hint of pleading that she herself was unaware of. Those sharp, eagle-like eyes completely lost focus at this moment, frantically trying to dodge around, but they couldn't escape Lin Fan's burning gaze. Her proud level lightning ability, that violent destructive power, was now as docile as a tamed kitten within her, as still as water, completely untouchable. High offense, low defense. At this moment, she vividly illustrated the opinions of certain individuals within the community of superhumans through her own body. Seeing her utterly dejected and completely devoid of any will to resist, Lin Fan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He released his hands from the sofa, then extended his index finger and, with a touch of irresistible force, gently lifted her smooth chin. This action forced her to raise her head, making her glistening eyes meet his own. No? Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Then why did you lie? Why did you secretly call me here without telling Yilan? Aren't you the one who loves her the most? Aren't you supposed to take responsibility for her? A barrage of questions, like the sharpest dagger, precisely dissected her heart, shattering all her excuses and defenses. Xin Yachen's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, why? She was clearly there to help her sister make the right choice. She was clearly there to judge this E-level waste. Why did it end up like this, with me feeling like a prisoner awaiting trial, trapped in a small space, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance? I don't know. Her voice finally broke into a sob that she couldn't hold back her tears. The sharp, domineering aura she possessed from years of holding high positions and wielding life and death power vanished at this moment. What remained was only confusion, helplessness, and a kind of burning heat that felt unfamiliar even to herself and almost melted her away. She was horrified to discover that once she was led by this man, she completely lost all her opinions and sense of resistance. My mind went blank, and my body wouldn't obey me. It was as if her sole purpose in existence was to await his next command, his next action. Have no idea? Then I'll tell you. Lin Fan's voice seemed to possess a certain magic, filled with a bewitching power, as he whispered in her ear. Because you and Yilan are essentially the same kind of people. Deep in your bones, you all share the same desire. What you crave is never to be looked up to by the weak or revered by ordinary people. But rather, it was a true powerhouse. Conquer. Boom. The word conquer exploded in Xin Yachen's mind like a thunderclap. Her pupils dilated suddenly, and she froze. Lin Fan gave her no further chance to think or react. He lowered his head. He kissed her again. This time, it no longer carried the feeling of probing and surprise attacks like it did in the training room. Instead, it is filled with unquestionable aggression and a possessive desire to assert sovereignty. Ugh. Xin Yachen's brain completely shut down. She symbolically raised her hand, as if to push him away, but the force was so weak that it seemed more like a reluctant invitation. After struggling for only a couple of moments, her arms fell limply to her sides. That hidden attribute deep within her heart, one she herself was unaware of the enjoyment of passivity, was completely unleashed by Lin Fan's forceful actions at this moment. Her body made the choice faster than her reason. She gave up all resistance. Her tense body softened instantly, and she awkwardly, instinctively, began to respond to Lin Fan's movements. She succumbed to despair. In the abyss called Lin Fan, he willingly fell. And he became someone who secretly ate food behind his sister's back. Accomplice. The intense interrogation moved from the cold living room to the large bed, which was also decorated in black, white, and gray tones. The dark blue uniform, a symbol of discipline, authority, and order, was carelessly discarded on the cold floor, its surface wrinkled and crumpled. The once high and mighty Thunder Queen has fallen completely. Under Lin Fan's guidance, she showed a side completely opposite to her usual sharp and decisive police elite. Extreme obedience. Extreme pandering. Much later. The night outside the window grew even deeper. In the room, only a dim bedside lamp was on. Xin Yachen, like a docile cat, curled up in Lin Fan's arms, pressing her cheek tightly against his warm, firm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. An unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction enveloped her. Warm and reassuring. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her more than 20 years of life. Her mind was filled with the image of her younger sister, Xin Yalan, a face that was both proud and always full of energy. A faint sense of guilt, like ripples on the water, quietly rose in my heart. But this pang of guilt lasted for less than a second. She was completely overwhelmed and washed away by the overwhelming sense of happiness brought by the man beside her, like a tsunami. She couldn't help but hug him even tighter. From childhood to adulthood, because of her powerful A-level superpowers and her overly sharp personality, almost all men either keep their distance from her or treat her as a good brother who can fight alongside them. It's not that no one has pursued her. But in her eyes, those so-called suitors were all too weak and too boring. They looked up to her, revered her, but no one ever dared to look her in the eye, offend her, and ultimately, conquer her like Lin Fan did. On the contrary, her dashing figure and powerful aura attracted many women to express their fervent love for her. But she's a staunchly straight woman. What she wanted was never a partner who needed her to protect him. Deep in her heart, she harbored a secret she herself was unwilling to admit. She longed for a man who was stronger and more domineering than her to appear. A person who can make her let down all her defenses, shed all her pretenses, and willingly be suppressed, guided, and controlled by him. She never expected that this person would be the man her own sister had her eye on. And he appeared so suddenly, and so precisely. It was as if he was born knowing how to unlock the most complex lock on her heart. I originally came to have my sister inspect the goods. As a result, I got completely involved. Shin Yachin thought to herself with a self-deprecating smile, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up slightly, outlining a happy and satisfied arc. She felt Lin Fan's arm gently and rhythmically patting her back. The gesture was like comforting a child. But it made her feel a kind of unprecedented pampering. She closed her eyes, casting all her guilt and unease to the winds. I'm sorry, Yulan. Chapter 43. Sister, you don't want your sister to know, do you? Actually, she already knows. The first rays of sunlight in the morning, like a sharp golden dagger, precisely sliced through the gap in the heavy curtains, casting a narrow strip of light into the dim room. The light strip fell directly onto the bed, illuminating the man's sharply defined profile. Shin Yachin slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually fading from the chaos. She looked at Lin Fan, who was still fast asleep beside her, with an extremely complicated expression. She was shy. Yes, it is satisfactory. There was a slight sense of guilt for betraying his beloved younger sister. But more than anything, she felt an intense possessiveness she had never experienced before, a possessiveness that seemed to devour her entirely. This man belongs to her. The moment this thought surfaced, it was like a wildly growing vine, instantly wrapping around her entire heart. She quietly and carefully lifted a corner of the blanket, intending to get up to wash. However, she had only moved half an inch when a strong hand reached out from under the covers, grabbed her wrist with lightning speed, and pulled her sharply. Ah! Shin Yachin let out a short gasp and uncontrollably fell back into that warm and firm embrace. She subconsciously looked up and met a pair of eyes with a mischievous smile. Lin Fan had woken up at some point and was looking at her with great interest. Good morning, Ye Chen. His voice was slightly hoarse from just waking up, yet it was full of magnetism. Who is your sister? Shin Yachin's face flushed bright red instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively trying to break free. But Lin Fan's arms were like cast iron, and he hugged her even tighter. He brought his lips to her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. You weren't like this in bed last night. You. These words were like a flashbang, instantly leaving Shin Yachin's mind blank. I'm so ashamed and furious I could die. She reached out her other hand, wanting to pinch the soft flesh on his waist, to let him know the power of an A-level expert. But as soon as she raised her hand, Lin Fan caught it precisely. The next second, Lin Fan's fingers deftly slipped under her armpits and began to launch an indiscriminate physical attack. You let go. No. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan. You bastard. The once aloof and powerful Thunder Queen, the disciplined elite police officer, was now laughing uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes, completely devoid of her usual fierce demeanor. The two of them laughed and joked around on the soft bed. The last trace of awkwardness and estrangement that remained after last night vanished completely in this unrestrained playfulness. After a long commotion, Shin Yachin was finally released by Lin Fan, panting heavily. She slumped into Lin Fan's arms, glared at him fiercely, and finally remembered the important matter. She cleared her throat, forcibly straightening her pretty face, which was flushed from lack of oxygen, trying to regain her dignity as the sister-in-law. Listen. Regarding your relationship with Yulan, I won't object for now. But, she emphasized, as if that would give her more confidence, you must treat my sister well. If I find out you've bullied her or treated her badly, I'll be the first to punish you. After saying these words, she felt that the tiny bit of guilt in her heart seemed to lessen a little. I'm doing this for my sister's happiness. Certainly. Lin Fan readily agreed, his smile unchanged. Then, he changed the subject and tightened his grip on her arms. However, in order to better protect Yulan, I think it is necessary for us to have more in-depth tactical exchanges and ability sparring more often. What do you think? Shin Yachin could easily understand the hidden meaning in his words. Tactical communication? Superpower sparring? That bastard. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her heart was pounding uncontrollably. She wanted to refuse. She should refuse. But, the deep-seated desire within her body, now fully awakened, made it impossible for her to utter a single no. Finally, she buried her face in Lin Fan's chest and responded in a voice barely audible, as if possessed. It was for Yalan. She successfully found a perfect, flawless excuse for all her future cheating behavior. After saying goodbye to Qin Yachin, who was reluctant to part and even wanted to have a morning sparring session with him, Lin Fan returned to the rented apartment where the three of them lived, feeling refreshed. As soon as I pushed the door open, he then saw two distinct figures in the living room. Su Qingxue sat elegantly on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of water, her posture serene and graceful. Qin Yalan, on the other hand, paced back and forth in the living room like a restless, trapped beast, her fiery red silk nightgown curving alluringly with her movements. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, Qin Yalan abruptly stopped in her tracks. Looking at Lin Fan's radiant and cheerful face, and then recalling the fact that he hadn't returned home all night. The guess that had kept her tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep soundly, was finally confirmed at this moment. Her cheeks visibly flushed, turning red all the way from her ears to her neck. I feel like I have 1,000 words stuck in my throat. I wanted to question him, I wanted to get angry, I wanted to call him a complete bastard. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't utter a single one. In the end, all the emotions turned into a low, grating curse. Abnormal. After she finished cursing, she deflated like a punctured balloon and added a self-deprecating remark. Since then you'd better be prepared to take responsibility for both of us from now on. Lin Fan found her smug and tsundere demeanor amusing, but his face remained serious. He stepped forward slowly and nodded. Rest assured. I am the god of pure love. Pa! Qin Yalan spat fiercely, her cheeks turning even redder, and muttered under her breath, where can you find a pure-hearted war god like you? After saying that, she fled into the kitchen. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who had been quietly watching the show, put down her water glass and gracefully moved to Lin Fan's side. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes sized Lin Fan up and down. Yalan prepared breakfast especially for you today. Whether you've eaten it before or not, it's best to eat it all. After saying that, she gave him another deep look, then produced another cup from somewhere and handed it to him. The cup contains warm water infused with red dates and goji berries. Even though you have super energy, drinking some of this won't do any harm. Su Qingxue's tone was as calm as ever, but Lin Fan could read a different meaning in the depths of her cold eyes. This glass of water seemed to carry some other meaning. But Lin Fan still took the water glass and drank it all in one gulp. A warm current slid down my throat and into my stomach. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was somewhat awkward. Qin Yalan slammed an extravagantly lavish breakfast down in front of Lin Fan, then sat down beside him, poke at her milk with a straw. By the way, Lin Fan said casually as he finished the food on his plate, your sister probably doesn't know that you already know about us. When do you think we should find an opportunity to talk to her and make things clear? He then added another sentence. However, I personally think we can tell her later. Why? Qin Yalan asked subconsciously. A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Because I have a vague feeling that your sister seems to like that kind of immoral thrill. You. Qin Yalan's face turned red again. But perhaps because they were already mentally prepared, their reaction was much smaller this time. She simply picked up the milk, took a big gulp, concealed her expression, and muttered something in a very low voice. This world has gone mad. Under Qin Yalan's supervision, Lin Fan ate all of his breakfast clean. The craftsmanship is quite good. He stood up and naturally reached out to gently touch Qin Yalan's fiery red hair. Qin Yalan's body stiffened, but she did not dodge. After calming down his proud little cat, Lin Fan went alone to the private training room downstairs in the apartment building. The training room was empty and silent. Lin Fan stood in the center of the arena, slowly closed his eyes, and felt the three distinct forces surging within his body. A scorching flame. Extremely cold frost. And that newly born power of lightning, brimming with a violent and destructive aura. He slowly extended his right hand. A thought crossed my mind. Crackling. A soft sound. A slender, pale blue-white arc of electricity, like a living sprite, danced and swirled merrily at his fingertips. A level superpower, pale lightning. After last night's synchronization, I now have at least a low-level, high-skill level. Feeling the perfect coexistence of the three top-tier superpowers ice, fire, and lightning without interfering with each other within his body, Lin Fan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. National College Rising Star League. Those so-called geniuses in the capital. Especially those gifted young girls. Are you ready for a huge surprise? Chapter 44 National Tournament? My Harem Selection Contest. More than a week has passed since that night of passionate interrogation. Lin Fan's experiences over the past week have been quite fulfilling. That cup of warm water with goji berries and red dates from Su Qingxue indeed had a special meaning. It is a signal. A signal asserting sovereignty. From that day on, the war between Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan went from being an undercurrent to being brought into the open. Of course, this war was fought without gunfire. It is filled with mouth-watering aromas and dazzling scenery. For example, Qin Yalan got up an hour early today to prepare a luxurious breakfast for Lin Fan that was comparable to a Michelin 3-star meal, with exquisite presentation and balanced nutrition. Eat. Finish it all. She crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, like a supervisor, and spoke with an unquestionable command in her tone. But the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed her nervousness and anticipation. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, completely disdains competing with Qin Yalan in the culinary skills arena. She simply sat quietly opposite Lin Fan while he ate. After Lin Fan finished eating, she would gracefully walk behind him, extend her slender hand, and very naturally straighten a wrinkle on his collar. Then, she would glance indifferently at Qin Yalan, who had instantly bristled, with her cool yet slightly alluring gaze. The movements may seem minor, but the damage can be extremely severe. That posture seemed to say, the kitchen is your battlefield, but this man is mine. Qin Yalan was so angry she wanted to bite her teeth, but she couldn't retaliate. After all, Su Qingxue's behavior perfectly met all the criteria of a virtuous wife, and there was simply no point of attack. Therefore, she could only direct her anger at Lin Fan. What are you looking at? Get back to training. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Fan was happy to enjoy this sweet burden. One is a fiery and proud little chili pepper who will bombard your stomach with delicious food in every possible way. One is a stunningly beautiful iceberg, as serene and cold as the moon, subtly permeating every detail of your life. Where can you find such a blissful life? Lin Fan even thought with a wicked sense of humor that if it weren't for his E-level super energy ability, he would probably have been drained dry by these two stunning beauties in less than 3 days. This is no hell on earth. This is clearly paradise. Of course, besides enjoying the blessings of having 2 wives, Lin Fan didn't forget his main business. Or rather, the process of enjoying it is the important thing in itself. During this period, through in-depth exchanges and sparring with Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan day and night, the 3 of them have significantly improved their strength. The system's feedback is the best proof. After each intimate interaction, Lin Fan could clearly feel that the 2 forces of ice and fire within his body were becoming more condensed and more harmonious. As the recipients of this reverse support, Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's progress was even more noticeable than his. They had only just broken through to the intermediate level, and their skill level was still at the beginner level. But now, Su Qingxue. Superpower, Eternal Frost S rank. Current stage, intermediate level, medium skill level. Qin Yalan. Superpower, Scorching Crimson Flame ranka. Current stage, intermediate level, medium skill level. In just over a week, I've already surpassed a training level. If word got out that this rate of improvement was enough to shock the entire Superpowered Persons Association. This is the domineering nature of a high-quality succubus system. It is not just a one-sided demand, but a win-win common progress. Of course, Lin Fan's progress comes from more than just his 2 family members. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up, and an encrypted text message popped up. The sender was Thunder Queen. The content remains a concise 3-word summary. The usual place. Lin Fan glanced at the text message and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Instead of replying immediately, he took his phone and strolled over to Qin Yalan, who was watching TV in the living room. Look, your sister asked me to inspect the goods again. Qin Yalan shifted her gaze from the television screen to the text message. Her expression instantly became somewhat complicated. There was a slight sour taste. There is contempt for her own sister's embezzlement. But more than anything, it's a mischievous schadenfreude of watching a good show. Snort. She snorted loudly, turned her head away, and pretended not to care as she continued watching TV. Go ahead. Anyway, it's not the first time. But I must warn you, for now, don't let her find out that I already know about your affair. Qin Yalan's tone carried a subtle hint of schadenfreude. I want to see how long I can keep up this thinking of you act in front of you. No problem. Lin Fan smiled and put away his phone. This is why he always had to report to Qin Yalan before going to Qin Yachen's place. On the one hand, it's about calming this easily agitated kitten. On the other hand, it was to satisfy her peculiar, perverse pleasure of seeing her older sister make a fool of herself. He understands women so well. Especially Qin Yalan, who is a tsundere who says one thing but does another. Making her feel like she has the secret gives her a greater sense of satisfaction than simply hiding it from her. As for Qin Yachen, that mature woman who appears sharp and decisive on the outside, but inwardly enjoys being passive and guided. She still believes that every time she and Lin Fan cheated on each other, they perfectly kept it a secret from the whole world. She would even emphasize this to Lin Fan afterwards, in a complex tone that was tinged with a hint of guilt and a sense of superiority. Remember, Yalan must never know about this. I did it for her own good. At these times, Lin Fan could only suppress his laughter and nod solemnly. Don't worry, Ye Chen. I understand. He does understand. He understood her pitiful sense of self-esteem. I also understand her desire to enjoy the forbidden thrill behind her sister's back. They knew better how to exploit this, making her sink deeper and deeper into depravity. Time flies. Before we knew it, the National College Rising Stars League officially opened. Zhangcheng High-Speed Railway Station. VIP waiting room. Lin Fan and his two companions dragged their luggage, ready to have their tickets checked. Yalan, take good care of yourself when you get to the capital. A clear, resonant voice, tinged with a touch of authority, came from not far away. The three of them turned around and looked back. Qin Yachen, dressed in a smart black trench coat and high-heeled ankle boots, was walking briskly towards them. She wasn't wearing her uniform today, but she still exuded a powerful aura, attracting the attention of many passengers around her. Sister? What brings you here? Qin Yalan was somewhat surprised. Qin Yachen walked up to his sister and habitually straightened her slightly disheveled collar with a perfectly natural gesture. I'll see you off. As she spoke, her gaze seemingly unintentionally swept across Lin Fan's face. That glance, seemingly ordinary, carried a hint of resentment and reluctance that only Lin Fan could understand. These past few days, because he had to prepare for the competition, Lin Fan hadn't been able to go to her place to exchange tactics, which had clearly made this Thunder Queen very restless. It's more than just seeing someone off. Qin Yachen cleared her throat, resuming her professional and businesslike demeanor. I have submitted an application to be transferred to the special security team for this year's Rising Star League. So, see you in the capital. After saying that, she gave the three of them, especially Lin Fan, a meaningful smile. Qin Yalan. Su Qing Xue. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. All right, it's almost time, let's go get our tickets checked. Qin Yachen urged. The three of them passed through the turnstiles and headed towards the platform. Qin Yachen stood at the turnstile, watching them go. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan's back until his figure disappeared through the carriage door. Board the train and find your seat. Qin Yalan immediately came over and complained in a low voice. See that? She's after you. That woman who uses her position for personal gain. Lin Fan smiled but didn't reply. He leaned back in his chair, watching the scenery rushing past the window. Beside her were the aloof and stunningly beautiful S-Class Ice Queen and the vibrant and charming A-Class haughty little firecracker. In my mind, there was that a rank Lightning Queen with a resentful look in her eyes. This configuration is simply perfect. But Lin Fan's gaze turned towards the direction of the capital. National College Rising Stars League. That stage brings together the most outstanding young geniuses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. A descendant of an ancient family. A secret ace trained by the military. A secret weapon of government agencies. Those A-level and even S-level geniuses who are rarely seen on ordinary days will gather there. Especially, those privileged young women. A smug smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He turned his head, looked at Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan beside him, and gave them a gentle smile. Are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat? Chapter 45. Damn it, Sister Jing. The high-speed train traveled smoothly, and the scenery outside the window transformed into streaks of light. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Or rather, it is a facade of tranquility. His left shoulder rested against a soft, warm body. Qin Yalan had already fallen asleep at some point, her head resting on his shoulder, her fiery red hair falling down, a few playful strands gently scratching his neck. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes and the occasional glimpse of her eyes peeking out from behind a crack revealed her poor acting skills. Sitting opposite Qin Yalan, separated by a small table, Su Qingxue ignored it. She simply gazed quietly out the window, like a perfect ice sculpture. Lin Fan felt a slight itch on his neck and moved it slightly. Su Qingxue then turned around. She took out a soft black silk eye mask from her small bag. Then, she stood up, leaned forward slightly, and gently put the blindfold on Lin Fan over the small table. Cool fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, gently brushed across Lin Fan's cheek. A delicate, cool fragrance instantly lingered around my nose. Conserve your energy and build up your strength. Su Qingxue's voice was very soft, with a touch of gentle charm like melting snow, and it almost whispered in his ear. Once we get to the capital, the training will be even more intense. A warm breath brushed against my ear. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The little head on his shoulder, which had been behaving itself, suddenly stiffened. Qin Yalan suddenly opened her eyes and glared fiercely at Su Qingxue. This woman! Another assertion of sovereignty. Several hours later, the train slowly pulled into Beijing West Station. As soon as I stepped out of the station hall, a completely different atmosphere from that of Jiangcheng hit me. Magnificent. A somber atmosphere. A faint energy fluctuation permeated the air, several times more concentrated than in Zhangcheng. The sky was clear and bright, and occasionally one could see groups of superhumans in uniform riding on streaks of light, whizzing past like futuristic fighter jets, maintaining order in the airspace. On the streets, pedestrians hurried by, many wearing various badges representing the military, associations, major families, or academies. Everyone here seems to be carrying some kind of mission, their eyes filled with competition and vigilance. It feels like the air is tense. Qin Yalan subconsciously took Lin Fan's arm and whispered, "Let's go to the hotel arranged by the organizing committee first." Lin Fan remained calm, pulling his suitcase and following the navigation information on his phone, leading the two women to a hotel specially prepared for the contestants. Hall of Stars. The name is quite artistic. But the heavily armed guards at the hotel entrance, and the strict layout with sentries every 3 or 5 steps, made it look more like a military fortress. Everyone entering and exiting must undergo a dual verification of their identity and supernatural ability fluctuations at a special device at the entrance. The three of them went to the front desk to check in. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's S-level and A-level ability user statuses made the front desk staff extremely respectful, and they quickly completed the formalities. When it was Lin Fan's turn, he handed over his ID card. The staff scanned him on the instrument, and his information immediately popped up on the screen. Name, Lin Fan. Affiliation, Zhangcheng No. 1 Special Abilities High School. Ability level, E. Superpower name, Super Energy. Participant role, Special Tactical Advisor. The young staff member at the front desk froze instantly. He blinked and looked at the screen again. That's right. Class E. Super Energy? What kind of superpower is that? Special Tactical Advisor? His gaze shifted rapidly from initial respect to confusion, and finally to an undisguised oddness. It's like seeing a husky mixed up with a pack of wolves in a zoo. Sir, are you sure your identification information is correct? The staff's tone became uncertain. Just then, a piercing sneer came from the side. Put. What did I just hear? E rank? Super Energy? These days, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get into the Rising Star League? Lin Fan turned his head to look. At another reception desk nearby, a group of students were also checking in. They wore extremely gorgeous school uniforms, with a white and gold color scheme, exquisite tailoring, and a lifelike flying dragon emblem embroidered in gold thread on their chests. The Imperial Academy of the Capital. One of the top supernatural academies in the Dragon Kingdom, it is rumored that only true nobles or top geniuses are qualified to enroll. The one who spoke was a girl who looked like a follower standing at the front of the line. She was looking Lin Fan up and down with an undisguised gaze, as if he were trash. An E-rank piece of trash, and he's supposed to be a tactical advisor? This country bumpkin from Jiangcheng couldn't find anyone else? Sending this kind of trash to fill out the quota for the competition, it's hilarious. The henchman spoke loudly, deliberately making sure everyone in the hall could hear him. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Mocking, scorning, watching the show. All sorts of gazes came at me like needles. In the center of the group of students from the Royal Academy of the capital, a young girl stood with her arms crossed and her chin slightly raised, like a blooming golden rose, proud and dazzling. She had a cascade of long, wavy, golden hair that shimmered brilliantly under the lights. Her face was as exquisite as a doll in a shop window, and her skin was as white as snow. However, those beautiful eyes were filled with innate arrogance and indifference and disdain for everything around them. She seemed to disdain speaking herself, merely listening to her lackey's mockery, a contemptuous smile curving her lips. A level superpower, transforming chi into form. Mid-level, low-skill level. Her looks are top-notch. Her figure is top-notch. The system's assessment flashed through Lin Fan's mind in an instant. Holy crap, it's Jing Ye. No, it's Sister Jing. He subconsciously began to scrutinize the blonde girl with great interest. Seemingly noticing his gaze, the blonde girl, Long Linger, also turned her gaze over, ready to enjoy the embarrassed and awkward expression on this country bumpkin's face. However, the moment her gaze met Lin Fan's eyes, which held a hint of amusement, in mid-air. Thump! Long Linger's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and it skipped a beat. A strange, completely uncontrollable, electric-like attraction shot from the soles of my feet to the top of my head in an instant. Her mind went blank for a moment. This face. How can he be so handsome? Those eyes. Why did he look at me like that? Long Linger's pretty face flushed red instantly. She immediately suppressed the turbulent feeling in her heart, and a surge of shame and indignation welled up inside her. Hateful. This guy is not bad-looking, no, he's ridiculously handsome. But how dare an E-level trash look at me like that? He must be deliberately trying to seduce me. He knows who I am. He wants to curry favor with the Long family. What a shameless gigolo. Disgusting. Long Linger cursed wildly in her heart, getting angrier and angrier, and her face turned redder and redder. No matter how she tried to convince herself, Lin Fan's face with its playful smile was branded into her mind and she couldn't shake it off. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? A loud shout interrupted Long Linger's wild thoughts. Xin Yalan was about to unleash her power. The fiery red energy flames on her body were already beginning to stir. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly rose by several degrees. Level A? The clamoring henchman's face turned pale instantly. But Lin Fan grabbed Xin Yalan's wrist and pulled her behind him. He looked at her, smiled, and shook his head. Getting angry with small fry would tarnish the reputation of Jiangcheng Academy. The sound wasn't loud, but it traveled clearly to the ears of everyone on the other side. The henchman's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Mixed fish? He called me a nobody? Lin Fan ignored him and looked past everyone, his gaze landing directly on Long Linger. His smile remained, and his tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Hey kid, keep your dog under control. After all, not everyone has the right to bark at me. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Long Linger froze completely. She was trembling all over, not from fear, but from anger. From childhood to adulthood, she was always the darling of the world, and had never suffered such humiliation. She was still being treated as an E-level waste by him. She stared intently at Lin Fan, trying to find even the slightest fear or hesitation on his face. But no. He still smiled calmly. But the angrier she got, the clearer the other person's figure became in her eyes. Even. Damn, kind of charming? Waste. Long Linger gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words. You just wait. On the field, I will personally crush you and your ridiculous team. After saying that, she could no longer stay there. She turned her head sharply and left angrily, and her followers hurriedly followed her. But for some reason, their departing steps seemed somewhat hurried. Watching her furious back, Su Qingxue, who had been standing quietly beside Lin Fan, glanced at him thoughtfully. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Another one. Chapter 46 Qualification for Rank E? Sorry, it was specially approved by the head of the department. After settling their luggage at the Stars Hall, the 3 headed straight to the League's official registration center. It was a building even more magnificent than the Star Pavilion, with crowds thronging the hall and countless invisible sparks seemingly floating in the air. Talented students from all over the country gathered here, where powerful energy fluctuations rose and fell, colliding and wary of each other. Confidence and fighting spirit were written all over their faces. This place is both a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Lin Fan and his two companions quickly found the registration window in charge of the Zhangcheng competition area and joined the queue. Name: Su Qingxue, Zhangcheng's #1 Superpower Academy, S rank Eternal Frost. Name: Qin Yalan, Zhangcheng's #1 Superpower Academy, a level Blazing Red Flame. When the middle-aged official in charge of registration saw Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's information, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He quickly stamped their forms and handed them two competition certificates engraved with ice crystal and flame symbols. It was Lin Fan's turn. He handed over his ID card. The official took it and scanned it on the instrument. The next second, the expression on his face was exactly the same as that of the hotel receptionist. He frowned, staring at the information on the screen, checking it repeatedly. Name: Lin Fan. Ability level: E. Superpower name: Super Energy. Participant role: Special Tactical Advisor. Etc. The official looked up and spoke in a businesslike tone, yet with a clear hint of skepticism. I have read Principal Li Jinghui's letter of recommendation, but the title of Special Tactical Advisor has never been seen before in the league. He paused, then raised his voice a few decibels. More importantly, it is against regulations to include an E-level ability user in the main team. His voice wasn't loud, but it drew everyone's attention to the already tense hall. All eyes turned to the small registration window. What's going on? Did I hear that right? E-level? Zhangcheng #1 High School? That's the school that produced an S-level genius? Why would they bring an E-level student? Special Tactical Advisor? Ha, what kind of new joke is this? What can an E-level advisor do? How can an advisor sleep more energetically? The shrill chatter came from all directions. Is Zhangcheng out of people? They actually sent someone like this to make up the numbers. This is utter nonsense. An S rank and a rank genius carrying an E rank burden? This is an absolute joke. Mockery, contempt, made no attempt to hide it. Qin Yalan's face instantly turned cold, and the fiery red energy began to overflow uncontrollably once again. Su Qingxue frowned slightly, stepped forward, and stood beside Lin Fan. The cold aura emanating from her body quieted down the surrounding discussions. Of course, not everyone in the crowd was a mindless mocker. Superficial people are questioning, but I'm already preparing to study my opponents, someone calmly analyzed from a corner. Someone immediately objected. Researching E-level teams? That's ridiculous. I'm already researching the seeded teams that are most likely to make it to the finals. Faced with this vortex of public opinion, Lin Fan himself seemed unaffected, even listening to the surrounding discussions with great interest. At that moment, a clear and resonant voice, imbued with absolute authority, rang out from behind him. Is there a problem with his qualifications? The official's hand trembled, and he looked back. He then saw that Qin Yachen had somehow appeared behind him. She wore a well-tailored black special security team uniform, with the rank of senior officer of the association gleaming under the lights. Team leader Qin. The official's expression changed instantly. He quickly stood up and saluted. Qin Yachen ignored his salute, and simply took a document out of her pocket and slammed it on the table. His qualifications were personally approved by the head of the league organizing committee. She stared coldly at the official. If you have any questions, you can ask the person in charge now. Now, immediately, proceed according to the procedure. Yes. Yes. The official dared not utter a single word of nonsense, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Special approval from the person in charge? What a joke. He's just a lowly registrar. How could he dare to question the decisions of such important figures? He immediately put away the rejection stamp, replaced it with the approval stamp, stamped it heavily, and then handed Lin Fan's competition certificate over with both hands. I'm so sorry, sir. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Fine. Lin Fan took the competition certificate and winked at Qin Yachen. Sister Yachen, you came so fast. Actually, something came up on the way and we were delayed. Qin Yachen's tone softened, but her face still had that businesslike look. Once the formalities are done, go back and rest early. Don't wander around outside. Her words sounded like instructions to her younger siblings, but her gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment, hinting at something more. The surrounding chatter ceased the moment Qin Yachen appeared. Nobody is a fool. To have the head of the special security team personally intervene and receive special approval from the overall person in charge. This E-class is definitely not as simple as it seems. In a corner of the crowd, a short-haired girl with a quiet demeanor, wearing frameless glasses and holding a data terminal, was silently observing all of this. Her name is Hanyu, and she comes from Kyushu Institute of Technology, which is known for its science and data analysis. She stood out from the clamor of everyone around her. There was no mockery, no contempt, and no fear in her eyes. There is only one kind of almost obsessive curiosity and exploration of the unknown. Because, in her view, the world is completely different. The eye of data. A level sensory ability. In her eyes, everything, including powerful superhumans, is composed of lines of data and sets of energy models. In her eyes, Suqingshuet and S-rank was a meticulously structured, ice-blue data mountain range radiating absolute zero cold. Xinyalan, who is of rank A, is a red star that is burning and constantly spewing out hot code. They are all very capable, with clear models and self-consistent logic. But Hanyu's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Fan. That man. There was nothing in his place. It's not that the energy is weak, nor is the data unclear. Instead, it is a pure, absolute nothingness. It was like a black hole, swallowing all the data streams that tried to probe it. It resembles a piece of garbled text that cannot be read or parsed by any program. It's like a bug that shouldn't exist under the rules of this world. Hanyu adjusted her glasses, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had never seen anything like this before. This completely overturned her understanding of the world of superpowers. E-rank? Super energy? You're kidding me. This man named Lin Fan must be hiding a shocking secret. An unprecedented thirst for knowledge, originating from the depths of her soul, seized her mind instantly, like the most potent poison. She absolutely has to figure him out. This fatal attraction made her almost want to rush up to Lin Fan immediately, pin him to the lab table, and analyze him thoroughly, inside and out. The registration controversy has come to an end. Just as Lin Fan and his two companions were about to leave the hall, a familiar yet arrogant figure walked towards them. Long Linger. She wasn't with her entourage this time, as if she were strolling around alone, her long golden hair still dazzling in the crowd. She seemed to have just happened to be passing by, and only stopped when she saw Lin Fan and the other two. But those eyes immediately fell on the competition certificate in Lin Fan's hand. Oh. She let out a disdainful sneer. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. He even needs a woman to help him get a chance to compete. She raised her snow-white chin, like a proud peacock. But these words revealed that she had actually been paying attention to Lin Fan and the others since earlier. Just wait, on the field, as long as I run into you, I will personally send you all back to Jiangcheng. Xin Yalan was about to lash out when Lin Fan stopped her. Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at her. He led Su Qingshuan and Qin Yalan straight past Long Linger. Just as the two brushed past each other, Lin Fan's lips moved slightly, and he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I'm looking forward to seeing you cry and beg for mercy in front of me. Boom! Long Linger's body suddenly stiffened. An indescribable tingling sensation, as if carrying an electric current, instantly spread from her ear throughout her entire body. Her cheeks became visibly hot. She clenched her fists tightly, watching Lin Fan's departing figure, feeling both ashamed and angry. What a despicable guy. How dare he say such vulgar things. However, deep inside her, an uncontrollable voice was screaming wildly. That scene. The scene he described. He had completely defeated her. She knelt before him in utter disarray, crying and begging. That's so. Ah. Long Linger shook her head violently, trying to shake this shameful image out of her mind. She stomped her foot angrily and snorted at Lin Fan's retreating figure. You're dreaming. After saying that, she quickly left without looking back. Chapter 47. Could it be that I am actually a pervert? Lin Fan and his two companions walked out of the registration hall. Wherever it passed, the crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, automatically parting to create a path. Whispers came from all directions, but they were eerily lowered as the people approached. It's him, that E-rank. Team leader Qin personally intervened and even obtained a special approval document from the overall person in charge. This background is incredibly powerful. Just who are they? Super energy? Who would believe that? That's definitely a fake. I bet he's a hidden S-class master. That makes sense. Pretending to be weak while actually being strong is going to be interesting in this competition. Various speculations and discussions arose one after another. The previous disdain and mockery had vanished. In their place was a deep sense of apprehension and curiosity. On the eve of the competition, Lin Fan's name spread to the ears of all participating teams in an unexpected way. He became the first prominent figure in this competition. A huge mystery, full of unknowns. Qin Yalan straightened her slender back, raised her chin slightly, and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Although these people were focused on Lin Fan, she felt honored to be the woman standing beside him. She even deliberately made the gesture of linking her arm with Lin Fan's more intimate, as if to assert her dominance. Su Qingxue still maintained her aloof demeanor, but a faint smile flickered in her icy blue eyes. She liked this feeling. Those guys who used to look down on others are now all silent and desperately trying to guess Lin Fan's identity. Foolish humans. You can't even imagine how outstanding he is. Lin Fan himself remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't heard the surrounding discussions, and leisurely led the two women toward the hotel. Just as they turned a street corner, the crowd around them thinned out a bit. A figure appeared before them without warning or sound. It was a young girl. Wearing frameless glasses, with a neat short haircut and a delicate and quiet face, she held a data terminal that looked very high-tech in her arms. It was Han Yu. She stood there quietly, like a robot waiting for instructions, her gaze fixed straight on Lin Fan. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue also watched the suddenly appearing girl warily. "Lin Fan." Han Yu spoke, her voice flat and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I've been watching you since just now. My special ability tells me that you are special." She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a light like a stream of data. "I'm very interested in you. If possible, please cooperate with my research." These blunt, even somewhat impolite, remarks immediately made Qin Yalan frown. "Research?" Han Yu ignored Qin Yalan, her eyes were only on Lin Fan. She reached out her finger and gently tapped the data terminal in her arms. Buzz. A pale blue holographic screen was instantly projected into mid-air. On the screen were countless complex lines and rapidly scrolling code and data models, dazzling the eyes. "I would like to collect some basic physiological data from you." Han Yu's tone remained serious and persistent. "For example, your hair and dandruff. If possible, a few drops of blood would be even better." The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! A burst of intense energy suddenly erupted from Qin Yalan's body. "What are you trying to do, you pervert?" Qin Yalan was enraged. Her fiery red hair moved wildly without wind, and the air around her began to distort. A strange woman came up and immediately demanded Lin Fan's hair and blood. What an outrageous request! Almost simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold also spread. Su Qingxue's pretty face was icy cold as she stepped forward, blocking Lin Fan's path. In her view, this behavior was an extreme offense to Lin Fan. Collecting physiological data is a highly sensitive matter in the world of superhumans. Many special curses or tracking abilities require these data as a medium. Take it easy. Lin Fan smiled and reached out, holding one of the two women on each side, to restrain them from about to go berserk. He looked at Han Yu with great interest. Level A sensing system, the Eye of Data. Appearance, above average. Her figure, well, she has a lot of room for improvement. These are undoubtedly high-quality women who have been affected by the system. A female academic high achiever in research? That's interesting. You want to study me? Lin Fan laughed. Sure. His gaze swept over Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan, then fell back on Han Yu. Beat anyone around me, and I'll take 2 vials of your blood, let alone just 1. Upon hearing this, the energy fluctuations on Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue gradually subsided. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's gaze instinctively turned to Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan. Behind those glasses, it seemed as if an endless stream of data was flashing wildly, surging like the sea. Only 2 seconds passed. The light from the data stream in Han Yu's eyes slowly dimmed. She calmly shook her head. According to the model's analysis, my win rate in physical combat is 0%. Besides, I'm not good at fighting to begin with. Her answer was surprisingly straightforward. But I will find other ways. After she finished speaking, she gave Lin Fan a deep look, as if she were looking at an unprecedented and rare subject. Then, she turned around, clutching her data terminal, and disappeared back into the crowd, silently, as if she had never been there. What a weirdo! Xin Yalan pouted, but her mood seemed to have improved a lot. Her special ability is quite unique, Su Qingxue said thoughtfully. It seems she can see through our secrets. Don't worry, she can't see through me. Lin Fan smiled and pulled the two women along as they continued walking towards the hotel. An interesting woman. But, do you want to study him? I'm afraid that in the end, he'll thoroughly investigate me from the inside out. At the same time, inside the luxurious presidential suite reserved by the Royal Academy of Beijing, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Long Linger sat irritably on the soft leather sofa, her long, golden curls appearing somewhat dull. Her henchmen were surrounding her, chattering incessantly. Sister Linger, don't be angry. It's not worth it for that country bumpkin. Exactly. What kind of skill is it for an E-rank trash to rely on a woman to get ahead? Once we get to the competition, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. We'll show him the power of the Royal Academy of the capital. A gigolo who lives off connections dares to talk back to Sister Linger? He's courting death. Hearing these insults, Long Linger became increasingly agitated. Waste? A country bumpkin? Gigolo? No. That man's gaze and his composed demeanor were definitely not something a useless person could fake. Shut up, all of you. Long Linger suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted irritably. The entire suite fell silent instantly. Her followers stared at her in astonishment, not understanding why she was angry. What do you know? That guy isn't as simple as you think. After saying that, she pointed to the door and said coldly, "Go back to your own rooms. I want to be alone." The henchmen exchanged bewildered glances. Though puzzled, they dared not disobey Long Linger's orders and retreated in fear. The door closed. The whole world finally fell silent. Long Linger breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Finally, I don't have to worry about my image anymore. The next second, she suddenly pounced on the luxurious bed that could comfortably fit 7 or 8 people, grabbed the velvet blanket, and began to roll around frantically. Aya. She buried her face in the soft blankets and let out a silent scream. Uncontrollably, the words Lin Fan had whispered in her ear kept echoing in her mind. I'm looking forward to seeing you cry and beg for mercy in front of me. That sentence was like a curse. Every word seemed to electrify her, making her body burn and her heart pound. Shame. Anger. From childhood to adulthood, she was the apple of the Long family's eye, the pride of the capital, and everyone doted on her and respected her. No man has ever dared to say such vulgar and shameless things to her. But why? Why do I care so much? Why does a strange tingling sensation rise in my body whenever I think of that scene? It was a feeling that made her flustered, yet also carried a faint hint of anticipation. Hiss. Long Linger gasped and sat up abruptly. She slapped her burning cheeks hard. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I'm actually a pervert? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Linger shook her head frantically, trying to shake these shameful thoughts out of her mind. Hateful. It's all that bastard's fault. When we get to the competition, I'm going to personally give him a good beating. Right. Once you beat him black and blue and make him kneel down begging for mercy, this strange feeling will definitely disappear. Long Linger clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind. Star Pavilion Hotel. Lin Fan had just finished communicating with the hotel front desk and changed their original reservation of a single room and a double room to a well-equipped king-size single room. The three of them had just swiped their cards and entered the suite. Beep beep beep. Almost simultaneously, all three of them received an official notification from the competition organizing committee on their phones. Notice, to welcome all the outstanding talents from across the country, the competition organizing committee will host a grand welcome banquet tonight at 7 p.m. in the rooftop banquet hall of Summit of Stars. All contestants are requested to attend on time. Chapter 48: The dinner before the opening. Night falls and the city lights come on. At the pinnacle of the capital, the banquet hall on the top floor of the Star Pavilion, known as Summit of the Stars, is a dazzling spectacle of elegantly dressed people. This place gathers the cream of the crop from all over the country, each a one in a million genius with extraordinary abilities. Under the crystal chandelier, melodious music flows, yet the air is filled with an energy more intoxicating than alcohol, and a faint hint of gunpowder. When the heavy, carved doors of the banquet hall were pushed open, all the noise seemed to be paused. Lin Fan appeared at the doorway. Today he wore a well-tailored casual suit without a tie, and the top two buttons of his collar were casually undone, giving him a relaxed yet irresistibly handsome look. Beside him, on his left was Su Qingxue, and on his right was Qin Yalan. Su Qingxue wore an ice blue strapless evening gown, her long hair cascading down her back, her skin as white as snow. The gown was adorned with tiny diamonds, like ice crystals, making her appear like a queen who had stepped out of a snow kingdom, cool, noble, and untouched by worldly dust. Qin Yalan wore a fiery red, high-slit dress that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. The skirt swayed with her steps, revealing her long, slender, fair legs, making her appear like a walking flame, bold, beautiful, and undeniably aggressive. The ultimate collision of ice and fire. A duet of unparalleled beauty. And they were each on either side, intimately linking arms with the same man. This scene instantly ignited the entire audience. Holy crap, who are those two women? They're amazing. The one in ice blue was Su Qingxue, the S rank from Jiangcheng. The other one seems to be Qin Yalan, who's a rank. My god, are S class and A class items all this good? The main point is the guy in the middle. What makes him so special? Envy, jealousy, doubt, resentment, countless complex gazes, like searchlights, were fixed on Lin Fan. Soon, someone recognized him. It's him. It's that E-level special tactical advisor from this afternoon. An E-class? Are you kidding me? What makes him think he can have two beautiful women by his side? Is that even a question? He must have used sweet talk to deceive her. He's a gigolo. Stop overthinking it. S rank and A rank people aren't stupid. The fact that they're willing to stay with him means he must have some extraordinary abilities. Discussions rose and fell. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan ignored the surrounding chatter, proudly linking arms with Lin Fan and enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Qin Yalan, in particular, deliberately pressed her body even closer, her voluptuous curves pressed tightly against Lin Fan's arm, her chin held high, like a phoenix proclaiming victory. At that moment, the crowd parted automatically. Surrounded by a group of girls, Long Linger slowly walked over. Today she changed into an extremely gorgeous pale gold princess dress, with layers upon layers of skirt, adorned with pearls and lace. Paired with her dazzling long golden hair and delicate, doll-like face, she looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. She intended to ignore Lin Fan and walk past him with the utmost arrogance to show her disdain. However, her eyes were completely out of her control. That man. The casual suit looked better on him than any fancy clothes. His relaxed posture and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth were like an irresistible magnet, firmly drawing her gaze. Her feet, involuntarily, led her in that direction. It's over. Long Linger's heart skipped a beat. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend that her target wasn't Lin Fan. She stopped in front of the three of them, her gaze falling on Su Qingxue, and spoke in a deliberately elegant tone. Su, I've heard of you a long time ago. She paused, but her eyes kept lingering on Lin Fan out of the corner of her eye before changing the subject. But your team composition is indeed a bit special. I look forward to playing against you on the field, but I hope you won't be eliminated too early because of your players' shortcomings. These words, ostensibly spoken to Su Qingxue, were actually aimed at Lin Fan in every single one. However, Su Qingxue simply watched her quietly. There was no anger at being offended in those icy blue eyes, but rather a hint of understanding and sympathy. She felt that this child was probably similar to Qin Yalan. Thinking of this, she gave Qin Yalan a meaningful look, but the other party did not seem to notice her meaning. She sighed softly, then glanced at Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan immediately understood. He picked up a glass of orange juice from the waiter's tray, held it up to Long Linger, and wore that playful smile on his face. Student Long. You seem to care about us a lot, especially me. He paused deliberately, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in her ear in an ambiguous tone. Could it be that you're still thinking about what I said this afternoon? Boom. Long Linger's mind went completely blank for a moment. That sentence, that scene. A surge of heat shot up from the base of her neck to the top of her head, and her cheeks became visibly hot. My heart was pounding like a drum, almost bursting out of my throat. You. She wanted to explode, to slap this bastard across the face. But the countless gazes around her, and the upbringing she received as a socialite from a young age, made her restrain herself. She could only clench her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms, and with all her might, she squeezed out a few words through her teeth. You, just, wait, and, you. After saying that, she couldn't stay any longer, turned around and left, her steps even a little unsteady, as if she were fleeing in panic. In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall, Hanyu held her data terminal, and behind her glasses, her eyes shone with a light that was incomprehensible to ordinary people. In her data eye, everything that had just happened was transformed into a precise data stream. Long Linger is a stable A-grade energy model with a precise structure and abundant energy. But after Lin Fan finished speaking, Long Linger's energy model instantly experienced violent, code-like chaos. Countless conflicting commands and invalid data flashed wildly within her energy core, a kind of chaos on the verge of system crash. Hanyu adjusted her glasses, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She murmured to herself. It wasn't a supernatural attack, there was no direct contact with the energy fluctuations. Is it a pheromone attack? No, the scope of impact and triggering conditions don't match. Could it be higher dimensional mental interference? Directly rewriting the other party's underlying cognitive logic through specific linguistic information? The more she analyzed it, the more alarmed and obsessed she became. He is indeed extraordinary. The sample. I must get his sample. An unprecedented thirst for knowledge seized her mind. The dinner was still ongoing. After a brief incident, some clueless people came up to us again. A young man wearing a flashy floral shirt and with his hair slicked back, carrying 2 glasses of champagne, walked straight up to Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan, completely ignoring Lin Fan. Ladies, my name is Zhao Kuan, from the Royal Academy of Shanghai, and I am AB level, metal manipulation. He tossed his hair in what he thought was a cool gesture and glanced at Lin Fan with a disdainful look. Hey, waiter, what are you looking at? Hurry up and pour those 2 ladies another drink. Lin Fan smiled but remained silent upon hearing this. He didn't even bother to speak. The next second. Call. A scorching gust of wind suddenly swept out from Qin Yalan's body. Zhao Kuan's meticulously styled hair, which had been sprayed with half a bottle of hairspray, was instantly scorched black and curled by the heat wave, and even emitted a wisp of smoke. Ah! My hair! Zhao Kuan didn't even have time to finish screaming. Click! The 2 expensive crystal champagne glasses in his hands instantly froze into ice under Su Qingshui's gaze, and then shattered with a bang. The cold liquor and shards of glass splashed all over his face. In a sorry state. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into suppressed laughter. Zhao Kuan's face turned a deep purplish red. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he covered his face and slunk into the throng, never daring to show his face again. Having learned from this example, those who were still tempted immediately abandoned all such thoughts. The atmosphere at the banquet finally returned to normal. After several rounds of drinks, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed, and all the beams of light focused on the main stage. A middle-aged man, dressed in the association's senior uniform and exuding an air of authority, walked onto the stage. He was the head of the organizing committee for this competition. Welcome, everyone, to the capital. His loud voice resonated throughout the venue through the microphone. I won't waste time with pleasantries. Tonight, we gather here in celebration. Tomorrow, you will be rivals. Now, I announce the rules for the first round of this year's National College Superpower League. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen behind him lit up instantly. Match mode, Urban Survival. Match rules, 2 teams will be placed in a designated simulated city district. Victory is achieved by defeating all members of the opposing team or capturing the core of their base within the time limit. Specific venue information and detailed rules will be sent to your devices shortly. The person in charge paused for a moment, then raised his voice. Now, let's begin the first round of random matchmaking. The images on the big screen began to scroll rapidly, with countless university names flashing by. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath and stared at the screen. One by one, the matchups were locked in and frozen in place. Beijing Royal Academy vs. Tianfu Supernatural Abilities Academy. Shanghai Superpower Academy vs. Shenyang Iron and Steel Academy. Finally, the scrolling names slowly came to a stop. A matchup that once again drew everyone's attention appeared in the center of the screen. Zhangcheng Superpower Academy vs. Heishan Heavy Industry Academy. Chapter 49 Pre-match training interrupted? Intelligence delivered. Kung Singwen Hotel, single room with double bed. The suite door clicked shut behind me, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The atmosphere in the room instantly became somewhat subtle. Qin Yalan's gaze drifted uncontrollably to the extravagantly large bed in the center of the room. The pure white bedding and soft pillows looked incredibly comfortable. But it's also too conspicuous. A bed. 3 people. Her cheeks flushed instantly, as if the juice she had drunk at the banquet was now fermenting and turning into intoxicating alcohol, rushing to her head through her bloodstream. I was saying, how about? Her voice was hoarse, her eyes darted around, and she dared not look at Lin Fan and Su Qingxue. How about we go back to the front desk and book another room? He spoke these words haltingly and without any confidence. Sure. The response she received was Su Qingxue's cool voice, tinged with a hint of mockery. Qin Yalan suddenly looked up and met Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes. Su Qingxue slowly took off her high heels, her bare white feet stepping onto the soft carpet. She walked to the bedside, sat down, and elegantly crossed her legs. Go and book it, book a single room. She paused, a faint smile curving her lips, her gaze shifting between Lin Fan and Qin Yalan. Lin Fan and I will continue to live here. When we're training, we can make a video call to you. So you can hear the sounds too, and feel a sense of participation. Boom! Qin Yalan's mind went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. Video call? Listen to the sound? A sense of participation? This woman, how could this woman say such shameless things without batting an eye? You female hooligan. Qin Yalan was filled with shame and indignation. Her pretty face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She pointed at Su Qingxue, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Shameless. She stomped her foot in anger, but the sound she made was more like a coquettish tantrum. All right. Lin Fan smiled and stepped forward, gently embracing Qin Yalan, who was still flustered, from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Qingxue is just joking with you. Qin Yalan's body stiffened instantly. The place where Lin Fan was holding her felt like an electric current was running through her, making her whole body go limp. That familiar masculine scent, which she both loved and hated, completely enveloped her. The once fierce fire phoenix instantly went out of flame. Lin Fan patted her back reassuringly, then looked at Su Qingxue with a meaningful smile on his face. However, Qingxue is right about one thing. The match is tomorrow, so we really need to do some pre-match training tonight. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Yes, I agree. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. She stood up and walked gracefully towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's figure was reflected in those icy blue eyes, as if he were the only person left in the whole world. Before Qin Yalan could react, Su Qingxue had already walked up to Lin Fan. She stretched out her fair, jade-like hands and naturally and gently cupped Lin Fan's face. Cool fingertips touch warm skin. She tiptoed slightly, her exquisitely beautiful face slowly drawing closer. An ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the air. Qin Yalan stood frozen in place, staring at the scene before her, her heart pounding like a drum, her breath catching in her throat. She knew what was going to happen next. Should I close my eyes, or? But aren't their poses a bit strange right now? Lin Fan was clearly pressed against her from behind, but now he's trying to kiss Su Qingxue. It was quite exciting. Just then. Click. A soft beeping sound of an electronic lock unlocking suddenly rang out. The suite door was pushed open from the outside. A figure carrying a data terminal walked in silently. It was Han Yu. She looked up, and her calm eyes, hidden behind frameless glasses, precisely captured the scene in the room. A handsome man. A stunningly beautiful, icy woman cupped his cheeks, about to kiss him. There was also a stunningly beautiful woman, her face flushed, frozen in the man's arms. The scene was quite awkward at one point. No. For Han Yu, who walked in, it didn't seem awkward at all. Her gaze swept over the 3 of them, finally settling on Lin Fan. Her eyes remained completely unmoved, as if the vibrant scene before her was merely a set of ordinary data models. Sorry to bother you. She spoke, her voice as flat as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The hotel's security system was a bit rudimentary, so I just unlocked it. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint light. However, if you don't mind, I can join. This also makes it easier for me to collect some research samples. She paused for a moment, then added in a serious tone, as if discussing an academic issue. For example, your bodily fluids. The air was deathly silent. Xin Yalin's brain completely shut down. She slowly, inch by inch, turned her head to look at the short-haired girl at the door who was holding a data terminal and calmly uttering lewd words. What did she just hear? Join in? Collecting body fluids? You pervert. A few seconds later, a scream shattered the silence of the room. Xin Yalin suddenly broke free from Lin Fan's embrace, pointed at Hanyu, and was furious. Are you out of your mind, woman? You've been spouting this nonsense since early morning. How can there be such a person in this world? In the dead of night, someone breaks into another person's room, interrupts their intimate moment, and instead of apologizing, makes such an extremely perverted request. Even the usually aloof Su Qingxue was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Her hands, which were cupping Lin Fan's face, were still suspended in mid-air, and a rare look of bewilderment and astonishment appeared in her icy blue eyes. As an S-class superhuman, her mindset had long been tempered into a state of perfect tranquility. But Hanyu's actions were simply beyond her comprehension. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. In the entire room, only Lin Fan remained calm and composed. Or rather, he adjusted relatively quickly. He looked at Hanyu at the door with great interest, and instead of being angry, a playful smile appeared on his lips. As expected of the Eye of Data, they certainly don't follow the usual path. Dude, there's no need to make it so abstract. Lin Fan spoke slowly, breaking the deadlock. He straightened his collar, walked calmly to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. It's not impossible for you to have my sample. He stared intently at Hanyu, like a businessman preparing to negotiate. However, research should also involve equivalent exchange, shouldn't it? Show some sincerity. What benefits can you offer me? Upon hearing this, Xin Yalin and Su Qingxue were both stunned. He actually started negotiating with this pervert? Upon hearing this, Hanyu calmly adjusted her glasses. She seemed to have anticipated Lin Fan's response. She carried the data terminal, walked to the sofa opposite Lin Fan, and sat down with swift and decisive movements. My data I can analyze and store all the energy models and data information I observe. She stretched out her finger and tapped lightly on the data terminal. Buzz. A holographic screen was projected in mid-air. In this competition, there are a total of 128 teams and 640 participants who passed the preliminary rounds. I have met more than 90% of them. I have created a separate database for their ability levels, attributes, known combat styles, and energy fluctuation frequencies. She calmly stated a startling fact. In exchange, I can provide you with all the intelligence data I know about all the contestants. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is truly like someone bringing you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. That's great. He smiled. Do you have any information on our first round opponent, Montenegro Heavy Industry Academy? Certainly. Hanyu nodded again, her fingers flying across the screen. Instantly, 5 names and their corresponding detailed data appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Xin Yalin couldn't help but speak up. Wait a minute. Isn't this cheating? Knowing all of your opponent's cards in advance is an almost overwhelming advantage in a game. Before Lin Fan could speak, Su Qingxue gently shook her head. She had recovered from her initial shock and regained her composure and rationality. Yalan, this is not cheating. Her voice was soft, yet clear. For true powerhouses, intelligence warfare is also a part of their strength. Do you think top teams like the Royal Academy in Beijing and the Superpower Academy in Shanghai wouldn't do pre-match intelligence work? She glanced at the data on the screen, then at Xin Yalin. Those of us who still know nothing about our opponents are probably in the minority. Upon hearing this, Xin Yalin was speechless. Although she has a fiery temper, she is not stupid. Su Qingxue's words instantly awakened her. Yes. This is a national competition, bringing together the nation's top talents. In this level of confrontation, any information gap can determine the outcome. What they perceive as fair competition may just be naivete in the eyes of others. Thinking of this, when she looked at Hanyu again, her eyes had changed. This seemingly quiet, even slightly abnormal girl possesses the most powerful weapon, capable of overturning the entire arena. Lin Fan looked at the data on the screen with satisfaction, then looked up and smiled at Hanyu. Make a deal. However, providing information alone won't get me a sample of my body fluids. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. At most, I can only replace a few strands of hair. Chapter 50 Equivalent Exchange in Hair Samples. Han Yu looked at Lin Fan calmly, showing no surprise at his proposed principle of equivalent exchange. She simply adjusted her frameless glasses on the bridge of her nose, her eyes behind the lenses revealing no emotional fluctuation. Can. Her answer was concise and to the point. Intelligence data in exchange for your biological samples. This trade model is valid. She held the data terminal, her tone as flat as if she were reading a lab report. However, your assessment of the sample's value is biased. Your body fluid sample contains genetic information, residual energy, and abnormal fluctuations that cannot be analyzed by my existing models. Its research value far exceeds that of a few strands of hair. She paused, looked at Lin Fan with her emotionless eyes, and added, according to the value conversion system I established, all the information I provide is roughly equivalent to 3 of your hairs with follicles. An eerie silence fell over the room once again. Qin Yalan opened her mouth, feeling as if her brain was about to be turned into mush by this woman's bizarre logic. 3 hairs? It even needs to include the hair follicle? Is this even human language? Even the usually composed Su Qingshui couldn't help but show a hint of amusement and exasperation in her icy blue eyes. She finally understood that you can't communicate with someone like Han Yu using normal thinking. In her world, everything is quantifiable and calculable data. Lin Fan was amused as well. He leaned back on the sofa, stretched lazily, and then held up 3 fingers to Han Yu. 3 sticks it is. Deal. He acted with great magnanimity. But I must warn you, my hair is very valuable. Once you take my hair, you'll be mine. He winked at Han Yu, his words flippant. However, this flirting was like hitting cotton wool when it came to Han Yu. Logical error. Han Yu shook her head calmly. A transaction is not the same as a relationship of ownership. In accordance with the spirit of contracts, this transaction is completed once you deliver the sample and I deliver the data. There are no subsequent subordinate obligations. After saying that, she actually took out a sealed sterile sampling bag and a pair of silver medical tweezers from her small bag. Her movements were so practiced, as if she had done them 1,000 times. Lin Fan's smile froze for a moment. Is this woman truly ignorant of the mysteries of the universe, or is she pretending to be naive? Qin Yalan, who was standing to the side, could no longer bear to watch. She rushed to Lin Fan's side, shielded him behind her, and glared at Han Yu. Hey! That's enough. Don't touch him. She said angrily. Who knows what weird things you might do with his hair? What if it's some kind of cursed artifact? Su Qingshui also came over. Although she wasn't as excited as Qin Yalan, her stance on Lin Fan's other side was self-evident. Her cool gaze fell on the tweezers in Han Yu's hand, making the air in the room seem to freeze. Yalan, don't worry. Lin Fan peeked out from behind Qin Yalan and smiled reassuringly. During the national competition, the organizing committee explicitly prohibits the use of malicious superpowers such as curses and voodoo. Violators will be directly stripped of their superpower qualifications and imprisoned for life. He then looked at Han Yu and shrugged. Look, they don't agree. How about this, you give me the information about Black Mountain Heavy Industry College first. After I've read it, if I think it's worth it, then I'll give you the hair. This is the most basic business practice, inspect the goods first, then pay. Upon hearing this, Han Yu nodded without any hesitation. Reasonable. She carefully put away the sampling bag and tweezers, and then quickly began operating on the holographic screen of the data terminal. Soon, the information of the 5 team members from the Montenegrin Heavy Industry College was retrieved and packaged into a separate encrypted file by her. The hotel's public network channel is unstable and easily monitored. I recommend using point-to-point direct transmission. As she spoke, she pulled a data cable from the side of the data terminal. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and pointed to his phone. Han Yu understood and came over with the data cable. Qin Yalan and Su Qingshui immediately stared at her warily, as if she were holding not a data cable, but some deadly weapon. Ignoring the 2 women's gazes, Han Yu walked straight to Lin Fan, squatted down, and connected the data cable to his phone. This is a very close distance. She squatted down beside Lin Fan's legs, and a faint smell of disinfectant emanated from her. From Lin Fan's perspective, he could clearly see the whirl of her short, jet black hair and her long, thick eyelashes beneath her frameless glasses. Her attention was completely focused on the data transmission, and she seemed oblivious to everything around her. But Lin Fan caught a fleeting glimpse of excitement deep within her calm eyes. It was the almost fanatical gleam of a researcher who had discovered exceptional experimental material. Drop. Data transmission complete. Hanyu unplugged the data cable, stood up, took a step back, and restored that safe yet distant distance. The goods have been delivered. Please inspect them. Lin Fan opened his phone and tapped on the file. Inside were 5 incredibly detailed personal files. Captain, Shirley, male, 21 years old, a rank mid-level high-level training, ability, body of rock. Characteristics, can turn his entire body into rock, extremely strong physical defense, immense strength, but speed is a weakness. Combat habits, prefers head-on charges, a typical heavy tank. Energy fluctuation frequency, 12.7 Hz, peak stable. Team member, Jean Rui, male, 20 years old, mid-tier high-level B rank, ability, metal sharpening. Characteristics, can make any metal object he comes into contact with exceptionally sharp, skilled in using throwing knives. Impulsive personality, easily angered. Known number of throwing knives, 24. Team member. Each file contains the team member's ability level, attributes, combat habits, personality weaknesses, and even the frequency of energy fluctuations are clearly marked. This is no longer intelligence. This is the strategy guide. A perfect strategy guide that allows any team to accurately find the opponent's weaknesses and easily win. How about it? Su Qingshui leaned over for a look, a hint of surprise appearing in her icy blue eyes. She was well aware of the value of this level of intelligence in high-level matches. It's too detailed. Xin Yalan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. When she looked at Hanyu again, her gaze had changed from simply perverted to the point of being abnormally powerful. Great value for money. Lin Fan smiled and nodded at Hanyu. Then, in front of everyone, he carefully plucked 3 hairs from his own head. Here you go, remember to include the hair follicle. He handed over the hair. Hanyu's breathing became rapid for a moment. She took out the silver tweezers again, and carefully, with the solemnity of handling a priceless treasure, picked up the 3 hairs one by one, placed them into a sterile sampling bag, and then sealed it. After doing all this, she raised her head and gave Lin Fan a deep look. Transaction complete. Clutching her data terminal, she turned and left without hesitation. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Good luck in tomorrow's competition. I also want to collect data on your emotional fluctuations after a victory. Of course, if you lose, the data after a loss is also very valuable for research." After saying that, she opened the door and disappeared outside. Click. The door closed again. Only Lin Fan, Su Qingshui, and Xin Yalan remained in the room. Xin Yalan stared at the closed door, and after a long while, she managed to choke out, "Was her last sentence meant to encourage us, or was she cursing us to lose?" Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then put his phone away. He opened his arms and pulled Xin Yalan, who was still in a daze, and Su Qingshui, who was watching the show from the side, into his embrace. "All right, the messenger is gone. Now, no one will bother us." His voice rang softly in their ears, carrying an undeniable air of dominance. "Shouldn't we continue with what we didn't get done earlier? Pre-match training is now officially starting." Chapter 51: The Queen's Special Training and the Turbulent Times on the Field. As night deepened, inside the luxurious suite of the Star Pavilion, the heavy curtains shut out the glitz and hustle of Beijing. The main light in the room was off, only a wall lamp by the bedside emitted a warm yellow light, creating a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. In the air, the scents of ice and fire intertwine and flow, eventually achieving a wondrous balance and forming a stable and harmonious energy field. Su Qingshui leaned against Lin Fan's chest, her long, snow-white hair cascading down the pillow like a waterfall. Her icy blue eyes were misty, and her beautiful cheeks were flushed with a captivating blush. A gentle and pure power was continuously flowing into her body through their intimate contact. This power nourishes her S-rank ability, Eternal Frost, making the extreme cold power, which occasionally goes out of control due to emotional fluctuations, more docile than ever before. She even felt that her control over the frost had improved by a tiny step. The feeling of growing stronger together with her beloved captivated her, making her even more convinced that Lin Fan was the one destined for her. On the other side, Xin Yalan was huddled under the covers, her cheeks burning hot. She only revealed a pair of eyes filled with shame and indignation, staring intently at Lin Fan, who had a wicked grin on his face. Her A-level ability, Blazing Crimson Flame, is also unusually active at this moment. The intense energy surged through my body, but instead of getting out of control, it seemed to be organized by an invisible hand, becoming more orderly and explosive. She could feel herself getting stronger, but the way she was doing it was too shameful. Especially in front of Su Qingxue. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll burn you. She threatened him with a fierce but weak voice, which was utterly ineffective. Lin Fan chuckled and reached out to pinch her puffed-up cheeks. Burn me? Would you really do that? His fingertips seemed to carry a faint electric current, causing Qin Yalan to tremble all over, and the aura she had just gathered instantly vanished. She snorted and buried her head in the pillow, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye again. Lin Fan could clearly sense the changes within his body. His in-depth communication with Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan brought his energy cycle to a perfect balance. Ice and fire, two completely opposite forces, no longer clash within him, but rather mutually generate and restrain each other in an endless cycle. More importantly, through this special training, he became even more adept at controlling Qin Yachen's A-level lightning ability, Pale Lightning. Ice, fire, thunder. At this moment, he could switch and combine the three powerful abilities at will. This unprecedented sense of power filled his body. All right, Your Majesties. Lin Fan patted them with satisfaction. Let's conserve our energy, it's time to go hunting tomorrow. The next day, the first round of the National College Superpower League officially kicked off. The Honeycomb Stadium, which can accommodate 100,000 people, was packed to capacity, with a huge circular holographic screen broadcasting live footage from various competition zones. Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and Qin Yalan, representing Jiangcheng Superpower Academy, arrived at the entrance of competition area A3. Today, Su Qingxue changed into a white tracksuit that was easy to move in, which made her look even taller and gave her a cool and aloof air. Qin Yalan wore a fiery red, tight-fitting combat suit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her long red hair was tied into a neat ponytail, giving her a heroic and dashing appearance. After last night's nourishment, both women were in excellent condition, with crystal-clear skin and radiant expressions, attracting frequent glances from players from other teams. Lin Fan, walking among them, still looked lazy and listless, more like he was on a picnic than a competition participant. You gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women, today is your death day. A discordant voice rang out. Long Linger walked over arrogantly with a few followers. She wore a gorgeous battle skirt in gold and white, paired with dazzling long golden curly hair, and truly looked like a proud little princess. But when her gaze swept over Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan, and she saw their almost overflowing astonishing state, as well as the increasingly pure energy fluctuations around them, her pupils contracted slightly. These two seemed to be stronger than yesterday? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Fan. What magic does this man possess? Not only can it make S rank Su Qingxue and A rank Qin Yalan devoted to it, but it can also make them improve their strength in such a short period of time? Could it be that his E-level super energy really has some special feature? The mere thought of the word energy caused Long Linger's cheeks to involuntarily flush, and the strange feeling of shame and anticipation from last night surged back into her heart. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your dog eyes out. She immediately masked her panic with an even more ferocious tone, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked her up and down, a playful smile playing on his lips. This is all the young lady from the capital has? He shook his head, his tone full of disappointment. I thought you'd come up with something new today. It's always the same old gold digger and death sentence, don't you get tired of it? He took a step forward, leaned close to Long Linger's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Or are you deliberately trying to provoke me, hoping I'll be even harsher on you later? After all, don't some high and mighty princesses secretly yearn to be pulled down from their pedestals and trampled underfoot? Lin Fan finished speaking. Long Linger's breath hitched. She felt a surge of heat from her neck to her ears, and her legs went weak, making it almost impossible for her to stand. They were dragged down from their pedestals and trampled underfoot. These words precisely dissected her proud exterior and pierced her deepest, most secret desires, desires that even she herself could not fathom. You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she took a step back abruptly, her pretty face flushed red, and her eyes were filled with shame, fear, and a hint of inexplicable confusion as she looked at Lin Fan. Linger, what's wrong? Her attendant noticed something was wrong with her and quickly helped her up. Get out of my way. Long Linger shoved her follower aside and didn't dare to look at Lin Fan again, practically fleeing in panic. Watching her disheveled figure, Qin Yalan let out a satisfied humph. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Fan thoughtfully and whispered a reminder, don't go too far. The Long family's Qi transformation is very troublesome. If you really push her too far, it will be very troublesome on the field. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Fan smiled. He knew very well that the way to deal with someone like Long Linger was to constantly provoke her. When shame and anticipation repeatedly pulled in her heart, her defenses would naturally crumble from within. Just then, the stadium's public address system came on. Teams from Region A3, Jiangcheng Superpower Academy and Heishan Heavy Industry Academy, please enter the teleportation area. The match will officially begin in 3 minutes. Match map, SimCity 7 Scrap Metal City. Victory conditions, defeat all enemy players or destroy the enemy base crystal. Lin Fan and the other two exchanged a glance and stepped into the designated teleportation array. Proceed according to plan. Lin Fan gave one last piece of advice. Yalan, remember to control your temper. You are bait, not a Suicide Squad member. I know. Stop nagging. Xin Yalan waved her hand impatiently, but her eyes held a serious expression. With a flash of white light, the three figures disappeared into the teleportation array. A dizzying sensation washed over me. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, a smell mixed with rust, engine oil, and dust hit him. They were in a narrow, dimly lit alley. On both sides are towering steel buildings that reach into the clouds. The overhead was a dense web of pipes and cables, blocking out most of the light. In the distance, the harsh noise of metal rubbing together and the hissing sound of steam erupting could be heard from time to time. This is Scrap Iron City, the home ground of the Montenegrin Institute of Heavy Industry. Chapter 52: The Hunting Game in Scrap Iron City. Buzz. The dizziness from the spatial teleportation subsided. A strong smell, a mixture of rust, engine oil, and years of dust, instantly filled the nostrils of the three people. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked around. They were in a narrow, dimly lit alley. On both sides are towering steel buildings, their walls covered with rusty pipes and ladders. Above, a dense web of cables and thick exhaust pipes obscure the sky, leaving only a few dim rays of light struggling to penetrate the gaps and cast dappled shadows. In the distance, the harsh noise of metal rubbing against metal and the hissing of steam rising could be heard from time to time, making this steel jungle seem both deadly and fraught with hidden danger. This is Scrap Iron City, the home ground of the Montenegrin Institute of Heavy Industry. TSK, this place is really awful. Xin Yalan wrinkled her nose, her bright red combat uniform standing out starkly against the gloomy environment. It's not bad for us, Lin Fan said calmly. He gestured to the complex surroundings. The towering buildings and dense network of pipes provide excellent cover and vantage points. The limited visibility makes it ideal for stealth and ambushes. Su Qingxue nodded, her icy blue eyes calmly scanning every possible hiding place. Lin Fan looked at the two women and reiterated the battle plan that had already been formulated. Yalan, your blazing crimson flame energy fluctuations are the most flamboyant and eye-catching. Therefore, you will serve as the bait. Later, find a more open space and unleash your power to the fullest, making as much noise as possible to draw all their attention to you. Why am I the bait? Xin Yalan immediately protested, hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Lin Fan. Do I really look like cannon fodder? Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything. Xin Yalan snorted at his confident expression and continued, all right, I know. It's just drawing fire. My flames will melt all this scrap metal. She complained, but her fiery red eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement and trust. She unconditionally trusted this guy's arrangements. This feeling was even stronger after last night's special training. Lin Fan then looked at Su Qingxue, your task is to control the battlefield. While Yalan draws the enemy's attention, use the properties of Eternal Frost to silently set up frost fields at key points on the battlefield. You don't need to attack proactively, you just need to restrict their movements at crucial moments. Understood, Su Qingxue replied succinctly. As for me, Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I am the hunter hiding in the shadows. Once the prey is lured by the bait and trapped in the trap, it will be my turn to deliver the final blow. A decoy, a controller, and an assassin. This is the most classic and most efficient hunting combination. Alright, let's begin. After Lin Fan finished speaking, his figure flickered, and in a few leaps, he had silently climbed to the top of a nearby steel building, completely concealing himself by using the intricate network of pipes. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth at the Honeycomb Stadium, two top-notch commentators are analyzing the situation with great enthusiasm. Alright, everyone. The A3 region competition has officially begun. The map is SimCity 7's Scrap Iron City. This is not good news. As everyone knows, Scrap Iron City is full of metal scraps, which is a perfect home ground for Black Mountain Heavy Industry Academy, which has A-level, body of rock, and B-level, metal sharpening, abilities. That's right. Shirley's defense will be enhanced by the environment here, and Jean Rue's throwing knives are inexhaustible. Jiangcheng's Supernatural Ability Academy is probably in grave danger this time. Let's see what Jiangcheng Academy has chosen. Oh? They actually chose to split up? That's not a wise decision. On a map like this, if you get separated, you're easily picked off one by one. The commentator's voice was filled with worry, and the emotions of the 100,000 spectators at the scene were also stirred up, with most of them starting to worry for Jiangcheng College. VIP viewing room. Long Linger sat on the soft sofa with her legs crossed. Having just easily won a match, she should have been in a good mood. But at this moment, she was staring intently at the huge holographic screen in front of her. On the screen, 3 dots representing Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and Qin Yalan are spreading out in a clear tactical formation. Humph, a bunch of rabble, trying to coordinate? Faced with absolute power, any tactic is a joke. The sidekick chimed in, flattering her at the opportune moment. Linger, didn't you just crush them head-on? Shut up, Long Linger coldly uttered. Her gaze was almost glued to the point of light representing Lin Fan. The point of light was silently moving to an excellent vantage point, and then it remained still, like a stone blending into its environment. That bastard. What exactly does he want to do? Long Linger noticed that her heart was beating a little fast. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, squeezing the expensive fabric until it was deformed. On the one hand, she hoped that Lin Fan, this gold digger, would be taught a lesson by the lumps of iron from Black Mountain Heavy Industry, so that he would know his place. On the other hand, deep inside, another voice was screaming wildly. He can't afford to lose. At the very least, we cannot lose to anyone other than ourselves. This conflicting emotion tormented her to the point of madness. Another, more private, and technologically advanced monitoring room. Hanyu was sitting in front of the control panel. Her fair fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and countless streams of data cascaded across her data terminal screen like a waterfall. She has successfully hacked into the event organizer's internal data stream. At this moment, Lin Fan's real-time physiological data is being displayed on the screen. Target, Lin Fan. Heart rate, 60 beats per minute. Energy fluctuation frequency, 2.1 Hz baseline value. Sentiment index, stable. The data was as smooth as a straight line. Hanyu adjusted her frameless glasses on the bridge of her nose. Something's not right. Something's really wrong. In an unfamiliar environment where high-intensity combat is imminent, a normal superhuman's heart rate will rise to at least 90, and their energy core will be in a preheating, active state. But Lin Fan's data was as calm as if he had just woken up. This calm is itself the biggest anomaly. The unexplainable abnormal fluctuations, indeed exist. Hanyu's breathing became slightly rapid, and the obsessive light in her eyes behind her glasses grew even more intense. The sample value is continuously increasing. Iron City, a relatively open waste dump. Qin Yalan stood atop a pile of twisted steel bars and took a deep breath. She no longer hesitated. Boom! A burst of intense heat suddenly erupted from her body. A crimson tornado of fire shot into the sky, instantly dyeing the dark clouds overhead a magnificent crimson. A terrifying heatwave spread outwards, causing the surrounding scrap metal to sizzle and turn a deep red at the edges. This massive and flamboyant energy fluctuation was like a lighthouse in the dark night, extremely conspicuous. Those iron lumps of Montenegro. Qin Yalan's arrogant shouts, accompanied by the roar of flames, echoed throughout the entire steel jungle. What's the point of hiding like this? Get out here and face me head-on. Inside a lounge constructed of heavy steel plates at the temporary base of the Montenegrin Heavy Industry College, Captain Shirley stared at the huge red signal source on the tactical screen, which represented high heat energy, a cold smile playing on his lips. Captain, it's exactly the same as the intelligence we got, a team member said. Qin Yalan, the fire-type ability user from Jiangcheng Academy, is hot-tempered and impulsive. She's a brainless brute. Very good. Shirley nodded, his eyes cold. He looked at a thin young man with gloomy eyes in the group. Jean Rue. Yes, the young man named Jean Rue replied, his voice hoarse. Go and meet her, Shirley ordered. Don't rush to kill her. Play with her first, let her know who the real master is in Iron City. Let her exhaust her beautiful flames in despair. Yes, Captain. Jean Rouet's figure flashed, disappearing into the shadows of the corner like a ghost. The 24 specially made throwing knives hanging on his combat uniform gleamed with a bloodthirsty cold light in the dim light, silently stealthily moving towards Qin Yalan's direction. He is the sharpest blade in Montenegro heavy industries. It is specifically designed to harvest those prey who think they are superior. Hundreds of meters away, at the top of a massive, towering pipe, Lin Fan took in all of this. He watched as the green dot representing Jean Rouet on the screen precisely fell into the encirclement he had set up. A cold smile curved his lips. He spoke in a very soft voice through a tiny tactical earpiece in his throat. Xing Xue. The fish has taken the bait, time to haul in the net. Chapter 53 The Decoy's Magnificent Solo Dance. The shadows deep in the alleyway seemed to wriggle as if they were alive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air was sharp and piercing. 24 beams of deadly light shot out simultaneously from different dark corners in all directions. They traced treacherous and unpredictable arcs, some aiming straight for the throat, some slicing down to the lower body, some attacking from behind, and some even falling through the gaps in the pipes overhead. 24 throwing knives transformed into an impenetrable storm of deathly metal. Instantly, all of Qin Yalan's evasion routes were blocked. Each cut is aimed at the most vulnerable joints and vital points of the human body. This is a fatal blow. Humph, a petty trick. Qin Yalan stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding. She didn't even turn her head. Involuntarily, Lin Fan's lazy yet incredibly confident demeanor from last night came to mind. You're bait, not a suicide squad. Remember, control your temper, don't be a firecracker that ignites at the slightest provocation. Show them your strength and let them see that fire isn't just for grilling. That bastard, he actually guessed right. Suppressing the urge to rush into the shadows and burn the attacker to ashes, Qin Yalan took a deep breath. Her arms suddenly spread out. Boom! A huge, circular shield of fire materialized out of thin air in front of her. The shield features intricate, ever-flowing flame patterns, resembling a fine work of art. Jingle bells! A series of rapid metallic clanging sounds rang out. The 24 throwing knives, each powerful enough to pierce steel plates, struck the fiery shield, but none of them made any progress. They were all deflected. Holy crap, why does the throwing knife make a metallic clanging sound when it hits the fire? What kind of fire is that? At the same time, Qin Yalan's lips curled into a proud smile, and her fair fingers gently clenched. Melt! The enormous shield of fire instantly transformed into a raging vortex of flames. A powerful suction bursts forth. All the deflected knives were uncontrollably drawn into the center of the vortex. Hiss hiss hiss. A sickening melting sound rang out. Just 1 second. 24 specially made alloy throwing knives were completely melted into 24 drops of molten iron in that high-temperature vortex. The drops fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, burning black pits into the ground. This scene was clearly presented to the 100,000 spectators inside the Honeycomb Stadium through the ubiquitous broadcast cameras. The entire venue was initially deathly silent. Immediately, a thunderous roar of exclamations erupted. Holy crap! You can do that? A fire shield? A fire vortex? How can she have such strong control over her powers? It's melted. Jean Rouet's throwing knives have all been melted. Those were B-grade, metal sharpening. In the commentary booth, even the two top commentators were so surprised that they stood up from their seats. My God! Unbelievable! This is absolutely textbook-level superpower manipulation. We all thought Qin Yalan was just a fire tank that could only charge around recklessly, but she just showed us that her understanding of blazing crimson flame has reached an unbelievable level of sophistication. Inside the temporary base of the Montenegrin Heavy Industry College. For the first time, Captain Shirley's brows furrowed tightly. He stared intently at the screen, at the proud red-haired woman bathed in flames. This is completely different from the Qin Yalan described in his intelligence report as having a volatile, impulsive, and easily angered personality with a simplistic fighting style. Such exquisite control is something that a brute could never possess. The intelligence is incorrect. Captain, something's wrong. The teammates next to them panicked as well. Third brother. Shirley immediately gave the order, his voice icy cold. Go support Jean Rouet. Stop probing. Finish this quickly. Use your rock body to hold her off head-on and give Jean Rouet an opening. Yes. A man with a muscular build, as strong as an iron tower, responded to the call and immediately rushed towards the battlefield. Scrap Iron City Dump. Qin Yalan seemed unaware of the approach of another enemy. She started to move. Her body performed a magnificent yet deadly solo dance on the grounds littered with scrap metal. Whoosh! A rusty steel bar bursts out from a pile of construction rubble. With the power of metal sharpening, its tip was instantly sharpened, piercing Qin Yalan's temple with a piercing whistling sound. Qin Yalan didn't even glance at it. With a mere wave of her hand, a long, flaming whip appeared out of thin air, striking first despite being behind. Smack! The long whip precisely coiled around the steel bar, and the terrifying high temperature instantly turned it red hot, softening it into a twisted pile of scrap iron. Buzz! From the shadows, another crescent-shaped piece of sharp metal flew out, spinning rapidly, aiming to slice towards her ankle. She lightly leaped into the air with a light touch of her toes, performing a beautiful somersault. His legs unleashed two dazzling fiery slashes, melting the sheet of iron into molten iron in mid-air. Flaming whip, flaming slash, flaming shield, flaming spear. She can create all sorts of flame-based creations with ease and skill. She was no longer that brute who could only spew flames. She was a queen who truly mastered the art of fire. She enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, and the feeling of being the center of attention. More importantly, she knew that the more dazzling she appeared, the more time she could buy for Lin Fan and Su Qingshui. This sense of trust in her teammates, allowing her to completely entrust her back to them, made her feel safe and powerful like never before. Lin Fan, he really didn't lie to her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, at a pipe node, far from the clamor of flames and shrouded in shadow, Su Qingshui was leaning quietly against the cold metal wall, her eyes closed. Her long, snow-white hair moved on its own even without wind. An extremely cold aura, almost invisible to the naked eye and even difficult for energy detectors to detect, was spreading silently across the entire battlefield from her center, like mercury spilling onto the ground. Wherever the cold air passed, the rusty metal floors, walls, and pipes were quietly covered with a very thin, very light layer of white frost. This layer of white frost blends perfectly into the reflection of the metal itself, and is virtually undetectable unless you look closely. A huge, cold trap is quietly taking shape. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jean Rouet hid in the shadows, his heart pounding with anger and anxiety. 24 specially made throwing knives, the weapons that made him famous, are gone just like that. In an instant, that woman melted them all into molten iron. The attack has been unsuccessful. This woman was like a slippery eel, yet her flames were so domineering that he dared not get close to her. Attacks launched using scrap metal in the field were either easily blocked or melted through, failing to cause any effective damage. This was an unprecedented humiliation for him. Han Yu's information was indeed correct, he was impulsive and easily provoked. He couldn't wait any longer. Go to hell. Jean Rouet's reason was consumed by rage. He stopped concealing himself and made the worst decision an assassin could ever make: a risky, all-out attack. He suddenly burst out of a narrow alley, his figure as fast as a ghost. He had somehow managed to grab a steel pipe that had been pulled from the scrap heap. With the B-level ability, metal sharpening, the tip of this ordinary steel pipe became sharper than a scalpel, gleaming with a deadly cold light. Like a cheetah hunting its prey, he lunged straight for Qin Yalan's unsuspecting back. At this distance and angle, she absolutely cannot dodge. He could almost see the spear piercing through that fiery body. However, the moment he stepped 1 foot into the area covered by a thin layer of frost, hundreds of meters away, Su Qingshui's icy blue eyes suddenly opened. Her cool, red lips parted slightly. Ice domain, unfold. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The thin layer of white frost on the ground beneath Jean Rouet's feet instantly swelled up. Thick, smooth, and hard ice layers are freezing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His ferocious charge forward instantly turned into an uncontrollable, pathetic slide. What? Jean Rouet's mind went blank. A bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, as if the blood in his entire body was about to freeze. A thick layer of frost instantly covered his body, making every movement incredibly sluggish, as if he were stuck in a swamp. He looked up in horror. He met Qin Yalan's fiery red phoenix eyes, which slowly turned towards him, carrying 3 parts mockery and 7 parts murderous intent. Chapter 54, A Concerto of Ice and Fire, and Thunder. They've taken the bait. A hint of triumph flashed in Qin Yalan's fiery red phoenix eyes. She didn't even give Jean Rouet any time to react. In the void behind her, a long whip of flames, entirely constructed from blazing crimson flame, condensed and roared out. Smack! A crisp popping sound. The long whip, like a living fire serpent, precisely coiled around Jean Rouet, whose movements were slowed by the frost. Ah! A piercing scream instantly shattered the deathly silence of Scrap Iron City. Jean Rouet's combat uniform turned to ashes the moment it came into contact with the flaming whip. The intense heat then seared his skin, producing a sizzling sound. His speed, which he was so proud of, vanished in the icy realm. His ability to survive by remaining hidden became a joke in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. The flaming whip lashed out. Jean Rouet was flung away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into a steel wall before rolling to the ground, his body curled up and convulsing violently. The next second, a white light enveloped his body. Teleported out of the game. At the same time, inside the honeycomb gymnasium, the one belonging to Jean Rouet among the 5 points of light representing the Montenegro Heavy Industry College instantly dimmed. The entire stadium fell silent once again. 1 second. A pause of only 1 second. Boom! The deafening roar of discussion and exclamations instantly ignited the entire venue. Instant kill. My God! What kind of teamwork is that? When did the ice-type ability user set up this trap? I didn't even blink. It was so smooth. Qin Yalan drew attention, Su Qingxue set a trap, Jean Rouet ran right into it, and was then harvested by Qin Yalan. This is textbook style. This is art. The Ice Queen and the Fiery Beauty, how can their teamwork be so perfect? On the commentary panel. The two gold medal commentators were so excited that their faces were flushed, and their voices were hoarse from shouting too much. A trap. A perfect trap. We were all captivated by Qin Yalan's dazzling performance. No one noticed that Su Qingxue, the S-rank, Eternal Frost, user, had unknowingly turned the entire battlefield into her hunting ground. Jean Rouet, his defeat was not unjust. He didn't lose to any one person, but to a flawless combination. Zhangcheng Superpower Academy, they are not a disorganized bunch. At the temporary base of the Montenegrin Heavy Industry College. Bang! Shirley slammed his fist hard on the metal table in front of him, and the sturdy alloy tabletop instantly dented with a clear fist mark. His face was extremely pale. He stared intently at the now extinguished dot of light on the screen, his chest heaving violently. Trap! It was a trap from the very beginning. That Qin Yalan is not some brainless brute at all. Her flamboyant flames were bait to attract their attention from beginning to end. The truly deadly one is the ice-type ability user who lurks in the shadows, as silent and venomous as a viper. The intelligence was wrong. Utterly wrong. That woman, Hanyu, the information she provided pushed them into a fire pit. Third brother. Fourth brother. Fifth brother. Shirley suddenly turned his head and let out a deafening roar. Abandon the base. Move towards me. Immediately. His voice was filled with rage and a hint of panic that he himself didn't even realize. Activate solid formation. With his command, his bronze skin began to transform rapidly, before the naked eye, into a grayish-white, rocky texture. His muscles bulged, his body swelled, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant over 2.5 meters tall, exuding a heavy aura. A level superpower, body of rock. The other 3 team members dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately rushed out from their respective hiding places to join Shirley as quickly as possible. The 3 quickly formed a triangular defensive formation with Shirley at the core. 2 of them simultaneously activated their sea-level, hardened skin, and energy shield, while the third person, wielding a massive tower shield, vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Just then, not far in front of them, at the top of a steel building tens of meters high, 2 figures appeared silently. On the left is Qin Yalan, dressed in a fiery red combat uniform with her red hair flying in the wind. On the right is Su Qingxue, wearing an ice blue long dress and with white hair reaching her waist. 1 fire, 1 ice, 1 movement, 1 stillness. The 2 men looked down at them from their elevated position, like 2 gods judging mortals. An invisible, suffocating sense of oppression descended from the sky. The remaining 3 members of the Montenegrin Heavy Industries team felt their breath catch in their throats, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Gulp. One of them swallowed hard. That's incredible. Just standing here, you can feel the immense and despair-inducing energy fluctuations. Snort. Shirley forcibly suppressed his inner unease and let out a cold laugh from his petrified throat. You think you've won just like that? How naive. He patted his chest with his huge rocky palm, making a dull thud. My body of rock is recognized as the strongest defense in a rank. Combined with the team's coordinated defensive abilities, the rock-solid formation is something even an S-rank powerhouse wouldn't be able to break in a short time. His voice was filled with a final stubbornness and confidence. The narrator's voice came on at the right time, providing scientific information to all viewers. That's right. Shirley wasn't exaggerating. Black Mountain Heavy Industry Academy, as an institution known for its defensive and heavy armor ability users, sends out a carefully optimized lineup every year. This rock formation, centered around the A-grade body of rock, is their most famous and unbeatable tactic. Once formed, it is almost impossible to break through from the front. Ahem, it's a pity that this lineup has now lost the part responsible for offense. If adding Jean Rouet's complete form made it a shield and spear in one, then now it can only be called an ironclad formation. TSK, it really is a hard-shelled turtle. Lin Fan's voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, came through the two women's tactical earpieces. His defense is indeed very difficult to deal with, and once they form a formation, they almost completely abandon mobility and put all their energy into defense. Yalan, Xing Shui. Lin Fan's voice became clear and calm. Suppress them head-on. No need to hold back, unleash your strongest attacks and bombard them relentlessly. The main target is that Stone Golem don't give him any chance to move or support his teammates. Keep them pinned to the spot. Received. Qin Yalan licked her lips, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Understood. Su Qingxue nodded gently. The next moment, the Concerto of Ice and Fire officially began. Boom! A massive fireball, over 2 meters in diameter and carrying an aura of annihilation, descended from the sky and slammed into the rock-solid formation. Drink! Shirley let out a loud shout, crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself, and took the hit head-on. Boom! The violent explosion unleashed a terrifying heat wave, but Shirley's figure only swayed slightly. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, but he himself was completely unharmed. Immediately afterwards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of incredibly sharp ice spikes rained down like a storm, piercing the other two team members in the formation from all angles. Jingle bells. The energy shield and the sturdy tower shield blocked all the ice spikes, producing a series of dense impact sounds. Fireballs, ice spikes, fiery whips, frost breath. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue's attacks were like a relentless storm. The entire waste dump was thrown into chaos by the terrifying energy fluctuations. But that small rock formation was like a reef in a storm. Though it was teetering on the brink of collapse, it remained steadfast and unyielding. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. See that? That's Black Mountain Heavy Industries, rock-solid formation. Although Jiangcheng Academy's offensive is fierce, it can't cause any effective damage at all. The commentator's voice became excited again. If we can't break through this tortoise shell, and Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue's abilities are exhausted, there will still be a chance to reverse the situation. However, just when everyone thought Jiangcheng Academy was about to return empty-handed, a figure, like a ghost that doesn't exist in this dimension, appeared silently behind the rock formation. That was the weakest link in the entire formation, defended by a mere sea-level, energy barrier, ability user. His entire attention was focused on the devastating ice and fire attack from the front, and he was completely unaware that death had already descended. Lin Fan's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A playful smile played on his lips. On his right hand, strands of blue-white electric arcs were jumping restlessly, making soft crackling sounds. The electric arc was filled with a pure, destructive aura. Pale thunder. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at the sea-level team member's unsuspecting back. The defense is indeed quite good. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the formation through the conduction of energy. But how about trying this? The moment he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. The violent blue-white lightning in his palm erupted instantly. Chapter 55E Rank Lightning? Boom! It wasn't the roar of an explosion, but a pure, soul-shaking thunderous roar. The violent blue-white lightning bolt erupted the moment Lin Fan's palm touched the back of the sea-level team member. Crackling and popping. The blinding arcs of electricity, like countless ferocious venomous snakes, instantly spread throughout his entire body. The sea-level team member responsible for the rear defense of the formation didn't even get to let out a scream. His body stiffened abruptly, his eyes rolled back, and the muscle fibers beneath his combat suit were instantly destroyed by the violent electric current, a wisp of smoke rising from his mouth. His whole body, like a piece of rotten flesh with all its bones removed, collapsed limply to the ground, convulsing violently, and he completely lost consciousness. A flash of white light teleported him out of the game. The seemingly indestructible rock formation crumbled instantly. Inside the Honeycomb Stadium. The enormous stadium, capable of holding 100,000 people, fell into a deathly silence that lasted for 3 seconds. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the holographic screen at the top of the venue. On the screen, one of the 5 dots belonging to the Black Mountain Heavy Industry College went out. 3 seconds later. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, like a landslide and a tsunami. Unimaginable gasps, whispers, and screams mingled together, almost lifting the dome of the entire stadium. Lightning, lightning? Am I seeing things? What was that just now? Was it lightning? Lin Fan. Isn't Lin Fan an E-level, super vitality? How come he can use lightning abilities? The venue's director reacted extremely quickly, immediately replaying the footage in slow motion at 10 times the speed. On the holographic screen, Lin Fan emerged from the shadows, a playful smile on his face. On his right hand, strands of blue-white electric arcs pulsed, exuding an aura of destruction. He slowly raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The violent lightning erupted instantly. The entire process is crystal clear and irrefutable. On the commentary panel, the top commentator gaped, nearly dropping his microphone. His voice was distorted with shock, even cracking slightly. Lightning. Lightning power. My God. That's lightning power. And judging from the intensity of the energy that just erupted, it's definitely a rank A lightning strike. Another commentator suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Fan's profile card on the screen, and shouted in a hoarse voice. But Lin Fan's registration information shows he's E rank. E rank, super energy. How is this possible? How can one person possess 2 superpowers at the same time? And 2 superpowers with such a huge difference in power? This question also resonated in the minds of the 100,000 audience members at the scene, as well as hundreds of millions of viewers across the internet. VIP viewing room. Bang! Long Linger suddenly stood up from the soft sofa, her movement so forceful that she knocked over the crystal fruit plate on the table in front of her. Expensive fruit rolled all over the ground, but she was completely unaware. Her delicate, doll-like face was now filled with disbelief and absurdity. Lightning? How could he possibly have lightning powers? She stared intently at the man on the screen with a lazy smile, feeling as if her worldview had been shaken like never before. The private monitoring room of Kyushu Institute of Technology. Alert! Alert! Unrecorded high-intensity anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Energy model matching in progress. Match successful. The piercing alarm blared throughout the room, accompanied by a cold, mechanical voice broadcasting announcements. Hanyu stared intently at the main control screen in front of her. On the screen, an incredibly complex energy data model is rapidly being built, and below the model, a line of red text is highlighted in bold. The abnormal energy model shows a 99.87% match with Qin Yachen's a top-tier combatant in the Kyushu Security Bureau, a level ability, Pale Lightning. Subject, Lin Fan. Superpower registration, rank E, super energy. Data conflict. Data conflict. Warning. The main data model cannot be parsed. It is crashing. A completely new algorithm is needed. Hanyu ignored the piercing alarm. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her dry lips. A sickly flush appeared on her usually quiet and unassuming face. It wasn't shyness, nor excitement. It is the uncontrollable ecstasy of a top researcher who has discovered a new continent that no one has ever set foot on before, full of unknowns and treasures. So that's how it is. It's not just a simple fluctuation in physiological data, but the very existence of something is abnormal. Lin Fan. She murmured to herself, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. This man is a bug. A bug that the existing rules of this world cannot explain. That's so much fun. The battlefield of Iron City. No. It's impossible. Captain Shirley was utterly horrified. He could feel the life force of the teammate behind him weaken to the extreme in an instant, and then he was teleported out of the game. The formation is broken. He clumsily turned the massive rock body, trying to turn around and attack the ghostly man. But it was too late. Su Qingxue had already paved a perfect runway for Lin Fan. That almost invisible layer of thin ice became Lin Fan's perfect stage. His figure glided at high speed across the thin ice without making a sound, so fast that he left only a blur, like a ghost dancing on the ice. He easily circled behind the remaining 2 sea-level team members who were completely panicked. The 2 team members were still staring at their captain, Shirley, in terror, completely unaware that death had descended once again. Puff! Puff! Lin Fan made a knife-like gesture with both hands, and 2 condensed, pale lightning strands wrapped around them. 2 incredibly precise lightning-fast hand strikes landed cleanly and decisively on the back of their necks. An electric current surged through them, and without a sound, they both collapsed to the ground. 2 more flashes of white light appeared. At the Montenegrin Heavy Industry College, only team leader Shirley remained. The situation on the field reversed in an instant. 3 against 1. Shirley stood alone in the center of the waste dump. His 2.5-meter tall rocky body looked incredibly lonely and desperate at that moment. In front of him stood Lin Fan, tall and straight, with a smile on his lips. High to his left rear was Qin Yalan, her red hair flying and surrounded by flames. High to his right rear was Su Qingxue, with white hair reaching her waist and exuding a chilling aura. A perfect triangular encirclement formation. He was completely locked down. In his desperate situation, Shirley let out a roar like a trapped beast. He completely gave up thinking, his heart filled with nothing but endless anger and humiliation. A rich, earthy yellow light suddenly shone from his petrified body. He abandoned all defensive stances and poured all his energy into his legs and body. I'm going to crush you. His rocky eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, the man who had crushed all his pride under his feet. Boom! The ground exploded. Like a runaway heavy tank, Shirley charged toward Lin Fan with the momentum to crush everything. Faced with this devastating blow that could destroy everything, Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue's expressions changed simultaneously, and they were about to offer their assistance. Don't move! Lin Fan's voice rang out in their earphones. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, a wicked smile playing on his lips. His right hand suddenly burst into a blazing crimson flame. His left hand quickly condensed into a chilling layer of eternal frost. Ice and fire present a strange yet harmonious balance in him. Lin Fan looked at the stone tank rushing towards him and chuckled softly. You certainly know how to pick people. Then, face me. Chapter 56-3 System War God. Face me. Lin Fan's light and airy voice clearly reached everyone's ears amidst the roaring battlefield. Faced with the rock giant charging towards him like an out-of-control heavy tank, he not only did not dodge, but instead took a step forward. This scene caused the entire audience in the Hive Stadium to instinctively hold their breath. This is insane. This guy named Lin Fan is absolutely insane. That's an A-rank, body of rock. It's the most prized heavy tank of Black Mountain Heavy Industry Academy. It's an absolute defense capable of withstanding attacks from S-rank powerhouses. You're a registered E-level support ability user. Even if you just successfully launched a lightning attack, what makes you think you can face this monster head-on? What is he going to do? The commentator's voice became shrill with tension. Get out of the way. That's not an attack he can take head-on. However, Lin Fan did not dodge. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Shirley's heavy tank had already charged up to Lin Fan. The rock fist, bigger than a clay pot, slammed down on Lin Fan's head with a whooshing sound that tore through the air. The next second, Lin Fan made a move. His right fist, burning with the blazing crimson flame, met Shirley's giant rock fist head-on with a resounding crash. At the same time, his left palm, covered in eternal frost, lightly imprinted itself on Shirley's knee joint as he charged forward. Boom! The collision of flames and rocks produced a deafening roar. A terrifying energy shockwave emanated from the two of them and spread wildly outwards, blasting away all the scattered metal scraps on the ground. But this is not the end. Crack! A faint yet incredibly clear crisp sound suddenly rang out amidst the roar. The sound came from Shirley's knee. The dual impact of extreme heat and extreme cold struck Shirley's rock body at the same time. Where the fists collided, the terrifying high temperature of the blazing crimson flame caused Shirley's indestructible rock armor to let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, and even showed signs of melting on its surface. At the knee joint, the extreme low temperature of eternal frost triggered an extremely violent thermal expansion and contraction effect. A crystal clear crack spread rapidly across Shirley's leg armor, centered on Lin Fan's left palm. Shirley let out a muffled groan, and his unstoppable momentum came to an abrupt halt. He stood frozen in front of Lin Fan. Inside the stadium, dead silence. It was that suffocating, deathly silence again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene unfolding on the holographic screen. 1 second later. Boom! A boiling sound, countless times more intense than ever before, completely ignited the explosion. Ice. And fire. I see it. It's ice and fire. He used two superpowers at the same time? Is it Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue providing support? It must be. In the commentary booth, a commentator stared intently at the data panel in front of him, screaming in a voice as if he had seen a ghost. No. It's not support. The energy monitoring equipment shows that neither Qin Yalan nor Su Qingxue made a move at all just a moment ago. In other words, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the calm and collected figure on the big screen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It was him. He alone used both fire and ice powers at the same time. How is this possible? VIP viewing room. Thump. Long Linger could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the sofa behind her. Her mind had completely gone blank. Ice. Fire. Thunder. Three completely different, yet all extremely powerful A-level superpowers. It also appeared on a man whose registration information indicated he had E-level, super energy. This scene, which completely subverts common sense and tramples on rules, is like the heaviest iron hammer, smashing all the pride and nobility she had built up since childhood to shatter. What little princess of the Long family in the capital? What kind of a level genius is this, who can transform chi into form? In front of that man, she was like a ridiculous, presumptuous joke. An unfamiliar emotion, unlike anything she had ever felt before, welled up from the deepest part of her heart. That wasn't jealousy, nor was it anger. Rather, it is a kind of trembling and longing of being completely dominated by an absolute, incomprehensible power. This hidden desire, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed her reason. As she looked at the man on the screen, her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. High ground on the battlefield. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue stood side by side, quietly watching the towering figure below. There was no surprise on their faces. There was nothing but endless adoration, and an almost overflowing love. So, he's already this strong. He not only perfectly replicated their power, but even, he fused and sublimated these two completely opposite powers in a way that they could not have imagined. A concerto of ice and fire? No. That was just the prelude. Now, it's his own magnificent solo performance. What kind of monster are you? Shirley staggered back 2 steps, looking at Lin Fan in utter terror. He could feel his prized, rock body, groaning in agony. The crack that spread from his knee was like an unhealable wound, causing him excruciating pain with every movement. Lin Fan did not answer his question. He simply raised his hands slowly. Ice shards and sparks began to swirl and dance around him. Strands of blue-white pale lightning leaped and darted restlessly between ice and fire, like mischievous sprites. The extreme cold of ice. The heat of fire. The fury of thunder. 3 distinct forces, all brimming with destructive power, coalesced into a small elemental storm around him. At this moment, he was like a god who controlled the elements. Shirley was completely dumbfounded. All his fighting spirit, all his anger and humiliation, were replaced by endless fear at this moment. However, Lin Fan did not attack him directly again. Under Shirley's horrified gaze, Lin Fan gathered all 3 kinds of violent energy into his right fist. Then, he threw a seemingly ordinary punch at the thick metal ground beneath Shirley's feet. This punch lacked any earth-shattering force. However, it contains 3 extreme destructive energies: ice, fire, and thunder. Boom! The combined energy explodes completely the moment it touches the ground. The solid metal ground was first frozen into extreme fragility by the extreme cold power of eternal frost. Immediately afterwards, they were instantly scorched by the terrifying high temperature of the blazing crimson flame. Finally, the raging pale lightning became the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely detonating the area. Boom! The metal ground shattered as if it had been targeted by a blast. Shirley, who was standing on it, didn't even have time to react. He lost his balance instantly, and the huge rock body crashed to the ground. Snap! Snap, snap! As he fell heavily to the ground, his hard rock body was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then, it shattered inch by inch. A white light enveloped his body, which had completely lost its fighting ability. Lin Fan withdrew his fist and lightly patted off any non-existent dust from his hands. He watched the figure disappear into the white light, a slight smile playing on his lips. The match is over. Chapter 57: The Victor and the Fanatical Researcher. As Shirley's figure completely disappeared in the white light, the entire Iron City battlefield fell into absolute silence. Lin Fan stood on the charred and ice crystal-covered ruins he had personally blasted into existence, and slowly withdrew his fist. He didn't even look at Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue, who were standing on higher ground in the other two directions. Everything was as expected. The next second, a cold, mechanical, yet seemingly authoritative electronic synthesized voice resounded throughout the Hive Stadium and was simultaneously broadcast live across the entire internet. Jiangcheng Superpower Academy wins this match. Whoosh! After a brief silence lasting less than a second. It was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. It was a thunderous explosion. Inside the stadium, with a capacity of 100,000, all the spectators jumped up from their seats as if they had gone crazy, clapping, screaming, and roaring with all their might. They witnessed history. No! They witnessed a miracle. An E-rank, super energy, user used lightning to instantly kill a C-rank defender and break through an A-rank defensive formation. An E-rank, super energy, directly confronted an A-rank, rock body, and defeated it with the combined power of ice and fire. An E-rank support. One person almost wiped out the top 8 teams from the previous year, the Montenegro Heavy Industry College. This is no longer a simple upset. This is a complete, tyrannical, and unreasonable subversion of the existing cognitive system of the entire world of superhumans. A flash of white light. Lin Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment, he, Qin Yalan, and Su Qingxue were teleported back to the players' private rest area. However, what awaited them was not peace. Snap! Snap! Snap, snap! The blinding flashes of light came like a storm. Dozens, even hundreds, of microphones were handed over from all directions, almost poking the 3 people in the face. Media reporters and event staff, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, completely blocked the already narrow passage, and everyone wore an almost manic excitement on their faces. Lin Fan! Are you really an E-level, super energy, ability user? How did you master the 3 superpowers of lightning, fire, and ice? Is this a completely new type of composite superpower? There are rumors that you are the ultimate weapon of a certain secret organization. Is that true? Lin Fan! Your profile indicates you come from a commoner background. How did you acquire such immense power? Was it a fortuitous encounter? Sharp questions came at me like a barrage of bullets. Every question went straight to the heart of the matter, filled with a desire to uncover a sensational news story. Faced with this overwhelming scene, Su Qingxue subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan. The chill emanating from her body made the reporters at the front shiver. Qin Yalan crossed her arms, her red hair flying, and her sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. Her powerful queen-like aura made the reporters subconsciously lower their voices. Lin Fan, who was surrounded in the middle, still maintained his lazy demeanor. He seemed completely oblivious to the pressure. He reached out and naturally wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's slender waists, pulling the 2 stunning beauties into his embrace. One was cold as ice, with an aloof and refined demeanor. One was fiery and passionate, with an alluring figure. The 2 stood on either side, like 2 perfect gatekeepers, keeping everyone who tried to approach Lin Fan at least half a meter away. The declaration of sovereignty was so strong that even a blind person could see it. Lin Fan felt the soft touch in his arms and took a deep breath with satisfaction. Then, he lazily raised his eyelids, looked at the countless cameras and microphones in front of him, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He blinked gently at the camera. "Oh, you mean that one?" He spoke slowly, as if discussing the weather. "That's actually a little hobby I developed to better complement my E-level, super energy. As you all know, if you have too much energy, you always need to find something to do. Making an electric arc, playing with a flame, or molding an ice cube are all normal ways to pass the time. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Not a drop of water leaks. No, it's not watertight at all. This is blatant nonsense. It's utter rubbish in front of hundreds of millions of viewers across the internet. The reporters went crazy. They've seen arrogant people before, but never anyone this arrogant. I've seen perfunctory work before, but I've never seen it done so refreshingly and infuriatingly. Lin Fan. Your explanation is completely illogical. Please answer the question directly. This concerns the very foundation of supernatural science. The reporters wanted to ask more questions. But Lin Fan had already given them no chance. He put his arms around Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan, turned around as if no one else was around, and walked into the depths of the passage. Make way, we're so tired after the game, we need to go back and rest. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan flanked him perfectly. A person on the left used their cold aura to force the other person away. One person used their aura to suppress the person on the right. The three of them managed to squeeze a path through the frenzied crowd. Just as the three were about to break through the encirclement and return to the hotel. Just then, a figure appeared before them without warning, blocking their path, as if teleporting. The person who arrived was wearing the uniform of Kyushu Institute of Technology, was petite, and had a neat short haircut. It was Han Yu. But at this moment, Han Yu was completely different from her usual quiet and unassuming self. Her breathing was incredibly rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her usually calm face was now filled with uncontrollable fervor and excitement. Her frameless glasses were slightly crooked from running so fast, but she was completely unaware of it. You. Han Yu opened her mouth, her voice trembling with extreme excitement, and she even became somewhat incoherent. It's perfect. She stared intently at Lin Fan, her eyes, hidden behind her glasses, gleaming with an almost obsessive light. Ice, fire, and lightning. Three high-level energies with completely different attributes. Their data models and their fluctuation frequencies are absolutely mutually exclusive. But they can actually coexist perfectly within the same lifeform and even output high intensity. This energy resonance model, it violates all known laws of supernatural abilities. It breaks the fundamental logic of energy conservation. The way she looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. The way they looked at rare experimental materials was no longer the same. It's the kind of look that only the most devout believer would have when gazing up at a walking miracle. I was wrong. Han Yu bowed deeply, her tone extremely solemn. My previous assessment was wildly wrong. Your value has been severely underestimated. The deal involving 3 hairs is void. She straightened up and said firmly. We must renegotiate. Before Lin Fan could speak, Han Yu had already eagerly raised the data terminal on her wrist. A flash of light appeared, and a holographic screen unfolded in front of her. On the screen, a dense stream of data swept across the screen like a waterfall. My new bargaining chip. Han Yu's voice carried an undeniable resolve. Complete and detailed information on all participating teams in this national competition, including the seeded teams from Beijing and Shanghai, and all S-level geniuses. Skill models, energy limits, combat habits, personality weaknesses, everything. I can even provide you with all the internal intelligence of our Kyushu Institute of Technology. She took a deep breath and offered a condition that moved both Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue. From now on, I will be your personal intelligence officer. A level A, eye of data, owner, a genius who can see through the essence of all superpowers, wants to be Lin Fan's personal intelligence officer? This stake is too high. It's heavy enough to drive any contestant crazy. Qin Yalan was the first to react. She crossed her arms, a dangerous sneer curling at the corner of her mouth as she stared at Han Yu. Oh? That sounds tempting. So what do you want this time? His leg? Han Yu ignored Qin Yalan's sarcasm. Her gaze, from beginning to end, was like a nail, firmly fixed on Lin Fan. She suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed up her crooked glasses, straightening them. Beneath the glasses, those eyes gleamed with a chilling, intense thirst for knowledge and a yearning. No. She spoke her request, clearly and distinctly, yet with a slightly eerie tremor in her voice. I demand. Join your special training. She licked her dry lips and added a sentence. I need to collect the most original and fresh data at the source. Chapter 58 Han Yu's application to join the team. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant and almost subconsciously repeated the 2 words. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan in his arms also froze at the same time. The reporters who had paused for a moment because of Han Yu's sudden appearance now pricked up their ears, sensing something even more explosive. Special training? What kind of special training? What kind of special training allows an E-level support to master 3 A-level superpowers ice, fire, and lightning in a short period of time? This is absolutely the core of a shocking news story. However, before they could react, Qin Yalan exploded. Pervert. Shameless. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, like a powder keg that had been ignited. Shame and indignation. Utter shame and indignation. How dare this woman named Han Yu? How dare she say such shameless things in front of so many people? She and Su Qingxue knew all too well what the so-called special training was. That was their most private and core secret with Lin Fan. It was the process by which they gradually fell for him, willingly giving everything to that man. This process was sacred, yet filled with an unspeakable shyness. But now, this bespectacled, seemingly quiet short-haired girl is asking to join in a calm tone, as if discussing an academic issue? We also need to collect the most original and freshest data at the source? This is no longer a simple provocation. This is blatant blasphemy. Boom! A cluster of blazing flames erupted uncontrollably from Qin Yalan's hair, scorching and distorting the surrounding air. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes burned with unprecedented rage as she glared at Han Yu, as if she were about to burn this arrogant pervert to ashes in the next second. You're asking for it. However, just as Qin Yalan was about to lose her temper, a small, cool hand gently grabbed her wrist. It is Su Qingxue. Calm down, Yalan. Surprisingly, Su Qingxue appeared unusually calm at this moment. She didn't even look at the furious Qin Yalan, but instead looked at Han Yu in front of her with great interest. There was no anger in those icy blue eyes. Instead, they gleamed with a thoughtful and intriguing light. This girl is very interesting. She wasn't like those women who were mindlessly attracted to Lin Fan's charm. Her longing for Lin Fan did not stem from emotion, but from a kind of an extreme thirst for knowledge about the unknown. It's like a top scientist discovering a completely new law that could revolutionize the entire physics community. What she wanted to do was not to possess, but to study, analyze, and thoroughly understand. This extreme rationality, ironically, gave Su Qingxue a strange sense of identification. You. Qin Yalan was pulled back by Su Qingxue, and she could hardly believe her ears. She turned her head and looked at her best friend, who always cared most about her official status, and found that there was not a trace of hostility on the other's face. This is not scientific. At this moment, Lin Fan, who was sandwiched between two stunning beauties, finally recovered from his initial astonishment. He looked at the short-haired girl in front of him, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement but whose eyes were sparkling with rationality, and couldn't help but laugh. What a talent! This person is absolutely talented. He released his arms from the two women, took a step forward, and looked at Han Yu with great interest. Apply to join? He drawled out his words, a playful smile playing on his lips. Our special training has a very high threshold. Lin Fan extended a finger and gently shook it. What makes you think you're qualified? Despite Lin Fan's questioning, Han Yu's fervor remained undiminished. She remained expressionless, as if she had anticipated this question. She adjusted her frameless glasses and began to explain her value in a calm, almost cold tone. With my data it can monitor the trajectory, intensity, frequency, and decay rate of energy flow in real time. During this special training process, Han Yu's voice paused slightly, as if she was considering her words, but in the end she chose the most straightforward way of expressing it. That is, when you are exchanging energy, I can accurately analyze the efficiency of energy flow between different individuals, find the best resonance frequency, and the transmission path with the least energy loss. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes behind her glasses shining brightly. Simply put, I can help your partners absorb the energy you feed back more efficiently, allowing their strength to increase at its theoretical maximum speed. At the same time, she turned her gaze to Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan. I can also help you to more thoroughly analyze the origins of their supernatural abilities, so that you can be more efficient and have a more stable foundation in the process of copying and fusion. My existence is beneficial to all of you. Han Yu spoke slowly, but every word was like a bombshell, clearly hitting everyone's heart. The passageway was deathly silent. The reporters who were originally looking to dig up a big story were now completely dumbfounded. They don't understand. But they were deeply shocked. What energy exchange? What resonance frequency? What absorption feedback? This sounds kind of like a high-level academic seminar? This is completely different from the kind of scandalous news they imagined. Su Qingxue, who was standing behind Lin Fan, suddenly brightened up. This logic. It turns out. That makes a damn good point. She knew better than anyone how precious the energy Lin Fan fed back to them through his special training was. It had been purified and optimized by his body, making it 100 times purer than the energy they could cultivate on their own. Each absorption is like a complete transformation. If it really is as Han Yu said, and the efficiency of this absorption can be maximized, wouldn't their rate of becoming stronger be like a rocket? We can become stronger together with Lin Fan more efficiently. To catch up with his unfathomable pace even faster. The temptation is too great. Su Qingxue was moved. Without making a sound, she reached out her slender fingers from behind Lin Fan and gently tickled his palm. The meaning is very clear. That's something to consider. The slightly itchy sensation from his palm made Lin Fan's smile deepen. As expected of my Qingxue, she always manages to grasp the key points. However, Qin Yalan was completely furious. Su Qingxue. Have you gone mad? She could hardly believe her ears and turned sharply to look at Su Qingxue, her voice trembling with shock. You actually agreed to let this pervert join us? This is outrageous. Have you forgotten what she said before? She wanted to use Lin Fan as a guinea pig. No, Yalan. Su Qingxue turned around and looked at her best friend, who was about to spontaneously combust with anger, with a serious tone than ever before. You should look at the problem with a scientific and developmental perspective. This isn't absurd. Su Qingxue paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and then continued in a persuasive tone, this is called hiring a top-notch, professional dual cultivation coach for our mutual progress. Puff. Lin Fan couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. Dual cultivation guidance, coach? Qingxue, your thought process is truly unique. Qin Yalan was completely petrified. She stared blankly at Su Qingxue, who had a look on her face that said, I'm doing this all for our own good, her mind completely blank. She felt that her worldview had been repeatedly trampled upon and shattered into pieces today. One was filled with shame and indignation, while the other was eager to try. Lin Fan looked at this amusing scene, chuckled, and shook his head, just about to say something. Just then, Han Yu's voice rang out again. She looked at Lin Fan, who seemed to be deep in thought, and calmly threw out her next chip, which she considered the most crucial chip. Besides, having another superpower shouldn't be a bad thing for you, right? In real-world applications, the role of the data I is far greater than you might imagine. This sentence is like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. It seemed ordinary, but it instantly stirred up a huge wave. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan, who were still arguing, stopped at the same time. The two stopped arguing and suddenly turned their heads, looking at Han Yu with a subtle gaze. Lin Fan's smile faltered slightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Yu. This woman. Seeing the three people's reactions, Han Yu knew that her guess had hit the bullseye. She calmly raised her hand and adjusted her frameless glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. It seems my guess was right. Lin Fan, you possess a kind of method that we cannot understand, copying other people's abilities. She stated her startling conclusion in a declarative tone, as quietly as possible. Actually, it's easy to guess. Flame corresponds to contestant Qin Yalan, and Frost corresponds to contestant Su Qingxue. Lightning corresponds to Qin Yalan's older sister, Qin Yaqin. Chapter 59 The Pledge of Allegiance of the Data I. Inside the passage, the air seemed to be sucked out in that instant. Flame corresponds to contestant Qin Yalan, and Frost corresponds to contestant Su Qingxue. Lightning corresponds to Qin Yalan's older sister, Qin Yaqin. Han Yu's voice was soft, yet it struck Lin Fan, Qin Yalan, and Su Qingxue's hearts like an invisible hammer. The reporters who had been craning their necks and pricking up their ears felt a sudden, bone-chilling coldness explode within them, causing them to involuntarily take several steps back, instantly creating distance between themselves and the four people in the center. They could only see the short-haired girl's lips moving, but they couldn't hear what she was saying. They just felt that the atmosphere had suddenly become incredibly strange and tense. It is Su Qingxue. She reacted the moment Han Yu uttered the first name. A cold glint flashed deep within her icy blue eyes. Almost without any effort, a chilling pressure emanated from her, driving back all the flies that tried to pry into her secrets. Qin Yalan froze completely. She stared at Han Yu in disbelief, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared in her almond-shaped eyes that were burning with flames. How could she have known? How could she possibly know? This secret is the biggest mystery surrounding Lin Fan, and it's also a taboo subject that they both tacitly agree on. Now, however, an outsider has revealed the truth in such a calm and matter-of-fact tone. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly gripped Qin Yalan's heart. Compared to Qin Yalan's shock, Su Qingshue's reaction was much more restrained. She merely narrowed her icy blue eyes slightly, quietly watching Hanyu, a knowing glint in her eyes. However, having the truth exposed so bluntly still made Su Qingqing feel a strong sense of displeasure. It's like having your own treasured, unique possession taken carelessly and judged by a stranger. This feeling is terrible. The smile on Lin Fan's face finally vanished completely. His eyes, which always carried a hint of lazy smile, were now as deep as the night sky, revealing no emotion whatsoever. He did not admit it. There was no denial. He just looked at Hanyu calmly, as if he were looking at an interesting unknown creature. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice calm and even. Is your data I only able to see these surface-level information? This question, though seemingly a casual rhetorical question, carries an invisible pressure. Hanyu was slightly taken aback by the question. But the next second, the rational light in her eyes was instantly replaced by a more intense, almost frenzied excitement. No! She pushed up her glasses abruptly, her breathing becoming rapid. I saw more. Your energy model is so bizarre. It's like a data black hole. Hanyu's voice trembled slightly with excitement, but her logic was frighteningly clear. Fire, frost, lightning, these three A-level abilities are not simply superimposed. Their core data models were forcibly formatted within your body by a higher dimensional force that I cannot understand, and then achieved perfect compatibility. She stared intently at Lin Fan, as if trying to pierce through his flesh and see the ever-turning black hole inside him. This process of formatting and compatibility. That's the key I really want to study. It's revolutionary. For the first time, Lin Fan's heart was stirred by Hanyu's keen insight. Black hole, formatting, compatibility. This woman, in her own way, almost touched upon the essence of the system's existence. The power of data is far more terrifying than he imagined. Allowing such a research fanatic with an extreme thirst for knowledge to secretly spy on and analyze you is tantamount to placing a time bomb next to you that could explode at any moment. He couldn't guarantee what even more astonishing conclusions she would draw next time. Rather than that, Lin Fan's gaze swept over Hanyu's face, which was flushed with excitement, and over the eyes behind her glasses, which were sparkling with infatuation. Why not make her one of our own? Take control of those all-seeing eyes. Not to mention a level superpower, Eye of Data. This superpower itself held a fatal attraction for him. Just as Lin Fan's mind was racing, a cold and crisp voice rang out at just the right moment. Since you know so much. Su Qingxue stepped forward and stood beside Lin Fan, her icy blue eyes coldly fixed on Hanyu. You should understand that some secrets require a price to be paid to keep them. Her voice paused, each word like an ice pick striking Hanyu's heart. Your application to join the team now seems more like your pledge of allegiance. The warlords. These three words instantly calmed Qin Yalan, who was still in shock and anger. Yes. A pledge of allegiance. No matter how proud she is, she can still distinguish between what's important and what's urgent. Lin Fan's secret must never be exposed. This woman named Hanyu knows far too much. If I were to kill her. No, she's a genius from Kyushu Institute of Technology, and this is happening right here in the middle of the competition, where everyone is watching. The consequences of doing so would be unimaginable. So, the best way is to make her one of our own. With an even deeper secret, he completely bound her to this ship, making it impossible for her to escape. Qin Yalan's mind raced. This logic is entirely valid. But, just thinking about that so-called special training, that private space that belonged to her, Su Qingxue, and Lin Fan, and the fact that there would be a pervert wearing glasses next to them. Data collection? Qin Yalan felt uncomfortable all over, and her cheeks began to feel slightly hot again. Seeing the subtle expressions on the two women's faces, one offering assistance and the other wavering, Lin Fan had already made his decision. He no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and walked up to Hanyu. Under Hanyu's slightly surprised gaze, Lin Fan reached out, his movements neither gentle nor rough, and gently pinched her delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. The distance between the two instantly shrank to the point where they could hear each other's breaths. If you want to join, you can. Lin Fan's lips curled into a playful smile, one that exuded absolute control. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable sense of pressure, clearly reaching Han Yu's ears. But I'll set the rules. From this moment on, everything you see and hear belongs to me. His thumb gently caressed Han Yu's smooth jawline, feeling the delicate touch. Your people, your special abilities, your research, and so on. Lin Fan gazed into her eyes, which were slightly unfocused due to the close proximity, and asked, word by word. Do you agree, my personal researcher? Han Yu's breath hitched. She could clearly smell the peculiar aura emanating from Lin Fan, a scent of the unknown that made her tremble and yearn for it. An unprecedented surge of heat shot from the tailbone straight to the top of the head. An unnatural, sickly blush spread across her usually calm face. Beneath the glasses, those eyes, which always shone with rationality, were now obsessively and unreservedly reflecting Lin Fan's face, which was so close to hers. Without hesitation, she nodded vigorously. 2 words were squeezed out of her dry throat. Agree. Chapter 60. An intelligence officer's first job is to be a traitor. Agree. Only after Han Yu managed to squeeze out those 2 words from her dry throat did Lin Fan release his grip on her chin. The playful smile on his face remained unchanged, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned around and put his arms around Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's waists again. Let's go back to the hotel. Mum. Su Qingxue nodded obediently. Although Qin Yalan still felt a little awkward, the situation was now settled, so she just snorted and didn't say anything more, letting Lin Fan hug her. Han Yu, like a robot that had received the highest command, silently and closely followed behind the 3 of them. A sickly flush remained on her usually expressionless face, and her eyes behind her glasses were fixed on Lin Fan's back, her gaze, as if she were gazing upon a divine miracle. Hey! Don't go! Lin Fan! What's your relationship with Han Yu? Han Yu, why did you say something like, join the special training? What is the content of the special training? Did a genius from Kyushu Institute of Technology transfer to Jiancheng Academy? Is there some kind of insider deal involved? The surrounding reporters finally recovered from the strange atmosphere and, seeing the 4 people about to leave, swarmed forward again. The long lenses and short lenses were practically poking Lin Fan in the face. However, this time, Lin Fan had no interest in even giving a perfunctory answer. He didn't even turn around. Su Qingxue, who was standing beside him, merely glanced at the reporters indifferently. Boom! A chilling current, even more biting and bone-chilling than before, suddenly swept outwards from the 4 people at the center. This time, it wasn't just about intimidation to force them to retreat. The moisture in the air was instantly frozen, turning into countless tiny ice crystals, like an invisible wall that kept all the reporters out. The reporters who rushed to the front felt a chill seep into their bones, their hands and feet instantly becoming stiff and numb, unable to speak, and could only watch helplessly as the 4 figures disappeared at the end of the passage. Inside the luxurious presidential suite of Lin Fan and his 2 companions. The atmosphere was quite delicate at one point. Bang! Qin Yalan threw herself heavily onto the soft sofa, crossed her arms, and crossed her legs. Her almond-shaped eyes, burning with anger, stared intently at Han Yu, who was standing in the center of the living room. Su Qingxue sat elegantly on the other side of the single sofa, holding a glass of water, and looked at the somewhat uneasy Han Yu with great interest. She looked at it like she was admiring a newly bought, novel figurine, her eyes filled with inquiry and a hint of amusement. Being stared at by 2 top beauties with 2 completely different gazes, Han Yu seemed a little flustered. She clutched the data terminal tightly to her chest, her body ramrod straight, like a primary school student waiting for a scolding from her teacher. She was not afraid of Qin Yalan's anger, nor was she afraid of Su Qingxue's scrutiny. She is waiting. She was waiting for the man who could truly decide her fate to speak. Cough. Lin Fan broke the eerie silence. He walked to the bar in the living room, poured himself a drink, then turned around, leaned against the bar, and looked at Han Yu. Since you've joined, you have to know the rules. Lin Fan's voice was calm, but it made Han Yu's body tense up even more instantly. First, from now on, you must absolutely obey all my orders, no matter how unreasonable they may seem to you. Han Yu nodded immediately without hesitation, yes. Second, Lin Fan swirled his wineglass, everything your data sees and all the data it analyzes must be reported to me completely and immediately. No withholding or alteration is allowed. Understood. Han Yu pushed up her glasses and answered crisply. Lin Fan looked at her, and the smile on his lips became somewhat meaningful. Third, and most importantly. He paused, then emphasized his words. Regarding special training. The The moment those two words were uttered, Xin Yalin's ears perked up, and her gaze towards Han Yu became even sharper. During the special training, Lin Fan said slowly, I allow you to be present and observe. However, for the time being, you are only allowed to watch and not to move, and you are not allowed to make any unnecessary noise that might disturb us. He drawled, until I give my permission. This is practically a blatant example of unfair contract terms. Not only are they forced to be tools, but their personal freedom is also restricted, and even their right to observe and learn is heavily shackled. Any genius with an A-level superpower would probably turn hostile on the spot upon hearing such conditions. However, Han Yu's reaction completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Far from being disgusted, her eyes behind the glasses shone with an even more intense and excited light. She adjusted her glasses, leaned forward slightly with excitement, and asked in an extremely serious, even somewhat urgent, academic tone. Are there any specific requirements regarding the equipment and angle for data collection? Lin Fan froze, his hand still holding the wine glass. Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan were also stunned. Han Yu continued in her calm tone, quickly adding, do we need multi-angle, 4K high-definition, zero-latency video recording? How precise does the collected data need to be? In addition to energy fluctuation maps, do we need to simultaneously record real-time heart rate, body surface temperature, electromyographic responses, and even changes in brainwaves? My terminal can connect to miniature sensors, which can be attached to your body for seamless monitoring, ensuring the integrity and freshness of the data. The living room was deathly silent. Xin Yalin's pretty face, which was already flushed with anger, turned bright red, almost as if it were about to bleed. Multi-angle high-definition video recording? Do we need to attach sensors? This freak, what's going on in her head? You perverted freak. Xin Yalin finally snapped. She grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at Han Yu with all her might. I kill you. On the other side, after hearing Han Yu's words, Su Qingxue was first stunned, and then a strange light flashed in her ice-blue eyes. Instead of getting angry, she couldn't help but smile slightly. This dual discipline coach seems to be more professional and more interesting than she imagined. She even took the initiative to suggest, in a serious tone, I think, we could consider it. After all, the more detailed the data, the more accurate the analysis results will be, and the greater the help it will be in improving our capabilities, right? Su Qingxue. You're still defending her? Xin Yalan was furious. Lin Fan was at his wits' end looking at the chaotic scene before him, and couldn't help but try to stop it. All right, stop. He put down his wineglass, walked to the middle of the three, grabbed Xin Yalan who was about to explode, and then glanced helplessly at Su Qingxue, who seemed to thrive on chaos. We'll skip the cameras and sensors. Lin Fan looked at Han Yu and decided to give this eccentric researcher with a peculiar thought process a break. Before we discuss these things, shouldn't you hand over your Pledge of Allegiance? A Pledge of Allegiance? Han Yu was taken aback for a moment, but immediately realized what he meant. Okay, no problem. Without hesitation, she immediately began operating the data terminal in her arms. The next second, a pale blue light screen was projected onto the suite's white walls. On the light screen, countless data streams and personnel information flashed by rapidly. All the information and data on the S-level seated contestants and high-level contestants of the National College Superpower Competition are here. Han Yu's voice regained its usual calmness. Including their special abilities, historical battle records, combat habits, energy model analysis, and my personal deductions about weaknesses based on observations from the If data. Lin Fan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The Royal Academy of Beijing, the Soul Suppressing Academy of Shanghai, the Divine Crafts Academy of Tianfu. The names of the top universities that are renowned and prestigious, as well as the detailed information about the core members of their teams, are simply astonishing. Lin Fan even spotted the blonde heiress, Long Linger, who had shown him intense interest. Name, Long Linger. Academy, Royal Academy of the Capital. Special ability, high rank G transformation. Energy model analysis, its condensed form is not invincible. The energy core node is located at. Possible personality weaknesses, extremely arrogant, easily provoked, and potentially exploitable. The value of this intelligence is immeasurable. Just as Lin Fan was immersed in the massive amount of data, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out in the room. Ding dong. It's an official event notification system that comes pre-installed in the hotel room. Everyone paused, turning their gaze to the huge display screen on the wall. On the screen, light and shadow flowed, and the draw results for the next round of the quarterfinals were slowly being announced. Lines of battle information appeared. Finally, the image freezes. A huge battle schedule appeared before everyone. The most prominent column, featuring the names of 2 colleges, slowly glowed with golden light. Jiangcheng Superpower Academy vs. Kyushu Institute of Technology. The air in the room froze completely in that instant. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue both looked at Han Yu with extremely strange expressions. Han Yu herself was completely stunned. She subconsciously looked down at the college uniform she was still wearing, which had the Jojo Technology logo printed on it, and then looked up at Lin Fan. For the first time, a rare, blank expression appeared on that usually calm face. Seeing Han Yu's adorable, bewildered expression, Lin Fan finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He walked up to Han Yu, patted her on the shoulder, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a wicked smile. "My personal intelligence officer, it seems this is your first job. It means helping me, kill yourselves." Chapter 61 Actress Han Yu's pre-match pep talk. Inside the exclusive preparation lounge at Kyushu Institute of Technology. The atmosphere was more enthusiastic than ever before. Ha ha ha. It's Jiangcheng Superpower Academy. Our opponent is Jiangcheng. Heaven is on my side. It's just that my wish came true. Kill Lin Fan. As long as we take down Lin Fan, who's been making headlines lately, Kyushu Technology will become famous overnight. In the lounge, a group of young team members in blue and white uniforms excitedly waved their fists, their faces full of excitement and enthusiasm. In their view, although Jiangcheng Academy has 2 top beauties, one A-level and one S-level, the team's true core, the E-level Lin Fan, is a huge weakness. If they can defeat this most talked about team, the benefits they will gain will be immeasurable. Quiet. A tall, arrogant-looking young man spoke. He is Joey, the captain of Kyushu Institute of Technology, and the owner of the B-level offensive ability, Alloy Blade. He glanced around at his excited teammates, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. What's all this excitement about? Isn't it only natural to beat up an E-rank trash who rose to power by relying on women? Joey leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, looking very relaxed. I saw through that Lin Fan's so-called 3 elements of ice, fire, and lightning a long time ago. He just used some expensive, one-time use secret technique to forcibly activate the power. This kind of thing can only be used once, and he can't possibly use it again in the next game. His tone was full of disdain and certainty, as if he had already seen through the whole truth. The team members listened and all agreed. The captain is right. How could an E-level possibly possess so many advanced superpowers? That's for sure. After the last game, he's probably just an empty shell now. Just then, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Han Yu calmly walked in, carrying her data terminal. Han Yu. You're back. How was it? Did you get any inside information from that close distance? Is that Lin Fan really, as the captain said, all bark and no bite? The team members immediately surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. They all knew how powerful Han Yu's data was. Her analysis was the most authoritative judgment. Han Yu silently walked to the center of the lounge and pushed up her frameless glasses. She looked up, her face, which was always expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever. She spoke slowly in her usual calm, emotionless tone. I have finished my analysis. Everyone fell silent, pricking up their ears to await her conclusion. Lin Fan's strength is temporary. Upon hearing this, Captain Joey revealed a smug smile of I knew it on his face. Han Yu continued, his ability is indeed extraordinary. He can temporarily borrow the abilities of others through some unknown means. But... She paused, but her voice remained steady. Using 3 high-level superpowers simultaneously puts an enormous strain on his body. According to my data model, his last battle with an A-level superpower user had already pushed him to his limit. She scanned the crowd and gave her final conclusion. In the next match, he will definitely not be able to use lightning and fire at the same time again. Good. Team leader Joey slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. Han Yu's professional analysis made him completely convinced of his previous judgment. He walked to the tactics board, picked up a pen, and began to deploy his plans with great enthusiasm. In that case, our tactics are very clear. Listen up. Once the match starts, everyone abandon defense and ignore that E-rank Lin Fan. His pen drew 2 heavy circles over the names of Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue. Our objective is to focus fire. To eliminate Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue as quickly as possible. Once we deal with these two real A-level and S-level individuals, that piece of trash named Lin Fan will be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Do you understand? Understood, the team members roared in unison, their morale soaring. However, in the corner, a bespectacled team member who seemed rather cautious quietly raised a question. But Captain, Lin Fan seemed very relaxed after the match, he didn't seem to have reached his limit at all. All eyes immediately turned to Hanyu. Hanyu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the questions. She simply extended her finger and tapped lightly on her data terminal. A screen of light projected out, displaying a series of physiological data graphs of Lin Fan after the battle. Of course, these were fabricated by her. Look here. Hanyu pointed to a tiny, almost imperceptible fluctuation on the graph. This is the peak of his nerve reflex exhaustion after energy output. Although he forcibly covered it up with his powerful energy, it cannot be hidden under my data eye. She then switched to another image. And here, his cell activity experienced a precipitous drop of 0.03 seconds when the three superpowers coexisted. This is a typical sign of energy model incompatibility and impending collapse. This kind of short-sighted, destructive approach cannot be used continuously. She articulated complex theories that most people couldn't understand clearly. The team member who raised the question was stunned by what he was told, and looking at those complex data charts, he felt dizzy and lightheaded. So that's how it is. Hanyu, you see things very clearly. As expected of the eye of data. Now I can finally relax. All doubts vanished. The lounge at Kyushu Institute of Technology was filled with unwavering confidence and the joy of impending fame. At the same time, the luxurious VIP viewing room on the top floor of the stadium. Long Linger, with her dazzling long golden curly hair, was leaning lazily on the sofa. The girls following her around were chattering away. The next match is Jiangcheng Academy versus Jojo Technology. Sister Linger, who do you think will win? Long Linger yawned, picked up a cup of black tea, and glanced casually at the battle information on the screen. It's just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other, what's so interesting about that? As she said this, her proud golden eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan's photo on the screen, lost in thought. She was eager to see what other tricks this interesting man had up his sleeve. On the other side, in the lounge of Jiangcheng Superpower Academy. The atmosphere, however, seemed somewhat strange. Lin Fan, Qin Yalan, and Su Qingxue were looking at the information on all members of Kyushu Institute of Technology displayed on the big screen, which had just been helpfully provided by Hanyu. The level of detail was so high that it almost specified what color underwear the opposing captain liked to wear. Puff. Qin Yalan looked at the ridiculously detailed intelligence report and finally couldn't help but laugh. She crossed her legs, leaned forward, and her almond-shaped eyes, burning with fire, sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit. That woman has sold them off until they had nothing left. She looked at Lin Fan and asked excitedly, how do we fight? Should we just charge in and beat them all to a pulp? Su Qingxue sat gracefully beside him, a playful smile on her lips, watching Lin Fan and waiting for his decision. No. Lin Fan shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. He leaned close to Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan's ears and whispered a few words in a voice that only the three of them could hear. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue were both stunned after hearing Lin Fan's words. Qin Yalan's expression became extremely interesting, from doubt to shock, and finally turned into a strange look that said, "You really know how to play games." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she nodded with great interest, seemingly very satisfied with the arrangement. Lin Fan straightened up, looked at the two beautiful women with different expressions, and shrugged with a smile. So, later. You two just need to watch the show. He winked mysteriously. Let's leave the stage to our dedicated new teammates. Bite. Inside the lounge, a notification sound rang. Both players, please proceed to the teleportation area immediately, the match is about to begin. The three exchanged a smile, then got up and headed towards the teleportation area. The light flickered. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a thick, white fog. Tall trees were partially obscured by the fog, visibility was extremely low, and the air was damp and chilly. Misty Forest map. The match has begun. The commentator's excited voice echoed throughout the forest via the loudspeaker. All right. The match begins. We can see that the map that has been refreshed this time is Misty Forest. This will be a great test of the player's perception abilities. For Kyushu Tech Academy, which possesses the A-level reconnaissance ability, Eye of Data, this is an absolutely perfect start. player Han Yu can easily see through the entire battlefield. On the other side of the thick fog, in the Kyushu Institute of Technology team, Han Yu stood at the very back of everyone. She lowered her head and silently adjusted her glasses. Beneath the lenses, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a fleeting glint of excitement, a mixture of obsession and fervor, flashed by. Chapter 62: The Fastest Exit in History. Thick white fog engulfed the entire forest. The tall tree shadows distorted into blurry outlines in the mist. He stretched out his hand, and his fingertips quickly disappeared into the mist. The air was damp and cold, carrying the fishy smell of soil and decaying leaves. Stepping on the soft ground, the sound of footsteps was completely absorbed, creating a quiet that was unsettling. This map, it's practically tailor-made for us. In the Kyushu Institute of Technology team, one member suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice. All eyes were on team leader Joey. Joey smiled confidently, looked at the short-haired girl at the back of the group, and waved his hand. Han Yu, activate, Data I. Find me the coordinates of those 3 people from Zhongcheng Academy. Yes, Captain. Han Yu responded calmly. She pushed up her frameless glasses, and in her eyes behind the lenses, a waterfall of blue data flowed by, invisible to the average person. The energy network of the entire misty forest instantly took shape in her eyes as a clear 3-dimensional map. She saw it. At the other end of the map, 3 bright energy points are quietly gathering together, barely moving. One of the points of light was emanating an unknown aura that was both incredibly familiar to her and even somewhat captivating. It's Lin Fan. A subtle, unnoticed smile appeared on Han Yu's lips. She raised her hand, her slender index finger pointing in the exact opposite direction. Over there. Her voice was devoid of any emotion, as calm as if she were reporting the weather. At 3 o'clock, 1,500 meters away, the target is moving at high speed. Good. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's face lit up with even greater joy. High-speed movement? Is this some kind of game of hide-and-seek with them, using the thick fog? How naive. Before the A-level ability, Eye of Data, any attempt at stealth or hiding is nothing but a futile struggle. Attention, team. Zhou Yi's voice was filled with high morale. The target has started to escape. Let's give chase at full speed and catch them off guard. This time, I'm going to show everyone who the real genius is. That E-rank trash who only knows how to rely on women doesn't deserve to stand here. Rush. At his command, the team members from Kyushu Technology charged into the depths of the dense fog that Han Yu had indicated, like cannonballs fired from a gun. They wanted to prove the strength of Kyushu Technology with a resounding victory. They also need to prove that their captain, Joey, is 100 times stronger than the currently popular Lin Fan. Holding the data terminal, Han Yu silently followed at the back of the group, like a dutiful investigator, her pace neither hurried nor slow. At the same time, at the other end of the misty forest, beneath a giant ancient tree, the atmosphere here was so relaxed that it seemed completely out of place in the otherwise tense competition arena. Lin Fan leaned against the rough tree trunk, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, and ate them with a crunch-crunch sound. Su Qingxue sat gracefully to the side, holding a bottle of juice in her hand, and occasionally offered it to Lin Fan's lips to moisten his throat. Qin Yalan was somewhat restless. Her fiery red hair stood out starkly against the white mist as she paced back and forth, the fallen leaves beneath her feet rustling softly. She finally couldn't take it anymore, stopped in her tracks, put her hands on her hips, and glared at the leisurely Lin Fan. Hey! Are we just going to sit here and wait? That woman, can she really be trusted? What if she changes her mind at the last minute and sells our positions? Qin Yalan remained extremely wary of Han Yu, this pervert. Don't worry. Lin Fan picked up another potato chip, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled something indistinctly. She's a smart woman, she knows which side has the greater advantage. He glanced at Qin Yalan and smiled mischievously. Besides, don't you think this is interesting? Su Qingxue also spoke with a smile, her voice clear, cool, and pleasant. Yalan, you must have faith in Lin Fan. Furthermore, I'm also very curious about the actual professional competence of this professional coach. You. Qin Yalan stomped her foot in anger, but couldn't find the words to refute it. She could only puff out her cheeks and sit on the other side, sulking. On the other side, the Kyushu Institute of Technology team ran wildly through the fog for nearly 10 minutes. All around were trees, and more trees. Not a single person was seen, not even a hair. Huff, huff. The team members began to pant heavily, and their speed gradually slowed down. What happened? Team leader Joey stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed, and impatience showing on his face. He turned around and looked at Hanyu at the end of the line, his tone carrying a hint of questioning. Hanyu, are you sure this is the way? Why is there no one here? Faced with the captain's questioning, Hanyu's face revealed a perfectly timed confusion. She looked down at the data terminal again, her fingertips tapping rapidly on the virtual screen. Strangeness. She muttered to herself, as if she had really encountered some technical problem. The other party's energy signal is jumping and flashing irregularly, severely interfering with my tracking model. This is illogical. Interference? Joey was taken aback. Hanyu nodded and explained in an extremely professional tone. It's very likely that the other party used some rare secret artifact that can shield energy detection. Such artifacts are usually very expensive and have strong side effects after use. Upon hearing the words expensive and side effects, Joey became more or less convinced. In his view, Lin Fan was just a pretty face built up by external forces, and his ability to come up with such unorthodox methods was perfectly in line with his persona. Humph. As expected, all they know is these crooked tricks. Although Joey was annoyed, he still had absolute trust in the A-level ability, Eye of Data. Since the other party wanted to play hide and seek, he decided to play along. A brilliant plan instantly took shape in his mind. He lowered his voice and spoke to Hanyu. If that's the case, then let's turn the tables and use him against us. You deliberately led us to the wrong place, a perfect ambush spot. Then our whole team hid, waiting for them to lower their guard and walk right into our trap. Clear. Hanyu immediately understood her captain's intention, and a glint of light flashed in her eyes behind her glasses. Holding the data terminal, she began to seriously search for a suitable ambush point ahead. A few minutes later, she led the team to a depression in the center of the map. The area is low-lying and surrounded by a ring of low hills. Under the cover of the fog, the view from the hillside overlooks the entire depression, while those in the depression have little chance of seeing what's happening on the higher ground. This place is a natural encirclement. Great place. Looking at the terrain, Joey was very satisfied with Hanyu's choice. Everyone, get into the depression immediately, conceal your presence, and prepare to ambush. Under the ancient tree. The smile on Lin Fan's lips grew whiter and whiter. Through the real-time view shared by Hanyu, he could clearly see all the students of Kyushu Institute of Technology excitedly crawling into the pocket he had carefully selected. The actors are in position. He smiled at Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan beside him. The show is about to begin. Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan exchanged a glance and immediately understood Lin Fan's meaning. The two stood up at the same time. The next second. Boom! An extremely cold, icy aura rose into the sky. Boom! Another burst of intense fiery energy also erupted. One ice, one fire, two completely opposite yet equally powerful energy fluctuations instantly tore through the surrounding thick fog, like two searchlights in the night, exposing themselves completely to the entire battlefield. Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan appeared on the high slopes on either side of the depression, one on the left and one on the right. They looked down at their prey in the depression with a sense of superiority. They took the bait. In the depression, Joey saw two figures appear on the high slope, and his heart pounded with excitement. Everything was exactly the same as his script. These two women, as expected, thought they had been lured away, which is why they dared to expose themselves so brazenly. He suppressed his inner elation, suddenly waved his hand, and roared. Now! Do it! Focus fire and wipe them out. The energy within the team members instantly surged, and the glow of various supernatural abilities was about to ignite. However, at the very same instant Joey issued the attack order. Standing at the back of the line, Hanyu, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly raised her hand. She moved faster than anyone else. She took a small, badge-like metal piece from her pocket and crushed it without hesitation. Buzz! A soft white beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped her entirely. The light was not dazzling, but it carried an irresistible force of rules. Warning: Hanyu, a member of Kyushu Institute of Technology, has initiated the personal departure procedure. The teleportation will be initiated in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A cold, impersonal system notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's ears. The ecstasy on Joey's face froze. All the members of Kyushu Institute of Technology, who were preparing to unleash their superpowers, froze in place. As they stared in disbelief, Hanyu's figure slowly faded within the pillar of light, eventually disappearing completely. Inside and outside the stadium, there was a deathly silence. Joey slowly and stiffly turned his head to look at the empty space where the strongest support had just been standing. There, only a few leaves remained, slowly drifting down due to the disturbance of energy. Chapter 63 was also easily conquered. The entire arena, both on site and in the live broadcast room, fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to have been paused. Inside the depression, the Kyushu Institute of Technology team members remained in their attack stances. Someone raised their hand, and half of the energy condensed at their fingertips. Some people were crouching, their muscles tense, ready to charge forward. Their captain, Joey, had not yet completely lost the ecstasy and ferocity on his face. It was frozen there, making his expression look comical and bizarre. Hanyu, left? The beam of light that initiated the personal exit procedure and the cold system notification sound were like an invisible hammer that slammed hard on everyone's forehead. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Where is Hanyu? A team member turned around blankly, looking at the empty spot, his voice trembling. Joey's body, like a rusty robot, turned around, one section at a time. It was completely empty. The girl who always carried a data terminal and calmly analyzed everything ran away right under their noses, at the very moment when the battle was about to break out. Why? What happened to all those confident promises made during the pre-match pep talk? What about that accurate analysis that Lin Fan is already at his last gasp? What about that brilliant tactic of using a counter strategy to lure the enemy into a trap? Could it be? An absurd idea that sent chills down their spines began to take shape in their minds. However, Su Qingshui and Qin Yalan on the high slope did not give them much time to think. Hey, you two, what are you spacing out for? Qin Yalan's voice carried a hint of mockery as she crossed her arms, her long, fiery red hair flying wildly in the energy currents. Su Qingshui simply stood there quietly, the chill surrounding her causing a layer of white frost to form on the grass on the slope. Looking down from a high vantage point. Looking down at the prey. At this moment, Joey and the others in the depression suddenly woke up. They were the ones who were lured into the trap. Not good. Scatter. Joey's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a hysterical roar. He finally understood. From beginning to end, this was all a setup. A blatant trap aimed at them. Hanyu, the eyes they trusted most, was a traitor from the very beginning. Trying to run now? Too late. With a sharp shout, Qin Yalan raised her right hand high, and a crimson fireball the size of a basketball suddenly took shape. Blazing crimson flame burst. Boom! The fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, struck precisely the most densely packed position of the Kyushu Technology team members, like a falling meteorite. The deafening explosion echoed through the forest, and scorching heat waves mixed with soil and grass clippings spread wildly in all directions. Ah! Two team members who reacted a little slower were instantly engulfed in flames, triggering the white light of their protective items and being teleported out of the game. At the same time, Su Qingshui also moved. She didn't launch a massive attack, she simply raised her hand slightly and made a loose fist towards the other side of the depression. Click! The moisture in the air instantly condensed, and more than a dozen extremely sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air, silently shooting towards the other team members who were dodging the flames like homing missiles. A crossfire of ice and fire. Kyushu Technology's formation crumbled instantly in less than 3 seconds after the battle began. Damn it! Damn it! Joey crossed his arms in front of him, and his arms instantly turned metal, gleaming with a cold silver light, and he managed to withstand the aftershocks of the explosion. Alloy blade. Hold on. Counterattack. There are only 2 of them. Joey roared, trying to rally morale. However, he had barely finished speaking. A leisurely, even somewhat lazy voice rang out from not far behind him. Who said there were only 2 people? Joey's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhead. He turned around abruptly. Lin Fan slowly walked out from the white mist. He didn't even adopt any fighting stance, his hands were in his pockets, and he had a warm smile on his face, as if he weren't in a decisive match, but rather taking a stroll in his own backyard. There was not a trace of the energy depletion or nerve exhaustion that Hanyu had described on him. That composure, that ease, seemed to be the greatest mockery of Joey and the others. You? Joey stared intently at Lin Fan, his teeth grinding together. You're not. What am I? Aren't I already exhausted? Lin Fan tilted his head, smiling innocently. Oh, that's what Hanyu told you, right? Looks like her acting skills are pretty good. Boom! These words, like a final bolt of lightning, shattered all of Zhou Yi's hopes. It's over. It's all over. They've been tricked. They were completely outmaneuvered by that E-level trash and their most trusted A-level genius. I'm going to kill you. Overwhelmed by immense humiliation and rage, Zhou Yi's reason crumbled instantly. He let out a beast-like roar, the blades on his arms suddenly springing out, and he transformed into a silver whirlwind, charging recklessly towards Lin Fan. He wanted to use Lin Fan's blood to wash away this shame. Faced with Zhou Yi's all-out attack, Lin Fan simply shook his head. Too slow, he said softly. The next second, a blazing flame erupted from his left hand, while a chilling ice materialized from his right. Ice and fire, two completely opposite energies, coexist perfectly in his hands without any conflict. He didn't even look at Zhou Yi rushing towards him, but turned his head and shouted to Su Qingxue on the high slope, "Qingxue, try that one." Su Qingxue understood and nodded slightly. She extended her slender finger and gently pointed it in Lin Fan's direction. A surge of pure, eternal frost, power traversed space and instantly flowed into the ice in Lin Fan's right hand. Buzz! The ice in Lin Fan's right hand instantly changed from semi-transparent to a deep, dark blue, and the chilling aura it emitted caused the surrounding air to distort. The blessing of S-class superpowers. Yalan, you come too. Lin Fan then looked at Qin Yalan on the other side. Qin Yalan pouted, but still obediently transferred her blazing crimson flame power remotely. The flames in Lin Fan's left hand also surged, their color becoming even deeper, like flowing magma. At this moment, Lin Fan's hands were imbued with extreme cold, enhanced by S-rank power, and blazing flames, enhanced by A-rank power. Two extreme forces converged on him, emanating a terrifying pressure that froze the air in the entire depression. Zhou Yi, who had already rushed halfway, had his madness instantly replaced by terror. He felt like he wasn't rushing towards a single person. Instead, they are rushing towards an impending apocalypse of ice and fire. No. He wanted to stop, but the momentum of his forward movement made it impossible for him to turn back. Lin Fan looked at him and finally raised his hands. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he slowly and firmly joined his left hand, which was burning with flames, and his right hand, which was frozen in ice. Come on, show me. A world of ice and fire. There was no violent explosion. There was no dazzling light either. The instant the ice and fire came into contact, a grayish-white, destructive energy, mixed with absolute zero and absolute heat, spread out silently in a sphere centered on Lin Fan. Annihilation. Everything touched by this grayish-white energy, whether it be soil, vegetation, or air, was instantly broken down into its most primitive particles. Zhou Yi's prized alloy blade melted away like a bubble the moment it came into contact with this energy. The terror in his eyes will forever remain in our memories. The next second, a white beam of light, signifying elimination, enveloped him and all the surviving teammates behind him. A flash of light, and only Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and Qin Yalan remained in the depression. And a huge, smooth, mirror-like circular crater, more than 20 meters in diameter, which was smoothed out by the annihilation energy. The commentator was unable to utter a single word for a long time. VIP viewing room. Long Linger's languid demeanor had long since vanished. She sat up straight, her proud golden eyes fixed on the figure on the screen, slowly lowering his hand, her hand holding the red tea trembling. The match has ended. Jiangcheng's Superpower Academy wins. The cold, impersonal system notification finally broke the suffocating silence. Qin Yalan jumped down from the high slope, walked to Lin Fan's side, and couldn't help but click her tongue when she saw the smooth indentation. Hey, you, aren't you going a little too far? Lin Fan dissipated the energy in his hands, clapped his hands, and smiled easily. It's alright, anyway, even if it's burned to ashes, the omnipotent medical department can save it. Chapter 64: The Post-War Storm and the Reward. On the commentary platform, two experienced commentators stood with their mouths open, but couldn't utter a single word. The director's camera remained fixed on the huge, circular crater that had been leveled. Smooth as a mirror. It's as if some deity used a spoon to forcibly scoop a piece out of the map. After a deathly silence of more than 10 seconds, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, what just happened? Was my internet connection slow? If you didn't get a card, then I must be blind. A world of ice and fire? This is a world of ice and fire? This is an apocalypse of ice and fire. This is the end of the world. What the hell is that grayish-white energy? Joey's A-grade, alloy blade, is as flimsy as paper, it disappears with a single touch? This is terrifying. Is this really something an E-level ability user could do? E-level? You still believe that? If this is E-level, I'll twist my head off and use it as a football for the people upstairs. The key point is Hanyu. Why did Hanyu run away? She ran away right at the start. The legend of the fastest exit in history has been born. Traitor. Kyushu Technology has a traitor. No, you didn't understand. This isn't a traitor, this is an undercover agent. From the very beginning. The sixth person from Jiangcheng Academy. Public opinion was in an uproar. A match that was originally considered evenly matched, with Kyushu Technology even having a slight advantage, ended in a few minutes in a way that no one could understand. Crushing. No, this is no longer a complete rout. This is a dimensional reduction attack. VIP viewing room. The followers around Long Linger didn't dare to breathe loudly. Their little princess was staring intently at the screen, and for the first time, a look of solemnity appeared on her usually proud face. Her hand holding the black tea was even trembling. Ice and fire. Two powers enhanced by S-class abilities were perfectly fused in one person's hands, releasing a destructive energy that could annihilate everything. This was beyond her understanding of supernatural combat. Could her proud A-level ability, Chi Transformation, withstand that grayish-white energy? Long Linger didn't know. For the first time, she began to doubt herself. Lin Fan. She unconsciously uttered the name, her golden eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. There was apprehension, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement that she herself was unaware of. How many secrets is this man still hiding? The official medical center for the event. A few minutes later, the Kyushu Institute of Technology team members received rapid treatment here. Aside from the huge mental shock, he was physically fine. Team leader Joey walked out of the treatment room with a livid face and without saying a word. The other team members followed behind him, each one dejected, like defeated roosters. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. They didn't even manage to force Lin Fan to actually make a move before being toyed with by the two women and their own traitor, and finally swept out of the game by an unprecedented combination technique. Captain, Hanyu, a team member, couldn't help but speak up, his voice filled with anger and resentment. Go find her. Joey's voice was hoarse and cold. They found Hanyu in the rest area. The girl was sitting quietly in the chair, holding her data terminal, her fingers flying across the virtual screen as if nothing had happened. It's as if she wasn't the one who initiated the exit procedure a second before the battle began, selling out all her teammates. Hanyu. Joey led his team members and rushed over, surrounding her in the middle. Faced with the fiery glares from her teammates, Hanyu finally raised her head. She pushed up her frameless glasses, her face still displaying the same calm and composed expression. Captain, she said calmly. You still know I'm the captain, one of Joey's teammates roared. Why did you do this? We trusted you so much. Hanyu ignored the agitated teammate and looked at Joey, saying in a statement of fact, my intelligence was seriously flawed. The physical data of Lin Fan that I observed through the eye of data was fabricated. It was an extremely sophisticated energy trap that lured me into making the wrong judgment. The enemy used my reconnaissance to lure us into their preset encirclement. Under those circumstances, I judged that we had no chance of winning, and in order to preserve our strength, I chose the optimal solution to leave the battlefield personally. Her explanation sounded flawless. Every word is full of rationality and logic. But no one present believed a single word. The optimal solution? Joey laughed, a somewhat desolate laugh. Your optimal solution is to watch us act like fools, running headlong into someone else's trap? Hanyu sighed, okay, I admit it, I betrayed you. She actually admitted it. You. All the team members were furious. However, Joey unexpectedly raised his hand to stop them. He stared intently at Hanyu for a good 10 seconds. Then, he let out a long breath, as if all his momentum had dissipated. I see. He turned around, his back to Hanyu. Even without you, we can't win. Joey's voice carried a hint of bitterness, but more than that, it conveyed a sense of relief. That kind of power is beyond our level to contend with. He is not someone who can't accept defeat. He was arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. But when he witnessed firsthand the power that could annihilate everything, he clearly realized the gap between them. That was a gap that couldn't be bridged by tactics or numbers, a gap as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. We lost this competition. Zhou Yi's back looked somewhat desolate at this moment, but his spine remained straight. We lost because of our lack of strength and intelligence. Consider it a lesson for us. He did not look back. Since you've done this, it means you've already left the group. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, he led the other team members away without looking back. Watching their departing figures, Han Yu's eyes remained completely calm. She simply lowered her head silently, looking at Lin Fan's mischievous face on the data terminal. Behind the glasses, his eyes shone with a fervent light. That evening, in a hotel suite at Jiangcheng Superpower Academy. After taking a shower, Xin Yalan was wearing a fiery red silk nightgown and drying her long, wet hair with a towel. Su Qingxue had already changed into an elegant white nightgown and was sitting on the sofa. Lin Fan was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying the apple that Su Qingxue had peeled for him. Click. The crisp sound made the atmosphere in the room feel exceptionally relaxed. Hey, is that woman really alright? Xin Yalan asked, still somewhat uneasy. Did the people from Kyushu Technology just let her go like that? I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Don't worry, according to the intelligence, Zhou Yi should be a smart man. Lin Fan chewed on an apple and said vaguely, he knows that making a big fuss will not do him any good, it will only make him look more like a sore loser clown. Su Qingxue smiled and closed the book. Besides, haven't our new teammates already arrived? Her gaze fell on the doorway. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at just the right moment. Xin Yalan pursed her lips, walked over and opened the door. Standing at the door was Han Yu. She was dressed in casual clothes, her short hair was neatly styled, and she was still holding the data terminal in her arms. She didn't say anything, but silently walked in and stood in the center of the living room, motionless. With her quiet and well-behaved appearance, coupled with her innocent and excellent student face, no one could possibly associate her with the ruthless traitor on the field. But her eyes betrayed her. Those eyes, hidden behind the glasses, gleamed with anticipation and a desire for credit, staring intently at Lin Fan. Humph, they actually dared to come. Xin Yalan muttered to herself. Lin Fan smiled, stood up from the sofa, and walked to Han Yu. He was more than a head taller than Han Yu. Looking down at the girl with a quiet expression but an incredibly passionate heart, Lin Fan found it somewhat amusing. You did well today, he said. Han Yu's eyes brightened instantly, and her breathing seemed to quicken slightly. Lin Fan looked at her, who was clearly looking forward to it but was trying to remain calm, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wider smile. He reached out and gently pinched the girl's delicate chin, making her raise her head. So? Want a reward? Boom! Han Yu felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning. Her cheeks instantly burned, turning red all the way from her ears to her neck. But she didn't flinch. Instead, she met Lin Fan's gaze and nodded heavily and firmly. Lin Fan smiled. He stopped talking and slowly lowered his head to kiss those slightly cool, trembling lips. Bite. Target capable of replication detected, level A ability, Eye of Data. Copying. Copy successful. Initiating fusion with host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mid-level, a rank beginner level ability, Eye of Data. The moment the system notification sounded, Han Yu's body stiffened abruptly. A warm and powerful energy she had never felt before suddenly surged into her body from the point of contact between the two. What's this? Her data eye went into overdrive in an instant, trying to analyze the composition of this energy. Analysis failed. Data overflow. Logic module crashed. A series of error messages flashed through her mind. That energy flowed gently through her limbs, nourishing every cell in her body, instantly restoring her mental strength, which had been somewhat exhausted from overusing her powers, to its peak, and even, it continued to rise. An indescribable sense of comfort and satisfaction made her feel weak all over, almost unable to stand. She felt like a dried-up database being injected with endless, incomprehensible new code. My body is trembling. Consciousness is sinking. Han Yu's glasses had slipped off at some point, and her eyes, which always shimmered with blue data streams, were now blurry and unfocused. Chapter 65 The Eye of Data. The kiss ended. Lin Fan slowly released his grip, looking at the girl in front of him with flushed cheeks and a dazed look in her eyes. Han Yu's body was still trembling slightly. Her usual composed demeanor, always clutching the data terminal and as calm as an artificial intelligence, was completely gone. At this moment, she was like a computer whose CPU had been overloaded with a virus program far exceeding its computing power limits. The atmosphere in the living room was eerie. Cough. Qin Yalan coughed softly and awkwardly turned her gaze to the window. She felt her cheeks getting hot. Just now, she didn't even turn her head away. No, it was that woman, Su Qingxue, who held her arm tightly, preventing her from moving. Yalan, watch carefully and learn from it. Su Qingxue's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, whispered in her ear. What should I learn? This? Qin Yalan was both ashamed and angry, wishing she could disappear into the ground. But when she caught a glimpse of Han Yu's almost meltingly intoxicated expression out of the corner of her eye, an inexplicable sense of superiority welled up inside her. Isn't that how it is? I've already experienced that. Moreover, it took much longer than hers. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to the two women's little tricks. He slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. Buzz. The entire world was instantly deconstructed and reassembled in his view. Everything has changed. Countless pale blue data streams float across my retina like a waterfall. He looked at Su Qingxue. A series of complex and dazzling data models instantly appeared on her. Target, Su Qingxue. Special ability, S rank, Eternal Frost, mid-tier, low level. Energy core structure, stable state, core energy exhibits a spiral-like ascending structure. Energy flow path, starting from the core, it undergoes the first layer of amplification through the mental sea, and then flows through the main energy nodes of the body. Current mood fluctuation, stable pleasure level plus 17%. He then looked at Qin Yalan. Target, Qin Yalan. Special ability, rank A, blazing crimson flame, mid-tier, low level. Energy core structure, semi-stable state, core energy exhibits a pulse-like burst structure. Energy flow path, starting from the core, it is directly linked to the heart's energy supply system. Each heartbeat triggers an energy tide. Current emotional fluctuation, intense shame plus 45%, anger plus 21%, sense of superiority plus 12%. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. This eye of data can even quantify and analyze emotions? Qin Yalan's inner monologues are truly rich and varied. Finally, his gaze fell on Han Yu, who had just come to her senses and was looking at him with incredibly fervent eyes. Target, Han Yu. Special ability, rank A, Eye of Data, intermediate level, medium training. Energy core structure, stable state, lattice-like network structure, preliminary optimization completed. Lin Fan could clearly see that the superpower core within Han Yu's body was more solid and powerful than the mid-level low-level he had seen in the data. That was the power that had just flowed back from him, which had sublimated her superpower. Is this the power of a system? Lin Fan took a deep breath and his mind raced. The analytical target of data I was itself. The next second, he saw the inside of his own body. It was a scene that even he found terrifying. Within his body, four distinct supernatural cores, Eternal Frost, Blazing Crimson Flame, Pale Lightning, and the newly acquired Eye of Data, are suspended in four directions with perfect rhythm. And at their core, in the center of that nothingness, a deep, unobservable, and unanalyzable mass of grayish-white energy, like the singularity of the universe, quietly resides there. Its invisible gravitational pull firmly binds the four powerful superpower cores, forming a perfect, non-interfering yet interconnected dynamic balance. He finally saw directly the biggest secret within his own body. Can you feel it? Han Yu's voice pulled Lin Fan back from his shock. Her breathing was a little rapid, and her eyes behind her glasses shone with an unprecedented fervor as she stared intently at Lin Fan. My superpower, no, it's our superpower. It can help you better understand and control your own power. You can see the flow of all energy, analyze the structure of all superpowers. Even, create entirely new combinations. She was like a scientist who had discovered a new continent, so excited that she was incoherent. Lin Fan smiled. Only now does he truly understand Han Yu's value. She is not just a walking intelligence repository, but also a top-notch battlefield analyst. She is also someone who can help him analyze himself, his enemies, and all the secrets of this world. A super system plugin. Good performance. Lin Fan reached out and ruffled Han Yu's soft, short hair, as if comforting a kitten that had found a treasure and was offering it to its owner. The girl's body stiffened again, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she comfortably squinted her eyes. Then Lin Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. As a reward, tonight's special training is approved. He paused deliberately. Han Yu's ears perked up instantly. Stand by and record the data. Boom! Han Yu felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning once again. Happiness came so suddenly. Not only can you witness the perfect art firsthand, but you can also personally record the miraculous data. What a blessing this is! What? Xin Yalin's sharp voice shattered this sacred atmosphere. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Let him stay and watch. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Absolutely not. To make her do that kind of thing in front of another woman? Absolutely impossible. However, Su Qingxue calmly pulled back the enraged Xin Yalin. She leaned close to Xin Yalin's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Yalan, you need to broaden your perspective. Don't you want to know how to make Lin Fan even more enjoyed? This coach can provide us with the most scientific data support. For example, which angle and frequency will allow your blazing crimson flame to resonate most effectively with the energy within his body? Xin Yalin froze instantly. Her brain went blank. Scientific data support? Highly effective resonance? Is this something I can say? She stared blankly at Su Qingxue, who had a pure and innocent smile on her face, and then looked at Han Yu, who had already started creating a new document on the data terminal, titled A Study on the Energy Interaction Efficiency between Mr. Lin Fan and Multiple Ability Users. Xin Yalin felt that something was wrong with this world. At the same time, inside the luxurious presidential suite of the hotel where the Royal Academy of Beijing is staying, Long Linger sat on the soft sofa, repeatedly watching the video recording of the match between Zhengcheng Academy and Zhozhou Technology. Her brows were furrowed tightly together. On the screen, the light beam that Han Yu activated to leave the game lit up again and again, as if mercilessly mocking the stupidity of the entire Kyushu Technology team. This blatant betrayal made her feel an unprecedented sense of irritation. There was also a hint of jealousy that she herself couldn't quite explain. On what grounds? That woman named Han Yu is just an A-level support character. Why would that gigolo value her so much, even going so far as to try to turn her against him during the quarterfinals? What exactly did Han Yu get from Lin Fan? Was it an irresistible benefit? Or some other, more despicable and shameless tactic she was unaware of? Long Linger turned off the video, picked up the black tea on the table, and took a sip in annoyance. She felt that Lin Fan's methods of winning people over were vulgar, despicable, and low class. A true strong person should be like her, crushing everything with absolute strength. But she couldn't help thinking about it. If I were in that situation, could I resist that temptation? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she immediately put it out. Impossible. How could she, the dignified little princess of the Long family, be bought off by a gigolo of E rank? Bite. Just then, a new event message popped up on her personal terminal. The bracket for the second round of the National College Superpower Competition's round of 16 elimination tournament has been generated. Long Linger clicked on it. The name of Zhengcheng Superpower Academy is followed by the word "by." Are they really that lucky? Meanwhile, her school, the Royal Academy of Beijing, will face off against the previous year's top for the Shanghai Heavy Industry Academy. Oh. Long Linger looked at the battle schedule, a haughty smile spreading across her lips. A bunch of small fry. Her golden eyes seemed to pierce through the screen, locking onto the name Lin Fan. After we've dealt with you all, it'll be your turn, you gigolo. I'll show you the real difference between a true genius and a womanizer. Chapter 66 Provocation from Afar? Little princess, why are you blushing? The second round of the knockout stage for the top 16 in the National College Superpower Competition. Match day. Zhengcheng Ability Academy had incredible luck in the last round, drawing a bye, so they don't have a match today. But that didn't stop them from becoming the focus of attention. When Lin Fan appeared in the top-tier VIP viewing room with Su Qingxue, Xin Yalin, and Han Yu, a new accessory who seemed to have a spirit on his back, almost all the audience's attention was instantly drawn to him. Look! It's people from Zhengcheng Academy. Holy crap, that guy is Lin Fan, right? And he's with 3. My god, Su Qingxue and Xin Yalin are one thing, but isn't that short-haired girl with glasses Han Yu from Kyushu Technology? How come she's hanging out with Lin Fan too? What's going on? They got into a fight and then just lured the enemy support away? What kind of move is that? You don't understand, this is called personal charisma. Discussions rose and fell. Xin Yalan felt uneasy as she listened to the faint sounds coming from outside. She deliberately wore a little black dress today, hoping to outshine Su Qingxue in terms of presence, but now she feels like a monkey being watched in a zoo. Especially Hanyu, who followed Lin Fan like a shadow, holding her data terminal, her eyes behind her glasses constantly scanning Lin Fan, and occasionally muttering to herself. Mr. Lin Fan, your heart rate increased slightly just now. Was it because of the noisy environment? Mr. Lin Fan, your energy core activity is very stable. It seems you are not concerned about today's competition. The veins on Xin Yalan's forehead were throbbing. This guy is a real freak. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was quite relaxed and even handed Lin Fan a glass of juice herself, her movements as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times before. Lin Fan took the juice and comfortably leaned back on the soft sofa, completely ignoring the stares from the outside world. Just then, the cheers inside the stadium suddenly rose several levels. Boom! The deafening roar nearly lifted the dome of the entire competition venue. The Royal Academy of the capital. Long Linger. Dragon Princess. Amidst countless enthusiastic shouts, a dazzling figure appeared at the entrance to the players' tunnel. The newcomer was dressed in a gorgeous gold and white team uniform, with intricate gold patterns outlining her beautiful figure, and her long, radiant gold curls cascading down like sunlight. It was Long Linger. Behind her were 3 teammates, all dressed in Royal Academy team uniforms, each exuding the powerful aura of a B-level ability user. But everyone's eyes were focused on her alone. She was like a born queen, holding her head high and enjoying the spotlight. Every step she took was elegant yet imposing. As she passed the VIP viewing room, her steps suddenly faltered slightly. She stopped. Then, she slowly turned her head, her golden eyes, through the thick one-way bulletproof glass, precisely locking onto the figure who was lazily leaning back on the sofa. They've locked onto Lin Fan. The atmosphere inside the spectator room froze instantly. Xin Yalan's heart inexplicably jumped. Su Qingxue's smile faded slightly. Only Hanyu was still faithfully recording the data. Target detected, emotion locked on Mr. Lin Fan, heart rate accelerating, energy fluctuations showing abnormal peaks. Long Linger looked at Lin Fan and the 3 top beauties with different styles surrounding him. A barely perceptible hint of annoyance, and an even deeper disdain, flashed in her eyes. She slowly raised her chin, her rosy lips opening and closing silently. A clear mouth shape. Fraud. After mouthing those words, she glanced contemptuously at Su Qingxue and Xin Yalan, her eyes seeming to say, "It's pathetic that you 2S level and A-level geniuses would follow such a liar." Provocative. A blatant and undisguised provocation. Xin Yalan's temper flared up instantly, and she almost slammed her hand on the table. However, Lin Fan's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Instead of being angry, he seemed to have discovered an interesting toy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The next second, countless pale blue data streams flashed past his eyes. Data I launched. Buzz. In Lin Fan's vision, Long Linger's body data model instantly appeared. Target, Long Linger. Special ability, rank A, G transformation, mid-tier, low level. Energy core structure, highly active and unstable state. Core energy exhibits a radial pulse structure. Energy flow path, starting from the core, it undergoes initial compression via the mental sea, then shapes itself through the main nodes of the body. There are 3 minor energy overflow points, indicating insufficient control precision. Current emotional fluctuations: intense anger plus 38%, jealousy plus 25%, pride plus 20%, unexplained attraction plus 12%. I saw it. Lin Fan clearly saw the true nature of her A-level superpower. Gorgeous and powerful, but not perfect. In particular, those few flaws in energy control caused by emotional fluctuations were as clear as fireflies in the dark under the analysis of the data I. What's even more interesting is that unexplained attraction. I see. Lin Fan's smile deepened. He didn't speak, but simply raised his juice glass to Long Linger in a distant toast. That smile was full of amusement. It's like watching a clown trying his best to perform, unaware that he has already been seen through. Long Linger's pupils suddenly contracted. What did that smile mean? Did he understand it? No, impossible. How could he possibly understand it? He's only an E-level, why does he look at me like that? A surge of inexplicable shame and indignation instantly welled up in Long Linger's heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, uncontrollably. Snort! She gave a heavy snort, abruptly turned her head away, and refused to look at Lin Fan again. Wearing high heels, she led her team towards the arena without looking back. However, the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed the turmoil in her heart. The match begins. The opponent of the Royal Academy of Beijing is the veteran top 4 from the previous year's Shanghai Heavy Industry Academy. A tough team known for its defense and heavy firepower. However, the course of the competition surprised everyone. That wasn't a competition at all. It was a one-sided, magnificent massacre. The match begins. Shanghai Heavy Industry Academy immediately deployed their most proficient, Iron Barrier, formation. Their captain, an A-level Earth-type ability user, has constructed a defense that is impenetrable. The commentator's voice was incredibly passionate. But the next second, his voice stopped. On the field, Long Linger completely ignored her opponent, who stood like an iron barrel on the ground. She slowly rose into the air. Golden energy flowed around her, making her appear like a deity. She stretched out her slender hand and gently made a gesture in front of her. Buzz. Space tremors. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Hundreds of translucent longswords made of pale golden energy appeared out of thin air and hovered behind her, forming a huge and magnificent sword wheel. Each sword exudes a sharp aura capable of tearing through steel. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked by this miraculous scene that they couldn't breathe. Inside the VIP viewing room, Jean Yalin's breath caught in her throat. She asked herself if her blazing crimson flame was already astonishingly destructive. But compared to what's happening before our eyes, it seems to lack a bit of class. High in the sky, Long Linger's expression remained unchanged. She was like a queen who disregarded mortals, looking at her opponents on the ground who were beginning to panic, and gently pointed her jade finger downwards. Go! Whoosh 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 whoosh. A multitude of swords were unleashed. Golden sword rain, like meteors falling from the sky, instantly enveloped the entire Shanghai Heavy Industry Academy's position. The so-called steel bulwark was as fragile as paper in the face of that endless rain of swords. The roar, the explosions, and the screams echoed throughout the stadium. The light faded. On the battlefield of Shanghai Heavy Industry Academy, there was a scene of devastation. Their base crystal, along with their team members, had been completely wiped out in the first wave of attacks. Sold out instantly. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the entire stadium erupted in unprecedented cheers. My God! Art! This is artful killing. Queen! This is the true demeanor of a queen. The commentator was practically shouting to vent his excitement. Meanwhile, in the VIP viewing room, Xin Yalin's face turned pale. She felt unprecedented pressure. Su Qingxue also stopped smiling, and her expression became serious. Only Han Yu remained calm, rapidly typing on the data terminal, lines of data scrolling wildly across the virtual screen. She adjusted her glasses and reported to Lin Fan in a low voice. Mr. Lin Fan, the attack just now was named by Long Linger herself as Shi Transformation Myriad Swords Return to Origin. The energy output is judged to be at the high level of a grade, with extremely strong instantaneous explosive power. However, according to my calculations, this move consumed nearly 40% of Long Linger's total energy. Moreover, in the instant when all the swords were unleashed, I detected 3 flaws in her energy control. Although minor, these flaws could be fatal in a high-intensity confrontation. Conclusion: this skill is flashy but lacks sustainability and is highly susceptible to emotional influence, leading to a decrease in self-control. Han Yu's analysis was calm and precise. Lin Fan listened to her report, but his gaze never left the holographic screen. On the screen, the blonde girl, like a true queen, basked in the cheers of the crowd, enjoying the glory of victory. A meaningful smile slowly curved the corners of Lin Fan's lips. Chapter 67: The Little Princess's Challenge, a Scammer's Bet. Late at night after the game ended, the hotel where the Royal Academy of Beijing is located, the most luxurious presidential suite. Long Linger paced back and forth on the soft carpet in frustration. The expensive silk nightgown was crumpled from her grip. In her mind, the scene of watching the game during the day kept replaying over and over again. That man named Lin Fan. The man lounging lazily on the sofa, surrounded by beautiful women. And then, when he finally raised his juice glass, that playful smile, one that seemed to see right through you. Fraud. She mouthed insults to him. But why is it that it seems like I'm the one whose secrets have been seen through? That feeling was like his most prized skill. Transforming chi into form had become a ridiculous performance full of flaws in his eyes. And he himself was the clown who put on a great performance, unaware that the audience had already seen through all his tricks. Snort! She grew angrier the more she thought about it, and suddenly kicked the sofa. The soft sofa remained motionless, but a sharp pain shot through the back of her smooth feet. What she found even more unbearable was that damned, uncontrollable attraction that welled up from the bottom of her heart. Because of that smile. Just because of that look in my eyes. Her heartbeat and her energy levels were fluctuating in ways that shouldn't have been there. This is an absolute disgrace. How could she, the dignified little princess of the Long family and a genius with A-level superpowers, be affected to this extent by an E-level gigolo? Linger, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. Beside her, a short-haired girl wearing the same team uniform carefully handed her a cup of hot milk. She is one of Long Linger's followers and a member of the Royal Academy in the capital. Another long-haired girl chimed in, that's right, Linger. That Lin Fan, isn't he just a pretty boy who relies on women? A complete E-level waste. If it weren't for Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan protecting him, he wouldn't even have made it past the first round. Yes. And that Hanyu, she's a disgrace to Kyushu Institute of Technology. She was actually turned by a liar with just a few words. She's completely disgraced our top academy. They took turns belittling Lin Fan, trying to soothe Long Linger's emotions. However, these words were like adding fuel to the fire. Waste? Liar? Long Linger frowned even more deeply. If he really is a good-for-nothing, then what about my current state of distress? How could a useless person cause even his own superpower core to become unstable? No. He is not a waste. Long Linger knew better than anyone else. That man is definitely not as simple as he seems. But that's precisely why she was even angrier and more unable to accept it. Her pride and self-respect wouldn't allow her to be swayed by such a dubious swindler. I must personally expose his true colors. His hypocritical mask must be completely torn off under everyone's watchful eyes. Only in this way can I sever this inexplicable feeling and prove that I am still the unparalleled Long Linger. A thought began to grow wildly in her mind. She stopped in her tracks, a resolute glint flashing in her golden eyes. The next day, the official organizers of the National College Student Ability Competition held a small exchange meeting for the contestants in the multifunctional hall of the main venue. Under the guise of enhancing friendship and exchanging experiences, it actually provides news material for various media outlets. Lin Fan sat listlessly in the corner of the rest area. Su Qingxue was taking small bites of the exquisite pastries provided by the organizers, while Qin Yalan had a dark face, seemingly still feeling ashamed and indignant about Hanyu's serious data recording behavior during last night's special training. The culprit, Hanyu, was standing behind Lin Fan at that moment, her eyes behind her glasses constantly scanning Lin Fan. Mr. Lin Fan, your sitting posture will put an extra 17% pressure on your third lumbar vertebra. We recommend that you adjust it. Mr. Lin Fan, your breathing rate was 16 breaths per minute just now, which is very steady, indicating that you feel relaxed in the current environment. Lin Fan. He somewhat regretted bringing this plug-in out with him. Just then, all the flashes from the cameras suddenly started flashing wildly in one direction. The reporters swarmed forward like sharks smelling blood. Long Linger has arrived. Today, she changed out of her gorgeous team uniform and put on a sharply tailored red dress. Her long golden hair was tied up high, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like neck. He was like a burning golden flame, exuding an aura of power. Under everyone's gaze, she ignored all the questions from the media and walked straight through the crowd. Her goal was crystal clear. She stopped in front of Lin Fan. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor resonated in everyone's hearts. The entire room fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on this small corner. On one side is Lin Fan, a rising star surrounded by beautiful women and shrouded in mystery, who is known as a gold digger. On the other side is Long Linger, the young princess of the Long family in the capital, who comes from a prominent family, is powerful, and is as proud as a queen. What are these two up to? Lin Fan. Long Linger spoke, her voice cold and condescending. I watched your match against Kyushu Technology. Using the enemy's inside man to fabricate intelligence and subdue them without a fight. What a brilliant tactic. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears in the quiet hall. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is a public accusation that Jiangcheng College manipulated the competition? Xin Yalin's fiery temper instantly flared up, and she abruptly stood up. What nonsense are you spouting? What inside man? That's just a tactic. You. Long Linger merely glanced at her contemptuously, her eyes seeming to say, "You have no right to speak here." Xin Yalin's chest heaved with anger. She wanted to say something more, but a cool hand pressed down on her chest. It is Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue shook her head at her, a slightly amused smile on her face. She looked at Long Linger with the same gaze she would give a child trying to be strong. She sensed that the little princess's tone was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. Target, Long Linger, current heart rate 135, exceeding the normal value by 68%. Adrenaline levels surged dramatically, and the activity level of the superpower core showed irregular peaks. According to the model, his emotions are in a state of extreme excitement, and the accuracy of his ability control is expected to decrease by more than 15%. Han Yu's calm, emotionless voice whispered in Lin Fan's ear. Lin Fan's face still held that calm and composed expression. As he listened to Han Yu's report, his gaze fell on the princess in front of him, who was trying to remain calm, but whose ears were already turning red. So it wasn't just my imagination. She was really nervous. I am Long Linger from the Royal Academy of the capital. Long Linger took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable throbbing in her heart, raised her chin high, and said, word by word. I cannot tolerate your behavior of using despicable means to taint the sanctity of the competition. Therefore, I hereby issue this challenge to you in my personal capacity. I will personally take action to clean house and uphold the fairness and justice of the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in chaos. This is insane. This is definitely the biggest news story since the start of this competition. A genius at the peak of a level, the little princess of the Long family in the capital, is actually going to personally take on a contestant whose paper strength is only E level? Although their apparent strength and actual strength are clearly far apart. But it's still incredibly popular. This is no longer a competition, this is a one-sided public execution. Countless cameras were pointed at Lin Fan. Everyone wanted to see how this man, who had been thrust into the spotlight, would react. Will they panic? Or will they become enraged? However, Lin Fan simply leaned back on the sofa, as if Long Linger wasn't challenging him at all. Under the deathly silence of the entire audience, he finally spoke slowly. There was a hint of lazy laughter in that voice. Can. The two words stunned everyone. He actually agreed? But just one match is too boring. Lin Fan's gaze swept over Long Linger's beautiful eyes, which were slightly widened in astonishment, and his eyes carried an undisguised aggressiveness. Long Linger's heart skipped a beat when she saw his gaze, and a strange feeling welled up inside her again. She forced a smile and asked in a cold voice, "What do you want?" The smile on Lin Fan's lips widened even further. "How about we increase the stakes?" Chapter 68 Crazy Gambling Game. Bet? Long Linger's golden eyes narrowed slightly as strange and shameful images flashed uncontrollably through her mind. But in just a moment, she shook her head sharply, banishing those absurd thoughts from her mind. A cold, mocking expression returned to her face. To demonstrate her unwavering confidence and to completely suppress the inexplicable flutter in her heart, she proudly raised her chin, parted her red lips slightly, and let her voice resonate throughout the entire venue. Okay, go ahead. No matter the stakes, I'll take it all on. His tone was full of absolute confidence, as if he already regarded Lin Fan as something he had in the palm of his hand. Lin Fan smiled. He slowly extended two fingers, waved them at Long Linger, and then said unhurriedly, "It's very simple. The loser must unconditionally obey any order given by the winner. Remember, it's any command. Whatever the command is, it must be executed." Boom! As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the entire exchange meeting exploded as if a depth charge had been dropped on it. What? Unconditional obedience to an order? Has he gone mad? He's only an E rank, how dare he make such a bet with Long Linger? Doesn't he know what the consequences will be if he loses? This isn't confidence, it's offering your face up to be slapped. The Long family's little princess's order. Good heavens, making him bark like a dog in public is too lenient, isn't it? The reporters' flashes went off like crazy, capturing Lin Fan's smiling face and Long Linger's beautiful eyes, which were slightly wide with surprise. The two followers behind Long Linger let out a sneer without any attempt to hide it. Put. Who does he think he is? Any other command? Linger, grant his request. Once we win, make him kneel down and lick all of our shoes clean. No. We must make him admit, in front of the entire nation, that he's a worthless liar who lives off women. These words reached Long Linger's ears clearly. A flicker of barely suppressed pleasure flashed in her eyes. She had already begun to imagine. She imagined herself using the most magnificent and powerful chi transformation to completely defeat this man. She would make him kneel in the center of the field. Make him admit in front of everyone that everything he did before was opportunistic and a despicable deception. She wanted him to apologize to Su Qingxue, to Qin Yalan, and to everyone he had deceived. She wanted to tear off his composed facade herself and expose him to his true colors. Only in this way can one wash away the inexplicable sense of humiliation in their heart. Only in this way can we sever that damned, uncontrollable attraction. This bet, it's practically tailor-made for her. Good. Almost without hesitation, Long Linger interrupted the noise of the entire venue with a clear and resolute voice. I promise you. She stared intently at Lin Fan, her golden pupils burning with a vengeful flame. It's a deal. This sudden and highly contentious betting match instantly ignited a nationwide online debate. Hashtag Long Linger challenges Lin Fan hashtag. Hashtag the most unfair bet in history hashtag. Hashtag absolute obedience of the loser hashtag. One trending topic after another surged to the top of the charts on major social media platforms at an incredible speed. What was originally just an ordinary player exchange meeting has been turned into the most attention-grabbing event since the start of this competition. Faced with this overwhelming public attention, the competition organizers acted almost without hesitation. Just half an hour later, the official announcement was released. Following consultations between the tournament organizing committee, the Beijing Royal Academy, and the Jiangqing Supernatural Abilities Academy, a special exhibition match will be added before the start of the semi-finals. Matchup: Beijing Royal Academy Long Linger vs Jiangqing Supernatural Ability Academy Lin Fan. Match venue: Central Main Stadium. The competition will be streamed live on all platforms simultaneously. Stay tuned. This announcement completely ignited the enthusiasm of all viewers. What should have been a one-sided, overwhelming contest took on a completely different meaning because of the wager of absolute obedience. This is no longer just a simple competition. This is a trial about dignity. Night. Inside the top-tier suite of the hotel where Jiangqing College is staying. The atmosphere, however, was not as enthusiastic as it was outside. Instead, it was rather somber. Are you crazy, Lin Fan? Qin Yalan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth on the expensive handmade carpet, her fiery red hair swinging with her movements. Do you know what you're doing? That's Long Linger. A PK-level genius. You're betting this on her? What if you lose? Have you thought about the consequences? She was both angry and anxious, her delicate face filled with worry. She couldn't imagine what kind of humiliating orders that arrogant little princess of the Long family would give if Lin Fan lost. The thought of Lin Fan possibly being humiliated in front of the entire nation made her heart clench. Yalan, calm down. On the other hand, Su Qingxue appeared unusually calm. She was sitting on the sofa, gracefully peeling an apple with a fruit knife, the peel forming a continuous, unbroken line in her hand. She cut the peeled apple into small pieces, picked up a piece with a silver fork, and held it to Lin Fan's lips in a natural and affectionate manner. Her voice was as gentle as ever, as if she were talking about something trivial. Lin Fan, what are your chances of success? Lin Fan opened his mouth, bit into the apple slice, chewed it comfortably, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth. He didn't answer Su Qingxue's question directly, but instead looked at the short-haired girl who had been standing behind him since they returned, silently taking notes. Han Yu. Yes, Mr. Lin Fan, Han Yu replied immediately. Show me all of Long Linger's combat data again, especially the analysis report on her energy loss of control when she has emotional fluctuations. Okay. Han Yu pushed up her glasses and said nothing more. A flash of light appeared on the data terminal in her arms, and a complex and precise blue three-dimensional projection instantly appeared in mid-air in the living room. It was a lifelike human energy model, with golden energy surging and flowing within it, perfectly replicating Long Linger's state when she used transformation of Qi, return of 10,000 swords to the source. Qin Yalan also stopped in her tracks, drawn by the technologically advanced scene. Han Yu stretched out her finger and gently tapped the virtual model. The model was instantly magnified several times, and 3 tiny nodes flashing red warning lights were clearly exposed. Mr. Lin Fan, please take a look. Han Yu's voice was as calm as if she were reading a lab report. Long Linger's Qi transformation is essentially using powerful mental energy to forcibly restrain and shape a high-density energy body. This move, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, although its power is judged to be at the high level of A, puts a huge burden on mental energy. According to my calculations, her mental strength is not strong enough to perfectly support such a huge energy output. At the moment of full power, there will be 3 fixed flaws in her energy control. Her slender fingers precisely touched the 3 red nodes. These are the Tianzong node located on the back of the left scapula, which is responsible for energy distribution, the Lingtai node located in the middle of the spine, which is responsible for energy shaping, and the Shenting node located on the outer wall of the core of the spiritual sea, which is responsible for issuing the final command. These 3 points are her weaknesses. Han Yu's glasses reflected the light of the data stream, her tone resolute. According to my model, if you continuously interfere with her with high-frequency energy during the pre-move phase of her attack, there is a 92.7% probability that her strongest attack will collapse from the inside. Listening to Han Yu's terrifyingly precise analysis, Qin Yalan's mouth gaped open in astonishment, forming an O shape. This works? Looking at the crystal-clear data model, Lin Fan recalled the emotional parameter of plus 12% unknown attraction that he had seen in the eye of data during the day. A complete script has already taken shape in his mind. He smiled. He turned his head, looked at Qin Yalan, who was still worried, and Su Qingxue, who looked curious, and said slowly, "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight." Qin Yalan was taken aback. Then what are you going to do? The curve of Lin Fan's lips became playful yet aggressive. I went to put the collar on her. With just one sentence, the temperature in the room seemed to rise a few degrees. Qin Yalan's face flushed red instantly. She spat out a curse, feeling both ashamed and angry, but inexplicably felt a sense of peace. Su Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with indulgence and expectation as she looked at Lin Fan. Only Han Yu, upon hearing the word collar, had an unprecedented gleam in her eyes behind her glasses. She excitedly pushed up her glasses and her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard on the data terminal. A new document was quickly created. The document's title is Feasibility Report on the Taming of a Level Arrogant Personality Targets Through Mind Control and Suppression of Supernatural Abilities. Chapter 69, The Princess's Nightmare, Words as a Sharp Blade. The day of the duel has finally arrived. The central main stadium was packed to capacity, an unprecedented number of seats. Even the aisles were packed with people, all craning their necks, waiting for the highly anticipated showdown to begin. Before the competition even started, the number of online viewers on all major live streaming platforms had already easily surpassed the peak of previous final nights, and it was still climbing at an alarming rate. All the spotlights and cheers converged at one end of the stadium. There, Long Linger slowly walked out. Today, instead of wearing the Academy's team uniform, she donned a custom-made, magnificent white and gold battlesuit. The streamlined armor accentuated her beautiful figure, and her long golden hair was tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head, swaying gently with her steps like leaping golden flames. Amidst thunderous cheers and the spotlight of the crowd, she walked step by step to the center of the arena. On that exquisitely doll-like face, confidence and arrogance had returned to their peak. She is the chosen one of heaven, the sole protagonist on the stage. Today, she will be here to personally crush that liar who dared to challenge her and defend her honor. Long Linger. Long Linger. The goddess will prevail. Let her see the true strength of the Royal Academy of the capital. The deafening roar made the curve of her lips even more confident. On the other side of the field, the atmosphere was completely different. Lin Fan yawned, wearing an ordinary Jiangcheng Academy team uniform, his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked out. There was no grand entrance, no rousing background music. His appearance contrasted sharply, even somewhat comically, with Long Linger's grand and magnificent entrance. The cheers from the audience paused for a moment as a result. What's going on? They're out already? I thought he would at least dress more formally. This is way too casual. Is he here for a competition or for a stroll? They've just given up. Knowing they're going to lose, they might as well just give up. VIP viewing room. Qin Yalan clenched her fists nervously, her palms sweating profusely. This guy, can he be a little more reliable at crucial moments? The way he's acting, he's already lost a lot of the battle. Su Qingxue remained calm. She gently held Qin Yalan's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, he knows what he's doing." Hanyu pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light of the arena, and muttered to himself, heart rate 72, breathing steady, muscle relaxation 83%. Mr. Lin Fan is in a state of extreme relaxation, with no pre-match stress reaction at all. On the field, Lin Fan stopped, looked at the radiant little princess of the Long family in the distance, and lazily stretched. The stark contrast in their images made what should have been an evenly matched bet look more like a public execution destined to be one-sided. With the referee's whistle, the match begins. Buzz. The moment the words left her lips, Long Linger didn't hesitate. Golden supernatural energy erupted from her body like a volcano. She instantly rose from the ground, hovering in mid-air, her clothes and golden hair moving without wind. The opening move is the most powerful killing blow. Transforming chi into form, return of 10,000 swords to their origin. A clear and resolute voice resounded throughout the entire stadium. In an instant, hundreds of golden longswords formed from high-density energy appeared out of thin air behind her, their tips all pointing at the tiny figure on the ground. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the air in the entire arena thick and sticky. Each sword contains terrifying power that can easily pierce through steel plates. The entire audience was instantly stunned by this earth-shattering scene and fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. They knew that Long Linger had no intention of giving Lin Fan any chance. She's going to use the most dazzling, domineering, and overwhelming method to kill them in one fell swoop. Shatter this liar and his ridiculous bet to pieces. A rain of swords is about to fall. However, faced with this attack that resembled a natural disaster, Lin Fan on the ground made a move that surprised everyone. He did not summon an ice wall for defense. There was no flame to retaliate. He merely shifted his feet slightly. Sizzle! A pale flash of lightning disappeared beneath his feet. The next second, his figure transformed into a blurry afterimage that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Just as the rain of swords poured down from the sky, he moved. It's not retreating, it's not blocking, it's charging forward. Like a ghost, he charged into the dense rain of swords at an unbelievable angle and speed. Has he gone mad? The commentator exclaimed in shock. The audience was so engrossed that their hearts almost stopped. The expected instant sellout did not occur. Instead, it was an unbelievable individual show of extreme dodging. Lin Fan's figure moved at high speed through the gaps in the rain of swords. With each sidestep, each twist of his waist, and each dive, he precisely dodged the most concentrated attack area by millimeter-level precision. The whistling energy sword energy grazed his clothes and his hair, but couldn't even touch a single patch of his skin. He was like a student who had received the answers in advance, strolling leisurely across an exam paper full of traps. What kind of speed is that? What kind of movement technique is that? My God, how did he do that? Is that even a human reaction speed? This is cheating. This is definitely cheating. Above the arena, Long Linger's pupils suddenly contracted. Her saturation attack, which she was so proud of, actually failed. How could that be? She doesn't believe it. Get it? Long Linger gritted her teeth, her mental energy surged wildly, and she increased her energy output. The sword formation suspended in mid-air became even more ferocious and denser. The frequency of attacks suddenly increased by 30%. But at that moment, a lazy voice, seemingly tinged with a hint of laughter, was clearly amplified by the stadium's loudspeakers and reached everyone's ears, including hers. Your left-wing sword formation has uneven energy distribution, which is very dangerous. Long Linger was suddenly startled. She subconsciously spared a sliver of her attention to perceive it. That's really true. In order to increase the attack density on the right side, she unconsciously weakened the energy supply of the left-wing sword formation, causing the energy swords in that area to become unstable and even some to show signs of disintegration. How could this be? How did he know? Her mind went blank, and her control over the entire sword formation momentarily faltered. However, Lin Fan precisely caught this slight pause. His figure accelerated again, easily advancing a considerable distance through that weak gap. Before Long Linger could recover from her shock, that nightmarish voice rang out again. Don't get distracted, little princess. The energy channel from your mental C to your superpower core has overflowed due to tension. Do you see it behind your right shoulder? The wasted energy is enough to reform a greatsword. TSK, what a wasteful luxury. Boom! These words, like thunderclaps, exploded in Long Linger's mind. She turned her head sharply, glancing at the back of her right shoulder with the corner of her eye. Sure enough, there was a ball of out-of-control golden energy dissipating into the air. He not only saw the flaws in his own moves, but he could even see the energy flow within his body clearly? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. At that moment, Long Linger felt as if she had been stripped naked and exposed to that man's gaze. All her secrets. All her flaws. What she is most proud of is her perfect control over her superpowers. Under Lin Fan's relaxed and casual commentary, it completely turned into a joke full of loopholes. Shut up. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation instantly overwhelmed her reason. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant, and crazed blood vessels appeared in her golden eyes. The attacks became increasingly frantic and chaotic. Also, your spiritual platform node is overloaded with mental energy, and the shaping is becoming unstable. Oh dear, the instructions from the Divine Court node are starting to delay. Look, that bunch of swords to your left front took 2 or 3 seconds to fly out. Lin Fan's voice came one sentence after another. Every word was like the sharpest knife, precisely piercing the weakest point in her spirit. Every word she uttered eroded her confidence and destroyed her pride. Enough! I told you to shut up. Finally, Long Linger let out a hysterical scream, her mind completely losing balance. With a sudden wave of her hand, the rain of swords instantly vanished. She gave up. She gave up on using this flashy but completely predictable move to attack. Instead, there is a desperate, mad gamble. She concentrated all her remaining energy and all her mental power in front of her without reservation. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens. A ferocious dragon, over 20 meters long and composed entirely of the purest golden energy, materialized and took shape in front of her. The dragon's head, body, claws, scales, are incredibly lifelike and exude overwhelming power. This is her strongest single target attack. It's her last trump card. Go to hell. You liar. Long Linger's eyes were bloodshot as she used her last bit of strength to point at the ground. The golden energy dragon roared, its fury burning everything in its path, and swooped down towards the man on the ground who was constantly breaking down her mental defenses with his words. Chapter 70 Ice, Fire, Thunder, and the Dragon's Roar break through a kiss seals the master-servant pact. A golden energy dragon, carrying a furious rage capable of incinerating everything, swooped down towards the ground. The menacing dragon head alone was enough to make the audience in the front row feel suffocated by its imposing presence. The air was scorched, producing a sizzling crackling sound. The hard ground of the arena began to crack and melt even before the dragon touched it. No one doubted that this attack was enough to evaporate a high-level B-rank ability user, along with the ground beneath his feet, completely. This was a furious attack from Long Linger, a gamble with everything she had. This is the last vestige of dignity for an A-level genius. It's over. This is the thought in almost everyone's mind. That E-class officer will finally pay the price with his life for his arrogance. Inside the VIP viewing room, Xin Yalan's face was deathly pale, and she almost jumped up from her seat. For the first time, Su Qingxue also dropped her composure, her slender fingers gripping the sofa armrest tightly. However, to everyone's surprise, faced with this devastating attack, Lin Fan did not dodge this time. He didn't even move an inch. He stood there quietly, looking up at the rapidly enlarging, ferocious dragon head, a faint smile playing on his lips. He gave up? He's gone mad, he's really gone mad. Just as the dragon's shadow was about to completely engulf him, Lin Fan slowly raised his left hand. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. A crystal-clear ice lotus, seemingly sculpted from the purest deep blue ice, quietly bloomed in his palm. Eternal frost. Buzz. A visible, deep blue chill spread outwards in all directions from the center of the ice lotus. That extreme cold was not simply low temperature, but an absolute zero that seemed capable of freezing the laws of all things. The golden dragon, swooping down with immense power, visibly slowed down the moment it came into contact with the chilling air. The golden energy flames burning on its body surface seemed to be covered with a thin layer of white frost, and its power was greatly reduced. Before the gasps from the audience could even rise, Lin Fan raised his right hand as well. This time, what bloomed in the palm was no longer an ice lotus. Instead, it was a raging, blood-red flame that seemed to burn the entire world to ashes. Blazing crimson flame. Meanwhile, within the field of vision of the data eye, every node in the energy structure of the golden dragon, which was slowed down by the cold air, was crystal clear. Among them, the area located in the abdomen was the most chaotic and weakest in terms of energy concentration because Long Linger's mental power was out of control. That's its Achilles heel. Call out. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Fan sent the crimson flame, without any energy leakage, into a perfectly accurate beam of red light that shot straight toward the most unstable point on the dragon's belly. The forces of ice and fire did not collide violently in the air. The extreme cold of eternal frost freezes and slows down the dragon's energy flow from the outside. The violet energy of blazing crimson flame is like a red-hot scalpel, precisely cutting into the weakest point inside. One inside, one outside, one cold, one hot. Under the precise calculations of the eye of data, comparable to those of a supercomputer, Lin Fan perfectly combined two completely opposite level abilities in an unbelievable way. They are not fighting, but disintegrating. The golden dragon let out a painful roar, its massive body twisting violently in mid-air. The energy within its body instantly descended into a chaotic state of extremes, a mixture of ice and fire. However, this is not the end. This was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. A barely perceptible wisp of pale lightning burst forth from Lin Fan's fingertips, in a place unnoticed by everyone. As fine as cow hair. Swift as lightning. Pale thunder. That bolt of lightning precisely pierced through the raging energy turbulence and struck the dragon's core nerve center, maintained by Long Linger's spiritual power. Boom! An unprecedentedly huge explosion rang out over the stadium. The incomparably powerful golden beast, seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, abruptly stopped less than 10 meters above Lin Fan's head. Its massive dragon head let out a final, mournful cry filled with resentment and despair. The next second, starting from its core, countless cracks instantly spread throughout its entire body. The entire dragon was like a shattered piece of glass, collapsing and crumbling from the inside out. In the end, it transformed into countless dazzling golden specks of light, like a grand rain of light, falling in profusion. The entire venue was deathly silent. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, dumbfounded at the center of the arena. Watching the man, unharmed, bathed in golden light, strolling leisurely. He walked through the patch of light formed from Long Linger's strongest attack, step by step, toward the other end of the arena. There. With a plop. Long Linger's figure, due to exhaustion of energy and severe mental shock, could no longer maintain its levitation and fell awkwardly from mid-air. One of her knees slammed heavily to the ground, her magnificent platinum battlesuit covered in dust. She looked up. The face, as delicate as a doll's, was devoid of any pride or confidence, leaving only an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and disbelief. We lost? I lost? His strongest attack, his trump card that he had staked everything on, was just easily dismantled by him using 3 different level abilities? Her pride. Her power. She possessed all the glory of being the youngest princess of the Long family and the #1 genius of the Royal Academy in the capital. At this moment, she was utterly crushed into powder by the man before her. Lin Fan walked up to her and looked down at her. His shadow completely enveloped her petite figure. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted through the microphone to the ears of everyone present, as well as to hundreds of millions of viewers online. You lost. 3 simple words, like the final judgment. Long Linger's body trembled violently. She wanted to argue, to shout, to say that it was impossible. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't utter a single word. The fact of failure weighed on her like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. Lin Fan extended his hand. In front of the cameras of the entire venue and even the entire internet. He reached out and roughly pinched Long Linger's small, smooth chin, forcing her to lift her tear-stained and dusty face and look directly into his eyes. Long Linger's golden pupils reflected his face, which was adorned with a playful smile. Humiliation, resentment, anger, all sorts of emotions surged within her. But more than anything, it was a strange tremor that even she herself couldn't understand. Then she heard the judgment that would determine her fate thereafter. According to the bet, my command is. Lin Fan's voice carried an undeniable domineering and assertive quality. From this moment on, you, Long Linger, along with your soul and glory, belong to me. Boom. Long Linger's mind went completely blank. What? What is he saying? However, Lin Fan did not give her any time to think. Before he could finish speaking, he lowered his head. In Long Linger's shocked, humiliated, and slightly trembling gaze, he kissed her forcefully. Ding! Detected deep intimate contact with a candidate qualified for the A-level ability, Chi transformation. Ability replication begins. 1%. 30%. 78%. 100%. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied the A-level ability, Chi manipulation and shapeshifting. As the system notifications sounded in Lin Fan's mind, a surge of energy, far purer and more abundant than ever before, flowed from Lin Fan's body into Long Linger's body like a tidal wave. This energy instantly washed over her nearly depleted energy core and impacted her spiritual sea, which was on the verge of collapse. It also completely shattered the last dam in her heart called pride. An unprecedented, tingling sensation, so intense it made her want to die from shame, surged from the depths of her soul. That feeling. It is called submission. Chapter 71 The Tamed Dragon, the newly appointed maid. The entire room fell silent. The entire central main stadium, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, was completely silent. On the internet, in the official live broadcast room where hundreds of millions of people gathered, the screen suddenly went black the moment Lin Fan lowered his head. Due to a sudden technical malfunction, the live stream has been temporarily interrupted. We apologize for the inconvenience. A line of cold white text appeared in the center of the screen. But it was too late. In the split second before the signal was cut off, that earth-shattering scene had already been transformed into a massive torrent of data through the countless mobile phones held up by the audience, sweeping across the entire network. On site, time seemed to stretch out infinitely. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Fan's lips finally left that soft spot. He let go of her hand. Long Linger in his arms felt as if all the bones in her body had been removed. She was limp and her legs gave way, and she was about to slide to the ground. Her eyes went completely unfocused, and her delicate face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Her golden pupils were now filled with only bewilderment and emptiness. The proud dragon, at this moment, had its soul utterly shattered. Lin Fan stretched out his arm, slipped it under her knees, and wrapped his other arm around her back, easily pulling her into his arms in a standard princess carry. The entire venue remained deathly silent. But countless gazes had already shifted from blank stares to a variety of complex emotions. Shock. Envy. Fanaticism. Incredible. Lin Fan, however, remained oblivious to all of this. Holding the completely malfunctioning little princess of the Long family in his arms, he turned around and calmly walked off the field under the gaze of countless eyes. That figure didn't seem like a victor, but rather a king who had just finished hunting and was returning to his lair with his spoils. Until his figure was about to disappear into the player's tunnel. Boom! The entire arena seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, instantly and completely exploding. Holy crap! He kissed her. He really kissed her. My goodness! That's Long Linger, the little princess of the Long family in the capital. That bet was real. Long Linger lost, and now she belongs to Lin Fan? This is insane. This world has gone completely insane. On the internet, a massive wave of public opinion swept across the country. Hashtag Long Linger was kissed after her defeat. Hashtag E-level Lin Fan's orders. Hashtag the most outrageous bet in history has been paid out. Hashtag. One by one, the trending topics were being decimated at an unprecedented and terrifying speed. Servers crashed one after another, and even the technical staff working overtime couldn't help. Exclusive luxury suites at Jiangxing College. Click. The door was opened. Lin Fan carried Long Linger as he walked in. The three women on the sofa all turned to look at them instantly. The first one to get angry was Qin Yalan. She jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh, her long, fiery red hair seeming to burst into flames. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at Long Linger in Lin Fan's arms, whose eyes were closed, cheeks were flushed, and who looked like she was ready to be taken by him. She was so angry that she couldn't even speak properly. You kissed her in front of the entire internet? Qin Yalan's voice was trembling, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. That was a kiss. When this guy stole my first kiss, it was in an empty ruin. What makes this woman so special? What makes her worthy of such public attention? Lin Fan glanced at her, said nothing, and walked straight to the sofa. Su Qingxue stood up gracefully. She wasn't as excited as Qin Yalan. She simply walked over with light steps. She first glanced at Lin Fan, then her gaze fell on Long Linger in his arms, and she looked her over carefully. Long Linger seemed to sense her gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled uneasily, and she shrank back into Lin Fan's arms like a frightened little animal. Su Qingshue's lips curved into a slight smile as she softly spoke to Lin Fan. Congratulations, we have gained another O-level combatant. But it seems like you've ruined her? On the other side, Hanyu pushed up her frameless glasses, and a series of data streams that ordinary people couldn't understand flashed across the lenses. Holding her data terminal, she calmly began her report in a completely emotionless tone. Target name, Long Linger. Heart rate remained above 160 bpm, pupils were dilated to 7.8 mm in diameter, large areas of skin showed stress redness, and brainwaves showed a highly active and chaotic mixture of alpha and theta waves. Based on the analysis of the mental submission and emotional reshaping model, the target is currently at a mixed emotional peak of extreme humiliation and unknown excitement. Preliminary assessment indicates that the domestication process has been effective, and the first stage of imprinting has been successfully implanted. Qin Yalan was stunned. What is domestication? What is branding? What is this guy talking about? Lin Fan ignored their reactions, bent down, and gently placed the warm, soft body in his arms onto the large sofa. As her body touched the soft sofa, Long Linger seemed to finally regain a sliver of her senses. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that catches the eye is the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Then, standing before her was Su Qingshue's flawless face, with a hint of inquisitive smile, and beside her was Qin Yalan's face, which was filled with anger and shame. Boom! Memories, like a tide, return. A crushing defeat on the field. The man's condescending judgment. And that domineering, brutal kiss that made her soul tremble. And then there was his devilish declaration. From this moment on, you, Long Linger, along with your soul and glory, belong to me. Ah! Long Linger let out a short, mournful cry and suddenly covered her face with her hands. Shame and indignation. Overwhelmed by endless shame and indignation. She, the young princess of the prestigious Long family in the capital, and the top genius of the Royal Academy in the capital, was actually humiliated like this in front of the whole world. Now, he's being treated like a trophy, taken to his opponent's room and watched by his women. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground or simply pass out. Just then, a figure blocked the light above her head. Lin Fan sat down on the main single sofa with an air of nonchalance, crossed his legs, and calmly looked at Long Linger, who was curled up on the sofa, wishing she could shrink herself into a ball. He offered neither comfort nor mockery. He simply issued the second order in a matter-of-fact, unquestionable tone. As my property, the bet still stands. Now, let's move on to the extension of the first specific instruction. He paused, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the suite. Your current identity is that of a maid. Go and pour us some water. Don't even think about it. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Long Linger suddenly raised her head and instinctively let out a scream. Should I ask her to get the water? Treat her like a maid? This is more painful for her than killing her. However, her angry scream had barely left her lips when she met Lin Fan's calm yet domineering gaze. That gaze was cold, domineering, and devoid of any emotion. It's as if you're looking at an object. An object that belongs to him and that he can dispose of at will. Long Linger's body trembled uncontrollably. That kiss brought more than just humiliation. Furthermore, an incomparably domineering energy and a deep spiritual imprint were etched into the depths of her soul. That brand made her unable to resist the man's will. The thought of resistance vanished the moment she met his gaze, like a flame doused with cold water. Instead, there was a deep-seated fear and surrender. Qin Yalan watched this scene in shock. She saw that Long Linger, who had been fiercely resisting just moments before, actually stopped moving after just one look from Lin Fan. Her body was stiff and tense as she sat motionless on the sofa. Time passed, second by second. An eerie silence fell over the room. Long Linger's body began to tremble slightly. Her lips turned white from being bitten so hard, and tears welled up in her golden eyes, condensing into droplets that slid down her cheeks. She was struggling. With the last vestiges of his pride, he waged a final struggle against the mark emanating from his soul. But she failed. Under Qin Yalan's disbelieving gaze, Long Linger slowly stood up from the sofa. Her movements were incredibly stiff, each step seemingly exhausting all her strength. She lowered her head, biting her lower lip tightly to keep from crying out. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face like a broken string. She walked to the bar in the corner of the room, her hands trembling, picked up the kettle and cup, and began to pour water. Splash! The sound of clear flowing water seemed particularly jarring in the quiet room. Qin Yalan was completely dumbfounded. She really went? That arrogant, haughty, and domineering little princess of the Long family really went to pour water like a maid? A knowing smile appeared on Su Qingshue's face. She knew that Lin Fan always had a way to make these proud women lower their noble heads. Soon, Long Linger returned, carrying a tray with several glasses of water on it, her steps unsteady. She walked up to Lin Fan, her body trembling even more violently from the overwhelming humiliation and tension. Clatter! The tray tilted, and she lost her grip on a cup, spilling water that soaked Lin Fan's trouser legs. Ah! Long Linger let out a short scream in fright, her body trembling violently. Forgetting about crying, she instinctively wanted to bow and apologize. I'm sorry. Her panicked and flustered demeanor, like that of a maid who had done something wrong, was completely different from the radiant, proud, and confident princess she had been on the field. Want to learn Chapter 72? Come for special training. Lin Fan's room was changed from a deluxe single room to an even more luxurious multi-person room, which was rented near the competition venue by Long Linger. From this moment on, Long Linger's humiliating yet novel-made life officially began. She was like a newborn baby, completely clueless about all housework. If you ask her to clean, she'll make dust fly everywhere. Ask her to prepare meals, and she can make even the simplest toaster smoke. Every movement was clumsy and struggled. But no matter how badly she messed things up, under Lin Fan's calm gaze, she could only grit her teeth, her eyes red, and rework the work again and again until it was finished. Qin Yalan, on the other hand, completely transformed into a harsh supervisor. Hey! New guy! Qin Yalan crossed her arms, pointed to a corner of the floor with her toe, and spoke critically. This isn't clean enough. Where are your eyes? Upon hearing this, Long Linger trembled and quickly grabbed a mop and ran over, vigorously mopping back and forth several times. And here. Qin Yalan pointed to the coffee table again, the water glass stains haven't been wiped off. Do you want to leave them for the new year? Long Linger immediately picked up the rag, lowered her head, and silently wiped the area. Where's the tea? I'm dying of thirst. Can't you even make me a cup of tea? Yes. Long Linger hurriedly ran to the bar and quickly brought over a steaming cup of tea. Qin Yalan took it, but as soon as she brought it to her lips, she immediately pulled it back as if she had been burned, her eyebrows furrowing in anger. It's so hot. Who are you trying to scald to death? I'm sorry. Long Linger's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly apologized. Seeing Long Linger's tearful, aggrieved, yet unwilling to argue appearance, Qin Yalan felt as if all the anger she had prepared had been poured onto a cotton ball. There was no pleasure whatsoever. Even. Looking at her red eyes and her lips that had been bitten until they turned white, Qin Yalan felt a strange sense of pity. TCH, trash. She pursed her lips, but ultimately didn't continue to make things difficult. She held the cup of tea and blew on it for a long time before taking small sips. Su Qingshuo sat gracefully on the sofa, taking in everything, a faint smile playing on her lips. She waited until Qin Yalan had vented her anger before walking lightly to Long Linger's side. Sister Linger. She spoke softly. Long Linger stiffened, looking at the woman with a cold and beautiful demeanor who seemed even more terrifying than Qin Yalan with some fear. Lin Fan doesn't like tea that's too hot. Su Qingshuo's voice was gentle, as if she were imparting some secret. The most suitable temperature is 78 degrees Celsius. 1 degree higher will ruin the aroma of the tea, 1 degree lower will not bring out the best flavor. Of course, in the end, the error can be within 10 degrees. The most important thing is that you have to feed him the drink by hand. She paused, her gaze falling on Long Linger's bewildered golden eyes. As his maid, these are the basic skills you need to master. Boom! These words made Long Linger feel ashamed more than any harsh reprimand from Qin Yalan. This is no longer just about ordering people around. Instead, he was teaching her how to serve a man more professionally. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as if they were about to bleed. Strangely enough, beneath that extreme shame, a genuine desire to learn more and do better arose deep within her heart, a thirst for knowledge. On the other side, Hanyu pushed up her glasses and her fingertips flew across the data terminal. Report. She reported to Lin Fan, who was watching the show from the main sofa, in a completely emotionless voice. Target Long Linger, while being reprimanded by Miss Qin Yalan, maintained a heart rate of 120 bpm and a humiliation value of 78.3. After receiving tutelage from Miss Su Qingxue, my heart rate instantly rose to 145 bpm, my humiliation level soared to 92.1, and two conflicting emotion models, unknown excitement and desire to learn, were detected, with intensities of 15.6 and 21.4 respectively. Preliminary conclusion: collaborative psychological pressure can increase the taming efficiency of a level arrogant personality targets by approximately 37%. Lin Fan listened to the report and nodded in satisfaction. It seems that his harem is developing healthily in a very harmonious direction. Night falls. Lin Fan returned to his bedroom and closed the door. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to feel the newly acquired power within his body. Controlling Qi to transform. This is a powerful ability that allows one to condense their own energy into any shape and endow it with semi-solid properties. Lin Fan's mind stirred. Buzz. A deep blue chill surged from his left palm, quickly condensing and transforming. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike frost dragon, several meters long and made entirely of deep blue ice, coiled around his arm. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon whiskers, every detail is clearly visible. This is even more refined and solid than the energy body that Long Linger herself condensed. Lin Fan raised his right hand again. This time, what surged from his palm was a raging, crimson flame. Roar! With a deep roar, a giant fire dragon of the same size, formed from the blazing crimson flame, coiled around his right arm. The energy fluctuations emanating from the two giant dragons, one of ice and one of fire, caused the air in the entire room to distort. This is just the beginning. A smile of excitement appeared on Lin Fan's lips. In his eyes, the data stream was flashing wildly. Data I launched. In his vision, the energy structures of the ice dragon and the fire dragon, every energy node, became crystal clear. What he wants to do is not to make them coexist. Instead, fusion. This is something that would be absolutely impossible according to the common sense of any superhuman. Water and fire are incompatible, this is the law. But Lin Fan is determined to break this rule. Under his mental control and with the supercomputing precision of the He Data I, the two giant dragons began to slowly approach. Laugh. The moment the energies of ice and fire came into contact, a violent repulsive reaction occurred. But Lin Fan remained unmoved. His mental power, like the most skillful hands, forcibly wove and blended the two completely opposite energies together according to a specific structure. Outside the door, Long Linger was holding a plate of sliced fruit, hesitating whether or not to knock on the door. Suddenly, a terrifying energy fluctuation that made her soul tremble seeped out from the crack in the door. That was the aura of her Qi transformation. Moreover, it also contained two kinds of supernatural energy fluctuations belonging to Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue. What is he doing? As if possessed, she quietly approached the door and peered inside through the crack. Just one glance. She was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. She saw it. I witnessed that miraculous scene. In the center of the room, the man sat cross-legged. A twin dragon of ice and fire, half crystal clear ice blue and half burning crimson, exuding the contradictory auras of destruction and rebirth, was slowly circling around him. That dragon was so perfect, so powerful. The two extreme powers of ice and fire formed a strange yet harmonious balance on it, and the pressure it exuded almost made her kneel down on the spot. His most prized superpower. The power passed down through one's own family. In this man's hands, it actually displayed such an unimaginable, godlike form. Boom! In Long Linger's mind, the last string called unwillingness snapped completely. Instead, there was an uncontrollable frenzy and worship, like a flash flood. This man. He's not even human. He is a god. A god walking among humans. Just as she was in shock and almost suffocated. Click. The door opened. Lin Fan appeared at the doorway. He looked at Long Linger outside the door, her face filled with adoration and fear, her body stiff as a statue, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Want to learn? Long Linger's pupils suddenly contracted. Study? Is this godlike skill something that can be learned? Without waiting for her reply, Lin Fan reached out, grabbed her slender wrist, and pulled her into the room. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Lin Fan pressed Long Linger against the wall, leaned down and whispered in her ear in a seductive, devilish voice. As a reward for your good behavior today. Starting tonight, I will conduct one-on-one special training for you from time to time to help you optimize your superpower. Now, the first training session begins. Chapter 73: The Nighttime Eavesdropping Scandal. The bedroom door was slammed shut. The thick soundproof door panels shut out all noise. A subtle silence instantly fell over the living room. The three stunningly beautiful girls on the sofa had different expressions. Qin Yalan was the first to lose her composure. She hugged a cushion, her eyes darting erratically towards the closed door. After a while, she finally couldn't help but mutter to herself. "Hey, what do you guys think that guy is doing to that woman in there?" Her voice was full of curiosity, mixed with a hint of sourness that she herself didn't even realize. "What else can we do?" Su Qingxue was elegantly using a small silver fork to put a slice of honeydew melon into her mouth. Her movements were composed, and her tone was calm, as if she were talking about something perfectly normal. "Of course it's special training. She deliberately emphasized the words special training. Boom! Qin Yalan's face instantly turned red. Special training. These 4 words were like a curse to her. How could she not know what that meant? You, don't you care at all?" Qin Yalan sat up abruptly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice rising several decibels. She pointed at the door, then at the composed Su Qingxue, and said angrily, "He falls in love with every woman he sees and takes her in. What's the difference between him and one of those so-called studs? Stallion?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion appearing in her cool eyes. This word was clearly beyond her usual knowledge base. She naturally took out her phone, tapped the screen a few times with her slender fingers, and began searching. A few seconds later. Oh. Looking at the explanation on her phone screen, Su Qingxue's delicate face actually showed a look of sudden realization. She nodded, then looked up and gazed intently at Qin Yalan. "There are still differences." "Ah?" Qin Yalan was stunned. Su Qingxue calmly analyzed in her clear and pleasant voice, "According to the definition, the core characteristic of a stud is that he only sows seeds, does not take responsibility, and is prone to getting tired of the old and seeking the new. But Lin Fan is different. Although he took in new ones, he didn't neglect us old ones, did he?" As Su Qingxue spoke, a faint smile curved her lips. "As long as he can continue to treat people fairly, I think, the number isn't really a problem." Qin Yalan was completely baffled by this bizarre logic. Is this the self-cultivation of an empress? How does this guy's brain work? Just as Qin Yalan felt she was about to get dizzy, Hanyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly pushed up her frameless glasses. "Actually, I installed listening devices in this suite." Holding her data terminal, she spoke in her signature, emotionless tone, in a flat, straightforward manner. The B3 type infrasound pickup can ignore most sound insulation materials and collect internal sound wave signals in real time. If you want to know what's happening now, I can start it. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue both turned to look at her. You really are a pervert." Qin Yalan's face turned as red as if it were burning, and she pointed at Hanyu, her voice trembling. "We just moved here. When did you install this?" "It was completed within 3 minutes of check-in." Hanyu's answer was concise and to the point. She adjusted her glasses, a glint of light flashing on the lenses, and calmly explained, "Lin Fan possesses my data eye. No electronic device, no matter how concealed, can escape his detection. If he minds, he will find and remove the device the very next second after it is installed." But he didn't. Therefore, the conclusion is, he tacitly approved of my behavior. Qin Yalan was speechless again. This logic seems impossible to refute? Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She pondered for a moment, then nodded gently, a smile of interest curving her lips. "Then, let's listen to it." "Hey! You actually want to hear it?" Qin Yalan stared at her in shock. Su Qingxue simply gave her a meaningful smile without offering any explanation. Having obtained permission from the official wife, Hanyu no longer hesitated. Her fingertips lightly tapped the virtual keyboard on the data terminal. Drop. A soft sound. A faint but exceptionally clear sound came from the speaker of the data terminal. That voice belonged to Long Linger. A suppressed, trembling sob, a mixture of pain and pleasure. "Ugh, yes, master. Please punish my ignorance and arrogance more severely." "Ah. Right there, no. It feels so good, this feeling. I was wrong, please give me a little more, this kind of reward. The few words, spoken in fits and starts, seemed to carry an electric current, instantly freezing the air in the living room. The expressions on the three girls' faces were quite varied. Xin Yalan's face had turned from a rosy blush to a deep crimson that was almost bleeding. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. This Long Linger, that arrogant and haughty princess of the Long family, she's actually this kind of person? This is even more shameless than when she was bullied by Lin Fan herself. Even the usually calm Su Qingxue blushed slightly on her flawless face, and her hand holding the silver fork tightened unconsciously. Han Yu remained expressionless, but the light from the data terminal screen reflected off the glasses on her nose, obscuring her eyes. However, her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Turn it off. Su Qingxue was the first to come to her senses. She took a deep breath and said softly. Han Yu immediately did as instructed, and the sound from the speaker abruptly stopped. An eerie silence returned to the living room. Pervert. That woman, she's absolutely a pervert. Xin Yalan finally couldn't hold back and screamed in a low voice, as if trying to hide her wildly beating heart and burning cheeks. I've seen through her. What a haughty princess, she's just a. She wanted to say that word, but felt too ashamed and couldn't bring herself to say it for a long time. Seeing her flustered state, Su Qingxue's smile widened. I originally thought that Linger's personality was similar to yours. She spoke slowly, a hint of a smile in her voice. Now it seems that I misjudged the situation. We need to find a more efficient way to carry out her concubine training plan in the future. A concubine training program? Xin Yalan's eyes widened. What is that? Could it be, you feel the same way about me? Of course there are. Su Qingxue nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She leaned close to Xin Yalan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. And, based on my observation, Yalan, you seem to be enjoying this quite a bit, don't you? You devil. You and Lin Fan are a match made in heaven. Xin Yalan's cheeks flushed again. She pushed Su Qingxue away abruptly, hugged a cushion, and shrank into the corner of the sofa, not daring to look at her anymore. Su Qingxue chuckled softly and stopped teasing her. After a brief period of awkwardness and shock, the atmosphere in the living room became more subtle and harmonious. A while later. Click. The bedroom door opened. Lin Fan walked out of there feeling refreshed. His face showed no signs of fatigue, on the contrary, he appeared even more energetic than before he went in, with excitement shining in his eyes. That's the result of the combined effects of super energy and system feedback. His gaze swept over the three women in the living room, each with a different expression, and he grinned. It seems, the need for training hasn't completely subsided yet. The one-on-one coaching is over. Now, how about some teamwork training? The words had barely left his mouth. Without any hesitation, Su Qingxue gracefully stood up from the sofa, took light steps, and walked directly to Lin Fan's side, gently pressing her soft body against him, demonstrating her choice through her actions. Seeing this, Xin Yalan was not about to back down. She practically sprang up from the corner of the sofa, rushed over, grabbed Lin Fan's arm from the other side, and gave Su Qingxue a defiant glare. Han Yu silently pushed up her glasses and swallowed hard. She put away her data terminal, silently stood up, and walked to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked left and right at the two stunningly beautiful girls clinging to him, then at the short-haired girl in front of him who looked expectant, and his smile grew even brighter. It seems that tonight's training has only just begun. The night is still long. Chapter 74 Post-War Review. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious living room of the luxury suite. A lingering fragrance of last night's enchanting moments, a blend of various energies, still lingered in the air. On the sofa sat three stunningly beautiful young women, each with a distinct charm and expression. Xin Yalan hugged a soft cushion, almost shrinking into it, her cheeks still flushed. She rubbed her aching back with her hands and complained softly. That bastard, he's a monster. Your energy is just too much. I'm about to fall apart. Her voice was soft and sweet, sounding more like she was being coquettish than accusing someone. Oh. Sitting opposite her, Su Qingxue was elegantly holding a glass of warm milk. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on her cool lips. She took a small sip of milk before speaking slowly and deliberately, her tone as if she were instructing a naive younger sister. Yalan, you should look at the problem from a different perspective. Last night's teamwork training was to improve our teamwork and the synergy of our abilities. Didn't you feel it? Su Qingxue put down her milk glass and looked at Qin Yalan. Didn't the fusion efficiency of your blazing crimson flame and my eternal frost increase by almost 3% last night? You should thank Lin Fan for his hard work and guidance. Qin Yalan was speechless after being choked by this official wife's remarks. What do you mean by diligent guidance? That guy was clearly enjoying himself. Yet, she couldn't refute it. Because the body's memory couldn't lie under Lin Fan's guidance, the two completely opposite energies merged and sublimated with unprecedented smoothness, and that feeling was truly intoxicating. Just as she was so conflicted that she was about to tear the pillow apart, a completely emotionless voice broke in. To be precise, it's 3.7%. Han Yu pushed up her frameless glasses. On the screen of the data terminal in her arms, several complex and intersecting curves were displayed. At the same time, the stability of our mental link has been significantly enhanced, and the fluctuation threshold has been reduced by 6.2%. She paused, then swiped her finger across the screen to bring up another set of data. In addition, based on the analysis of the sound waves and energy fluctuation data collected last night during this special training, the target Long Linger's mental imprint has been deeply solidified, her obedience threshold has been greatly increased, and the probability of her showing a resistance emotional model is now less than 1%. Preliminary assessment indicates that the domestication has entered a stable period. Upon hearing Han Yu's calm analysis, Qin Yalan's face flushed even redder than before. She instantly recalled last night the amazing talent that the seemingly quiet, short-haired girl had displayed during training. You pervert. Qin Yalan pointed at Han Yu, her face a mixture of shame and indignation. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You look like a well-behaved girl, but I never expected that you'd be more adept at playing around than anyone else in those situations. She became increasingly angry as she spoke, and found it all unbelievable. That was clearly your first time, wasn't it? How could you be so skilled? Cough cough. Faced with Qin Yalan's accusations, even the usually calm Han Yu showed a rare hint of unease on her face. She coughed lightly twice and adjusted her glasses. I've only done the necessary learning at the theoretical level. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Even so, the slightly reddened tips of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Oh? Is that so? Su Qingxue watched this scene with great interest. She turned to Han Yu with a light smile, a mischievous glint in her cool eyes. Then, did you record the group data from last night in its entirety, Han Yu? I'd really like to learn from you. Han Yu froze. Just as the atmosphere in the living room was becoming increasingly strange. Click. The door to the master bedroom opened. Lin Fan walked out of there looking refreshed, with a satisfied smile on his face. He looked even more energetic than he had the night before. Behind him followed a figure. Long Linger. The once proud princess of the Long family has now changed into a standard black and white maid outfit, with the skirt only reaching above her knees, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs covered in white stockings. She kept her head down, her dazzling blonde hair tied into a simple ponytail, her face still flushed, and her gaze towards the crowd was full of evasiveness and shyness. Her movements were somewhat stiff as she walked to the center of the living room and bowed deeply to everyone on the sofa. Master, everyone, sisters, good morning. The voice was barely audible, and trembled slightly. Looking at her like this, Qin Yalan felt even stranger. On the one hand, seeing this once arrogant woman now treating him with utmost respect was indeed very satisfying. But on the other hand, why do I feel a strange sense of jealousy that someone else has also touched my precious toy? Yes, good morning. Lin Fan walked over with a smile and naturally sat down next to Qin Yalan, reaching out to ruffle her fiery red hair. It seems that last night's training was indeed effective. Everyone's coordination has improved. We should organize more of these training sessions in the future. Snort. Qin Yalan seized the opportunity and immediately grabbed Lin Fan's arm to start complaining, pointing at Han Yu. Lin Fan. Let me tell you, this Han Yu is a complete psychopath. She planted a listening device in our room. She thought Lin Fan would be angry, or at least surprised. However, after listening, Lin Fan simply raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yu with an appreciative gaze. Of course I know. He said it in a flat tone. If we don't let you record the data, how will we know exactly how much the training effect has improved each time? How will we compare the data and review the results? Lin Fan pinched Qin Yalan's puffed up cheeks and grinned. Don't use a microphone next time, it's too simplistic. Why not just install a few high-definition cameras in the room, the kind that provide all-around coverage without any blind spots? With videos, it's easier for us to review the details and optimize the training process. Upon hearing this, not only Qin Yalan, but even the usually composed Su Qingxue was stunned, her hand holding the milk cup pausing slightly. Is this even possible? Yes. A near fanatical light instantly shone in Han Yu's eyes. She seemed to have found the research project she had been pursuing all her life, her fingertips moving so fast on the data terminal that afterimages appeared. A brand new folder was created instantly. Report on multimodal data acquisition and analysis of multi-person ability collaborative enhancement training. Video. Upon hearing these two words, Long Linger, who was standing to the side, suddenly felt her body go limp, her knees trembled, and she almost knelt down on the spot. Extreme shame instantly washed over her face. But deep within this shame, a secret expectation, one that even she herself found terrifying, actually arose. She understood completely. In this home, her pitiful sense of shame was perhaps the least valuable thing. As everyone's thoughts diverged and the atmosphere in the living room oscillated between eeriness and harmony. Beep beep. A crisp notification sound rang out simultaneously on everyone's personal terminals. That was an official announcement from the competition organizing committee. Han Yu was the first to react. She swiped open her terminal screen, glanced at it, and said, "The bracket for the national tournament has been updated. Our opponents for the semi-finals have been determined." The living room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Han Yu. Han Yu pushed up her glasses and slowly uttered the name in a tone devoid of any emotion. The Royal Academy of the Capital. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire living room suddenly became subtle. All eyes, as if they were tangible, were fixed on the same person. The long-haired blonde girl dressed in a maid outfit, standing stiffly in place, at a loss for what to do. Long Linger. Chapter 75. The Invisible Collar, the Deepest Mark. Lin Fan and his group stopped in front of the hotel's revolving door. A subtle atmosphere of farewell permeated the air. Long Linger had changed back into the flamboyant red dress she had worn when she arrived, her dazzling golden hair cascading over her shoulders. However, a hint of blush and timidity still lingered on her delicate, doll-like face. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Fan, nor at the three women beside him. "All right, let's go back," Lin Fan said calmly, breaking the silence. "Yes." Long Linger's voice was barely audible. She turned around, about to take a step. Etc. Lin Fan suddenly reached out and pulled her back. Long Linger cried out in surprise, her body uncontrollably crashing into his arms. Lin Fan lowered his head, brought his lips close to her slightly flushed ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Remember, you are a proud dragon. They messed it up." His voice carried a hint of amusement, which made Long Linger's body tremble uncontrollably. "If you come back, there will be a special punishment." Boom! A chilling current instantly spread from the back of my ear throughout my entire body. Long Linger's body stiffened abruptly, and her pupils contracted instantly. She recalled the special training of the previous night, and the extreme feeling of her soul being pierced through. It is fear. But deep within her fear, a morbid expectation, which she herself could not understand, surged. I understand, Master." She nodded vigorously, as if she had used all her strength. Lin Fan then released her hand with satisfaction, patting her shoulder as if brushing dust off a pet. "Go." Long Linger took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, her eyes had changed. That cowardice and shame were perfectly concealed, replaced by an innate arrogance that looked down upon all living beings. She gave Lin Fan one last, deep look, her gaze complex and unfathomable, before turning and walking out of the hotel without looking back, disappearing into the crowd. Watching this scene, Qin Yalan couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter sourly, "So secretive, what are they whispering about now?" Su Qingxue simply smiled and remained silent. Han Yu pushed up her glasses, and on the lenses was a barely visible real-time monitoring image from a miniature drone. The suite at the Royal Academy in the capital. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Long Linger's several followers were anxiously waiting in the living room, like ants on a hot pan. Click. The door opened. Long Linger appeared at the doorway. "Sister Linger. You're back." Several girls immediately surrounded her, the one in the lead with short hair, her face full of worry. "Sister Linger, are you all right? Where did you go last night? That bastard Lin Fan, did he do anything to you?" They all saw the live broadcast and witnessed the blasphemous act that man committed against the sacred and inviolable princess in front of everyone. Everyone thought that Long Linger would be furious and ashamed. However, Long Linger merely glanced at them coldly, her delicate face showing a hint of impatience and arrogance. Snort. She let out a soft hum, walked straight through the crowd, sat down in the main seat of the sofa, and elegantly crossed her long legs. I know what I'm doing. Her voice was cold and arrogant, as if nothing had happened last night. It's just a reconnaissance mission, and incidentally, to get some retribution for that frivolous kiss of his. She paused, picked up the long cold black tea from the table, and casually swirled it around. That Lin Fan is more troublesome than I imagined. It seems that Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's achievement of reaching the top 4 is not entirely due to luck. We must go all out in the semifinals. Her nonchalant yet assertive attitude left the group of girls stunned. So that's how it is. Linger wasn't bullied. Instead, she took the initiative to scout out the enemy situation. That kiss was just a small price she paid to get closer to the enemy? That explanation makes perfect sense. This is the dragon princess they knew, always confident and always in control. The worry on the girls' faces vanished instantly, replaced by sudden realization and even more fervent admiration. As expected of Sister Linger. I knew it. How could Lin Fan possibly be a match for Sister Linger? In the semifinals, we must utterly crush those guys from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The atmosphere in the living room instantly shifted from worry to excitement. Only Long Linger's vice-captain, a composed girl named Zhao Min with a B-level ability rating, did not join the others in their excitement. After everyone else had left, she walked up to Long Linger and asked in a low voice, Sister Linger, about that bet. She was referring to the bet between Lin Fan and Long Linger about unconditional obedience. That was what she was most worried about. Upon hearing this, Long Linger raised her eyes, a cold smile of utter contempt curling at the corner of her lips. A bet? She felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. That kind of thing is just a constraint that only the weak need to abide by. On the field, only victory or defeat can determine everything. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was full of undeniable strength. Looking into her eyes, at that familiar, indifferent light, Zhao Min's last trace of doubt vanished completely. She nodded heavily, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. I see. The Royal Academy of the capital will prevail. Meanwhile, inside a suite at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. On the huge light screen in the living room, the scene inside the Royal Academy suite in the capital was being clearly displayed. The visuals and sound both came from a biomimetic drone smaller than a fly. Qin Yalan was completely dumbfounded when she saw Long Linger's domineering and arrogant appearance on the screen. She stared in disbelief, and after a long while, she finally managed to utter a single sentence. This guy, if he doesn't participate in the superpower competition this year, he can just go straight for the Oscar, right? This acting is simply divine. If Qin Yalan hadn't seen with her own eyes how thoroughly she'd been played last night, she herself would have believed it. It's not all acting. Su Qingxue elegantly swirled the red wine in her glass, her cool eyes gleaming with an all-knowing light. Her inherent arrogance hasn't disappeared, it's just, the object of that arrogance has changed from herself to Lin Fan. She takes pride in the fact that she performed a good show for her master and fooled everyone. Qin Yalan was stunned. Is this some kind of Stockholm Plus version? Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, watching Long Linger's performance on the light screen, and nodded in satisfaction. Good. He waved to the three women, a pleased smile on his face. Now that the actors are in place, we directors should start discussing the script for the semi-finals. Han Yu immediately perked up. She hugged her data terminal, sat down next to Lin Fan, and her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. The first draft of the script has been completed. Based on the existing data, I have designed an optimal tactical process that can ensure the achievement of both the performance effect and tactical victory goals. The image on the screen shifted to a complex tactical simulation diagram. The first step in the core of tactics, deterrence. Han Yu's voice rang out without any fluctuation. After the opening, Sister Qingxue and Sister Yalan launched a surprise attack, using the fusion skill of Eternal Frost and Blazing Red Flame to quickly eliminate the other three members of the Royal Academy of the capital city, except for Long Linger, within 30 seconds. Our goal is to demonstrate the overwhelming team strength of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Qin Yalan and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing eagerness in each other's eyes. The fusion of ice and fire is what they love most. The second step of the core tactics, showdown. Han Yu tapped the screen with her finger, and the image focused on the two little figures representing Lin Fan and Long Linger. After the area is cleared, the focus of everyone's attention will naturally fall on you, Lin Fan, and Long Linger. This will be a highly anticipated 1v1 Royal City PK that. I have rehearsed over 1,000 combat scenarios and designed a 3-minute combat sequence. The scene will be extremely magnificent, and the energy collision effect will be maximized, but in the end, Long Linger will be defeated by you with a slight advantage in a seemingly evenly matched clash of energy. This way, you can both meet the audience's expectations and win the game in a reasonable way. Lin Fan's lips twitched as he watched the battle simulation animation on Han Yu's screen, which resembled a Hollywood blockbuster. This guy, he's a genius. The night before the match, the online discussion has reached its peak. The feud between liar Lin Fan and Princess Long Linger is their first official confrontation after the bet. This is absolutely the biggest gimmick ever. Countless people are eagerly anticipating the arrival of this epic battle. In a suite at the Royal Academy in the capital, Long Linger stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city night view outside, her expression changing. She slowly raised her hand, her slender, fair fingers gently stroking her smooth neck. There was nothing there. But she could almost feel a cold collar, bearing the imprint of her spirit, firmly fastened there. That was the master's constraint, and also, the master's blessing. The thought of tomorrow, when he would be engaged in a life-or-death struggle with his master under the watchful eyes of everyone, and ultimately narrowly lose to him, filled him with a sense of dread. An extreme sense of shame, mixed with a morbid excitement, surged into my heart like a tide. A sickly flush gradually rose to Long Linger's cheeks, and a smile that was both shameful and expectant unconsciously appeared on her lips. Chapter 76 is explosive. The Dragon Princess's outline sword technique. The National Superpower Competition, the semi-finals. Zhongcheng Stadium, a huge venue capable of holding 100,000 people, is now packed to capacity. The air seemed to solidify, ignited by countless burning gazes. All eyes were on the two slowly rising battle platforms. On one side is Zhongcheng No. 1 Middle School, the biggest dark horse of this competition. On the other side is the defending champion, the prestigious Royal Academy of Beijing. When Long Linger appeared under the lights, the entire audience erupted in a thunderous cheer. Today, she wore a custom-made, gorgeous white battlesuit. The tight-fitting cut accentuated her perfect figure, and golden energy patterns flowed slowly across the armor, making her look like a legendary Valkyrie. Dazzling, noble, and inviolable. From the moment she stepped onto the field, her gaze was like the sharpest sword, fixed firmly on the lazy man standing opposite her. In those eyes, there was an undisguised mix of hatred, anger, and murderous intent. It was as if they wanted to devour him alive and grind his bones to dust. The live stream camera gave her a close-up, and the cold expression on her delicate, doll-like face made countless fans who supported her feel both heartache and fervor. Your Highness has been wronged. Kill that swindler named Lin Fan. Long Linger will win. Lin Fan felt the killing aura that was almost tangible, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With acting skills like that, it's a real shame she doesn't win an Oscar. When? The long, resounding chimes echoed throughout the stadium. The competition has officially begun. Form ranks. At the Royal Academy in the capital, the three female team members, apart from Long Linger, moved almost the instant the bell rang. Their reaction was extremely fast. Their figures flashed, and in an instant, they set up a triangular defensive amplification formation behind Long Linger. Zhao Min, the deputy captain in charge, pressed her hands to the ground, and a yellowish-brown wall of light rose up, ready to meet the inevitable surprise attack from Zhongcheng No. 1 Middle School. Their tactics were clear: use the strength of three people to hold off the other two from Zhongcheng No. 1 Middle School, creating absolute space for Long Linger to fight Lin Fan one-on-one. This is a very reasonable tactic. Pity. They have no chance. Let's do it. Su Qingshua's cold voice was like the winter wind. Okay. Xin Yalan's response was like a raging fire on a summer night. Almost at the same moment, two completely opposite, yet strangely harmonious, terrifying energies suddenly erupted. Buzz. On one side is an extreme deep blue, and wherever it passes, even the air seems to freeze into ice crystals. On the other side was a dazzling crimson, and the rising heat caused the hard arena surface to twist and melt. Eternal frost. Blazing crimson flame. After last night's intensive team collaboration training, these two top-tier A-level and S-level abilities revealed their monstrous fusion form for the first time under the spotlight. Deep blue and crimson intertwined in mid-air, not canceling each other out, but instead resembling two giant dragons entwined and chasing each other, transforming into a gigantic net of ice and fire energy covering half of the arena. On that net, one half burns with flames that destroy everything, and the other half is frozen with frost that chills the soul. It's breathtakingly beautiful. It was so terrifying it evoked despair. What? Vice Captain Zhao Min's pupils shrank sharply. Her proud B-level ability, Iron Barrier, was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of that net of ice and fire. Snap! The light wall was covered with cracks the moment it made contact, and then it shattered with a crash. No! The three members of the Imperial Academy of the capital only had time to let out a terrified scream. The next second, their figures were completely swallowed up by the enormous net of ice and fire. There was no explosion, no loud noise. There was only a brief, suffocating silence. When the lights faded, half of the arena was empty. Three beams of white light appeared almost simultaneously, signifying that the shields of the three players had shattered and they had been teleported out of the arena. In an instant, a triple kill. The entire venue was deathly silent. Tens of thousands of viewers and countless netizens in front of the live broadcast room were all like ducks with their necks being choked, unable to utter a single word. What happened? The competition has just begun, hasn't it? What about those three battle-hardened B-level ability users from the Royal Academy in the capital? How, did it just disappear? After a brief silence, there was an uproar as loud as a volcanic eruption. Holy crap! Instant kill? 3 people killed in one move? Am I seeing things? What kind of superpower is that? How can ice and fire be fused together? That's not scientific. This is terrifying. Zhangcheng No. 1 high school's strength has actually reached this level? Even the experienced commentators in the commentary booth were dumbfounded, remaining stunned for a full 3 seconds before roaring in a distorted voice. My God! A miracle! This is simply a miracle in the history of the competition. Less than 5 seconds into the match, Zhangcheng No. 1 middle school's Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan unleashed their fusion skill. With unstoppable force, they instantly cleared out the Beijing Royal Academy's lines. The situation on the field has now become 3 against 1. All eyes turned to the only remaining golden figure on the field. Long Linger. She stood there all alone, as if abandoned by the whole world. Long Linger seemed to be provoked by her teammates' sudden elimination. She looked up and let out a delicate shout filled with anger and grief. Her dazzling blonde hair moved without wind, and terrifying energy fluctuations surged wildly from her petite body. Lin Fan. She glared at Lin Fan, her voice sharp and shrill. I want you dead. Buzz. Transforming chi into form, returning 10,000 swords to their origin. In an instant, thousands of golden energy swords appeared densely behind her, their tips emitting sharp light, turning the entire arena into a golden glow. The earth-shattering power made the audience, who were just marveling at the fusion of ice and fire, gasp in shock once again. This is the true strength of the Dragon Princess. However, something puzzling happened. The thousands of golden flying swords, poised to unleash their power, completely ignored Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan, who had just displayed their might beside them. All the swords, all the killing intent, were aimed at Lin Fan, who was standing at the very back. Oh! Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan exchanged a glance, their cool and aloof lips curving into a knowing smile. The two of them moved back simultaneously, creating a considerable distance between themselves. The entire stage was left to Lin Fan and Long Linger. This scene was keenly captured by the commentator. It's a 1v1. Long Linger has chosen to face Lin Fan in a fateful duel. She's determined to avenge herself. The other 2 contestants from Zhangcheng No. 1 high school also chose to respect her decision. They stepped back and handed the battle over to these 2. Grievances. A bet. This is a fateful battle between a man and a woman. The atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited to its peak. Kill. With a command from Long Linger. Sword rain falls. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Thousands of golden flying swords transformed into dazzling streaks of light, cascading towards Lin Fan with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Lin Fan stood still, then moved. His movements didn't seem fast, and even a bit lazy. He took a half step with his left foot. A flying sword grazed past the hem of his clothes and exploded with a loud bang, creating a large crater in the ground behind him. Lean back slightly. The 3 flying swords almost grazed his nose, the force of the wind ruffling his bangs. Turn to the side, raise your hand, and snap your fingers. His seemingly casual movements always managed to dodge the impenetrable rain of swords by the slightest margin. The entire arena transformed into a spectacular explosion stage. Boom! 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 Golden energy flames rose and fell, shards of rock flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. But the man at the epicenter of the explosion remained perfectly composed, strolling leisurely. To the audience, this scene was nothing short of a miracle. My God, what kind of movement technique is that? Is that dodging skill divine? Every sword strike grazed the edge. What terrifying anticipation and reaction speed! Lin Fan. A god forever. The audience was thrilled, finding Lin Fan's movements too unpredictable and almost unbelievable. Only a few truly top-tier experts and a special spectator saw through the truth behind this dazzling performance. Inside the exclusive viewing box at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Hanyu sat upright, holding her data terminal in her arms. Her eyes behind her glasses were calm and unwavering, completely unaffected by the earth-shattering scene on the field. Energy control accuracy is 99%. The attack landing point deviation is calculated perfectly, and all attacks detonate outside the theoretically optimal solution of the target's evasion path. It lives up to the exquisite control of the A-level ability, Chi Transformation. This was a perfect, invalid attack performance. In her eyes, Long Linger's seemingly violent rain of swords was more like a meticulously choreographed dance. This is not an attack at all. This is a training exercise. Or rather, it's flirting. Hanyu pushed up her glasses. On the screen, between the 2 data models representing Lin Fan and Long Linger, a pink data chain was flashing with an increasingly bright light. Emotional fluctuation frequency increased by 35%, energy resonance efficiency increased by 12%. Interesting. This kind of intimate interaction in the form of battle can actually trigger an energy feedback effect. Lin Fan, your bug is really becoming more and more fascinating to me. On the field, the rain of swords, which lasted for nearly a minute, finally stopped. The entire battle platform was now riddled with craters, as if it had been plowed by a giant meteorite shower, and the pervasive dust almost obscured everyone's vision. But in the heart of the smoke and dust, the man's figure remained as upright as a pine tree. He even took the time to dust off non-existent dust from his shoulders, appearing completely at ease. This scene completely ignited Long Linger's anger. Iya. She let out a piercing scream that seemed to tear her throat apart, her beautiful face flushed red with extreme anger, and her chest heaved violently. Lin Fan. She stared intently at Lin Fan and roared, each word distinct and forceful, her voice filled with determination and madness. You forced me to do this. Take this one last move. Chapter 77. The 3-colored divine dragon subdues the golden phoenix. The princess of the capital willing to serve. Boom. A surge of energy, more terrifying than ever before, erupted from Long Linger's body. The golden light almost engulfed her entirely. She squeezed out every last bit of energy left in her body, without reservation. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire stadium. A giant golden energy dragon, even larger and more solid than the one she had seen in the individual competition, with every detail of its scales clearly visible, coiled behind her. This giant dragon is over 30 meters long. It is no longer a translucent energy body, but is like a piece of real gold, filled with an unparalleled sense of oppression and power. The entire stadium was bathed in a dazzling gold. The commentator's voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, carried a tremor of excitement throughout the venue. It's that move again. It's Long Linger's ultimate trump card, the ultimate manifestation of Chi Transformation. How similar this scene is to that battle. But we can clearly feel that the dragon's energy intensity has increased by at least 30% compared to last time. In just a few days, contestant Long Linger's strength has made such a huge improvement. This time, facing this blow that stakes the last vestige of glory for the Royal Academy of Beijing. Can Lin Fan still create a miracle? The atmosphere in the stadium was pushed to its peak by the commentators' shouts. Countless spectators held their breath, staring intently at the center of the arena. At this moment, the laziness and casualness on Lin Fan's face finally disappeared. He looked at the giant dragon coiled in midair, its pure golden dragon eyes fixed on him, and his expression finally became serious. That's what makes it interesting, he muttered to himself. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly raised his hands. Left hand. A deep blue, extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Right hand. The crimson flames raged fiercely. It's ice and fire again. Is he trying to pull the same trick again? Someone in the audience gasped. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Because, at Lin Fan's fingertips, besides ice and fire, a third kind of energy began to flicker. Sizzle. Tiny, yet destructive, pale arcs of electricity leaped between his palms, weaving through the gaps between frost and flame. Ice. Fire. Thunder. Three completely different, even mutually restraining, A-level superpowers. What does he want to do? He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Controlling 3 A-level abilities simultaneously? And fusing them together? That'll cause an energy rampage. Inside the VIP viewing room, countless bigwigs from the supernatural world suddenly stood up from their seats, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. The scene they could never comprehend in their entire lives was unfolding before their very eyes. Countless streams of data flashed wildly in Lin Fan's eyes. Data I, operating at full capacity. Transformation of Qi, activated. Under his control, the three violent energies did not conflict with each other. Instead, they began to intertwine, swirl, and reconstruct in an extremely mysterious way. With eternal frost as its core. Blood of blazing crimson flames. With the soul of pale thunder. A brand new, unprecedented creation began to slowly take shape before Lin Fan's eyes. Roar. A roar that seemed to come from the primordial era overwhelmed the golden dragon's cry from the opposite side. A giant dragon, also over 30 meters long, appeared in everyone's sight. Its body is half crystal clear deep blue ice and half lava burning with crimson flames. Ice and fire are perfectly separated in it, yet they coexist perfectly. On its dragon body, countless pale lightning bolts, like tiny serpents, darted and writhed wildly, emitting crackling sounds. Its two eyes, one flashing with icy blue desolation, the other burning with crimson fury. Born of both ice and fire, and enveloped in thunder. The moment the tricolored dragon appeared, the arrogant pure gold dragon let out a low, mournful cry, and its massive body instinctively shrank back. That is the absolute suppression of a lower life form when facing a higher life form. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Whether it's the 100,000 audience members at the venue or the hundreds of millions of netizens watching the live stream, whether it's ordinary students or established celebrities, everyone is a potential audience. At this moment, everyone's brain completely shut down. What did they see? A miracle? No. This is a sight that is even more outrageous and mind-blowing than a miracle. A perfect fusion of three A-level superpowers. An elderly member of the Superpower Association, his white hair trembling, dropped his cane to the ground with a clatter. Monster, he is a monster. On the field. Go. Lin Fan spoke calmly. The Icefire Thunder Dragon in front of him seemed to receive a command. Its huge head suddenly rose up, carrying a power that could tear the sky apart, and it charged towards the golden dragon opposite it. No! Long Linger let out a scream. She could feel her Qi transformation, trembling and moaning uncontrollably. But since things had come to this, she could only muster her last bit of mental strength to urge her dragon forward. The next second, the two dragons collided with a deafening roar right in the center of the arena. There was no sound. There was no loud noise. The whole world seemed to have been muted in that instant. A massive sphere of light, indescribable in its composition of blue, red, and white, suddenly exploded at the point of impact. The light devoured everything. The massive energy shield that enveloped the entire arena hummed under the strain of the shockwave, its surface rippling violently. The audience in the front row felt an irresistible force pressing them firmly into their seats, making it difficult to even breathe. The light lasted for a full 5 seconds. When the light finally faded, everyone eagerly turned their attention to the center of the explosion. In mid-air, that once invincible golden dragon has long since vanished. No, it's not gone. Instead, it transformed into countless tiny golden specks of light, like dust, slowly dissipating. The divine dragon, entwined with ice, fire, and lightning, still hovered in the air, though its form was somewhat fainter than before. It lowered its head, overlooking the entire arena, like a king surveying his territory. The outcome is decided. In the most crushing and unreasonable way. Puff. At the other end of the arena, Long Linger's body trembled violently, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, staining her white battle uniform red. A sweet and sour aroma wafted out. Her body, exhausted from both energy and mental strain, could no longer stand and she slumped backward. However, she did not fall onto the cold ground. A warm and strong embrace caught her. Lin Fan's figure had appeared behind her without her noticing. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts. Lin Fan! We won! Jiangcheng number 1 Middle School won! My God! 3 systems fused! He's made history! Lin Fan ignored the noise around him. He looked down at Long Linger in his arms, whose face was pale, whose breath was weak, and whose lips still had a trace of blood. Following the script, he whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Well done, the ketchup was well prepared. Long Linger's body stiffened slightly in his arms. Then, Lin Fan raised his head, faced the entire audience and all the cameras, and announced the final verdict in a clear and loud voice. You lost. The atmosphere in the entire venue reached its peak at this moment. However, something that no one expected happened. Long Linger, who was in Lin Fan's arms, suddenly pushed him away gently. Unlike in the script, she didn't just weakly nod in defeat. Under Lin Fan's slightly surprised gaze. Under the watchful eyes of 100,000 spectators in the venue and hundreds of millions of live viewers worldwide. This little princess of the Long family in the capital, this high and mighty darling of heaven. His knees buckled. With a plop, she knelt down in front of Lin Fan. She lifted her face, stained with blood, yet breathtakingly beautiful. In those golden pupils, there was no trace of anger or resentment. Instead, there was an almost morbid fanaticism, a deep-seated obsession, and a complete abandonment of all dignity, surrender. Her voice wasn't loud, but through the microphone on her collar, it traveled clearly throughout the world. I have lost, Master. Please punish me for my incompetence and arrogance. The words fell. The whole world seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. The thunderous cheers came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's face was frozen in a look of utter disbelief. 3 seconds later. Signal interruption. The black screen once again replaced the live broadcast. Chapter 78 The Long Family of the Capital, Demanding Justice. The black screen, with the 4 cold white words, Signal interrupted, announced that this highly anticipated semi-final match had come to an abrupt end in a way that no one could have predicted. But this is not the end. But it was the beginning of another storm. Long Linger's words, like a spell with infinite magic, exploded across the global internet at an unprecedented speed within minutes after the live broadcast signal was cut off, through various forms such as screen recordings, screenshots, and text retelling. That's insane. Everyone thinks the world has gone mad. The little princess of the Long family in the capital, Long Linger, who was as high and mighty as a goddess, knelt down in front of a man and called him master in the national competition arena under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people. This is no longer a simple sex scandal or a competition scandal. This is the most thorough and public humiliation for an ancient family with a history spanning over a century. Long family's stock price fluctuated slightly, falling by 0.1%. Master, we've received over 30 inquiries from the military and association headquarters. According to online public opinion analysis, the popularity of the 3 terms Long family, master, and kneeling has surpassed that of the competition itself. The capital city, the headquarters of the Long family. The constant stream of urgent reports brought the atmosphere in the entire family to a fever pitch. For a behemoth like the Long family, a mere 0.1% fluctuation in stock price is utterly insignificant. But the meaning behind it sent a chill down everyone's spine. This means that the turmoil has spread from the realm of supernatural abilities to secular society, shaking the prestige and dignity that the Long family has built up over hundreds of years. Shame. Utter disgrace. The next morning. Jiangcheng, the neighborhood where Lin Fan and his group stayed in their rented apartment. The atmosphere was somber and tense. Buzz. The deep roar of engines grew louder as dozens of luxurious hovercars, all painted black and with imposing designs, formed a steel torrent and silently landed on both sides of the street. They precisely blocked every intersection, turning this area into a complete island. The car door was slid open. A dozen or so men dressed in black suits, with cold expressions, filed out. They exuded an aura of steely resolve that could only be honed through years of life or death battles. Without exception, all of these people are people with superpowers. They stood in 2 rows, upright, as if welcoming a monarch. Finally, a middle-aged man stepped out of the lead extended hovercar. The man was tall and wore a well-tailored dark tang suit. His face bore a resemblance to Long Linger, but he exuded an air of authority that had been honed over the years. He simply stood there quietly, without releasing any energy, but his imposing aura alone was enough to make the surrounding air thick and sticky. The current head of the Long family in the capital. Long Linger's father. Long Yuan, a high-level rank ability user. He raised his head and looked at the unremarkable rental building, his gaze as cold as the Siberian chill. Bang! The next second, the fragile door of the rented room was smashed open by an invisible force, exploding into a shower of wood chips. Long Yuan led a group of menacing men in black into the room. His gaze immediately locked onto Long Linger in the living room. My daughter, dressed in clean pajamas, stood there somewhat bewildered. Her complexion was rosy, her breathing steady, and she even looked more energetic than before she left home. The heaviest stone in Long Yuan's heart lifted slightly. She's fine. There was no injury, no abuse. But then, a surge of anger 100 times stronger than before rushed to the top of his head. It is precisely because they are safe and sound that the word master sounds all the more jarring and despicable. His gaze instantly bypassed Long Linger and fixed on the young man who was sitting lazily on the sofa, as if it were none of his business. Lin Fan. What did you do to my daughter? Long Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but the rage it contained seemed capable of melting steel. Boom! A vast and terrifying pressure, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, erupted from his body, solidified, and pressed down fiercely on Lin Fan. This is a furious strike from a high-level A-rank expert. It's enough to cause an ordinary B-level ability user to have a mental breakdown on the spot and beg for mercy on their knees. However, Lin Fan remained seated on the sofa, without even raising an eyebrow. 2 figures stepped forward simultaneously in front of him. On the left is Su Qingxue. A ring of deep blue, chilling energy quietly spread from her center, causing the air temperature to plummet. Upon contact with this extremely cold domain, Long Yuan's violent pressure instantly slowed down and froze. On the right is Qin Yalan. A ball of crimson flame rose from her palm, the scorching heat distorting the light and burning away the frozen oppressive aura. 1 ice, 1 fire. 1 still, 1 moving. 2 completely opposite auras formed a perfect cycle, effortlessly dissolving Long Yuan's oppressive aura, which was enough to crush a small mountain. Long Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at Su Qingxue and Qin Yalan. 2 girls who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old? One is S-class, and the other is A-class? Moreover, their control over their own energy has reached a point where they can control it freely and perfectly. How is this possible? Just as he was in a state of shock, a figure blocked his way. It's Long Linger. She took a deep breath, her petite frame seemingly imbued with boundless power. She faced her father directly, confronting his mountain-like authority, her tone more resolute than ever before. Father, this is my own choice. It has nothing to do with anyone. Lin Fan, he did not use any mind control methods on me. Looking at his daughter's stubborn face, Long Yuan laughed in anger. Your own choice? He pointed at Lin Fan and roared fiercely, then explained to me what this master means. This roar was filled with the heartache of a father and the fury of a patriarch. However, Long Linger's answer once again exceeded his expectations. Because he deserves it. There was no shame or regret in her eyes, but rather a kind of almost fanatical light that Long Yuan had never seen before. Father, you and the elders of the Long family will never understand. What he showed me was a completely new path, a new era for superpowers. That's the future that the Long family could never give me, no matter how much they gave. The future? An elder from a family behind Long Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Linger, have you been fooled? What kind of future can an E-rank trash like you have? Shut up. Long Linger turned around abruptly, her golden pupils flashing with a startling fierce light. You are not allowed to insult him. The elder was taken aback by her shout, and his face immediately turned a deep purplish red. Long Linger ignored him and turned around, looking at Lin Fan with an almost pleading and expectant gaze. Master. Lin Fan, please, let them take a look. Let them see your true greatness. Lin Fan watched the family drama unfold before him, finally put down his soda, and slowly stood up. In retrospect, this is actually the best solution. All right. He nodded and raised his hands again in front of everyone in the Long family. Frost has formed on the left hand. Right hand, flames rise. Electric arcs leap from fingertips. Finally, a pure and exquisite golden energy, like a thread, spread from his palm, perfectly connecting and weaving the three violent energies together. Ice, fire, thunder, and transforming chi into form? Long Yuan's eyes widened instantly, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. That's the core superpower inherited from the Long family bloodline. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Lin Fan casually blended the four distinct energies together. Roar! A dragon's roar, even more resonant and solid than the previous one on the field, echoed across the sky. A brand new creation, defying all the common sense of supernatural abilities, has taken up residence in this small rented room. Its size was deliberately reduced to about 5 meters, but its aura was even more terrifying than the giant dragons in the previous arena. The ice crystal dragon bones were clearly visible, with lava dragon blood flowing slowly within them, and pale lightning crackling and popping under its golden scales. It is no longer a simple aggregate of energy. It seemed to be a living, breathing, true mythical beast. Long Yuan and all the elders of the Long family behind him fell silent. They stood frozen like statues, staring blankly at the four divine dragons coiling behind Lin Fan, their minds completely blank. Especially Long Yuan. He sensed it. That icy power was exactly the same as that of the white-haired girl. That fiery power was exactly the same as that of the red-haired girl. And that energy fluctuation of chi transformation is from the same source as his daughter, and even himself. An absurd, terrifying, yet unique possibility, like the most violent lightning bolt, cleaved through his mind. Copy. No, this is no longer a copy. It's integration. It's reconstruction. It's sublimation. He finally understood. What exactly is this so-called new path that my daughter is talking about? The young man in front of me. He is a complete monster, capable of overturning the rules of the entire world of superhumans. Chapter 79 My Father-in-Law's Ultimatum. Lin Fan, uncle, please rest assured. Inside the rented room, no one spoke. The four divine dragons formed from condensed energy were slowly fading in color. The specks of light peeled off the dragon's scales, drifted into the air, and eventually returned to nothingness. But the shock it left behind was like a heavy hammer blow to the hearts of Long Yuan and all the elders of the Long family. The air seemed to have become somewhat viscous. The first to react was Long Yuan. The muscles in the cheeks of the head of the Long family in the capital were twitching slightly. He took a breath, as if trying to inhale all the air in the room that defied his understanding into his lungs. Then, he slowly turned around. He looked at his black-clad subordinates behind him, who were completely dumbfounded, and gave the order in a somewhat hoarse voice. You, all of you, get out. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Without the slightest hesitation, the dozen or so elite members of the Long family immediately and silently withdrew from the room. They stood in 2 rows outside the door, their eyes filled with the same shock and bewilderment. Long Yuan had no interest in dealing with it. He turned around and dismissed most of the elders, leaving only 2 highly respected elders in the family. The tense atmosphere of accusation from before had completely disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. This is a negotiation. Long Yuan stared intently at Lin Fan, the anger that had been burning in his eyes now extinguished, leaving only a complex light. My daughter can stay with you. He practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. But you have to give me a promise. Long Yuan's gaze unconsciously swept over Lin Fan's side. A girl with snow-white hair and a cool demeanor stood there quietly, her S-class aura barely perceptible. There was also a girl with fiery red hair and an eye-catching figure, also an A-level, who was glaring at him with a displeased expression, but her body was subtly blocking Lin Fan's way. Long Yuan's heart sank. He knew very well that although his daughter was a favored daughter of heaven, compared with the 2 in front of him, it seemed that she didn't have any special advantages. A father's simple worries overshadowed the dignified authority of the head of the household. He took another deep breath, and his voice became calm. My daughter, Long, cannot be wronged. I can tell you're not short of girls. How many you have is none of my business, and I'm too lazy to care. But if you dare to neglect her and make her unhappy. At this point, Long Yuan's voice suddenly rose, and the aura of a high-level A-rank expert surged forth once again. This time, it was no longer a violent pressure, but rather a killing intent as sharp as a knife. Even if my long family has to risk our centuries-old wealth and the lives of everyone in us, we will never let you off. A metallic smell filled the air. This is an ultimatum issued by the head of a top-tier family, who is gambling with the survival of his entire clan. However, Lin Fan smiled in the face of this killing intent that could almost freeze space itself. He met Long Yuan's gaze calmly, his relaxed smile as if he were listening to a harmless joke. Uncle Long, don't worry. The moment Long Yuan uttered the word Uncle Long, his aura, which had been building up to its peak, froze. Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged, but his tone exuded a sense of self-assurance. I will give everything that anyone who follows me will want. This also includes a future that is far beyond your imagination. With Linger in my care, she will only become stronger and more dazzling. She will reach a height that your Long family could never reach, no matter how hard you try. These words sound incredibly arrogant. But Long Yuan couldn't find any words to refute it. Because that divine dragon just now has already proven everything. That's something that can't be explained by existing superpower systems, it's more like a miracle. He turned his head and looked at his daughter. On Long Linger's face, there was no trace of fear of being coerced, nor any confusion of being deceived. The way she looked at Lin Fan was an almost blind, even fanatical, worship and trust. That look in his eyes. Long Yuan had never seen it on his daughter's face. That's the look in a believer's eyes when they look up at a god. Well. A long sigh, as if it had exhausted all its strength, came from Long Yuan's mouth. All his anger, all his resentment, all his dignity dissipated in that sigh. He admitted it. Or rather, he had no choice but to admit it. The family crisis was resolved in a way that no one expected. Long Yuan, accompanied by two elders who were still somewhat dazed, left in silence. When they arrived, they were menacing, like lions coming to demand justice. As he walked, his steps were heavy, like a gambler who had lost all his savings. They took away the shame. But it also brought back a shocking piece of news about a monster that was enough to overturn the entire Long families, and even the entire supernatural world's understanding. Call. Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. His previous nonchalant demeanor vanished instantly, and he leaned back, collapsing onto the sofa. That scared me to death, that scared me to death. He patted his chest, his face still showing lingering fear. A rank high level, no joke. I thought he was really going to make a move because of that murderous aura he just exuded. Seeing his expression, Su Qingxue smiled faintly. She gently walked behind the sofa, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently massaged his shoulders. The cool yet soft touch instantly relaxed Lin Fan's tense nerves. Snort! A dissatisfied, coquettish snort rang out. Qin Yalan walked over with her arms crossed, and then plopped down on Lin Fan's lap. Who told you to go around attracting attention like a bee or a butterfly? Now you've got trouble coming your way. Although she was complaining, her body betrayed her by finding a comfortable position and snuggling into Lin Fan's arms. Those full, soft breasts pressed against Lin Fan's chest without any hesitation. How can you blame me? The trouble came to me of its own accord. Lin Fan retorted confidently, his hands expertly encircling her slender waist. Long Linger, standing to the side, watched this incredibly harmonious and intimate scene and felt a surge of joy in her heart. Very good. Father and the others finally left. The crisis is over. I can stay. You can stay by your owner's side now. However, just as this excitement surged into her heart, her mind was uncontrollably filled with her father's murderous warning before he left. If you dare to neglect her, ignore her. Neglected. These two words, like a strange electric current, instantly coursed through her entire body. Her gaze fell once again on Lin Fan, Su Qingxue, and Qin Yalan. The master was enjoying Su Qingxue's massage, while Qin Yalan was still in his arms. They were so close, so naturally. But here I am, standing alone like an outsider. A terrible, even somewhat twisted, thought suddenly and wildly emerged from the deepest part of her heart. If I have made an unforgivable mistake, will my master completely ignore me? Neglecting yourself? No matter how much she apologized, how much she cried, how humbly she knelt at his feet and kissed the tips of his shoes. His gaze never lingered on me for even a second. He would treat himself like a broken toy, an eyesore of trash, and throw himself away completely. That kind of despair of being abandoned by the whole world. The pain of desperately craving attention but receiving no response. That extreme sense of humility and helplessness. Long Linger's body trembled slightly uncontrollably. An indescribable sense of excitement, so intense it made her want to die, instantly overwhelmed her reason. 2 sickly flushes rose on her cheeks. His breathing became rapid and hot. Just then. Squeak! The bathroom door opened. Hanya rubbed her stomach and walked out looking pale, as if she had just gone through a tough battle. She had missed the whole show and was feeling a bit annoyed. But as his gaze swept across the living room, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Her gaze landed precisely on Long Linger, who was in an abnormal state. It was almost subconscious. Data I launched. In an instant, Long Linger's heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, hormone levels. All the data was clearly presented in her field of vision. Combined with her flushed face and dazed eyes. Hanyu paused slightly. She raised her hand and adjusted her frameless glasses on the bridge of her nose. The lenses reflected a meaningful light. Human psychological activity is truly amazing.